at the Ivy. Gone! Thairo Estrada launches one, a 3-run homer. And the Giants have gone ahead here in the ninth inning. He got it up into the wind.
Oh, baby, what a night at Wrigley Field, a roller coaster ride. I was just on a Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk commercial, man. It felt like I was on a Giant Dipper. I mean, what a game last night. Giants give up a 3-run shot to Happ. He yanks one off of Miller. And then in the top of the ninth inning, after Hector Neris, he got ran out of Philadelphia. Same thing. Blowing saves left and right. His ERA is now at 4.73. But Solares have a good at-bats. Thairo Estrada, boy, did he need that one as he goes 2 for 3, 4 RBIs. Heliot Ramos is going to join the show at 9:30. 9:20. He went 2 for 5 with another jack. He's got 7 home runs in the month of June. We'll cite some of his numbers in just a second. But overall, a great, last night, Shaska, as I say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift, the overnight dancers. I love you. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer, as well as the Xfinity mobile text line. We see you. 888-957-9570 is the number, and that's the text line as well, Xfinity mobile text line number. I thought last night was just a great sports night. It was a great sport night. It was all about ball. Giants baseball against the Cubs. You had the NBA Finals, and congrats to Boston Celtics for winning their 18th NBA World Championship. Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum did the damn thing. What a run for them. They beat the Mavericks in 5. I thought it was just one of those enjoyable sports nights, and it happened to come on a Monday. It was refreshing, Shasky. It really was.
It's interesting as I was oscillating between the iPad and the television. You had the Boston Celtics at the Garden. And I know it's not the original Garden, but it's still the Garden to me. And I went there before, and so I feel some kind of way. And I think it presents a certain kind of way on television. And then I'm flipping back to the Giants at Wrigley, and the camera's shaking when it zooms in the way that we kind of expect from Wrigley. And look, sports, everything is about, the competition on the field. But to me, especially after watching Pinehurst over the weekend, venues matter. Yeah. It really did. For me, the older I get, the more I watch all of these new stadiums all over the place. Venues matter.
Well, venues are great.
And when I watch the Celtics, and we'll get into the X's and O's and what we saw from there, when I watch the Celtics win on that floor with that logo, it hits me a certain way. Even though I'm not a Celtic fan, I've never rooted for the Celtics. I'm rooting for those youngsters. And then I'm watching Wrigley with those uniforms and that stadium, and the Giants claw back the way that they did. I know. I get all nostalgic, but you were saying like a great sports night? Because to me, I feel like we had vintage uniforms, vintage venues, and it was a great setting on just a quote-unquote ho-hum Monday night in summer.
It was unfortunate that Celtics wore green. They didn't wear their home whites at home, but whatever. The green court, it pops, whatever. That's what they do today in the NBA, and I'm not mad at that. NBA 2K is big time there. You've never been to Wrigley. You got to get to Wrigley, because Wrigley... Dave Fleming and John, I think it was John Miller who was on a call at the time in the middle innings. We were talking about the scoreboard at right field where it blocks Waveland Avenue or Sheffield Avenue, whichever one it is, and you can't get the seats up there on the rooftop. That kind of stinks, but they needed to do upgrades at Wrigley Field. Walking around that stadium, when Anna and I got off the subway at Wrigley Field for that Giants Cubs game when the Niners are out there open the season in Chicago, you get off the subway and you walk around, you're like, there's literally a ballpark in the middle of a neighborhood. And you walk and the houses are nice and you can hear it. And then you see the kids on the corner. They're selling lemonade out there. I talked to them for a little bit. Then you walk in. It's so quirky at Wrigley Field. It's so small, but yet it's beautiful. And it feels like baseball. So it's interesting. I didn't even think about the venues. I was just thinking like, wow, I'm entertained here. We got good basketball with the Celtics dominating the Dallas Mavericks and Jason Brown just getting all of the Luka Doncic, and he won the Finals MVP, the Bill Russell Award, which, kind of controversial because Jason Tatum led them at points, rebounds, and assists, but whatever, who cares? They won championships, and they're not mad about that. Then you get the Giants in that fashion. In dramatic fashion. They've had some dramatic games at Wrigley Field, whether it's losing a 98 wild card or Will Clark calling a shot and hitting a grand slam in the NLCS in 1989 against Greg Maddux. That was a lot of fun last night. It was just refreshing to get away from the Ayuk TikTok, the Klay Thompson contract talks, and what's going to happen, and should he leave or should he go? Should the Warriors move on? It was just honest to see some nice, good competition on a Monday night. And as you said, coming off that Sunday U.S. Open with Bryson DeChambeau winning his second U.S. Open and Rory choking there in the last 3 holes. Going 3 over in the last 3. I still can't believe he went 3 over in the last 4 holes there. But anyway, just a great sports night. And I want to talk about it. We're going to talk to Elliot Ramos at 9:20. And I can't wait because this man is on a heater.
Well, I mean, you're looking at this guy right now, and he's got 137 at-bats, right? I'm talking about Elliot Ramos. And if you project, now again, that's a pretty good sample. 137 is now it's not a full season, it's not 5 seasons, so I'm not here to say this is what he is. But if we just play the projection game, you're looking at a guy who was on pace for 120 RBIs, 35 home runs, and 200 hits.
I don't want to go there yet. I just want to focus on June.
No, but I just want you to understand how torrid his run has been right now. Well, he's batting .328. He's got nearly 1,000 OPS. This guy has been on fire. And to me, the at-bat that everyone's going to look at is the home run. I'm looking at the one where he waits with perfect balance and just blisters a ball to right field like effortlessly with the flip of the hands. This guy is so locked in right now. I can't remember the time a Giants hitter this young has been this locked in since what? Posey's rookie year? Duffy's rookie year?
Posey in the month of July. I'll never forget that.
Posey's been amazing.
In the month of July. But Elliot Ramos in the month of June. In the month of June so far, he's batting .387. His on-base percentage is .458. His OPS is up there with Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he is on fire. 7 home runs in the month of June. We're not even done yet. 18 RBIs. 8 walks, only 19 strikeouts, and he's got 24 hits and 72 plate appearances. And he's seeing the ball well. The Oppo Taco to right field with the home run. I don't know what I was impressed with the home run because it came out of time. It came out of time. Yeah, no, I hear you.
When you're dialed in.
You're dialed in. You're having great at-bats all over the place.
Exactly.
No doubt about it. But to get the 7th inning started, after Bush hits the home run, and you're thinking, damn, Randy Rodriguez should come in to replace Jordan Hicks. You give up the 2-run shot. Now, there was controversy. Brett Wisely tried to make a great play. He actually made some great throws from shortstop, whether he got the runner out or not. I was like, wow, Brett Wisely, look at him getting deep in the hole. But to hit that home run to tie the game in the 7th inning, because it felt like, oh boy, I got the bullpen set up. Here we go again. And just to tie the game to give the Giants life. And then you get Estrada with the hit by pitch and get the lead. Then the bottom of the 7th inning, just, I don't want to focus on the negative, but who's the guy, Brooks at first base?
Trenton Brooks.
Did anybody hear about him before he got called up?
I referenced his name when Wade got hurt. I said to you, I think they're going to go. Because I
never heard of him. I'm asking you, though, did you know about him at all? So that's what that's
and
my
you know
whole point.
I follow the minor leagues.
That's what I'm saying.
I went down to AAA and I was looking. I was like, well, because I know how Farhan thinks. I'm like, oh, he's going to elevate some garbage dude. Because we saw Jackson Reitz earlier this year.
Yeah, I know. This guy Brooks.
Poor guy.
Let the pop. I mean, I just... Look, I don't want to harp on him. I don't want to harp on him.
No.
But he's not a big leaguer. This is a Farhan special, and you got to stop.
It's not just a Farhan special.
This is disrespectful.
But you know what? You know why? You know why you have to go to Jackson Reitz, and you know why you have to go to Trenton Brooks? Like, you know why?
Trenton Brooks.
Because
I never heard of the guy.
Because you're so obsessed with obtaining as many platoon garbos as you possibly can that you're limited in what you have available off the bench.
I don't get it.
Think about this, right?
I don't get it.
Austin Slater. Why isn't you played him at first base a couple years ago? With the left-handed bat of Trenton Brooks, what does it matter that he's a left-handed bat if he's fanning in 3 pitches?
Dude, his at-bats are just so...
they're bad.
His fielding... I mean, allowing to pop up, and Tyro Estrada's looking at him like, dude.
It's not his fault. To me, this is on the GM.
Farhan. He should be... That's not a Bob Melvin move either. Is Bob Melvin really going to play Trenton Brooks? Now, Bob Melvin, when he threw in Eric Miller, and I'm thinking bullpen usage... I'm thinking Eric Miller's the best you got right now.
They use 9 guys on Sunday.
I know.
9 guys on Sunday. And I'm saying to myself, like, Jordan Hicks had, I believe, 84 pitches. And
87 pitches.
Yeah, and I'm texting to the thread. What is it? What are we doing? You used 9 guys on Sunday. He's got to go another inning.
Well, didn't he speak about it? I thought I was watching the post game a little bit. The sound was a little down, and I think they asked him about it. And he's like, "Look, man, I'm ready to roll. If I'm not mistaken." But I was watching the post game show. I kind of was in and out of it. But he was speaking to the media. Maybe we could grab that sound or find the quote.
But it's unsustainable to utilize your bullpen that much.
I keep saying it. 5 innings. 5 innings from Jordan Hicks. 87 pitches. Now, it was muggy in Wrigley Field. It was hot out there. 89 degrees. probably a lot more humid, so a lot more energy getting used out there at Wrigley Field because you could tell the ball was flying out of there. It was flying. Like when Ramos got that ball and hit that home run, I was like, damn, that's going out? Ball just kept traveling. Same thing with Happ. Same thing with Estrada. So the ball was flying. It was hot. So I'll stall Bob Melvin out last night with the way he used Hicks. 87 pitches, though. I would like to see him go to 100. But again, you got to watch his innings because he's about to eclipse a career high. But I'm seeing Eric Miller, I'm seeing a lot of them.
And Randy Rodriguez, I think they're being overused right now.
Way too much.
I like those guys individually. You cannot be throwing 4 to 6 times a week, and expect that you're going to get the best out of your relievers.
Now, Eric Miller got squeezed on the Bellinger at bat.
Okay.
There's no doubt about that.
Okay, but he also fell behind early.
But you grooved one to Happ.
Exactly.
Right down the middle. Even Flynn on the call said, boy, you can't you got to find a different location. You can't throw it there. You can't throw, what was that, a slider that didn't slide? I don't know what the hell that was, but it got rocked. I mean, there was a no doubt about it, but you were able to rally because Tyro Estrada hits a 3-run bomb in the 9th inning, and then Camilo Duvall. How many people were worried about Duvall coming into the 9th inning?
I mean, you couldn't watch that first at-bat and say, oh, he looks sharp. I mean, his command's all over the place. Look, he got the win, or he got the save, excuse me, and so I'm going to take it. But I've been like very skeptical on Camilo Duvall. The outings, I'm going off the eyeball. They don't look great right now. I don't think he trusts where he's throwing the ball. He doesn't know where it's going.
You know what? I wanted him in there though. After throwing the Gatorade bucket and being mad, because I like that. I personally like that stuff. I hear you on the injury stuff, but I like that stuff when the guy's mad and showing me emotion. Mm-hmm. And Duvall, for the first time in a long time, just went crazy because a lot of people coming at me talking about he doesn't care. He doesn't care enough. Well, it looked like Sunday he cared, right?
Absolutely.
Threw the Gatorade bucket, was ticked off after giving up 4 runs to the Angels, and he comes back and bounces back, and you get that save in that fashion, and you help the Giants win. That's a confidence booster for Camilo Duvall. That's a confidence booster for this baseball team. And they gotta sort this bullpen out because you can't survive like this, especially out there. It's getting hot, and it's getting humid, dude. You got to save some of these arms. Way too much, but overall. Another guy who's having really good at-bats, and Lutman was on this yesterday, that's 5 games now. Jorge Soler is seeing the ball very well.
He is.
Very well,
Working
and the split's
counts,
on him.
Yeah, laying off the bad pitches. He does look a lot better, but you contrast that. Brett Wisely's, I don't know if the other shoe's dropping or if it's turning back into a pumpkin in terms of his glass slipper, but I mean, the batting average is starting to dip a little, you know, and I think being a little more selective on his pitches is going to be something he has to work on.
Well, we don't have a large sample size of at-bats. Your average is going to oscillate. It's going to go up. It could be 380 one day, go down to 350 the next day, 320 the next day. I mean, that's what's going to happen when you don't have the at-bats. You kind of got to let it play out here. But Jorge Soler, my boy John Sackey, producer over at NBC, tweeted this to me, his splits, and his lifetime splits. And this is why I have a little hope when it comes to Blake Snell. The lifetime numbers for Jorge Soler get better as the calendar turns to June, July, August, and September. And all of a sudden, he's taking walks, he's having good at-bats, he's running the bases very well. How about him running the bases on that triple on the Yaz yesterday?
On the Yaz
I mean, he was showing speed there at the top of the second. So I'm not mad at Jorge Soler. Look, the bats got to get hot. And I'm not going to go crazy here. They beat the Cubs. They're a 500 team. They're both 500 teams. But you got to somehow, some way, figure out ways to stay in this bad boy
I agree.
And get to the deadline, and hopefully you could buy something. Again, I don't know who's going to be selling because everybody's in it. Everybody's in it for crying out loud.
Well, there's a couple of things when it comes to this bullpen that need to be pointed out. Number one, the taxation. The British think that you're overtaxing your bullpen currently. All right, so
it's the 3 years in a row. That's only a 2.
What, you didn't like that?
About 300 years too late for that joke. I'll give you a 3.
But here's the reality. Like, if I am Eric Miller or Randy Rodriguez or even Sean Jess, like, can I have a couple of days off in a row? Like, no, like this starting staff. When was the last time someone not named Logan Webb was like, you know what, I'm going to take us into the 7th?
Kyle Harrison back in Coors Field. May 7th?
It's been forever. So, like, my point is like, you can't use 5 relievers a day and think that that's sustainable. There's only so many slots. The other thing is holding runners on it's just not good right now. It just isn't. Like, they have a lot of guys with either high leg kicks or slow deliveries, and their second base shortstop position cannot catch and place a tag on a runner to save their life right now. The run game everyone is trying to run on them. Now, no, it's the truth. Like they're the least athletic team when it comes to stealing bases, but they give up a lot of stolen bases.
You're bringing me down, Shasky. I'm trying to be up and help the Giants fans out. It just feel good on a Monday night.
How about that Yas throw? How about that
You're bringing me down.
What is Mike Tauchman doing?
Hold on, you're bringing me down because all of a sudden I'm feeling good, and then reality sets in. It was like, oh yeah, teams are running on you.
They are.
Oh yeah, your bullpen is taxed. Oh yeah, Eric Miller's ERA is over 4. Oh wow, Randy Rodriguez's ERA is over 5.4. Oh my God,
ERA's over like
4 or something.
What is
my God, Jordan Hicks just went five innings. Oh my God, Trent Butch is playing first base and he struck out 3 times and had atrocious at bats. Michael Conforto's going 0 for 3. And now he's down to 235.
But he threw out Tauchman. Michael Conforto, he had the walk. Michael Conforto is 4 for 45
my God.
Since returning on the IL. He's got to get going. But here's the thing, B. You know what? When I see my first baseman rocking number 61, I feel confident.
This is
it's like you with the DB. If you're wearing 48 and you're a corner, specifically a corner, I have zero faith in you. If you're rocking the number 61 and you're playing first base,
dude,
there's no way you could be good, right?
That's a spring trading number. 415 Xfinity Mobile text line. The California government think we are overtaxing the bullpen. That's good. That's good. That's
but I don't blame that on Melvin. When all your starters,
are you blaming it on Melvin or Farhan?
No, it's on Farhan because when all your starters are dying. Jordan Hicks looked over. There was a plot. I think it was first and third. That was on the Yas throwout. He was looking into the dugout like, "Are you going to take me out of this game? I'm sweating a lot here. Can you tell?" And every time he gets to about the 4th inning, Jordan Hicks looks exhausted.
Yeah, go get a New Jersey. Get to New Jersey.
He looks exhausted. He was dripping wet.
Well, he's never done this before. So we're asking him to go 6 and 7. What did you guys expect? I'm lucky to get 5 out the young man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Really, I came into the season thinking, okay, 3 or 4, cool. Go to the bullpen. But here we go again when you're down to 3 starters. You're down to 3 starters.
That was a fun win, though.
It was a fun win, but damn, I just want to gloss over the negativity of this baseball team for once. Because they are a flawed team. Let's be honest. I mean, they're still 1 game under 500. And like, you know what? Shame on some Giants fans. And I see some local radio hosts like laughing at Mookie Betts for being hurt. No, yeah,
really?
Go Giants.
One of the best players in the game.
It's just like, dude, what are you doing?
Can we also talk? I want to dispel something. Look, the robot ump people and just the ripping of the strike zone. Let's talk about on the other. I get it. It's not perfect. There's a human element. The Giants benefited from some very poor strikes being called from that umpire as well, specifically in the 9th inning. I am so sick and tired of hearing about the arguing of ball strikes. Plays at first base, plays at second base. You want to get it wrong. We want to get it right. We have challenge plays. We can even talk about blocking the catcher spot with the whole Bailey throw on the Yas throw to Bailey. Stop crying about the strike zone. When Yaz is swinging at a ball that bounces 17 feet in front of home plate on a splitter on an 0-2 count, you got nothing to complain about. Shut up.
Oh, man.
Shut up on the strike zone.
Oh, man. They were ready. It wasn't the strike zone or the robot up who asked Miller to give up that 3-run jack to Happ. I mean, he grooved out one. Man, that ball got out so fast. I just started laughing.
That ball's crushed.
I was laughing at the Yaz at bat with the bases loaded. That's what I was laughing at.
He was down
1, 2, 3 in the blink of an eye.
I pushed the button on the bottle, to like make up. We have this little machine that like makes a bottle for the baby. Yeah. I push the button. I turn around. I go, it's already 0-2.
The bottle warmer.
And then here we go. I look over and I go, he's going to definitely skip this one. He skips one, and Yaz was so disgusted with himself, he sat down before the ball even hit the catcher.
That's how you know, baby Chen's getting older, man. I forgot all about the bottle warmers. It's a long time ago. Damn. Bottle warmers. Woo. You're in this early stages, Shasky. Early stages. All right, listen. We're not going to be outraged. The Giants won. Came back in dramatic fashion.
God, the Cubs got great news.
Feel good Tuesday, okay? I'm not going to let this guy bring me down. We know the flaws in this baseball team. But you know what? A win like that could be the candidate for win of the year. I know, hey, Pittsburgh's one thing. To go to Wrigley and do that against their closer, and then you get Camilo Doval to go 1, 2, 3. Hey, that's 2 wins in a row. You got Logan Webb today. What if it's 3 in a row? That's what we call a winning streak. Let's go. Giants win. Celtics win the NBA championship. We'll get into that. And by the way, The Warriors are on the clock with Klay Thompson. I'll explain on the other side as well as some info on that as well. That's coming up. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Adam is too much for me.
Have you been?
That's Wisniewski, and Ramos drives that one to deep right field. And just like that, this game is tied. Elliot Ramos does it again. Into the bleachers, it's 2-2.
It takes an elite talent.
What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to The Morning Motherfucking Rose with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, I'm not sure if Big Pun's a father, but if he is, happy Father's Day, Big Pun. Big Pun, our boy from South City. Shout out to our friends. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. My guys tried to flush Tony yesterday, Spadoni.
Hey.
Didn't work. She cooked for 4 minutes.
Oh, God.
She cooked for 4 minutes.
4 minutes?
4
Uninterrupted?
minutes.
The cauldron was boiling.
Cooked for 4 minutes. She came at Shasky.
Was she cooking or was she brewing?
Oh, she was brewing both. Looking for more Giants talk, then you need to be listening to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lovey, Joe Shasky, all day long, talking Giants all season long. Hear in-depth analysis and insights, as well as exclusive interviews. Oh, Mike Kostrowski, he made the latest cut. How about that? Yes.
Are you serious?
You know what? There's good juju. Whenever you guys get a player on the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast, they usually perform well. Like Yaz yesterday with an RBI triple. Great throw.
Great throw.
Great throw. One hop to get whistle. Wow.
What'd you think
what
of
a
the
throw.
block by Bailey?
Oh, I thought it was textbook.
Well, I guess
now, some people thought he was blocking the plate, but no.
I thought he gave him an avenue.
I thought he was perfect positioning. That play was perfect. You get the out. You get a great throw, one hop to home plate, right on the money. Everything was perfect. And Bailey, perfect position, perfect throw from Yaz. I had no issue with it.
Yeah, it's the new rule is you can't block any of the bags, right? And I get why they do that. You don't want injuries, number one. Number two, you want to be able to make more bang plays at bases. But in that situation, the throw, he's up in front of home plate and he catches the throw and then drops the leg. The old school way, the Mike Sosa, you just drop the entire leg and not give him any avenue to kind of like go through. You'd have to plow through someone. Think Ivan Rodriguez, JT Snow in the playoffs. I thought it was a perfect play, a perfect throw, and I honestly thought they were going to overturn it.
YouTube has said, get Michael Conforto on the show so we can turn this season around. We had him on last year.
And then he got hurt, so.
And he got hurt. Oh, man. We did find out that he's from the Seattle area, correct? Play football.
Mm-hmm. Dad's a high school coach, I believe, at one point.
Something like that. Yeah.
Real quick on I was talking about venues and uniform. Cubs unis, they're pretty iconic.
Yeah.
Do you like them?
Yeah, I love them.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, I like them. Yeah, I always like the Cubs
I'm not a big red, white, and blue. Like, I don't love a lot of uniforms that are red, white, and blue across sports.
Yeah, no,
but these ones are vintage.
So you're saying you don't like the American flag? I'm kidding.
I just don't think it makes a great uniform.
Yeah, shout out Flag Day last Friday.
Yeah, I just don't think it makes a great uniform.
Yeah, no, they're good uniforms. If it's the Cubs.
Yeah, no, it does. The pinstripes are just glorious.
You got to go to Wrigley, man. You have to experience Wrigley Field. Wrigley Field is special. Wrigley Field is special. I really enjoyed it. And everything around Wrigley Field, right across the street. You got the barbecue spot, you got bars, it's just great. The way they renovated it recently. So there's a lot more room to play outside. They have the scoreboards outside to where you can watch the game. Yeah. It's a really, really cool stadium. And late in the season, if they're out of it, get some cheap tickets. Very cheap tickets. But anyway, Giants win. Come back 7-6. Can you give me the home run again? Give me the Thairo Estrada home run against Spadoni. The Thairo Estrada home run.
He hits a high fly ball left field. Hap at the ivy. Gone! Thairo Estrada launches one, a 3-run homer. And the Giants have gone ahead here in the ninth inning. He got it up into the wind.
And if there's ever a guy who needed that hit in that moment, it was Thairo Estrada. I felt like his confidence was dissipating a bit at the plate. He was having some terrible at-bats. He's been dropped in the lineup. Yeah. He's been batting 9th, 8th, 7th. Well, this is a guy we see in the two-hole for the most part. Now, obviously, Ramos has played very, very well. So he's going to get that spot in the two-hole, or even maybe lead off, or go back to the two-hole when Matos comes back. But Estrada needed that in the worst way. And it come through like that. And even Fleming on the broadcast said it. You never see Estrada show that much emotion.
No.
He was jacked after that home run.
Yeah, and the at-bat prior, the one where Yastrzemski struck out on 3 pitches when they had the bases loaded. I mean, some of these at-bats with runners in scoring position leading up to that Estrada home run were just so bad. He got hit by a pitch, and I could feel the weight of the world come off his shoulders. Like, thank God you hit me, because I don't think he wanted to. I don't think he wanted any part of that at bat. There was so much pressure in that moment for them to get a 2-out hit right there.
Yeah.
With the bases loaded, it was like, oh, we're gonna squander another opportunity, and he gets hit by the pitch, and it just kind of like you contribute, so you just like you calm down a little, and then to hit that 3-run shot in that moment. When they said in the postgame, and he said it to Dave Flame said it to Hunter Pence, that's the first home run to take the lead down 2 runs or more in the 8th inning or later since 2013. Hector Sanchez. I said, oh my God. First off, Hector Sanchez? I mean, he would fit right in with this current Giants team. That guy couldn't block anything.
Oh my gosh.
And then it has been in the era of home runs. The Giants haven't hit a 3-run homer to take the lead in the 8th inning or later in 11 years. I couldn't believe it.
That's tough. Before we get to Chris in San Jose, real quick, Bobby Marks and the rules of the offseason, because the finals are over. I just want to let Warrior fans know it's popping right now. Right now, what is allowed in the NBA is that the Warriors can negotiate with their own free agents. So that means right now there's a window that the Warriors can talk to Klay Thompson right now if they want to re-sign Klay. They can negotiate with the player on your roster that's also rookie extension eligible. You can start to talk to players on your roster that is rookie extension eligible, as well as negotiate with the player on your roster that is veteran extension eligible as of July 6th. So you know what? Steph Curry's eligible for an extension. Go figure.
Well, Kuminga, Moody.
Kuminga as well.
Those are 2 guys. Like outside of the Warriors, guys like Tyrese Maxey, Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, James Harden, LeBron James. Just a couple of the big boys. I mean, some of the money that's being attached to some of these players. Tyrese Maxey is eligible for a 5-year, $205 million extension.
And they're still going to have money to sign another max player.
Pascal Siakam, 4 years. He's looking for 4 years and over $40 million. Here's the one that I can't believe. OG Anunoby is going to probably decline his $19 million option. And he's going to try to double that money. He's looking for $38 to $44 million a year. OG Anunoby, a very solid player. Harden's looking for $3 and $90 at 35 years old. And then LeBron James has a $52 million option.
Exactly.
He's looking for $3 and $165.
And he might get it.
At 40.
And he might get it.
No, I think he will get it. And then that brings me to Kuminga. I've been very skeptical that Kuminga is quote unquote worth $30 million. But when I see these numbers for some of these other guys, you know,
but it's
$30 million, it's just kind of
it's not only that. It's not only that with Kuminga. It's what Kuminga could be in a couple years.
It's the projection.
And $30 million could be a bargain for Kuminga in the next couple years. Let's get to that. Let's bookmark that, though, because I just want to let people know that now the window is open for the Warriors to negotiate with Klay Thompson, also an extension for Steph Curry, and, of course, rookie extensions for Kuminga and Moody. Let's get to Chris in San Jose. Chris, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Just sitting in this wonderful Bay Area traffic right now, heading into work.
Is there still traffic? 6:40 in the morning?
237, 280. What are you on?
Yeah, I'm on 237 right now.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah. So some of us start a little bit later in the day, Bonta. Some of us don't start till 7. We don't have to get up and grind it. You know, get on the bus or whatever at 5:15 in the morning.
Yeah. No, that's tough.
I wanted to touch on some of the Giants stuff, and I it's a long season. I know it's when your team's kind of scuffling or not, like the Dodgers or the Yankees. It's easier to talk about the negative perspective. That gets a little bit more attention, I feel like. But I heard you guys talking about Jordan Hicks, and that's just a perfect example of where I think the Farhan scrutiny goes a little bit and we start attacking players and maybe not being as realistic with what the expectation should have been. Like you guys said, we're going into the dog days of summer. He's never started before. But if you extrapolate what he's done so far, and let's just say he gives you 30 starts, you're looking at a guy who gives you 30 starts, 150 innings with a sub-3 ERA. And I took a quick look, and you're talking about a starting pitcher who's in the upper third in the entire league in terms of what he's given you. But we lop him into the Yaz and the Slater, and he's not performing. When you're getting a guy 4 years, $40 million, untapped potential in his prime. So I don't know. I just feel like the far-on scrutiny kind of leaks maybe not having the glass pull.
No, Chris, you're cutting out, and I think Hicks has been a good signing. But the problem, again, it's not even Hicks's fault. When you have 3/5 of your rotation that's either out or can't get through 3 or 4 innings, you're demanding more of Jordan Hicks. Ideally, Jordan Hicks is a 4. This is one of the best signings in baseball, outside of Imaga, who's been amazing for the Cubs. Like, one of the best signings in baseball. But it's the totality of your rotation.
Is that a candidate?
I think you said MAGA, which is obviously Donald Trump. So it's Shota Imanaga.
Imanaga. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, that's a doobie,
guys.
Oh, that's a favorite.
I hate you guys.
That's a favorite right there. He just kept rolling too.
But Chris also has to acknowledge, when the day before your team uses 9 pitchers, even if you're having a good year, I'm asking you to go 6. Like, that's like at minimum. And so I just think it's really tough.
He's 11th in the league right now with a 2.82 ERA. Jordan Hicks. All right, we gotta go. We'll be right back. That's what's coming up. Well, I don't know what's coming up, but just stay here. We'll be back at 6:48, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises.
Now we got Luka Akua.
Make this the summer to go anywhere.
one of the best signings in baseball outside of Imaga, who's been amazing for the Cubs.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I did say Imaga.
It's Shota Imanaga.
I know, but I said Imaga. You guys said I said MAGA.
No, he said you said MAGA.
This is one of the best signings in baseball outside of Imaga, who's been amazing for the Cubs.
Imaga.
So I said like MAGA.
Hey, no, but on Jordan Hicks. Jordan Hicks, look, I want to talk about this. This is important.
This is important.
No, this is
Everybody stop the presses.
Yeah.
This is important.
Exactly.
Stop. It's the law.
I'm coming through.
This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber. It is very important. It's serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. It's very important. It's very important.
You can make the argument Jordan Hicks has been better than Logan Webb this year. For a variety of metrics, right? A variety of metrics that you use to measure and quantify how someone is pitched. ERA, whip, things like that. The reason why Logan Webb is so beloved in that clubhouse and why he brings so much value to your team is, you know, when you hand that guy the ball, I don't need as many of my bullpen guys on a given day, and it's going to take stress off the rest of the team. Not just for the day you pitch, but the day after and the day after that, all right? And that's part of being in a staff. That's part of going through the grind of a long season. I think Jordan Hicks right now on this team with Blake Snell, MIA, he's the 2. It's clear. It's very clear. And he's been really, really, really good. But there are certain days, and yesterday was one of them, where I'm like, hey, man, it's a 1-0 game. You've thrown 85 pitches, and I don't know whose decision this is, but it's like, I need you to go a couple more innings, or I at least need you to go back out there. Like, how many times in high school, college, whatever, pros, where you go, hey, you got one more in you? You got one, like, I'm going to try to ride you a little bit longer. It didn't feel like, to me, like he wanted to go longer. Now, I understand.
Well, I don't know about that. He spoke about that after the game. We're going to effort that sound. It was on Giants post game on NBC Sports Bay Area. Again, I had it on in the background. He was talking about it, and I heard something about pitch count or whatnot. So my guys will effort that because I do think he wants to throw more. But again, this is uncharted territory for the young man. Again, his next start, if he goes 5 or 6 innings,
no doubt,
he's going to eclipse his career highs in innings pitched in a season. And we're not even in July yet.
No,
we
but
got
that's
July,
not
August,
on Jordan
September.
Hicks.
That's not on Jordan Hicks.
To me, that's on when you assemble a staff. You need to bake into the equation that a guy is going to eclipse his innings.
But part of the problem is Blake Snell doesn't show up.
Well, no doubt.
Part of the problem is you're relying on Robbie Ray. Part of the problem is you thought Alex Cobb will be pitching at this point.
No doubt.
You thought Keaton Wynn would not have a stint on the IL. You also thought Kyle Harrison wouldn't twist his ankle in the weight room. So it's not all on Jordan Hicks. We got to have, like, I think Jordan Hicks, and Fleming touched on it last week with this. Dave Fleming, I asked Dave Fleming about it last week. There are conversations on how to limit the workload. I can see Jordan Hicks, and I've been saying this for the last month and a half now, looking at his innings pitch and looking at his career high, he hasn't pitched this many innings since his rookie year. All right?
I understand that. But
So when I'm looking at Jordan Hicks, I'm saying, I'm getting 5 now. In my head, he's going to be in the bullpen by August, and he's going to be a right arm coming out that bullpen, and that'd be a secret weapon for the Giants because I think Blake Snell will get back and he'll start rolling. Robbie Ray, I know I'm putting too much pressure on him, but I think Robbie Ray is a guy who could maybe give you 5 or 6 a start. So I'm not going to freak out about Jordan Hicks only going 5 last night.
All I'm saying is, Bonte, like, no one's freaking out. What I'm saying is like in a game where you're literally, where you go 5 innings and haven't given up a run, and it feels fairly stressful.
90 degrees out there.
What?
90 degrees out there. We'll ask Elliot Ramos in 920 how hot it was out there. That jersey was wet. All right, that thing was soaked. It was like a Super Soaker 5000. Just
you can't give me 20 more pitches, 15 more pitches. I mean,
in that heat, and you're facing the middle of an order. The lineup is flipping around.
This is where modern baseball. Like I understand theoretically on pitch counts. What I'm saying is when you're working out of the windup and you're not in the stretch in every single inning, like it would be different if he was at 85 pitches through 3 and he's struggling to get through them. To me, I just wanted to see him go back out there.
85 pitches in that weather may be different than 85 pitches in 60-degree weather. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's humid. It's hot. You see the jersey.
There are 12-year-olds that will be playing this week.
We're back to Little League. Oh, God.
Am I wrong?
This guy pitches 5 innings. He's about to eclipse a career high.
84 pitches.
He gave 87. 87 pitches. 87 pitches. That's his limit. What do you expect from the guy? You got your 5. I got you 5. What do you guys expect?
How many of those are breaking balls? How many of those are putting stress on the elbow? So like that. This is where the raw pitch limit, I will never agree to it, because to me, there's so many other factors, and that's where I want to have follow-up. You can't just tell me he's at his pitch limit. It's like, well, wait a minute.
He walked 4 guys. He allowed 8 base runners yesterday, Shasky, in 5 innings.
And he had the bases loaded in one of those innings, so I don't think every single one of those innings was stressed.
But there's high-stress innings, though. You walk 4 guys.
You're right.
No, I'm not trying to be right. I'm just trying to make the argument. You're nitpicking about Jordan Hicks.
No, I'm not nitpicking. Crazy. I'm saying on
this guy's never done this before.
When you use 9 bullpen guys, I'm asking the next day's starter unfairly. I admit this on the front end. I need you to go a little farther. And I'll worry about resting you down the line in a day where they haven't given up a run. And I know that my bullpen's taxed. After a weekend where I taxed my bullpen, that is the essence of managing a staff.
I hear you, but I'm also trying to win a baseball game. I'm doing what I got to do to win a baseball game. And Bob Melvin felt like, or whoever it was, Farhan Zaidi, that Randy Rodriguez was best suited to come into the 6th inning. Now, unfortunately, he gave up the 2-run jack. It sucks. But in that 5th inning, let's just go through the 5th inning again. All right, he gets a grounder. He walks a guy, gives up a single, and then obviously Bellinger hits the sac fly. You thought it was a sac fly, and you get the double play. That's a high-stress inning there in the bottom of the 5th inning.
I don't know, man. I thought he was ready to go. The one thing you don't want to do is take out a guy who hasn't given up a run. The other dugout's going to say, we just want to see someone different. That's just the way I view it. And I think one more inning to at least start the inning off was not some crazy thing in a tight game. Especially given that, again, you used 9 relievers the day before.
Even after you threw 18 pitches in that 5th inning? In that heat?
18 pitches? 18 is 18? That's a good inning.
It's not bad.
That's a good inning. If it was 28 or 30, I would agree with you.
18 pitchings? You pitching from the white.
Before they even started that inning, they were complaining about how many pitches he's on. I'm like, guys, he's at 71 to start the inning. What are we talking about?
It's the middle of June. I'm not trying to push this guy. He's never done this before. It's the middle of freaking June. I'm trying to have this guy last through September.
Arms are
chopping like.
Yeah, but I never think it's one inning. It's the totality of the workload, and you worry about giving him rest down the line in the middle of the game. Let's try to win the game.
Well, they ended up winning the game 7-6.
Oh, it was a zigzag.
They ended up winning the game 7-6. So you got Logan Webb today, and it's going to be hot again, and it's going to be humid, and it's a little different when it's Tim Lincecum for all those years couldn't pitch in the humidity. I remember out there in D.C. for a 3-game series out in 4th of July. It was hot and humid, and poor Timmy couldn't even get out the damn 4th inning. Was struggling, and I remember the broadcast. I was listening on the radio, and they were just like, Timmy in the heat. It's not a good combination. Okay,
but let's also remember that like Timmy averaged like 117 pitches.
I hear you, but the heat is different, man. 87 pitches in that heat, that humidity. Look at the jersey.
That's fine. But we're acting like the Cubs don't go through that, or all the other teams in baseball don't go through that.
The Giants don't go through that, though. The Giants don't go through that. I'm not going to nitpick
I'm not taking my starter out of the game when he hasn't given up a run and he's at 85 pitches.
Even after high stress, the way I operate. You got a high stress inning in the 5th inning?
It wasn't high stress. High stress is giving up runs.
They barely got out the inning. Yaz had to make a great throw at home plate. Yaz had to make a great throw.
All right, Bonte, you're right.
I'm not trying to be right. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
Well, but I'm telling you what my baseball principles are. And my baseball principles,
and I disagree with that principle.
Okay, then you're going to be yanking starters and you're going to have no bullpen.
No. I'm not about yanking. I'm the guy who's been yelling about going 6 innings, saving the pin, not going to the pin. But I actually understand it from last night's point of view. When you watch the game and you look at what's going on, and Jordan Hicks is a diabetic. The guy's been sick every other damn start. He's sick every damn start. The jerseys... It looked like the jersey weighed more than his ass, and he's sitting out there struggling on the mound looking weak. He got pulled after 5. We live another day. I'm just hoping the guy can make it through July. He's never pitched this. He's never been in this situation. We don't know what we're going to get from Jordan Hicks, so I'm just praying that we 5 and no runs. Thank the heavens. I'm waiting for the guy's arm to fall off because he's never done this before. Think about it.
No, I'm not waiting for his arm to fall. He's a professional. He's ready to go. If the guy can't throw 100 pitches, I mean, what are we doing here, right? Like, I'll worry about finding spots where he doesn't have to start down the line, like they did with Kyle Harrison. You could find a way to manipulate your rotation and get a 6-man rotation or whatever it is.
You do realize that through 2018 and 2023, he started 8 games in his career.
what I signed him to be a starter. Like, what does that have to do with what I've forecasted him to do? Like, on a day when I give you the ball, I'm hoping that you can get me through 6. On this day, the day before when I've used 9 relievers.
The guy threw 65 innings. The guy threw 65 innings last season. He's already up to 76, which is 1 inning short of his career high, which was back in 2018. 2019, he threw 28 innings. 2020, didn't pitch. 2021, he threw 10. 2022, he threw 61. 2023, he threw 20. 2023, he combined for the 65 innings because he got traded to Toronto. He's never done this before. This is uncharted territory for the young man. His arm's probably feeling heavy right now. I don't know, man. I don't know. I would love for him to go 6. I would love for him to go 6 innings, but it's today's baseball, I guess. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to nitpick about last night because watching the game, I'm thinking, boy, this guy, I don't know if he could go one more. That's what I thought. And I'm always watching pitch counts because I love a guy to go 6 or 7. I'm old school when it comes to baseball. I hate this 5 and dime stuff. They brought in
Randy Rodriguez, he's been taxed heavily over the last week, just straight up, actually the last month since he's come up, and he immediately gave up the lead. Right, and then it's not even on Randy Rodriguez at that point. Like, I need my starters again. I'm using 3/5 of my rotation right now with random spot starters, and I'm praying that Keaton Winn can get out of the 2nd inning right now. So I'm gonna demand a little more from Jordan Hicks.
We got the Hicks down. Let's hear from Hicks on pitching in the brutal conditions yesterday. Brutal conditions.
I didn't really notice it. There was one slider I hung, and I thought I might not see that ball again, but I just think he just missed it. Got it in the air, but overall, I just feel like my sinker was working well today, and splitter off that was pretty nice. Slider got going second half of the game.
Velocity this season and moving forward.
I think I might have said it a few times throughout the year. Like my last year in the minor leagues, I got a scouting report from another team, and they were like anywhere from 89 to 99. It's not that I'm trying to embrace it, but when I'm going more innings, like there's, especially when you have both, there's different situations where everything a 98 might play or a 92 might play. So I wouldn't say expect, just don't know what to expect. I thought I was throwing it firm in that bullpen today, pregame. But it's just an indoor bullpen. It was loud. So in my head, I was like, all right, I got 96 today. And what came out was like 93, 94. So you could ask me at the beginning of the day, and I probably couldn't tell you.
What do you make out of that?
Well, he's obviously tapered back how hard he's throwing. When he was a bullpen guy, he would throw 101, 102. He has like 3 of the fastest pitches in baseball recorded history in terms of velocity. Yeah. And when I watch him start, it feels like he's holding back a little, which is a good thing because he's trying to pace himself. And so I just look at like how hard he's throwing in terms of max effort or non-max effort, and I thought he could go a little longer.
Here's what Bob Melvin said about the inconsistent strike zone yesterday that everybody was crying about.
It's a little hard, but you know what? Umpiring's not an easy job, and both sides have to deal with it. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't, but you have to put that away and still look for a good pitch to hit, and if it's not there, try to get on base, especially when you're behind like that. You get a couple guys on base, and one big swing, and we end up winning the game.
I think for me, whether it's the bullpen, the starters, falling behind in counts, like that has been the bugaboo. And we could argue about the robot umps or the human umps that are making bad decisions on what a strike is, what is. These guys are all over the place. They're all over the place, and they're not attacking because they're being used a lot. And so I look at the bullpen as a whole right now, and you had to give the Rogers brothers the day off because you used them all weekend, right? And I think that maybe you go to one of the Rogers brothers later on in that game, in that situation, but because you used 9 guys the day before, and I believe that like 6 the day before that.
They've used the bullpen all weekend.
You're just up against it.
That's why I think Jordan Hicks will be great in his bullpen. That's going to be a shot in the arm for them at some point this season. I don't see him starting 30 games for this team. I'd be shocked if he did. He's at 15 starts so far this season. I know he signed here to be a starter. I would be a little surprised if he had 30 starts.
They're going to. Yeah, I don't think they're going to start 30 times. He's going to be like in the 20 to 23 range.
And that's fine. He goes to the bullpen as a right arm. You help out the Rogers brothers. You help out Duvall. Maybe you're a 6th inning guy. Maybe you're a 7th inning guy. Maybe you could eat up 2 innings at some point later in the season. So I see what the Giants are doing. You gotta manage this workload, man, because again, you got to protect the player from himself. I'm sure if he went out there for the 6th inning, he would have been juiced. He would have been fine. Bob Melvin probably would have been fine with it. But it's a long-term play in a long season. We're mid-June, Chasky. Mid-June.
Yeah, but you can go out there and have a 4-pitch inning. You could go out there and walk the first guy and yank him out. Like that's just the way I view it.
Didn't look like he was going to have a 4-pitch inning with the way he throws.
Well, you just never know. You never know. That's part of baseball.
And then he could have a 20 pitch and he could give up a 5 spot.
Well, you can yank him before that. You can yank him on the very first batter.
Yeah, but then all of a sudden you're like, damn, why do you even start? Now the leadoff hitters are coming in. Now the leadoff hitters on. And then the bullpen's coming in. So I hear that, but I don't know. Oh, I think we're nitpicking here. Elliot Ramos is going to join us at 9:20. Elliot Ramos at 9:20 is going to be a lot of fun. He's got 7 home runs in the month of June. 7 home runs and 18 RBIs. He's batting over 380 in the month of June. He is on fire right now. Now, NBA offseason is about to be on fire as well. Because the Celtics.
All the sacrifice, handling the enormous weight of massive expectations, ends tonight here. It's over. Time to say it again, Boston. Anything's possible. Banner number 18 has been secured. The Celtics are NBA champions.
The Celtics with their 18th banner, the most in NBA history, as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate, auto loan, apply online to just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. The Celtics go 16-3 in the playoffs. We could say they had an easy road, no doubt about it, but they took full advantage of it, and they smoked the Mavericks in 5 games. A blowout last night as Peyton Pritchard gave them a 21-point lead at the half with the half-court buzzer-beating heave. Tatum balled out. Jaylen Brown, your finals MVP. Bill Russell Award finals MVP out of Cal Berkeley, of course. Good for the Celtics. They win, and now they're loaded. They're locked and loaded. And are the Warriors locked and loaded? Because now at the end of the finals, it is time. Soon as the finals is over, midnight, the Warriors now have an opportunity to negotiate with their own free agent and Klay Thompson, negotiate with a player on the roster that is rookie extension eligible. We're looking at Jonathan Kuminga, and we're looking at Moses Moody, and then negotiate with the player on your roster that is a veteran extension eligible as of July 6th, which is Stephen Curry. So as of right now, the big name, of course, is what's going to happen with Klay Thompson. But quick, your thoughts on the NBA Finals and any beef over the Finals MVP, because I know people are going to make a big deal about that.
It already feels like Jason Tatum is going to go through the Steph Curry dilution, where nationally they're just not going to give him any love. He was the best player on the Celtics all year. Right. And Jaylen Brown had a great finals. He had a great Eastern Conference finals as well. I thought they were the best team all year. I wanted to see them, do it in the playoffs, and they did it in the playoffs. It doesn't matter who was in front of them. Dallas, I was shocked at how Jaylen took on the matchup of Luka very personally, and it felt like Luka was exhausted yesterday. And then they put Luka in the action all day, every day. And they were a great pairing all year, and it makes a lot of sense. When you get into these playoff matchups, though, Luka and Kyrie, I just wonder, having an ISO guy like Kyrie, he can set up for others, but he's more of like an ISO spot-up shooter type of a guy, try to cut to the rim or drive to the rim, excuse me. Maybe they need like an athlete alongside Luka, because they both are deficient defensively, and I thought that that 5-wide offense for Boston, Dallas had no answers for it whatsoever. And so there's a lot of questions that I have about Dallas and just the West in general. And, OKC is going to probably make moves, and Denver, who knows what they end up doing. I don't know what Dallas ends up doing, but looking at Boston, it's like, that is the team to beat right now. They've got really good perimeter defense. Drew Holiday was outstanding. I think the East is theirs for quite some time.
Yeah. Let's see what Philadelphia does. Let's see what Orlando does. Let's see what Cleveland does. But no, they're set up with Drew Holiday, a great perimeter defender who was, every time I looked up, Drew Holiday was grabbing an offensive rebound. Every time I looked up, he was grabbing a 50-50 ball. And the most, what? And we're going to talk about that backcourt. Derek White has come a long way. A long way. So Derek White and Drew Holiday both with 8 rebounds last night. Drew Holiday had 11 rebounds, 15, 11, and 4 offensive rebounds. Derek White had 4 offensive rebounds. They dominate the boards against the Dallas Mavericks, 51-35. And the way they defended Luka, you talked about Jaylen Brown taking that matchup personally. You heard the sounds of the game where he's mic'd up. He goes, "Is Luka in? If Luka's in, I'm in. If Luka's in, I'm in." And every time they try to run that high pick and roll around half court, Boston just blitzed it. They blitzed it and got the ball out of Luka's hands, and he was befuddled last night. The physicality got to him. The way they attacked him as the best player and probably, the most talented player that year is no doubt, but it doesn't matter. You need the best team. And the best team was the Boston Celtics. The way they just involved them in every single action, even if they didn't make it, they made Luka work and work and work and work, and then blitzing him on that high pick and roll and getting the ball out of his hands. You saw Horford and Brown trapping him at half court multiple times last night. What a game plan for ball. And Joe Mazzulla, youngest head coach to win an NBA championship since Bill Russell back in 69, 35 years old. Wow. Boston is set up.
Mazzulla putting Tatum on their bigs early in the series, really stifled Dallas. They didn't really have a changeup. And then the inability for both Luka and Kyrie to get anything off the dribble against those individual defenders, it had like a Warrior feel to it where like the Warriors couldn't break anyone off the dribble outside of Steph Curry. I don't know. It's interesting how matchups work in the playoffs. All your flaws get exposed by certain teams.
No doubt. Would Minnesota have given Boston a better series? Probably. Would Denver have given Boston a better series? Probably. But you know what?
I think Boston was the best team.
Boston is the best team. They were the best. I would have loved to see Denver, Boston. That would have been a lot of fun. What would they have done with the Joker?
A 7-game series against one of those teams, the health of Porzingis is much more important.
They didn't need Porzingis last night. He only played 16 minutes. Oh man, Al Horford gets his ring. 17 years in the league. But that backcourt of Drew Holiday and Derek White, that is a tenacious backcourt defensively. Derek White, we saw him a couple years ago in the finals. That's the weak link. And how about the Celtics saying, you know what? We're going to keep Derek White.
Yeah.
We'll trade Marcus Smart, who was a defensive player of the year.
That's who I felt bad for.
Well, Grant Williams in the locker room last night trying to high side with the Boston Celtics. Dude, Grant, you've been on 2 teams now. Stay out the locker room.
Well, but Marcus Smart was such a good Celtic for so long. I do feel when a guy's there for that long and then you're ended up getting dealt and they win it all, I just feel bad for him.
Yeah, I don't. I don't.
Biggest loser yesterday for me, Ime Udoka. Talk about fumbling the bag of trying to get a championship. I mean, I know they did good things with the Houston Rockets, but man, that team looks primed for years to come now.
How about that? Joe Mazzulla was the 4th assistant on that team a couple years ago against the Golden State Warriors. The 4th assistant. And he interviewed for the Utah Jazz job. It went over to the other Celtics assistant,
I didn't know that.
Will Hardy. Will Hardy got the job, so Mazzulla's hanging around. Ime gets basically suspended 5 days before trading camp. It's like, hey, Joe, you ready for the job? And Brad Stevens, the architect of that team, all the trades he made to assemble that roster, they bring in Drew Holiday, to bring in Kristaps Porzingis, and to bring in Derek White. Well done, Brad Stevens. Now the Celtics are set up, and they look primed to maybe make a run at going back-to-back here. So the Celtics win the championship. We'll talk some free agency. We got Elliot Ramos coming up at 9:20. He is on fire right now. Maybe he is making an all-star push. Maybe it is time to start looking up at the all-star game. If the Giants do win, and it is Logan Webb Day, that means it's win day for the Giants. So we'll get into free agency here, pick it up on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises.
and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
What up, Larry June? What up? What up, Roasters? Good morning to everybody out there. Elliot Ramos will join us. I almost said star right fielder for the Giants or star outfielder for the Giants, but you know what? This guy is swinging the bat very, very well in the month of June. 7 home runs, 18 RBI, batting .382 in the month. He's a candidate for National League Player of the Month. By the way, Luis Matos has got National League Player or Minor League Player of the Week down at AAA Sacramento. So I think it's just a matter of time before he comes up. This text here, Shasky, from the Xfinity Mobile text line, 407. The Niners and Celtics are similar in a lot of ways. A lot of talent, find ways of playing down and choking in the most critical moments. The Celtics finally broke through. It's the Niners' turn to exercise the demons. Let's get 6. I don't know if they have any correlation together, but
I don't know.
No. That's going too far.
By the way, Trent Brooks, look at that on the screen.
Oh, the pop up on that play. You're looking at the Trent Brooks is playing first base, Estrada's in second base, and Randy Rodriguez is on the mound. They got a 3-2 lead, and there's just a pop up in the somewhere off the pitcher's mound in the vortex between second base and first base. Trent comes flying over like he's going to get it. I can't tell if he's calling it like verbally, but he doesn't show like he's just camped underneath it. And then as it's coming down, he just gives up on it. And here comes Estrada. I'll say the same thing every time. If it's the shortstop takes priority, blah, 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 blah. Maybe it should have been Estrada's ball. I don't know. But once you're camped underneath it, somebody make a play. If you're camped underneath it, just someone call it, be demonstrative, take control, catch that ball. It's just ridiculous.
It was pretty ridiculous.
Trent Brooks, he had such a bad at-bat. There was one out, bases loaded, and it's 0-2. He doesn't get into the batter's box in time, so he gets a called strike right away. And then, gets another strike thrown at him, so it's 0-2, and he's check swinging. Just their 2-strike approach. Oh, so frustrating yesterday. That's why the Estrada home run was so big.
I'm looking at another text here. Luka quit. Luka quit as we bring it back to basketball. And I'm wondering now. You see these moments where a star player loses in the NBA Finals, and you want to see how they bounce back. LeBron in 2011 losing to the Dallas Mavericks. How does he bounce back? Some of the stars, when you lose your first time around, how do you bounce back? How did Magic bounce back? Now, he already had 2 championship rings, but when he lost to the Celtics in '84, he was as depressed as he's ever been. Couldn't leave the house for like 30 days. He was just depressed. How does Luka bounce back from this? As we look at the league, and I thought overall a lot of people complained about the playoffs and, it was boring. Look, the conference finals, Timberwolves had a lead going into the fourth quarter for the first 4 games. Didn't work out for them. They lose in 5. The Pacers-Celtics series was a wipeout. We know that. And it lost its luster. It did, with the big layoff going into the NBA Finals. But I thought overall in these playoffs, it was a good glimpse for Warrior fans to see, oh, wow, okay, this league is getting younger. It is getting more athletic. Look at all these 6'7", 6'8", wing defenders that are giving people hell. We saw the Jaden McDaniels of the world, Jaylen Brown, all these good, Derek White with the Dallas Mavericks.
They got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
We got Jaden, and he wasn't lying. Jaden McDaniels did his thing in the playoffs, by the way, looking at Wrigley Field. That's outside of the third baseline. It's a really cool area right there. We could run around and have some fun, like a little Thrive City, mini Thrive City. Anyway, Luka Doncic, how do you think he's going to bounce back from this? Because he got exposed in so many ways of being kind of lazy, playing defense with his hands down, and Boston took it to him. What kind of shape is he going to be in coming into next season?
I don't know. I don't know. He's going to obviously have to work on conditioning, but he's still even if he gets his body in total shape, which is tough to do in one off season, but it's plausible. He's also just so ball dominant. He's going to wear himself down. And the fact he got this far using what I would say a version of the James Harden method, it is a litmus test of does that style of basketball play for 8 months?
It doesn't.
I don't know.
It doesn't.
I would bet against it, if I'm being honest with you. I would bet against it. And then, not that Kyrie and him can't work, but in terms of the long-term view, I don't think you can have two players who are ball dominant and poor defenders in your backcourt.
No,
I think one of the two has to be an athlete.
Yeah, and
that's where I look at the Curry, like who plays alongside Curry, very important, because I think whoever plays alongside Curry, as much as hitting shots, spacing the floor offensively, can you lock up somebody in the half court and be an athlete?
I think moving forward, too, instead of Luka just having the ball and bringing the ball off the floor so much, how do you cut down his usage rate? I would put him down on the block a lot more. His post-up game is very, very good. Get him on the mid-post, get him on the elbow, and let him go to work instead of just being at the top of the key or at the three-point line. Now, I know he's a solid three-point shooter. Not a great three-point shooter, but a solid three-point shooter who could get hot with the best of them. But I would put him down on the block. His footwork is really good. He's got the fadeaway. He's got the step back. Get on the block and get another guard in there who could play make for him and facilitate the offense a little bit better. I think that's moving forward for Dallas. But, when you talk about Steph Curry and who to pair him alongside, and I'm thinking about Jonathan Kuminga. I'm thinking about Kuminga going into his fourth season. And look, I would say he had a very good third season. I think he showed that he could play in this league at a high level. Now, how high can that level get for Jonathan Kuminga? Can he become that defender like Jaylen Brown? Can he become a shooter like Jaylen Brown? I think that, when you look at Jaylen Brown, I think that's where Kuminga needs to watch. He's 6'7", 6'8", just like Jaylen Brown. He's strong and physical. And you look at the way Jaylen Brown plays, he's got the nice little 10-foot midi, the 10-foot little mid-range jumper. He can step out and hit the three. Kuminga, I wonder if he studied Jaylen Brown at all. I know he loves Kevin Durant. He loves Kobe Bryant. But if he could become any type of version of Jaylen Brown, maybe that's the type of guy you pair with Stephen Curry. I don't know.
No, it's interesting you referenced Jaylen Brown as a comp because I went and did a little deep dive on Jaylen Brown's career, thinking that I just thought he had more runway early on in his career, and I was actually wrong about that. Jaylen Brown, if you look at it, 20, 21, 22. Those were his first 3 years in the league. He averaged 6, 15, and 13 points a game. And then he jumps up in year 4, where he starts every game of that season, the 50s. This is the COVID year. He goes up to 20. And he's really never looked back since then. Yeah. 20 points a game, 25 a game, 24 a game, 27 a game, 23 a game. And he's become a perennial all-star. And I think with that, perimeter defense and all those other things that we've talked about, he's added more dribbling. He's not the greatest dribbler, but more.
He got better. He got better.
He has gotten better. He's added that to his game. To me, his tenacity on defense is excellent, and his ability to not accept the switch. That was the thing to me that really stuck out. Like, no, I'm going to fight through this screen, and I'm staying with Luka, and I am taking this on. To take that same leap, they need to carve out the minutes, and they have to allow the growth for Kuminga, because the scoring is already there. The athleticism is there. Now it's consistency and the tolerance level of the others around him and the head coach to let him kind of figure it out on the fly.
Well, I'm looking at his shot attempts. Jaylen Brown, his first 3 years, 5 shot attempts his rookie year, 11 shot attempts his second year, and 11 shot attempts his third year. Then it jumps up to 15, 19, 18, 20, 18. And I can recall back at Oracle Arena, the Celtics came in to beat the Warriors one night. They had Avery Bradley, they had Isaiah Thomas, and they had a young Jaylen Brown. He could have been a rookie that year. And remember, he got into it with Stephen Curry. He was defending him. Steph Curry hit a 3 in his face, and they started chirping. I remember the Celtics were talking about it after the game. It was like, well, if it was Avery Bradley, they wouldn't talk like that or whatnot. But the young Jaylen Brown was finding his way early on, and the Celtics early on with Brad Stevens, when he was the head coach there, would put Jaylen Brown on top offensive players, even as a young player. So he's been the trial by fire for Jaylen Brown as an elite defender has been going on for a long, long time. And to see the evolution of his game, because remember, he was picked number 3 a year before Jason Tatum got picked third overall by the Boston Celtics. And Jaylen Brown was a project coming out of Cal. It was a project. You didn't know what he was. Is he a 2? Is he a 3? How's this game going to translate? Danny Ainge really took a shot at him. I remember it was very controversial, but they took him number 3 overall.
Athlete first.
Yep.
Not the skill player. I mean, very similar to Kuminga in terms of you're getting a raw athlete. Yep. And you have to mold that guy into it. And I think one of the things that is hard to not unsee is Kuminga, like Jaylen Brown, they crash into people.
Yep.
They just do. And they have such a broad shoulder chest area. Jaylen Brown would get picked and sometimes run into someone, get a charge or whatever. He's really he's tapered that off in the last couple of years. That's like Kuminga's calling card is crashing into people.
Well, I think Kuminga, though, if he studies Jaylen Brown as a template, and maybe it's not Jaylen Brown, maybe it's other players. Well, I'm looking at Jaylen Brown last night and just saying, wow, because you talking about the $30 million with the extension with Jonathan Kuminga, and I think it will be a bargain because I do think if he has the runway and the ability, the green light to do what he does offensively, he's going to score 20 to 25 a game. We saw him score 20. Once he got run, once the calendar flipped to 2024, it was basically a 20-point-per-game score. But that's nothing. And getting to the free throw line. But how do you evolve? How do you involve others? How do you pass? How do you have the feel of the game? When do you go ISO? One thing that Don Nelson always did with Tim Hardaway Sr. was, hey, Timmy, I know you can get your shot at any point. And Kuminga's getting to that point where he could get his shot at any point of the game. He's not quite there yet, but he's getting closer and closer and closer. But when Tim Hardaway Sr. had it, Don Nelson would tell Timmy Sr., hey, man, pass it around first. Ball will get back to you, and then you go. But first, let's work it around and see what's going on because I know you can get your shot. And that's where Kuminga has to get a better feel of the offense, especially to read and react. Know when to go ISO, know when to go try to dunk on somebody's head. Feel the game out a little bit more, and he's getting closer and closer to doing that.
Here's where I think it's difficult. All that makes a lot of sense, and I agree with a lot of the stuff we're talking about here. But you can't go into next season and Kuminga to be the potential to be your number 2 player. That just
might have to be your number 3.
No, no, that's what you want. I mean, in terms of scoring in the half court, right? That's most people would say that's not getting much done.
Got to see it, right? I mean, what is?
Bonte, if you're
obviously you have to see the rest of the roster.
Yes, but I'm saying if you're rolling out in terms of a number 2 scorer, which has been one of their problems, I think he can be a number 2 scorer. But the beauty of a team like the Boston Celtics. Drew Holiday, anything you get offensively is like gravy, Porzingis can be on any given night your second leading scorer or your fourth leading scorer, right? Derek White can be your second leading scorer or your fourth leading scorer on a given night. So, they don't have enough punch outside of Steph to just say, Kuminga be our number 2. If they had another...
It's not that easy to just be the number 2, but I think we're so helped by having that bona fide co-star, blah, blah. Kuminga, why couldn't he do it offensively? Now I'm intrigued. Because at times last year offensively, he was your number 2 scorer. Hell, even Draymond Green said it. He's our second best player right now.
But that was...
And they had their best stretch of basketball last year when he was doing that.
Okay, but again, you're rolling into just a hypothetical, and I don't want to play consequentialist here, but you're rolling into some sort of a playoff matchup against Minnesota or Denver. Just right now, it's hard for me to envision you knocking one of those teams off with JK as your number 2 in the half-court offense. That's all.
It depends. It also depends on what the rest of the roster looks like, right? Now, if he's playing with other, on this current roster, you need to make changes.
That's what I'm saying.
You need to make changes.
Can't roll out there Wiggins is going to be our 3 and we can trust him.
But no, I'm working under the assumption that the Warriors aren't going to make big moves.
That I agree with.
Or at least try to make big moves. And the big move may not be what we all think, a big move. We're going to go get a top 15 player. No. I do believe it will look different. How do you build a team around Steph? You still have Draymond Green. I don't think Draymond Green's going anywhere. And then you have the Klay decision. Again, as of now, folks, the Warriors can negotiate with Klay Thompson. They can negotiate with Klay Thompson right now on a new deal. That was that opened up at midnight last night. So right now, they could talk to Klay Thompson and work out a new contract. They could also negotiate with the player on the roster that is rookie extension eligible. Can also negotiate with Steph Curry if you want to give him a veteran extension as of July 6th. So a lot of things going on. What is not allowed is you can't negotiate with a free agent not on your roster. That can't happen until June 30th at 3 o'clock West Coast time. Announcing publicly that a team and free agent have reached agreement on a contract. The first allowable date is July 6th at midnight. A minute after midnight, I should say, East Coast time. And in violation of the rules, you could get fined up to $2 million, forfeit draft picks, or suspension of team personnel. So right now, the Warriors can't talk to Klay Thompson. Do you think...
well, there's another guy, too, that they're negotiating with right now. It sounds like they're negotiating with Chris Paul as to whether they're going to work out. Him. So, basically, he has $30 million that they can guarantee by June 28th, which is 10 days from now. But they're trying to negotiate some sort of a provision in the clause to extend it out so they can explore trades and then figure that out. That way he gets his $30 million because Chris Paul wants that $30 million. I don't know how many teams are giving him $30 million. He wants that $30 million and he wants to be able to kind of control where he goes. So they're trying to figure that. So that's another element of what's going on right now. Because I'm looking at that Chris Paul $30 million, and if they choose to use it and they could find some sort of a trade partner, I mean, there are guys out there that you could work out some sort of a sign and trade, like Nick Claxton, DeMar DeRozan, KCP, Royce O'Neal. These are other potential free agents that are looking for certain money. That again, these aren't the sexiest names.
No. But I'll say something about Nico Collins in Brooklyn. Sources tell me that Brooklyn is not going to let him out.
Nick Claxton?
Nick Claxton, I mean.
Okay.
Who'd I say?
Nico Collins.
I said Nico Collins from Texas. Did you say Nico Collins? Nick Claxton.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Whatever.
That's good
Nick
to know.
Claxton.
All right.
Yeah.
Because he's looking for like $400 million. I'm like, that's a lot of money. The Suns situation is interesting. I don't think Chris Paul's going to the Suns, but Royce O'Neal is a solid role player. He is. He's just a solid role player. But they can't sign anyone for more than the minimum if they don't sign him because this goes back to we're not the only team in kind of luxury cap hell here. The Suns are as well. So the Suns are in a very weird spot. They're a team that could either keep everything together and keep Royce O'Neal, or they could be moving guys, Booker or Durant or something. Who knows? Maybe Bradley Beal. There's just so many options.
Well, I think it's going to be chaotic in the NBA. I don't know if the Suns are going to trade Booker. That's the one guy you don't trade. If you're going to move off somebody, it's either Bill or Durant. I don't think they're going to take the old guys. Like,
you would think, right?
I don't think they'll trade Devin Booker. Wow, that would be asinine.
Like KCP has always been a guy that I thought.
I love him.
I would too, and he's looking for $20 to $25 million. He has a player option for $15 million that he's probably going to decline. Rumors are that he's searching for somewhere in the range of 4 for $97.
Yeah, he wants big money.
Now he's a guy like if you just watch the playoffs the last 4 or 5 years, he's a contributor. I mean, he's streaky in terms of offense.
But you pay for him for his defense.
Yeah.
You pay for him to guard the Stephs. You pay for him to guard the Lucas.
I like him.
You pay for him to guard the top offensive player.
I like
He's
KCP.
He's not for 4 for 97. I don't like him that much.
I'm with you there, but
I love him that
Bonte,
much. But I like him. I don't like him for that much.
Looking at again, this is where we're like kind of where the Warriors are. You're either going to overpay for somebody in some weird trade scenario, or you're getting a player with some flaws.
No
so
doubt.
like it's not going to be these perfect players.
No, it's not. It's not. So my question is,
I'm gonna check him off.
Well, no, I'm just sources told me in Brooklyn that they're really high on him. Yeah. They're really high on him.
Okay. What about DeRozan? I think replacing Clay, whoever if that ends up happening, that person is going to be through the microscope.
Well, it's interesting with Clay. This is what I went through my head. As soon as the window opened last night, one is Clay's phone on Do Not Disturb. Is it on silent? Is it loud? Is the ringer on?
Who's his agent?
It's the Wasserman Group. Somebody from the Wasserman Group, which is Bob Meyer's former agency.
Gotcha.
So the Wasserman Group. So where's Clay going to be at? We were talking about Clay's defense, and everybody talks about his defense, and the way he has to play defense is he needs the sideline, he needs the baseline, he needs the out of bounds, he needs to use angles, and he needs rim protection so he can funnel his player into a shot blocker or a guy who could really contest the rim. That's where Clay is at right now. That's where he's at with his defense. Think about some of the two guards like Dan Marley, our very own Chris Mullin, who aren't lockdown defenders, but they use their angles, they use the sideline, they use the baseline to help their defense and also funnel those players into rim protectors and shot blockers. I wonder if Joe Lacob and company have already called him because rumors were that they hadn't been negotiating together. Now that the window's open, are both groups going back to the table? How's that conversation going? Hey, Clay, remember that 2 for 48? Well, here's 3 for 70. What about that? I don't know. I'm just throwing numbers out there.
Yeah.
But I do wonder how that conversation's going right now because that window is open. Because if they really wanted Klay Thompson, the announcement come in June 30th or whatnot, Klay Thompson gets this or that. But according to Shams Charania, he's going to test the waters. He's going to test the waters. I just wonder what the Warriors are going to do right now. Or do they even want him back? Are they ready to move on? Are they ready to tweak the system?
I don't know. This one's a really tough one to read. It does feel like, and you keep referencing Joe Lacob, it sure as heck feels to me like we've entered, especially with Bob Myers not here and everything, like this is really now on ownership to kind of reshape, pivot, and see where we're going here. This is the last embers of the dynasty. It's burning out. Right? We can all see it. It's not going to last forever. The bonfire will end at some point. But how you kind of pivot here late, I think it is all on Joe Lacob. I mean, he's the one who kept Draymond, and he admitted that to us, and he said that over and over again. He is going to make some sort of a decision on Andrew Wiggins. I feel like he's going to be one of the guys to be out the door. Will he come in at the last minute and do what he did with Draymond and retain Klay Thompson? I don't know. I don't know how the fans will accept that or not accept that.
Well, here's what Joe Lacob said back on October 18th of 2023 when he walked into the studio and did an hour with us. Here's what Joe Lacob said about Klay's contract and the big three.
Well, I hope it's not a distraction. I mean, we're not in control of this. I mean, there's two sides to every negotiation. We want him back. He wants to be back. It's kind of like Draymond.
Right.
I think you guys, everyone needs to just chill a little bit. Let this take its course. My guess is it works out. Okay? I can't control it. I can't dictate it. You can't dictate it.
Right.
Fans can't dictate it. These things have to take their course. There's different parties involved, but the intentions are really good.
Well, the Draymond situation was different because he had an opt-in and he could opt out if he chose to.
True.
But do you look back at how that went and learn any lesson from that? Was it good, bad, indifferent? Was it just business? Like, did that have any tangible effect on the season last year, you think? Oh,
it might have, but I think there were some issues last year with respect to some of the contracts. Some of the other guys got contracts I know you're referring to. Maybe it did. I don't think there's going to be anything like that this year, though. Yeah. I really don't. Klay's a professional. Respect him tremendously. And we're going to do our best to get this done. And, hopefully it is done sooner rather than later, but it might not be.
It might not be.
How do you think that aged?
Well, we'll see.
No, I mean, like when he said he didn't think that the contract would affect Klay.
Right. It did. It felt like it did.
Okay.
And the role change and everything like that, it felt like it did have an impact on Klay Thompson. No doubt about it.
I agree.
And everybody needs to just chill. Well, we're chilling now. And we got to see what's up with this deal. But he also mentioned this, because I want to play this one, on how important it was for Dre, Klay, and Steph to retire together. Okay, this is Joe Lacob back on October 18th when he came into the studio and did an hour with us here on The Roast.
But I will say it's really important to me to have the continuity, all right, to have the continuity and to have these guys retire as Warriors.
Yes.
Would be such an amazing thing to have happen. Steph, Klay, Draymond, the three most highly tenured players in the league.
Yep.
1, 2, and 3, I believe, right now. I'm very proud of that. And we should all be proud of that. And by the way, that's when I grew up, that was important to have. Yeah. You knew that these guys were your guys.
Yep.
They were your team. They were always with the team. There wasn't free agency and all that stuff. Now the world's changed. We all understand that. And business realities do enter into it sometimes. But look, I would love more than anything to keep those three guys here through the entirety of their career. And we're going to try to do that.
We are brilliant at butt kissing. I mean,
I learned from you. You got a PhD in that bad boy.
You're right. Yeah. Oh, I admit it.
You got a PhD in that bad boy.
I freely admit it.
Yep, Joe.
If I could have, I'd have sat on his lap.
Wow, that's a great point. Wow.
Yeah. Joe, you're so brilliant.
I don't know if I'm going that far. I'm not going that far. Uncle Joe's good people, man. I mean, he's the owner of the team. What are you going to do? Start ripping them? Nah, John, I don't disagree. Nah, we're not going to do that. We need jobs around here.
Joe Lacob, wake up, man.
Whoa. Is that Priest?
Well,
he's too old.
Well, let me ask you this one.
Okay, go ahead.
What do you think people, because he said it to us. Draymond essentially said it to us. They've said it to us over and over. He is, at the end of the day, Draymond is a Warrior currently because of Lacob. We can talk about Steph, and we can talk about a lot of different things. Like, I believe in what Lacob said. Dre is here because he wanted him here.
Yep.
Do you think he regrets or likes that decision a year later?
I think
that he ended up being the ultimate decider.
Yeah, I don't think he minds that because he told us 2 years ago that he's involved in every decision, and a lot of owners he believes. Look, he said it himself. Good owner has to be involved.
I believe that a great owner of any sports team, actually any organization, needs to be very involved. That doesn't mean they're making the decisions for people. You let people, you empower them, you let them make decisions, you let them make some mistakes. But the truth is, you have to be involved and know everything that's going on. If you don't, you're not going to be successful. You're just not. It's really all about the details. It's not about the one big thing like everyone thinks. It's all about the details in every respect. And so if I'm going to own this organization, this business, and be involved, and Peter's going to be, we're going to know what's going on so that we can make good decisions when people bring to us things like, hopefully, the new name of the women's WNBA team.
And so we got that name to go to say Valkyries right there, right? Joe Lacob already given us a little dime there. But he's involved, and he's told us this for 3 years in a row now that he was involved with the Kelly Oubre deal. And he's like, look, man, I made that decision, and you know what? Do I regret it? I was just trying to win, but I learned my lesson or whatnot. But does he regret the Draymond deal? No, I don't think he does. I don't think he does. He looks at Draymond Green, and he loves Draymond Green. Draymond Green's meant a lot to this organization. We could talk about it till we're blue in the face. We know what's going on the court. We know about the suspensions. We know about some of the things he says on the podcast. We get all that. But we also can't forget that he does mean a lot to this organization, and he's he's a 4-time champ, and that jersey is going to be retired in the rafters. So for Joe Lacob, there is a soft side to it because he brought him his greatest joy. He brought him to the mountaintop, helped bring him to the mountaintop. So I don't think he regrets it as of now, but focusing on Klay Thompson for a second here, he has said over and over that Klay Thompson will retire. He told us this 2 years in a row. Klay Thompson will retire and go to a member as a Golden State Warrior. He will retire as a Warrior. So now we're here, and a lot of people don't think, some people think Klay's going to be back. Klay's going to be back. Is it going to be a nostalgia tour? Can you bring Klay back and compete at a high level? I guarantee you, Dunleavy and company are talking about this right now.
It just feels very different from the Draymond opt-out last year. And maybe it's because of the straight up the social media unfollowing stuff and the Shams reports, which we don't even know if they're coming directly from Klay Thompson or the people that are representing Klay Thompson, but one just feels a little different. Well, I feel like Klay's market is bigger, number one. Yeah. I think he's more desired outside of the organization. And I don't know. This just feels different. It just does.
Well, it's funny. It's funny because Klay's a little more quiet. And I just remember out there at Lakers series when they lost in 6, Kerr and Draymond and all the reports, they were adamant that Draymond's going to be back. Draymond's going to be back. Remember, it was they were banging on the table like Draymond's going to be back. Now, they've also said some similar things about Klay Thompson. But it does feel different.
Right?
It does feel different because Draymond had an opt-out. Mm-hmm. He could have opted in. Klay's an unrestricted free agent, free to talk to anybody that he wants to.
It's the thing I always think about, like you've said over and over that it's not a catch-all, but you like when athletes have a contract year, that you think you're going to get the best out of them. Yeah. And not that it's always going to work. Right. But your principle is like, I'm not mad with having a contract year because I think it forces athletes, coaches, whatever, to be on their P's and Q's. But there are certain individuals, and I think about this one, like I think about the mental frame of sports, which I don't think we talk enough about, just where you're at mentally. And like Klay Thompson, more than any, and I underrated how in his own dome he can get. And I don't think this is bad, good, or different. Like when he's riding high, he's riding real high. When he's riding low, he's riding low. I think it really bothered him. Not having it settled. I think he was uneasy almost all year. Not that he was gunning to get his money. That's not what I'm saying. I just think that he's a guy more than others that, like, I think he needed to feel the comfort. Draymond likes to play on that edge, whether it's the edge of the referees, the edge of exploding, whatever, the edge of a contract situation. Whereas I do feel like Klay Thompson needs a little more of the stability, more of the pat on the back. Like you can't treat them all the same.
No, you can't. No, Klay, especially post-injury. Yes. Where he's in his own dome.
Yes.
Post-injury Klay, where he's in his own dome and he's reading all the reports and he's hearing all the rhetoric and he's hearing that, man, I just led the league and made threes and I'm washed. What the hell is going on here? Then you bake in the contract extension. Then you bake in the fact that they asked him to adjust his role, not to shot hunt so much. And that didn't work out early on. He was trying to find himself. And then obviously the role changed, right? Mm-hmm. So there were so many factors into this contract year where Draymond, you knew he was going to play. The biggest thing that happened with Draymond Green happened in training camp. You know what I'm saying? But the play on the court was solid. It never affected his play on the court, I believe, Draymond Green last year after the Jordan Poole incident. Never affected him. He still played at a high level defensively. Now, do we want him to shoot more? Yes. Do we want him to be more of an offensive threat? Absolutely. And Steve Kerr touched on that last year, saying, yes, we need Draymond Green to be more aggressive offensively. This was a different situation where it's like we're talking role changes. Mm-hmm. We're talking about, hey, ease up off the gas pedal, homie. Don't shoot so much. And he had to shoot. Because Wiggins wasn't shooting.
Well, also, like in his mind, and I'm backing him in this, like he feels his way to contribute is shooting. Like that's going to be one of the primary ways in who he is now, that how he can contribute. And when shots aren't falling, I feel like the weight on your shoulders gets heavier and heavier and heavier, and every miss becomes, like it's a bigger indictment of what you aren't. Like when you're, like for example, I look at someone like PJ Washington, who did not have a good series for the
shut down.
Dallas Mavericks.
Shut down.
Right? Like when he's missing shots, it's not a big deal because like no one expects him to miss shots, but we want him to play defense and get some rebounds. So you're not like hovering on every missed defensive assignment, but a missed shot and a brick, oh my God, he took it early in the shot clock. Oh my God, that guy was open. Look, his feet aren't set. Like to me, it's easier to spot out for the casual fan. Right. And I think that that we just harp on it more and more.
Yeah,
and
especially with Clay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
he's a main man.
I'm trying to be empathetic here, where I just feel like his way of contributing, it is more optical and it's on a platter for people to dissect. Whereas if he was an Iggy role where he's a passer and a facilitator and stuff like that, it's a little more nuanced.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt. And did he adjust? Yes. He built a nice little rapport with Trace Jackson Davis with the second unit. I think he realized that, hey, man, coming off the bench isn't the worst thing in the world. He said that over and over and over again. Now, it's up for everybody out there to believe it. I believe it. Because Klay Thompson, if anything, he showed us that he is truthful. Like, he wears his emotions on his sleeve. He tells it like it is. Klay Thompson hasn't told any lies. He doesn't sugarcoat things. And you know what? We also want our athletes to be human. These millionaires act like nothing's wrong. Well, Klay Thompson acted like everything was wrong. And you know what? Because he did care. He did care. So I don't know if Joe Lacob is going to change his tune on this situation. I don't know if Steve Kerr is. I don't know what the Warriors are going to do with Klay Thompson, but the window is open. Real quick before the injury report, let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, y'all? The question to me is, who does Curry want to play with? Curry's the man, you know what I'm saying? Who does he want to play with? Of course he wants Klay to stick around, but fellas, we got to keep it real. You guys keep it real all the time. The dynasty, we got to unload. We got to trim the fat. Got to get busy. Got to come anew. You know what I'm saying? It's not working the last 2 years. Got to get busy. I don't care if you got to sign LeBron, Giannis, whoever you got to sign. You got to get somebody big in there to manhandle some of these cats that we're getting pushed around in the key too much. We're too small. Like Curry. Like, what big man does Curry want to play with? Is the question. But the dynasty is over. We got to just face the fact. The embers of. We poured water on the embers. The embers are smoldering right now. If Klay wants to bounce, then bounce. We're not tripping. Move on, sign some people, and keep it moving, man.
All right, there it is. More Joe Lacob, real quick. I got plenty of cuts here from Joe Lacob, but you brought up Kuminga. Joe Lacob loves Jonathan Kuminga. Loves him. That's what he said about Kuminga.
I think it's looking really good, right? The evidence so far. We're going to find out a little more as the year goes on. I think he's incredibly talented, I think everyone feels that way. And it's a process. He just turned 21. Think about that for a second.
I know, it's crazy.
He just turned 21. It used to be you didn't get out of college till you were 21 or 22.
Right.
So I think this is the time when you're going to see him really take off. And I think he understands, after being around here a couple of years, what he needs to do to contribute and be successful on this team with these players and this coach and this organization. So I think he's doing a great job. I expect him to have a big year and probably be here a long time.
Can you please, Joey, for me, isolate Bonte jumping in there? I know. I just need to hear the very beginning of that. He was dying to agree with Mr. Lacob.
I know, right?
It was so good.
Well, because I'm a Kuminga fan, too, and I've been wanting him to play.
And a Lacob fan.
I've been fighting for Kuminga, man. I'm a Lacob fan, too. Joey Lightyears. I am. I'll never forget after they won the finals, said,
I know.
The streets are calling you the young Eddie DeBartolo. How many championships did he win? I was like, come on, he won 5. Oh, okay. Good to know. He knows what time it is. He knows.
I think he was surprised, shocked, if anything. And he's told the story several times about when it happened, and he was kind of stunned by it. But I think he was, it didn't take him long to sort of figure out that this is something, if he could help make work, makes a change. Look, he gets a chance to win a championship.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing he hasn't done. Every team Chris Paul has ever been on, I think they average, is 10 games better when he's on.
Right.
So I expect to see something like that here this year as well. But he hasn't won a championship. And I think he knows that he has an opportunity here. Obviously he's getting older, dwindling years, there are opportunities to do that. He's got a chance to do that. And we need that one. We need that championship. We need it badly.
I hope you guys know you do this with a lot of guests too. The ones you really like, it shines more. Baldy. Oh, are you kidding me? It's all the time. Oh, Baldy, I know. I love it, Baldy. Oh, Baldy, you're so right. You guys, that's fine because you like your guests and you butter them up so well. That's why Baldy and Joe Lacob love you guys.
Do butter them up.
But that's what you got to do.
But you know what?
I'm giving these guys $1 million intros, man.
Let me defend ourselves.
I'll be giving these guys
shows turn the mics off and take 10 to 15 minutes off when they interview someone. We're engaged.
I know.
I was going to say something. I'm going to leave it alone. But no, that's why I gave these guys $1 million intros, man. I hyped them up. I give these guys better intros, man. I need that. Can you isolate the last today? I need that championship. I need it badly.
Crack.
So so for all the people who don't think Joe Lacob wants to win a championship, does that sound like a man that doesn't want to win a championship?
That sounds like a man who is not going to accept whatever has happened the last 2 years.
Exactly.
And he's ready to pivot.
He's ready to roll. What about you, Warrior fans? What are you ready to do? It's here now, folks. The window is open to negotiate with Klay Thompson. It's open, wide open for the next, what's today? June 18th. You got 13 days, folks, to negotiate with Klay Thompson. How are we feeling about that right now? Should the Warriors offer him a deal? Or should they decline all calls? What do you do? 888-957-9570. By the way, Elliot Ramos going to join us at 9:20. Wow. What a book by what a booking by Sam Lubman. Damn, he's doing his job. He is doing his job. All right, let's get to the injury report.
Ow!
Hey, Echo Pest Control, I see you. No, people just message and don't say nice things in the morning. It's too early to be negative, man. Why don't you wait until about 11 o'clock to be disrespectful?
Did you watch House of the Dragons?
Oh, I did.
The rat guy.
Oh, the rat guy. Something else, huh?
Oh, man.
Oh, tough scene.
Don't watch it with subtitles. It gets even worse.
I do because Anna loves the subtitles because we try to play it low.
It's also quiet. It's quiet sometimes, too. I don't know what they're saying with the heavy accents at times.
Yeah. Because I am the master of whispers.
Yeah.
All right, Varys.
The guy who can't walk very well, what's his deal?
Strong. Yeah. He's kind of like the little finger.
Yeah, he's a weirdo.
Yeah, he's weird.
Yeah.
All right.
Laura's strong, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. Lamar Wade Jr. hoping to play this Thursday when the Giants face the Cardinals at Rookwood Field. Fortunately, it is looking unlikely that will happen. Bob Melvin said yesterday, called it a stretch that Wade Jr. would return from the IL before Thursday's game. Boy, do we need Wade at first base. Trenton, what's his name? Trenton Brooks. Good Lord. Wade Jr. has been battling a hamstring injury over the last few weeks. Has been pushing to be available this week when the Giants play at Rookwood. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Speaking of Boxer & Gerson in this injury report, my right Achilles, dog. Ever since I laughed at Jason Dubas for rupturing his, mine feels like if I run a 100-yard sprint, it's gonna pop any minute.
100-yard sprint?
It has been tight, dog. Like it feels like it could pop any minute.
Do me a favor. Don't ever laugh at anyone else's injuries.
No, I didn't laugh at it. Okay. I didn't laugh at it, but I was just like, this is why you got to stop playing so hard on the pickup courts. You know what I'm saying? Guys are trying to be out there, trying to be Kobe Bryant at the age of 35. Not gonna happen. But here, my Mine is throbbing, dude. It's like, I feel like KD's right up to the calf, dude. I got to go see a doctor. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More free agency, 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, you're on the clock. If you are negotiating with Klay Thompson, what is your pitch? What is the offer? What is the years? What is the money? Plus, we'll get back into the Giants here in the roast.
He just turned 21. Think about that for a second.
I know, it's crazy.
He just turned 21.
Tune in is the audio.
All optimism, baby.
See, I love that the YouTube chat is back. Good morning to them. Twitch and Twitter brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate. All the loan apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Also, shout out to our great friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. They're going to call it to the roast. You better bring it because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. 888-957-9570. Hey, what are you doing with Klay Thompson? You're Joe Lacob. You pick up the phone at midnight knowing that your window's open for the next 13 days to negotiate strictly with Klay Thompson. What do you say? What's your pitch? Do you say bye-bye? No, I'm seeing Enrique Rivera. See, you're being disrespectful, Enrique.
Go bye-bye.
Listen to this. I can't believe. I'm just going to laugh today because I'm in a good mood. I'm in a very, very good mood. I'm feeling great today. And hopefully I don't have sciatica, whatever it is. My Achilles, dude. It's dropping. Shasky, dude. I feel like if I just play 1 3-on-3 game, it's done.
He's too old.
Yeah, I am too old. Lucas, by the way, I guess the Warriors are having a little pickleball tournament. Did Lucas hit you up about that?
Yeah.
Are you playing to that?
No.
I told him, I said, no, I'm not trying to blow out anything either.
Look, I'm booked for summer. I'm booked for the summer.
Oh, my bad.
I'm just letting you know.
My bad. Wow.
Fridays in the summer are booked. I've got a lot of stuff going on, and the wife and I, I'm trying to learn from Bonte. He's obviously got a head start on me when it comes to raising a child, and I'm trying to prioritize family these days.
Wow, look at you.
Look, these moments go by fast.
They do go by fast.
My little guy was putting on shoes for the first time this weekend.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, bro. We're here.
Walking's going to be happening soon, and you're going to have to chase him around the house.
My guy's rolling around, crawling all over the place.
Get that out of your mouth, LJ. Get that out of your mouth.
He got his first couple of hits this weekend.
Hits in terms of what?
So I give him the big plastic, baseball. I have a little wooden one.
Yeah.
The ones that used to give out at Giants games?
Yeah.
He loves that one. But I give him the little blue bat, and then I throw the ball at the bat, and it hits the bat. Like, he's not swinging it.
Of course.
He's kind of just holding it with two hands, but he grips it just like you would a bat, which he just grabs it that way.
Chad's was doing that, too.
And I'm throwing it, and I'm like, hit it. And he just giggles and laughs. It's great.
Spadoni brought baby Chez a wiffle ball bat and a tee. And she was like chopping it down, like an axe. So I was like, all right, Chez, you got to hit it up. Now, my cousin Mike, shout out to Mike, and my nephew Amari, jerseys in the mail. They had these like little Nerf guns. So Chez got one at the house, and it's like, we're going to hide this baby because this is going to be a disaster. Just having way too much fun with it.
We try to teach Benny, don't shoot at people or animals or anything like that. Just shoot at a target, right? And then it always just turns into, oh, that is my target. I was like, no, that's your little sister. Yeah. Let me eye out right now. Don't need to go to the hospital.
Dude, it is bad. And it almost hit me in the eye yesterday. But Enrique Rivera, man, why you got to do this? They said the statue of Klay Thompson they're going to make a statue of Klay Thompson with a single brick placed at the base. That's just, dude, come on. See, why you got to kick him if he is God? What's your pitch?
Don't say that again.
What's your? You know what? I want to hear from Warrior fans, and I won't flush anybody unless it's terrible. But what's your case for signing Klay Thompson, and what's your case for letting Klay Thompson walk? What is your case? 888-957-9570. What's your case to let him walk? What's your case to re-sign him and bring him back to the Golden State Warriors?
While you're thinking about it, as you're trying to dial in, because I have some thoughts on this. I did want to, we were talking about just our community as a whole. Sad thing happened this weekend. A man passed away while coaching a team, and the San Jose Hype. I just want to give them love. TJ Gunter, they have a GoFundMe up for his family. He's coaching, I believe, the 10U team out there. They participate in a lot of the same tournaments that my teams participate in. And look, youth sports is about the kids feeling good about themselves, families coming together, and memories and everything. And I just wanted to say, the Morning Roast community, we're going to do everything we can to put that out on my social media for people that can help that family. The poor father, doing what he loved, I'm sure, donating his time and to have that happen. Yeah. My heart goes out to you and your family and the Gunther family out there. We love you, and we're thinking about you, and we're going to do what we can as a community and as a baseball community to help you guys get through this. This is really difficult for that family, and I just wanted to send our condolences out to them.
All right. Well said. FP just sent us something about Manny Gonzalez, FP Senior, here about the strike zone. Hey, FP, the Giants won the game. I'm anti-robot umpires. Stop crying about the damn umps and make some damn pitches. How about that?
Well, in the ninth inning, Camilo Duvall benefited from some wild strike zone calls. Look, I don't think he was great yesterday at all. The Bellinger at bat, was clearly ugly. Right. But come on. Just like there are good and bad teams, there are good and bad umps.
All right.
What are we doing?
888-957-9570. What's your case for bringing Klay Thompson back? Or what's your case for letting Klay Thompson walk? All your fans, now's your time. The window's open. Reality is about to set in, folks. Let's go to Mac in Oakland. Mac, what's happening, baby?
Hey, thanks, fellas. Hey, you know what? I listen to you guys, and I try not to like you, but I listen. So, hey, I'm on the train.
Wait, Mac, and I gotta know. You try not to like us. Why do you try not to like us?
Lovable.
Tell us the truth. I'm not gonna flush you.
Old school. I'm an old man. Don't flush me, man. I'm an old man.
I know you are, but why don't you like us? Because we're young?
No, I don't know. It's psychopathic. I do not know, but I'm truthful with you.
You just hating just to hate, huh?
Yeah.
I ain't mad at that. Hey, let's you admit it.
Hey, but listen, guys, I'm giving you a compliment. I listen. I like you. I mean, I'm starting to get pulled in, sucked in. But here's the deal. I'm not a great basketball fan, but from what I can see, the Warriors have to get bigger, and they have to get a little more physical. And, as hard as it is for us to digest, that might be about Klay Thompson. And Draymond, as much as we want to be uncomfortable with him, Draymond is a defensive necessity, and he's a leader irregardless of all the detractions. And it's just the way it is for me as I see it.
What are you a fan of? Are you a baseball fan, football fan, Mac? Now I want to get to know you.
Man, I'm way down Raider fan, old school football. I love football, man. And it's not just Raider, it's good football. And that's why I don't have issues with 49er fans, because good football is good football.
I like that. Would you pay Brock Purdy $275 million like Tua might get?
You know what? You got to balance your money sheet projecting forward these days, and you got to have a wizard of words to talk these guys into buying into the longevity of the program.
Now you are talking my language. Compromise. There are two attributes that I consider to be the recipe, the key ingredients for happy life. All right? Self-awareness, compromise. I don't care what you're doing. Doesn't matter what profession. Doesn't matter what relationship we're talking about. Especially if it's with a woman. Let me tell you, I'm married a long time. You better be self-aware of your shortcomings and where your strong suits are and where they're not. And you better be willing to compromise. If you can do those, it'll take you a long way. Personally, professionally, business-wise, relationship-wise, athletically. Like, pick whatever avenue you want. Self-awareness and compromise.
Hey, shout out Freeball Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises. No compromises.
I used to love when you used to do that.
I should do that even more.
You'd point at me all the time when it was time to break.
Well, it would be like Papa going on like a 40-minute rant, and then all of a sudden, Fremont Bank, no compromises.
Yeah, I had to get my words in. To get my airtime, baby.
Get the townie on 95.7 the game. And just break randomly.
There's one commercial, too. I used to always look at Spinoni and say a certain line, and he would like nod his head and make me feel really good about the live read.
No,
anyway.
The townie was, on the other side, I've got a stat for you won't believe.
I got the greatest Joe Shasky stat that not even Della Chella knows. What's coming up next?
With this 12 newspapers and 12 magazines and big water and stretch it, let it roll. You want to talk about milking an interview?
Steiny the chow man.
Did Townie ever replay sound from an interview he ever conducted? Probably just replay the whole damn thing.
Austin Gale, Pro Football Focus.
Oh, my God. Shout out Austin Gale. Good dude.
Stop.
Marco D'Angelo. There's everywhere else.
Money.
Down to make some money. There's everywhere else. And then there's Vegas. All right, let's go to Robin City. Robin, what's
up, Robin?
Hey, guys. What's up?
What's up, sugar?
Look, sugar, look. I just witnessed a really, really bad motorcycle accident, and I'm going to be late to work, so I called you guys. I got out and consoled her. She was only 17 years old and hit him on the motorcycle.
Oh, no.
All by herself. And I felt so bad. And they asked her what she was speeding. She said, I said, don't admit it. I said, don't never admit you were speeding.
Damn.
So anyway, hell no. I know. But trust me. Anyway.
When in doubt, hey, Robin, when in doubt, just lie. Hey, kids, don't lie.
Hey, look here, and only give up the information on an as-needed basis, baby. Okay. Anyway, I had my last husband tell me that. Anyway, you guys, I wanted to ask you, what is the benefit, if any, of giving up Clay? Money, talent. What is the benefit? That's what you always look at. I don't care if he stays or if he goes, but I like to know how does the Warriors get.
Let me flip it on you.
Okay?
Let me flip it on you. Do you think there's a benefit to Clay walking?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Do you believe it's a benefit to Klay Thompson moving on?
I don't think there's a benefit if he moves on. I mean, I'm not married to him staying or leaving one way or another because it's a business. And, the thing about fans is this. They only appreciate what you're doing for them now. They never appreciate they don't remember what you did. Right? They always just remember how you go out. So in this case, I think the fans are funky for giving him a Kevin Durant treatment. That I do, okay? But in terms of business, I'm asking you guys, how does it make them better? Does it make them better now? Or does it make them better in the future? So that's my question to you guys. Explain that to me.
Yeah, it's very complicated right now for the Warriors because of their finances. And I think people need to, understand that keeping everyone together at a certain price point really limits the moves that they can make in trades and attaching draft picks to be able to acquire someone back. Now, even if they decline Chris Paul's $30 million option and you sign Klay Thompson for over what the threshold is, let's say it's 35 or 40 million bucks, whatever per year, you now cannot staple first-round draft picks to a trade. Yep. So trading Andrew Wiggins sounds great, right? Or whoever.
Right.
But if you don't have those first-round draft picks, you're probably not upgrading from Andrew Wiggins because then why would someone want the lesser of the deal? They want those future assets. So hypothetically, Warriors want to go get Lauri Markkanen, okay? Let's just say, hypothetically. Well, you're probably going to have to put 1, 2, or maybe 3 first-rounders with Andrew Wiggins. And it might cost more than that. This is hypothetical. Well, if you sign Klay Thompson for over the threshold, you cannot staple those first-round draft picks to that trade. So that makes you very limited in the other moves you can make on the roster surrounding those guys.
Yep.
If Clay can come in at a number that's below that, well, then I get to keep all of my draft capital and use that as a war chest to be able to acquire talent and to sweeten deals. Hey, we're close on this deal. Here, let me staple a second and a first and another first and a second. And that way I don't have to surrender just players because you have to even out the money here. So there's a war chest argument in regards to if you can retain Klay Thompson under the number and he's willing to compromise a little on that, then now I have more flexibility to make moves. If not, well, then I'm really limited. Yep. And so I think it's not just do you want to keep Klay? It's can we keep Klay under this number while still keeping him happy, while still retaining our assets? Like, it's a lot more complicated than just can you keep Klay?
And he's just one of many dominoes have to fall for the Warriors. As you mentioned, Andrew Wiggins, you got to figure out what's going on with that. Is he coming back? Chris Paul, I think we all know Chris Paul played his last game with the Golden State Warriors. You could tell by the playing game. That's done. But then what's going to happen with Jonathan Kuminga? Because he is one, a lot of people say, well, you got to make a big trade. Well, everybody in the league, if we're going to make a big trade, Jonathan Kuminga absolutely has to be involved in that trade. It's one of the few trade pieces, trade chips. Because I don't know how much value Wiggins has right now, and I don't know how much value, if they're willing to trade Draymond Green, how much value does he have right now around the league? So it is a complicated situation. It is a very complicated situation to where at times we discussed this over the course of the season, where the Warriors may not have to try to reload for next season. They may have to try to reload for 2 seasons from now, after next season, to get right. And then obviously Curry's a little bit older. Kerr may not be here. There's a lot going on here. So 888-957-9570. I would love for Warrior fans right now that the window's open. The reality is about to set in with free agency beginning June 30th, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. What do you do with Klay Thompson? What's your case for bringing Klay back? What's your case for possibly letting Klay walk? What is your case? 888-957-9570. And heck, is that even a top priority? We keep talking about priorities of what the Warriors need to do. Should they wait on Klay Thompson and figure out what to do with Chris Paul and Andrew Wiggins first? Or should Klay Thompson be the number one priority and then you move on from there?
So for me, if I was running the board for the Warriors in order, and it's not because of this person's importance to my team, it's because of the asset it represents. The $30 million with Chris Paul, I need to know one way or the other whether he is willing to negotiate an extension to be able to move that out. I can figure out if there's a trade out there, because if I can utilize a trade, that means I keep the $30 million slot and I can get a guy back who can help me. That's very important. That gives me wiggle room in case Klay walks and I have no control, but it also gives me a specific number that I know that I can afford Klay Thompson and still retain my assets. If not, and Klay is going to get, way above that number, then it is what it is. And I'm just limited, right? So to me, before we even get to Klay, and it's not because I don't love Klay or I don't think he's important, I just need to know what I'm doing with the $30 million with Chris Paul. Am I waiving it? Am I retaining it? Am I trading it? What am I doing with the $30 million?
Can you trade it? Can you trade it to get equal value? There's some teams that need point guards, but how bad do they need a point guard? Miami needs a point guard. Will the Heat be interested?
And knowing Chris Paul, he's going to want to go somewhere where they're going to almost immediately extend him.
Yeah. No,
right? So, he that's what he's...
I think, contending for sure. Okay. But I also think he wouldn't mind, if you don't extend me, if Chris Paul, if he doesn't get extended, it's not the worst thing in the world. Because then you become an unrestricted free agent. You get to choose wherever the hell you want to go, which could be anywhere in the league, right? Yeah. You can go anywhere.
So that's number one. Number two, to me, even before I get to Klay Thompson.
And I don't think they're bringing back Chris Paul at all. I think that slot is open for Podziemski, and it's all about the decision of what you could get for Chris Paul, I think, at this point.
To me, yes, it's the financial slot that it represents. And then number two, even before Klay Thompson, you got to have a feel for what the Wiggins market is. Yeah. Because I need to know what I'm getting back. Because
are you trying to bring Wiggins back? Because I remember all of a sudden, I couldn't believe it. We had a show about a month ago, Shasky. I remember these things. We had a show about a month ago, and all of a sudden people were like, no, we got to keep Wiggins. I was like, huh? Where?
Monty,
and I'm not mad at that.
So you're telling me a team without CP3 and without Klay Thompson is just going to roll in there with Andrew Wiggins? What?
No. What I'm saying is that a lot of people, when we took calls a few months ago, we talked about Andrew Wiggins. I remember this conversation vividly. And even you, and it's not, I'm not trying to come down the road or anything like that.
Who you trade him for is important.
But also people were hesitant because, well, how are you going to replace his defense? He is a two-way player, blah, 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 blah. I was like, wait a minute. From what I heard all season long, people were done with Andrew Wiggins.
We are done with him.
And now there's some hesitation because of, I think, the NBA playoffs and the way it played out. When you see, you kind of need that defense. You kind of need an athletic wing. And you're going to, outside of Andrew Wiggins, who do you have? Jonathan Kuminga?
See, I think you're reading it wrong. At least, the perspective I have, and I can't speak for everyone, is
that was the perspective I got from that
Andrew
show.
Wiggins for is extremely important. When you traded Jordan Poole and a pick for I'm going to get bought out CP3, who's 38 years old and also plays point guard, when you drafted a point guard, none of that made sense, right? So you can't just trade Wiggins to trade Wiggins. So the discernment of the trade. So
what are you trading Wiggins for? What are you looking for Andrew Wiggins? Another wing defender?
Well, see, that's where I think
another a bigger guy.
What's his market?
Yeah, we don't know.
That's why the Wiggins. So you're in order. The $30 million on Chris Paul. Then what's the Wiggins market? Because the Wiggins market tells me how I can value.
It's relatively very simple. I mean, it's almost
my bad. Because as soon as you're done talking, I'm going to play Laker when he joined us October 18th, last October 18th, on the importance of Andrew Wiggins. Yeah. This is before the season.
When he plays with, as Steve has said, with force. a whole another player. He changes our whole team. So I think he's ready, prime for a good year. I think he knows one of the reasons we didn't do so well last year is he missed half the season, for whatever reasons, an injury and some other things. And I think, hopefully he's going to be here all year, and that alone makes us a much better team.
So that was Lacob before the season. I wonder how Lacob is feeling after the season, after watching what just transpired with Andrew Wiggins. And I don't need to cite the numbers. You guys know the numbers by now. It was not pretty. It was not pretty. And he was just on the podcast, Andrew Wiggins. He was on some Canadian podcast, right, Lubman? He was on with some Canadians last week, 2 weeks ago. I'm not trying to be, just saying. It was a podcast from Canada. I don't know what Lubman's doing right now, but I was trying to get his attention anyway. But he was on the podcast, and he was talking about some things and, having a rough season. But Andrew Wiggins last year, he played 27 minutes a game. Think about that. Klay Thompson was second on his team with 29.7. Wiggins played 27 minutes a game. 13 points. That's just the raw data. 4.5 rebounds, less than 2 assists. But those are the field goal percentages. 45%, 35 from 3, which is an accomplishment when you consider how his first 2 months went when it came from the 3-point. At one point, he was shooting 16%, then it was 25%. I was like, whoa, what's going on here? And then you think about the games played for Andrew Wiggins. Played in 71 games. Felt like he missed a lot more games. But there's too many times, Shasky. I was just talking to New York Kitty about this yesterday. We were both at the Knicks game, and I looked up midway through the second quarter and said, damn, I didn't even know where Andrew Wiggins was playing. You got to have more of an impact. And you heard from Joe Lacob right there. This is why we struggled. Well, now a year later, what do you do about Andrew Wiggins? Because you could argue that he's priority number one.
Well, okay. But, I just think you need to figure out, what his value is. And it's not like it's going to dramatically change. He nets you some version of Paul George a week ago, but today, you're only getting whatever, the PJ Washington. I'm just hypothetically, PJ Washington. His value is they kind of have a feel for what his value is. Now it's about, what's the framework of that deal look like? What am I certain? Do I have to attach Jonathan Kuminga? Do I have to attach one of the other young players that maybe I'm reluctant to get rid of? A Moses Moody, dare I say a TJD or a Pajemski? I need to know what that deal looks like, And, is your package anywhere in the ballpark to get a player that you want to get? So I think those things are going to help shape how I'm viewing the Klay Thompson thing. That's why I actually don't think, I get that Klay feels some kind of way, but there are certain things financially that need to fall in place for me to understand what I can truly offer Klay Thompson as a minimum and a maximum.
Right. 888-957-9570. How you feeling about Klay Thompson? What's your case for bringing him back? What's your case for letting him walk? 888-957-9570. Elliot Ramos will join us at 9:20 live from Chicago. He is red hot. 9:20. You don't want to miss that. He is red hot and carrying the Giants offense. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by the KTVU Fox 2 streaming app. KTVU's Fox Local streaming app for your connected TV. Live stream mornings on 2, the 10 o'clock news, and all Fox 2 newscasts. Plus watch Like It or Not and much, much more. Fox Local, free and easy to use. No subscription required.
That's tough.
Save at Whole Foods Market. Get sustainable, wild-caught, fresh Alaska sockeye salmon.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
It's relatively very simple. I mean, it's almost the equivalent of asking you not to kiss snakes. It's almost the equivalent of asking you not to eat during commercial breaks and stuff like that. You can ask Molly to do a lot of different things. Asking her to fast and don't eat, that's going to be a problem for her. That's something she's going to eat between commercial breaks. It's what she does.
Grown woman.
All of us,
grown women eat.
All of us got whatever it is.
Not a little girl.
It's that something. It's like he said.
Okay, but this is what I want to know. So.
What? Stephen A.
He's jumping the shark. Oh, so Anna at halftime, she walks in, she goes, "Why is Stephen A always yelling?" He was yelling during the halftime show, just yelling into the mic. It's like, get him off my halftime shows, please. I'm sure people say that about me. Get Bonte off my screen. Trust me, there's a lot of you out there, and I don't blame you. But Stephen A is walking into the arena, and they're watermarking the ESPN logo onto his walks into the arena as if he's Kyrie Irving or Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown. I'm like, what are you? Stephen A, I get it. He's feeling himself. But he's feeling himself a little, like the WNBA's got him all over the place, dude. He is. Some of the things he be saying to Molly, man. How long is she going to last on that show?
I don't know. I don't know. I think he's overexposed currently.
Yeah.
I think we're reaching that point with Pat McAfee. Some have already reached it.
Yeah, I've been there.
You know,
I never wanted to see him.
I think this happens. I think this is part of ESPN when you gut the majority of the talent. You only play the top end. You're overworking everybody, and I think that there's a fine line between putting out content and putting out too much content and being almost insufferable.
Well, I don't know if you guys watched SVP last night when he had Tim Legler on, as he does each and every playoff game or playoff series, right? He's been joining him after every, kind of like how Tim Hasselbuck does it with him during the regular season, or Ryan Clark with the NFL. But Tim Legler, his contract's up, and it doesn't sound like, at least from what SVP was saying last night, that he's coming back. So that's just another valued voice getting replaced by just opinion-based, content, which is just...
He might start calling games, but don't he?
Well, that'd be great. I'd love to hear that. Or maybe he goes the NBC package or something. I would love that. But that's just another valued voice that they're going to lose, which I think is just going to hurt the product overall.
Well, I'm glad you're bringing this up because we actually spoke yesterday
about the broadcast.
About broadcasters, and it was like, hey, Charles Barkley's going to call it quits at the end of this year.
First of all, do you believe that?
Charles could do whatever he wants. I mean,
I don't necessarily believe
he flirted with the Live golf company.
I was reading stories that he, back in 93, 94, it's like, yeah, this is my last run. And he played like 5 more years.
Well, I mean, whatever.
Like when athletes say that, like Floyd Mayweather Jr. retired 10 times.
My dad retired and went back to work. You know what I mean? My mom's doing it currently. How many times?
That's a little different, though.
How many times did Too Short retire?
That's a little
How about
different.
Jay-Z?
Yeah, keep it to the slaps.
What? No, I'm just saying, people want to stay busy. Like right. I don't, I'm not going to tell anyone to work, not to work, whatever.
I'm talking about athletes, and Charles Barkley, and high profile athletes. When they say that but saying that, this next year will be my last year of television, no matter what. I don't believe it until I see it, because Barkley's always flirted with this type of stuff. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
No, all right. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Floyd Mayweather, I watched him after knocking out Ricky Hatton. It's my last fight. I'm done. Then he comes back. That's it for me. Then he comes back. Boxers used to do it all the freaking time.
After the Pacquiao fight, it's over. It's over. It's over.
It's over.
It's sitting
there. On a legitimate level here, very few people just leave and never come back. Like Radnich was removed off air and then never came back. Right? He was set up a certain way, and credit to him. Very few do it that way, though. I just know me, and I'm telling you right now, if I forget this profession, just any profession, if I retire early, I'm going to be doing something. I don't know what. Coaching. I'm going to be volunteering. I'm going to be doing something.
Yeah, I think I'll be in a hot tub somewhere, getting those retirement checks.
I got to stay busy.
Out of sight, out of mind. No, I'll be busy. Busy doing what I do. Busy getting my Don Nelson on.
Talk about that.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
But I guess
to laugh a little bit.
Where I'm going at with this is, with Barkley stepping down, apparently stepping down, and you've got obviously Bill Walton passing away, John Madden. I was watching a lot of stuff with Bob Costas. It sounds like this is going to be his last Olympics. Yep. The era of the great broadcaster, I'm not saying it's done, but boy, it sure feels like they're more interchangeable now than ever. I mean, Greg Olsen, I thought was really, 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 really good. And it's like, here comes Brady. Get out of the way, Olsen. It's like, whoa.
So
I can't even enjoy Olsen for a couple years.
So this came up because obviously, and we'll get to Uncle G in just a second, 888-957-9570, case to keep Clay, case to let Clay walk. What's going to happen here? The window's open for the Warriors to negotiate with Klay Thompson right now. Will they resign him? Will he want to resign? Do the Warriors want to resign him? All that's up in the air. 888-957-9570. But this came up because Costas had it's been floating on the internet, and I quote tweeted it. It was after the Utah game where Bob Costas goes off for 90 seconds. And it was a great just montage and monologue and a great script. And he's breaking down the Bulls and what's going to happen. It's like, wow.
That was
broadcasting. Yeah. Excellence. Yeah. Excellent. And actually, Doug Collins, Isaiah Thomas wasn't bad with Bob Costas. No. Bob Costas, I know a lot of people around here don't necessarily like Bob Costas because of the way he felt about Barry Bonds, but I think Bob Costas is one of one. He is excellent. And when you watch Madden doc, you didn't realize that, wow, Madden prep run was with Bob Costas at the LA Memorial Coliseum. It was unbelievable. But as we watch Mike Breen, and Mike Breen is excellent. Excellent. I don't think he wanted Jeff Van Gundy and Mark Jackson fired. They had something special. And we underrated that crew because social media, and this is why I say social media is real life now, Shasky. I know we joke about Twitter. Now it's real life. Because things on social media, all of a sudden gets an uproar. You get the snowball, and that snowball gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and the snowball effect, all of a sudden, you got Doris Burke calling finals games. God bless Doris Burke, the first woman to ever analyze a finals game, right? God bless her soul. But in my personal opinion, I don't think she's an A-chair type of analyst. I don't think she, like that broadcast, it was lacking. And when we look at the ESPN halftime show.
Well, that's.
And Bob Myers was fine. I thought Bob Myers was calm, cool, collected.
I don't think they use Bob right.
I don't either.
Because of the crew around him.
Exactly. Wilbon. Obviously, and Wilbon's talking about, I don't know if this is the greatest success. Who cares? They just won a championship.
I'm so done with Wilbon. You want to talk about another guy. I love him on PTI. I don't like him on my NBA coverage.
I don't either. And then Stephen A. Or Screaming A. Whatever you want to call him. What? He's there just yelling and talking about narratives. Narratives that you're going to use on First Take. The broadcast is starting to lack. We're not putting enough emphasis on our studio shows. We're not analyzing the game. We're not doing that. That's why I love working with Mully and Fezzi and D. Wright and the rest of the crew there, Zena, Kareth, and Monty and everybody. Actually break down the game. Try to teach you something. Mm-hmm. And with these broadcasts, you don't learn anything.
Well, that's one thing, and I'm not trying to just change the subject, but I'm watching Apple Plus Friday night, and it was Dontrell Willis, and it was like, wow, I really like Dontrell Willis calling really games. He's really younger. He's vibrant. I think he's good. You know, he was talking about how he would wear the big parka going to candlesticks. Yep. Now, maybe it only related to me because I'm a Giants fan.
Dontrell Willis is excellent.
But again,
he's what baseball needs.
Exactly.
His personality.
But to think that Dontrell is going to have a Joe Morgan-like run as the Friday night baseball guy on Apple Plus, it just feels like the era of creating these broadcast legends is kind of over. And that sucks. Because like Troy and Buck, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, I feel like that's the last great crew that's allowed to have a decent run here.
Well, Charles Davis, Iron Eagle, really good. I think they can have a run. We'll see about Jim Nantz and Tony Romo. Sounds like Jim Nantz may be getting a little annoyed with Tony Romo. I don't know if Tony Romo, I don't know if CBS told him to scale back because something's off with Tony Romo. But Buck, Aikman, I think Greg Olsen is going to be a star for a long, long time.
Yeah, but he's not even in their even in their A booth or whatever.
I don't even know who's on Sunday Night Baseball. Who is it? Carl Ravitch and
Boog Shambi still?
No, Boog is with the Cubs, right? He's strict with the Cubs radio.
Yeah, he does. I think he does ESPN radio during the playoffs.
There you go.
Still does, but yeah, he's on the Cubs.
I like Boog Shambi.
And they got, who is it, David Cohn.
I actually like David Cohn.
David Cohn's not bad.
Eduardo Perez,
and
Carl Ravitch, or Michael Kay occasionally. Yeah.
Not bad, but
occasionally.
But the broadcasts are, I love a good broadcast. Like I remember Keith Jackson, the way he used to set a scene for a big-time college football game, whether it was Florida State, Miami, Michigan, Ohio State, USC, UCLA, the Rose Bowl, the granddaddy of them all. Keith Jackson, the way he was set it up, he had you locked in.
Mm-hmm.
He had you locked in from day one. He waxed poetic. He set the scene for you. You hear the bands playing in the background. You hear the roar of the crowd. You see everybody filing into their seats. ESPN, and I blame ESPN for this. The way they broadcast and present their NBA package is just not good enough. It's just not good enough.
Well, now you're going to get NBC in the game.
And I think NBC will pick it back up.
Yeah, Sunday Night Football is here's the problem that I have, though, with Sunday Night Football. Nobody wants to see Jason Garrett and Tony Dungy.
Yeah, no doubt.
They're so bad.
They'll figure that out.
And I actually like Rodney Harrison. I love Tarico. I can't stand Collinsworth.
Well, they've been doing Chris Sims a lot more on there, too. So you'll see a lot more Chris Sims
I'm glad.
going forward.
Yeah, Chris Sims is solid.
And then they got Collinsworth's kid on the field and stuff. And, he got booted from the Notre Dame broadcast because he wasn't good. Again, going back to I just feel like the way the broadcast is, as you're bringing up, Bob Costas is that era is just
it might
gone.
be done.
It's just gone.
But Mike Breen's holding on. Mike Breen needs the right guys. He had his crew. He had his crew.
Yes,
the chemistry was so off with Doris Burke, Mike Breen, and JJ Redick. All of a sudden, Doc Rivers leaves midseason.
JJ Redick's not likable.
No, exactly.
He's
and
just
it's
not
tone.
likable.
And the voice. It's just it gets drowned out by crowd noise.
He's annoyed to even be talking.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it.
The happiest I heard Breen last night was when he was waxing poetically about Jeff Van Gundy being a part of the Celtics staff and how proud he was of that. And I felt like that spoke volumes about how he feels about the broadcast.
I mean, look, we know when you do a good broadcast, as a crew, we know we have good days and bad days. If you don't think Mike Breen knows whether it's good or not, and look.
Well, the reports already came out when Mike Breen was saying that he felt like he had to carry the broadcast a little bit more as opposed to having Jeff and Mark Jackson there. Because Doris Burke, obviously, she's new. She's trying to fill her way. There could be some nerves there. Then you make a change mid-season because Doc Rivers takes the Milwaukee job. And all of a sudden, you just throw J.J. Redick into the pot. It's like, oh, it's not good.
So I want to give credit to, and no one watches this one, but when TBS and TNT have Pedro Martinez, David Ortiz, Alex Rodriguez, I think it's a great panel. I might be alone.
What do you mean, Fox?
What?
Fox, you mean?
No, with TNT and TBS, they had those guys, I believe, in the playoffs.
No, I know
was
Fox,
it the maybe it was Fox one. I thought it was TBS.
Fox is
it Pedro?
Kevin Burkhardt, who's leading it. Then you got Jeter, Ortiz, and
Pedro.
No, Pedro's on TNT.
I thought Pedro was also with David Ortiz.
Nah, Pedro's TNT.
I know Frank Thomas was on that panel too.
Frank Thomas is not there no more. He's back in NBC Sports Chicago doing White Sox stuff.
I think it was Ortiz and Pedro together.
No, Sheffield. It was Sheffield, Jimmy Rollins, and Pedro Martinez alongside.
But no, they do a good job. They do a good job.
The hockey crew. Hey, Wayne Gretzky and company. Who's my guy who was the goalie for the Rangers for all those years? Henry Lundqvist. He's on that crew. They do a hell of a job on that. That's a great panel.
Do you think people? I know we're in the industry, so maybe we're more aware or whatever. Do you think people pick up on it? The average fan? Do you think
no,
they care?
I don't think they care anymore. I don't think they pick up on it, and I think they just worry about game time now. Because obviously the pregame shows, you've been prepping all week for the games or whatnot. People are putting in bets. They're placing bets. They don't care.
They're busy.
And you think about pregame shows. Fox was the gold standard for a long time.
These guys have gotten really old.
It is sad, but it's true.
They gotten really old.
I mean, Terry and I love Terry Bradshaw and Jimmy Johnson and they've just gotten so old. It's sad. It's really sad.
No, it is sad. It is sad. And CBS obviously shook up their crew.
Yeah.
No more Phil Simms. No more Boomer Esiason.
See, I like that crew.
I did too. But now you're going to have a lot more Nate Burleson. Yeah. A lot more Bill Cowher. Bill Cowher. You get J.J. Watt.
See, I'm cool off Cowher. And
you get Matt Ryan. I kind of like Cowher as the old school coach there.
Like Matt Ryan. Does anyone think Matt Ryan's going to be good? It's like when Drew Brees got put into. I was like, no one thinks Drew Brees is going to be good at this.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's why I'm skeptical on Brady. I don't know about Brady. I'm still very skeptical on him being a great broadcaster.
Brady replacing Greg Olson because Greg Olson's been in his bag. Like Greg Olson is.
But that's but this goes back to I think social media and executives are seeing things on social media and they're like if you're at an executive level and you're sitting there and you don't really care about the X's and O's and the meat and potatoes, you're just sitting there, you're going Brady or Greg Olson. Well, everyone at that table who's, again, not as diehard as you and I are going to be like, well, of course you go with Brady. He's one of the biggest names in the sport, and that's going to automatically bring people in. But I think that, those that love football are going to watch no matter what. So they don't care if you love Greg Olsen.
No
They're
doubt.
trying to get the casuals.
No, they are trying to get the casuals. But that's unfortunate because, again, Twitter is only what? How many? What's the population? There's a lot of people who don't even use Twitter.
Like 20% is active. Yeah.
So I feel like Doris Burke got this because for so many years, and I'm not trying to pick on Doris Burke. I'm here for equal opportunities. I don't care who's calling the game. If I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't. Like I think Rebecca Lobo is very good at analyzing the basketball game. Rebecca Lobo's been excellent for many, many years since we call the WNBA games. I love Rebecca Lobo. She keeps it real. She's really, really good. But Doris Burke felt like for many years already, because there was a lot of slander towards Jeff Van Gundy and Mark Jackson, because they would criticize the game, and at times it felt like they weren't happy about the game or happy to be there. And that was just their shtick. But everybody kept saying, Doris Burke, she needs to be doing finals games. She needs to be doing finals games. And all of a sudden, everybody's doing the Homer Simpson now where they dive back into the bushes because like, oh no, this ain't that good.
Well, Candace Parker, I thought, was really good on that Tuesday night TNT broadcast.
Studio show.
Yeah, the studio show. Like, she was very good on that. And I wanted to see her get more of a role.
Yeah, no, she will.
Just to see what it would be like.
And she will, because she called some games next to Reggie Miller or whatnot. They just kept stepping on each other.
I thought Doris was better in the A chair when she was the play-by-play. I thought she was good. That was way back when. I thought she was really good in that role.
Yep. 888-957-9570 as we get back to basketball here. Let's go to Uncle Gene. Uncle Gene, what do? Do you keep Clay? Do you let him walk? Make the case for either or.
I think you want to keep him. But for me, it's kind of personal, too. I mean, he's, at one point was a part of the community I live in up here. We used to talk about, the Clay sightings, and we'd show up at a breakfast place or maybe just sitting in his truck at the gas station. So, in fact, I want to see I subscribe to the romantic notion of trying to keep the three of them together until the end of their careers and beyond. I mean, I hope they all become like Chris Mullen, where they stick around and they're analysts and they show up at all the sports events, and I just think that's my dream anyway. And Clay, listen, if you got to pay him $28 to $30 million, excuse me, that's not a lot of money these days, guys. I mean, comparatively speaking, I think last I looked, I think there's something like 50 or 60 players making over $30 million a year net right now. So 26, 27, 28 million is not what it used to be. So just pay the guy, keep him here, and with the Dubs. Can I say something about Andrew Wiggins?
Oh, absolutely.
I've always felt like that I wanted to keep him at least until we knew what the hell was going on, the last 2 years with him and what was causing him to, either not show up or show up but not have his head in the game. And I believe, I'm with you, Joe. We should certainly test the market, see what he's worth. Sorry, but we already did that, I believe, before the trade deadline last year, and I don't think there are any takers, or at least not, we couldn't get value enough for him. He wound up the last maybe third of the season playing a lot closer to the Andrew Wiggins, and presumably or hopefully he'll continue that. But still, I'm not sure to this day we're going to be able to get what we need. I mean, we need a 6'7", 6'8" wing defender and shooter, and that's younger and more consistent. And for $28 million a year, I don't know where we're going to find someone like that.
Yeah, no doubt. Uncle Gene, good call. I don't know where they're going to find anything either. That's why this foul season is so fascinating. What are the Warriors cooking up back there? Who are they talking to? By the way, Bobby Marks, she has released the unofficial luxury tax payments per team. The Warriors are obviously the leader there. Oh boy. Warriors.
How much for the Warriors?
$177 million. They're paying the luxury tax.
Oh my God!
No playoff games,
That's
right?
the Giants' payroll almost.
So
I'm serious.
The Clippers $142 million.
Woo!
The Suns $68 million. The Bucks $52 million. The Celtics $43.8 million. The Nuggets $20.2 million. The Miami Heat $15.7 million, and the LA Lakers at $6.9 million. So the 22 teams below the tax are projected to receive about $12 million each. The Warriors paid $176.9 million in tax
beat
payments
a 10 seed.
to beat a 10 seed, and now you don't get those playoff gates. So what do you do now? What do you do now? Jenny Jackson just performed, and I think Meg Thee Stallion's coming soon, right? So they're gonna sell that place out. I mean, you got a couple sellouts coming. They got some money. Love it. You there with me? Might need a permission slip to go to that concert, Sam Lovin.
No.
So the Warriors
too far.
The Warriors.
You need the permission slip.
Oh well, I'm gonna be a tag along. That's basically what
Adam is too much for me.
Because it is too much for me. So I need my fiance to be there because it will be too much for me. But you, Sam Lovin, oh boy,
It's a good date night, Megan concert. Kosher.
The downfall is near and it's coming hard.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone put Meg Thee Stallion and kosher in the same sentence.
So we do on the morning roast, man. You hear stuff you never hear before.
There you go, Lovin.
The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is true. Hey, did you tell your girl that? No, I'm not going to do that, Lovin. I'm not going to say that again.
Don't talk about that.
Say that. I said something. Somebody hit me up and said, "What are you doing, dude? You're going to get fired for saying what you." Last week I said something like, "Once Lovin went black, he never went back." I think it's true though. It's true. That's all.
Say, I'm not going to say it, and then you say this very thing you said you didn't want to say.
I mean,
That's the morning roast for you.
I'm just well-rounded.
I have a big mouth sometimes.
Now, remember the goal. Remember the goal for Lakeland. It's not only a championship.
We got a window here. We've got to try to win another title. And I really badly want to see Steph and our guys, Clay and Draymond, get another one. LeBron's got 4.
Yep.
They got 4.
Yep.
Let's get 5. Let's seed him to 5.
Right,
Thank you.
I don't think that's going to happen. Like honestly.
More than LeBron. Now you want LeBron to join and help us get 5.
You're always open to LeBron coming. But honestly, Warrior fans, just be realistic with yourself, right? Just be realistic. You got beat by the Lakers the year prior, and it wasn't that close. And they got dominated by Denver. This year, you didn't even get out of the 10 seed.
I know.
And you lost to Sacramento Kings, who had no shot against the New Orleans Pelicans. All right, who ended up having no shot, period. You're really far away. To think that retaining the crew and you're going to be, you're right there. You're one trade away. You're right there. I just don't see it. Like, they got to reshape this whole thing.
I think he was surprised, shocked, if anything. And he's told the story several times about when it happened, and he was kind of stunned by it. But I think he was, it didn't take him long to sort of figure out that this is something, if he could help make work, makes a change. Look, he gets a chance to win a championship.
Yep. And
that's the one thing he hasn't done. Every team Chris Paul has ever been on, I think they average, is 10 games better when he's on.
Right.
So I expect to see something like that here this year as well. But he hasn't won a championship. And I think he knows that he has an opportunity here. Obviously he's getting older, dwindling years, there are opportunities to do that. He's got a chance to do that. And we need that one. We need that championship. We need it badly.
That 5th one. We need it badly.
5 different times you guys said something to him while he was talking.
Okay. Chris Paul, I thought it was going good this year. It was. I mean, he got hurt.
I thought he was good, Warrior.
Yeah, I thought it was going good.
He's a pro.
But the whole point of why you got him was for crunch time and the winning and down the stretch and playoff basketball and blah, 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 blah. And Pajemski came into the game before him twice in the first half and in the second half
in the playing
of a game he got blown out in.
Yeah. I don't think Chris Paul was necessarily happy about that. He spoke about that after one game where he said, even Steve said, look, he's going to mess up sometimes. He's trying to figure out who's in the final lineup. But Chris Paul was always saying, I'm here. I'm ready to play, and I'm ready to close.
I mean, barring a miraculous negotiation and trade to get something of value back for Chris Paul, that Jordan Poole extension and trade is just not aging well.
How do people feel about that right now?
Not good.
Seriously?
Well, because last year was I think a lot of people felt, just get JP off my team.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this is why I go back to the Wiggins, it does matter who you trade him for. You can't just get rid of assets. So as bad as Jordan Poole was, and I get it, it was bad, okay? And I'm sure that his value wasn't anywhere near what I might have assessed it to be, especially at the beginning of the year. You got rid of him for a guy 2 times as old who you barely played.
You got rid of your most athletic players. Now, you say that, right? And I don't want anybody to kill me for saying this. But everybody's saying, hey, get rid of Jordan Poole, get rid of Jordan Poole, get rid of Jordan Poole. So now Poole's gone. Don't you kind of hear the same dialogue with Klay Thompson? For the most, on this show. I can't speak for everybody out there. But in turn, I'm just baked off who I interact with on a daily basis, who we talk to on a daily basis, our chats, our text line, the City Mobile text line. It feels like the same type of dialogue is like, you know what? Just let Klay walk. Now, again, you let him walk, that's fine. I personally, I don't care. I'm not losing sleep. It is what it is. I'm going to cover the team. But you realize that how the hell are you going to replace 268 made threes in the league that shoots nothing but threes? You take away that shooter, now we're asking Moody to be a better shooter. You're asking Moody to step up. You're asking Paz to step up. It's a lot for these young guys, man.
No question.
That's a lot to replace. That's a lot of production to we can look at all the bad, because there was plenty of bad. I acknowledge that. There was plenty of bad. But let's not sleep over and gloss over the good.
Yeah, but
and the production.
I think part of the Jordan Poole thing was chemistry. I think part of it was moving off money early because they were, the money thing. Again, staring the money in the face.
Chemistry is kind of something with Klay Thompson, right? Sulking, team meetings,
it's tough
stuff
for
like
me to
that.
quantify. I'm sure, to your point of yesterday, I'm sure we're going to hear things, good, bad, somewhere in between, regarding Klay Thompson. I mean, not everyone loves everyone. We know that in life. I mean, that's just life. That's not basketball. That's just life.
I learned that the hard way.
But
I try to be liked here at 95.7 Game.
Well, I like you, and that's all that matters. Well, not really, but you get what I'm going.
It's a working relationship.
Okay, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
Why, RJ? Why do I make you nervous?
Here's the difference, though, is that they didn't really they had full control in the Jordan Poole thing. They don't have full control in the Klay Thompson thing.
Nope.
Klay can, push this thing to wherever he wants to go. Even if, let's say, the Warriors offer more money, more years, he just might not want to be here.
May not.
That's entirely plausible.
May not. All right, you guys ready to take these calls? We got two doozies here. Right before Heliot Ramos is going to join us at 9:20, folks. Heliot Ramos, 7 home runs in the month of June.
It's time for you to do the legal.
All right, Philmo. I like that one better than Gurus. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC.
Time for the legal.
Yeah, I don't like that one. I don't know. He's driving. What was the context behind that? At Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate, auto loan, apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. All right. Let's get BPA out the way, Brian and Palo Alto, and then we'll go to Bobby in Los Altos. BPA, good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning. How you doing? Yeah, I think the Poole. I mean, look, Poole's contract, one of the worst in the NBA, maybe one of the worst in history, right? As far as
stop.
The quality of player.
Let's stop. Let's
stop.
He's
not. Okay, he's not good.
Like, come on,
put it
man.
that way.
Did you look at his last 6 weeks?
Hey, BPA, Keith Van Horn on line 1.
I mean, come on, man. Austin Crozier.
Okay, Jordan Poole is massively underrated. Sorry, let me read that.
No, I'm not saying that. You said it was the worst contract in league history. I can find you some bad contracts.
Right, just keep going. It was a bad contract.
Okay.
I would agree.
Okay. But you have Chris Paul's expiring contract, right? And that is an asset. And that is something that you can package to get a really good player. And so I think that trade can be a good trade if they do that. And if they let his contract expire, then it was a disastrous trade. It's pretty binary, right?
BPA, real quick. I'm going to stop you right there. What do you think the Warriors can net for Chris Paul? You said a really good player. When you say really good player, what goes through your head?
Like quality. I mean, that's obviously I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one in my own mind. But I would say, is there any way that you can package, even if it involves Kuminga, in my opinion, like Chris Paul, Kuminga, I don't know, maybe a pick too, I don't know, to get Lauri Markkanen. That's the kind of player I want, right? That's a guy that, I was actually looking at his stats, 40% 3-point shooting, 50% field goal, 24 points a game, 9 boards on a terrible, like no supporting cast. And so that's the kind of guy I think they really need to get. He's just a really good player who you would think would be even better with a player like Steph around him.
And what are you doing with Wiggins?
How many Lauri Markkanen games did you watch this year?
I watched 82, Bonte. I watched.
I'm just curious.
No, BPA, what do you do with Wiggins?
At the stats.
Now, what do you do with Wiggins and what do you do with Clay?
I mean, if obviously if you're going to have to package Kuminga, you would probably keep Wiggins, I'd guess. I've maintained all along that I would like to see Clay back on a reasonable deal. If he's, if someone's going to give him $30-35 million a year, I'd thank him for his service. I don't think anyone will, by the way. Like, if you look at the cap situation for even teams with a lot of cap space, if they're going to use all their cap space on Clay, that's probably not a great bet. But, like, yeah, I think, if that's it, if he just wants to chase every last cent, then I thank you, and what a great run. And, we appreciate it.
Thanks for the memories, huh? There it is, BPA. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos, man.
I love when he said, even though I'd love to be a GM, because we all want to be GM.
I just looked at the stats of Lauri Markkanen, because it's funny, because Lauri Markkanen, Brady played the Lakers early this season.
I'll take him in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I know you would, even though you didn't watch him. But I remember I was talking to Spinoni, because he's a diehard Laker fan. And I was like, damn, does Lauri Markkanen, all he does is stand at the three-point line?
Perfect.
It's big.
He went nowhere near Anthony Davis.
Nowhere near him. Just got punked.
He fits right in.
Just got punked.
Well, in the Western Conference, you're going to have to. There's guys like Nikola Jokic.
Right.
Like that.
Right. You got Wemby. All right. You got Chet Holmgren. You got Karl Anthony Towns and Naz Reid. Anyway, I'll take
they got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
And they got him. Bobby in Los Altos. Bobby, what's happening?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, when I first jumped in the car, I heard something that Shasky, I want to talk about Clay, but I heard something that Shasky said. I think it should be repeated. Shasky, I really liked it. You said the 2 most important attributes of any human should be, what was it, self-awareness and compromise?
Yep.
That's amazing, man. I feel like you could build a talk show around those two, that concept. You could help people with a lot of therapy with that concept.
Sit on the couch, Dr. Melfi.
Yeah.
Dr. Shasky.
As it relates to, look, this is my opinion. So it's easy for me to say these things, but you can rebuild anytime you want. We still got the end of a window. There's nothing to say that Clay can't have a little bounce back. I mean, he did lead the league, I believe, in made threes 2 years ago. I don't know what his percentage was, but I believe he had the most number of threes 2 years ago.
41%, if anybody's wondering.
Yeah, and then Wiggins, he has relatively little use. Low usage the last couple of years, I guess, given his break. So I feel like your chance of making noise or, getting another bonus championship is much greater by keeping those two versus trying to do a trade for figuring out, some magical potion that's going to get him another title. And then certainly, like I said, you can do a rebuild anytime you want. What's the rush for doing that? Now, with Clay, this is the way I look at it. I'd say to Clay, look, we're going to give you 2 years. We'll give you 28. We'll give you 2 years, 28, and we'll give you a no trade. And if you feel like you want to go and chase 30 or 32 and leave Sausalito and leave your boat behind and enjoy your time in the Magic Kingdom, go ahead. Go ahead. I mean, his quality of life has got to be worth at least $10 million, and it's easy for someone to say that when someone's making $30 million a year. So I think we should keep Clay 2 years, no trade clause, and we can get him for, I'm going to say, less than market value. And let's run it back, and let's see what happens. And if it doesn't work, it'll still be a better possibility of trying to make noise in the playoffs than if we try to find a Markkanen or to find take a gamble on a diamond in the rough. That's my opinion.
Good call, Bobby.
So
good to hear from you.
Roll it back.
Hey, his opinion is run it back. How many people feel like that? Because I did hear somebody call. Was it us or was it Stanley? I forget. I'm getting so old. I'm forgetting the time of the day and everything like that. It's really bad. I need to go check. I need therapy myself. Listen, somebody said, just run it back because Draymond, if he doesn't get suspended for 18 games, you're a 5 seed in the West. No, I was on our show. That was on our show. I think that was Friday or something like that. Somebody called us and said, run it back. You're a 5 seed in the Western Conference if Draymond doesn't get suspended. Which, I mean, theoretically, he's right.
He's been suspended every season of his career that he's been a starter.
Not this long. Not this long.
Yeah, not this long. But like, if he doesn't do this, like, come on, dude. Like, give me a break. Here's something I would like to do. Spadoni, are you ready for this?
No.
Bonte, you are going to act as one of the agents. Pick whoever player you want to represent, and you're sitting down with Brian in Palo Alto, the GM.
Hi, how are you?
Wait. How you gonna let this guy get mad at my girl Tony? They're both two peas in the same pot.
So, Bonte, who do you want?
Italian.
Who do you want to represent? Chris Paul negotiating the $30 million, or Klay Thompson?
Why do I have to be? Could I be? I'll be Clay's agent. Fine.
All right.
It's fitting.
All right.
I'm the Clay apologist, right?
It's the same old Clay to you.
Same old Clay to me. Did you like that? The love it was on today. He was loving it. You know Bonte. What did Clay say? Oh, you know Bonte.
Here, so Bonte comes into the room.
To me.
I'll be the secretary. Mr. Hill, walk right this way. GM Brian in Palo Alto is here to see you.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, what's up, BPA?
I'm not doing anything crazy.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not looking for anything crazy.
Shasky, I'm just a man.
I know, Shasky. I know you're a man. Nobody's calling you.
So, Mr. Hill, can you tell them how many years and how much money you want for Klay Thompson?
Yeah, I like to be respected. I like 3 years and a player option.
I'm not scared.
Okay, you're not scared of that. Then fine. Let's do business then. What's the wait?
Don't give me false equivalencies.
Or not. I'm giving you.
But you hit how many threes last year?
I'm giving you 268 made threes last year, 301 the year before. And
I'm sorry, I hate to break the narrative.
It's not the narrative. Those are the facts. I'm giving you 41% from 3. Yeah, you want to laugh. You asked me to come off the bench, GMBPA. I came off the bench and shot even better.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
So you just wasting my time, then.
This is the best work you've ever done.
You're just wasting our time.
This is a Rembrandt.
Oh. I have a big mouth sometimes.
I know you got a big mouth. So what's up? 3 years in my player option. Let's do the damn thing. Nothing?
I'm optimistic all day.
Well, I'm optimistic, too, that we could get this done.
Oh
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
If you're optimistic,
Spadoni, you're
what
brilliant.
about my $32 million a year?
Those are all the drops like
We're out of drops. Oh my God.
We need to get more BPA calls for more drops.
No, we need more Tony calls.
Oh my God.
Where's Clark the Shark
Spadoni, that's the best work. I mean, Dr. Dre's got nothing on you.
Yeah, I got a lot of love for you too.
My involvement. I role play well on the spot.
That was not bad.
Can I get some damn
credit?
You were
good. You were good.
No, you were good there too, Bonte.
All optimism, baby.
See,
you were the second best player in that bit right there.
Exceptional work.
Hey, wait, is Clark the Shark? Is Ken Oprah and Cal so dead depressed about the Warriors he won't even call in no more? I'm actually concerned about him.
We got the Cardinals Giants this week, right? At Wrigley today, you got to call in about that.
Is it power out in East St. Louis?
That was hilarious.
Did he pay his cell phone bill?
Well, they're going to be doing parades for their own Jason Tatum, right? The pride of St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh my God.
Spadoni, I honest to God, that was one of the most brilliant things anyone's done on live air. You and me just riffing there with Bonte. That was great.
It was a good job all around.
Could you imagine BPA as the GM of the Golden State Warriors?
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
It's the way he gathers his breath.
I asked him, man,
because we all feel that way.
No, I asked him, man. How many games you watch with Laurie Marketing? 82? No, I just see the box scores. So you don't really know.
You got League Pass Bonte, League Pass BPA.
Exactly. You know what? I respect him. I think he represents a big chunk segment of the fan base.
You respect him, but you don't respect Tony in Oakland.
At least he makes tangible points.
No, he makes tangible points?
Yeah, we can agree or disagree.
Tangible points?
He does. I actually know he has a point to his call.
Oh, my
gosh. Context and an end.
I'm sorry. I hate to break the narrative.
Exactly.
Tony does it?
He wants Laurie Marketing.
Tony does it. Tony cooks up the brew, gets to her point, and you're just so lost in the sauce that she's in the zone and you're not.
I mean, if I want to go to Burning Man, I'm calling
what the zone is.
I know what the zone is. You know why you don't know what the zone is? Because you guys aren't in it.
Of course.
That's why.
He ruined your zone. He doesn't have the balls. He's an Italian.
Where's Tony? Bonte, you're in the zone like me. What did she say? She was cooking yesterday.
The boy doesn't know the zone as well as you do, Bonte.
And that's you guys. You don't know the zone as well as me.
She speaks hieroglyphics, and we have no one who can interpret it.
I can. That's why he's
and
my
ain't nothing you
friend.
can do about it.
Nothing you can do about it. You ain't never been in the zone, dog? Oh, man.
Ramos is in the zone, though.
We need a call. We need like a showdown with some of these callers. Tony in Oakland and BPA. What would
Smack
BPA?
off.
BPA would wilt in front of Tony in Oakland.
Disagree on that.
She would wilt. He would wilt. He would succumb to the pressure. All right, Elliot Ramos, man, let's have some fun. He's not succumbing to the pressure. He's eating the pressure up, and he's hitting home runs left and right. Let's talk to Elliot Ramos on the other side. Brought to you by Safeway.
Hey, I got a lot of love for you, too, as you know.
Hey, it's Willard and Dips.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
Against Wisniewski, and Ramos drives that one to deep right field. And just like that, this game is tied. Elliot Ramos does it again. Into the bleachers, it's 2-2.
It takes an elite talent.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Dave Fleming on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. You heard Hunter Pence at the end there. Elliot Ramos. He's on fire. Tyro Estrada, he hits a 3-run home run. Giants get a big win against the Chicago Cubs, scoring 3 in the 9th inning, powered by that Estrada 3-run home run. But Elliot Ramos tying the game in the 7th inning, going Oppo Taco, and my man is on fire. He is on fire. He's going to join us in moments here. And what a revelation as we're begging for some of the youngsters to come up. Where's Ramos? Where's Schmidt? Where's Matos? Where's Patrick Bailey? What's up with these guys? What's going on here? Well, Elliot Ramos has showed up to the party. And he ain't going back down to Sacramento, that's for sure. He is not going back down to Sacramento, or up to Sacramento for that matter. My man is on fire. Look, he's from Puerto Rico. He's been in multiple All-Star games in the minor leagues, and we've been waiting for him to pop, and he's popped with 7 home runs in the month of June. 7. I mean, Shasky, what a revelation for this guy.
To me, it's the balanced approach at the plate where he's spraying it to all fields. He'll pull the ball. He'll go the other way. He had a beautiful single to right field yesterday on a pitch that was away. And it's just his balance at the plate right now. He's so locked in. Defensively, I also think he's extremely underrated. Yep. I think he has very good first step range. Seems to have a decent arm. Like, I just think he's developed at a rate that I didn't see coming. And it hasn't been 1 month. It's been 2 full months now of success. I'm not saying he's a 320, 35 home run, 120 RBI guy, even though that's what he's on pace for right now. But this is not a blip. This is sustainable for right now, and the guy deserves a lot of credit.
No doubt. In the month of June, Elliot Ramos batting 387 with 7 jacks and 18 RBIs, and he's on the line right now here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Elliot, live in Chicago, having a hell of a month and a hell of a season. Welcome to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill, good morning to you, man. How you feeling after last night?
Thank you for inviting me. I mean, it feels really good. It was a great game. We won it, it was a team effort, and it was great. It was exciting.
It was exciting. And you know what's exciting is watching you step up to the plate and step into that batter's box, man. And you've had a hell of a season so far, batting 328 on the year. But in the month of June, you just turned it up a notch with 7 jacks, 18 RBIs. What's been different this season for you, where you're getting a big shot here to make your name here in the major leagues, and you're making it? The league knows about you right now. What's been different for you this season, Elliot, at the plate?
Honestly, just my mentality, just the way I go about it, just the plan, the focus. Everything is more simple now with my body, with my movement. So I'm just trying to stay focused and staying consistent and getting a good pitch to hit. And obviously, going out there and competing, that's the main thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you look like a completely different ball player. It looks like you've worked on your physique. I mean, you came up in 2022 for a short period. You came up for a little in 2023. You just physically look, I mean, you look like your chest has gotten bigger, and you've worked on a lot of different things. You just look like you're a stronger player physically. Is that the case?
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I lost some weight too. I wanted to cut down like 10 pounds. 10 to 12 pounds, and I feel lighter, I feel faster, and I feel like I still have pop, you know what I mean? So that was my goal in the off season when I talked to my brother, when I played Winter League and all that, and I've been feeling pretty good, honestly, about my work.
Yeah, I can see that, and it just feels like your approach at the plate, the balance is the word that I was using to talk about you the last couple of weeks, pulling the ball, going the other way. You had a beautiful, I mean, the home run was amazing, but the hit the other way was, I mean, that's what every hitting coach loves. What is it about the balanced approach right now? Why are you so locked in at the plate?
I just want to stay with my natural, like, how you say it? I just want to stay with what's my nature, you know what I mean? I was always, since I was little, I was always good to hitting the ball the other way. I didn't know how, but I was good doing it. So now it's like, now that I talk to the hitting coaches, now that I talk to so many people throughout my years, they help me realize that, you don't need to muscle, like, you don't need to do more to hit the ball out. You can just have a good approach and the ball will go out by itself, So I'm just trying to stay simple and stay compact at the plate.
Heliot Ramos here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, having a hell of a month of June and a hell of a season, batting .387 in the month of June. Your slugging's off the charts. Your OPS is off the charts. But I want to know, when you are having some downtimes like last year and you're going back and forth to Sacramento, who do you lean on? Do you lean on your brothers who played the game and are currently playing the game, Hector and, of course, your other brother, Henry? Did you lean on them? Who'd you lean on to kind of get through the tough times of going back and forth to Sacramento and San Francisco?
There's honestly, my brother helped me a lot through that. He's been in that process. He knows the struggle. He knows what it is to be like going up and down and trying to find your dream and never happens, right? So I talked to him, and he tells me just to keep going, just to stay positive and to keep my head up. Just keep working, just keep doing the same thing, just keep trying to stay positive, because that's the main thing, if you don't stay positive, that's game over for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, you're right about that. You got to have the positive mind frame. You had the positive mind frame to losing weight. I had to joke there. I'm trying to lose 10 pounds, Elliot, and I'm struggling right now, and I don't feel lighter at all. So good for you on that one there. How much did the heat bother you guys yesterday? I probably lost some weight. It looked like it was hot out there at Wrigley Field.
It was hot. It was hot from when we got there until the end. It was hot.
Yeah. I was listening to the broadcast a couple weeks back, and Dave Fleming was saying, you played predominantly center field until 2021, correct? And now you're getting a chance to play. It's obviously you're making the most of it. Is the outfield dimensions, are they different? Does the ball play different at AT&T because of the marine layer, the weather, the dimensions of the ballpark? Is that a trickier center field and right field to play than some of the other parks out there?
I feel like sometimes Oracle Park plays a little big during the days, and that's the only difference. Whenever, let's say, for example, during the day game, the ball flies a lot dead center and in the left center gap.
Yeah.
So you have to really go after the ball. You cannot just track it down like you do in a night game. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Because in a night game, the ball will die down a little bit. So it's just a little different. Obviously, you come to Chicago and you play a day game and the ball is flying. The wind is always blowing out, and then at night, the wind is not blowing at all. So it's like you have to be paying attention to all that and all them details.
Interesting stuff there. I got to ask you about Tyler Estrada's at-bat in the ninth inning, because he's been struggling, and he's been a good, consistent Giant. Any emotion that he showed after that 3-run jack. How jacked up were you about that home run, and how good did it feel to see your buddy, who I always see you guys in the clubhouse rapping back and forth, talking back and forth about the game? How good did he feel, and how good did you feel for him for hitting that 3-run home run in the ninth inning?
Man, that's who he is. He's a baller. He can play baseball. Everybody goes through a rough patch, you know what I mean? But that's who he is. He's a baller. He can play baseball. He got pop. He can change the game. All of us were hyped. We were definitely battling yesterday, and I felt it. Whenever we got the call interference on Amaya on Soler, and then we got the walk, I was like, yeah, this is the time. We got to do it right here. We're gonna do it right here. And Tyler's the one to do it.
Is Jorge the strongest guy on the team? Because every time he's swinging, I'm saying my guy is just swinging with every ounce of energy out there. He's starting to really heat up right now. But in terms of strength on the team, is he the strongest dude?
Man, I don't think I've ever seen somebody stronger than him, honestly.
Really?
Yeah, I was at third base. The other day at the end of a game, and he hit a line drive right on my foot, right on my calf. Yeah. And right now, every time I'm on BP running the bases or anything, I'm scared. I don't want to get yesterday he went down the line 110 for a foul ball. I was like, oh my God. I don't want to be there.
Is he treating you for dinner for that? Because I saw that the other day. You literally dropped like you were doing a push-up because that ball was screaming at you. He had to take you out for a meal after that one, right? You got to have a black and blue and purple calf right now because of the ball mark.
So, yeah, I mean, I hope you take me out for a dinner.
Yeah, especially in Chicago, some deep dish, man. It's a great city for food, but you're trying to keep their weight down, so we don't want to. We got to keep you on the diet here.
Yeah,
we're two foodies. We don't need you to be like us, Elliot. Real quick, what do you do in your off time? What are you doing right now?
Video games?
What, are you a video game guy? Do you go to a movie? What piques your interest outside of baseball?
I love video games. I play a lot of MLB The Show. I play Call of Duty with my friends. My girl is here. My girlfriend is here. So we love going out to go get coffee, go get some breakfast at a breakfast brunch. Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Sometimes. PS5 or Xbox?
PS5.
Oh yeah, that's my man.
Now, are you yourself? Do you make your create a player, or are you playing like Dynasty? What are you doing when you play? Because I play a lot of video games.
I play a lot of Diamond Dynasty. Last year, I got my 99 player, but then I got Sammy Sosa core, then I got Ken Griffey, I got Kyle Tucker, and I have to put them in the lineup, man. They're way too good, you know what I mean?
I love that.
I love the honesty.
Who's your favorite player growing up?
Believe it or not, David Ortiz. I loved him.
Big Poppy, yeah, he was clutch. No, it does make sense. It does make sense. Who was your favorite team? Who was your favorite team when you were growing up?
Red Sox.
Red Sox.
Because of my brother Henry, he drafted with the Red Sox.
It's true. That's true. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense.
What are you bumping right now? What kind of music you into right now? Who's the artist that's on your playlist?
Man, I'll take anybody, honestly. I like Eladio Carrion. That's my guy. I love the only concert that I ever been to is Eladio Carrion, and I loved it.
Oh, you sound like you into the dancing, huh? You like to get out on that floor?
Not really. I'm a bad dancer.
You're more like us than we thought, Elliot. What was your welcome to the big league moment? What was that moment where you're like, wow, I'm in the show? Was it the first game you ever played in the major leagues? What was your welcome to the big league moment, Elliot?
So that day was the weirdest day ever. I was not expecting the call, obviously. It was in 2022 and I wasn't doing super great, but I got the call and I got there, and then I didn't even have time to think. I went out, I played. I remember that day I got 2 hits. And then after that, whenever the game was over and all that, I was like, man, I did it. Like, I actually did it. You know what I mean? Like, this is what everybody dreams about. You know what I mean? Just make it to the big leagues, play good baseball, be in the best baseball of the world. You know what I mean? So Absolutely. It's like, it's a blessing. I'm super grateful, and I love that happened for me, and I know that my brother and my family are super happy too. So that makes me happier.
Giants fans are in love with you. You're the first homegrown outfielder that looks like a legitimate prospect to be an all-star in 35 years. So we're really excited. Now I want to ask you some fun stuff. I see you got the Rawlings glove out in center field, black with a little bit of the blonde laces. Who's the guy that you play catch with before every game? Because everybody's got their little playing catch partner. So who's the guy you play catch with before every game?
Man, I play with Conforto and Yaz. We go a 3-way because obviously, like, we don't have nobody else. But in batting practice, Soler. I'm still trying to figure out who I'm gonna stick with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, guys,
they got their. They got their guys too. You know what I mean? They started, like, Conforto and Yaz. They started the whole season together. So I don't want to take their place. You know what I mean? So. I'm still trying to see who's going to be my partner forever.
Well, hey, Yaz wouldn't be a bad partner. How about that throw yesterday from right field, huh?
Man, that got me pumped. That got me hyped up. That was so great. That was a great throw, yeah.
Hey, Patrick Bailey seems to be pretty competitive. I mean, he just shows a lot of fire back there. Is Patty the most competitive guy on the team?
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, honestly, that's one of the best player I ever played with. He's so consistent. He's so good behind the plate. He can hit the ball far. I mean, he's always ready to play. He's always ready to go. He loves competition, man. I love that.
I know you guys are trying to get consistent here, Elliot. With one game under 500 right now, you're playing the Cubs. Logan Webb's on the mound today. How are you guys feeling right now as a team? Do you feel like you guys are starting to turn a corner? I know the injuries have hurt you guys with Lamar Wade Jr. Now Kyle Harrison's on the IL. Hopefully you get Blake Snell back soon. Robbie Ray's supposed to be on deck after the All-Star break. How are you guys feeling like a team? Do you feel like you could compete with the big boys in the National League?
I mean, the win yesterday gave us a lot of confidence for sure. We're ready. We're ready. We're ready to go out there and compete. We're ready to go out there and get the job done for sure.
Yeah.
we just got to stay consistent and stay with the plan, honestly, and just keep going.
Yeah. You know, I noticed that it feels like a lot of the young guys are clicking together. You talk about Pat Bailey. I know Luis Matos and you have played a lot in the minor leagues. Brett Wisely's out there. Is there kind of like a Randy Rodriguez, another guy that came up kind of with this crew, Kyle Harrison? Is there kind of a fraternity, a little clique of the young guys that have gone through the trials and tribulations in the minor leagues and are now playing on the big league club? Do you guys kind of feel together?
I mean, for sure. We talked about it, like Matos, Randy, and all that. We talked about it, that whenever our time comes, we're going to make the best out of it for sure. And we're going to get the job done for sure. I mean, all my boys, they love competing. And that's what I love about them. They never quit. You know what I mean? So you saw it yesterday. So that's all we love. That's all we like. And I mean, we just got to keep going, man, and support each other for sure, yeah. Yeah,
you know, Marco Luciano and you have probably played a lot together the last couple of years, and he had a struggle, and you've had struggles like that early on and had to go back down. Have you had a chance to talk with him and give him a little bit of words of encouragement?
Well, I haven't talked to him, but the little bit that we talk when we are face-to-face, he's very positive. He got a good mindset. I mean, they're Matos, Luciano, where they're both strong mentally, and I feel like there's a lot of guys that we have in AAA that are like that.
Well, if you keep hitting like you are, hell, you're going to be in Texas for the All-Star game. Now, I think that's a real possibility. I know you don't want to look too far ahead. You're still living in the moment, and you're having the fun at Wrigley Field. Again, another home run yesterday, 7 in the month of June. Keep it up, man, and we thank you so much for the time. You've been so fun to watch right now. You've given Giants fans a breath of fresh air, and it's fun to watch you, man. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, man. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for the love, for sure.
Oh, and I'm going to be looking for you on PS5, bro. Yeah. I'm coming for your Diamond Dynasty. I'm going to take some of your cards.
Hey, you can add me. We can play one day.
Let's do that.
I'm not afraid.
You're not afraid. Hey, I don't think he wants that smoke with Ramos, man. I don't think he wants that smoke with you, brother.
Let's go.
Have fun out there in Chicago, man. Enjoy the cup of coffee with your girlfriend.
All right, thank you.
Anytime, man. Elliot Ramos here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Dude. He's playing so well. So well. And, you know, we've been waiting for one of these youngsters to pop. Just going back to Kuminga for a second, like when he popped, you could tell the fan base is just so excited about it. And now we've been waiting, whether it's Luciano or Kyle Harrison or, you know, Patrick Bailey. Ramos, I think, was unexpected. Like, I felt like a lot of fans had given up on him. Given up and left him for dead, saying, he don't expect anything from him.
Well, it just felt like there were opportunities to be had in the outfield, and he, for whatever reason, wasn't getting his number called. And when he did, it just, it didn't look great. But I think his path is more like most people's path in life, where you're going to fail a little here and there, and then eventually you kind of figure it out. Most people aren't phenoms. They're not Bobby Witt Jr., most people, right? That's why those guys are comets, and they come ever so often. Most people aren't Brock Purdy, that step on the scene and are excellent from day one. Some people struggle, and sometimes we think that development is a straight path up. No, it's up and down, up and down, up and down. And I'm just really happy for the guy, and it feels like he's super serious. He super cares about the game, and in the clutchest moments of the game,
he's
7th, 8th, 9th inning, he always delivers.
Locked in. That home run to tie the game in the 7th inning is just like, wow, this guy, he can do no wrong right now. You just look at his game logs, and again, you look at just the month of June. I got to go back and look at Posey's July when he was a rookie, because he came out of nowhere. It was just like, wow, look at Buster Posey. He's a keeper. Look, I still want to see more Ramos, and I've said this over and over again. I won't say it to his face, but but no, seriously, I want to see how it plays out over July and August, because I got hyped about Casey. This doesn't look like Casey Smith. This looks legit, first of all. The plate discipline, taking walks, going opposite field. Yeah. He's playing a good outfield. This looked like there may be something here. There may be something here, and if Matos could come back up and he could reclaim the magic that he had that week in Pittsburgh and New York City, all of a sudden you get Matos or Ramos. We're feeling good with Yaz in right field. All right, now we got something here. At least you have something moving into next year, because that's all we're doing here. We don't know if this team's going to win the World Series. We don't even know if they're going to make the damn playoffs. We have no idea. But can I find some pillars going into next season? We know Logan Webb's a pillar.
Yeah.
We think Kyle Harrison could be a pillar.
We're hoping that Camilo Duvall can,
rectify everything.
Yeah, it's been a little blip recently, but I still view him currently as a pillar.
You brought up Patrick Bailey.
I think he's a pillar.
All right. Tyro Estrada, we'll see. Matt Chapman, I would love for Matt Chapman to be around this club for a long time.
I'm ready to, like, even though I know that he's going to be streaky, I'm ready to give him a 2 or 3 year deal.
Yeah,
I would.
I just want him.
I like his style.
Yeah, he's serious. He's got some swagger, but he plays hard. He wants to win.
I think he's a great impression on the young players too.
Exactly. So maybe Ramos could be another pillar for this team. I'm looking for pillars here. I'm looking for guys we can go into the future with to say, hey, when I go to Dodger Stadium, I got my dudes. Yeah. I'm ready to compete. So we'll see what they can do. Let's go to Byron in San Jose. Byron, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Gentlemen, just hearing that interview gave me big Poppy vibes. I think Heliot Ramos has got that junior Poppy vibes. It's that big bat we've been missing for a long time. I was at the game last Friday, and every bottom of the inning, I'd look up, where's Heliot Ramos? How many guys can get on base in front of him? He's got that pop, and I think you guys hit it on the nose. We have a large enough sample. I think this guy's for reals here. And just big Poppy Jr. here in the Bay Area now.
Hey, Big Poppy's a favorite player. Were you surprised by that?
No. Because,
get your mic on.
Oh, no, because guys that are 24, they came up. Think about 2004, Manny Ramirez, David Ortiz, like those were who their guys would be. Go back 17, 18 years ago when they're 8, 9, 10 years old. It makes a ton of sense. Just also tells me that we're getting old as hell.
Yeah, he brought up his brothers and how, because it could be troublesome for a young player to go back and forth to Sacramento, going back and forth. You're thinking, boy, I may not be all of a sudden doubt starts to creep in your head. Can I do this?
Yeah.
Am I really that good? And when you look, and when Seb Lubman told us last night, he's like, hey, man, we got Ramos coming up in 920. I was like, all right, let me do a deep dive real quick. And you look at his history, the guy hasn't failed.
No.
The guy's been a minor league all-star year in and year out, winning fall league MVPs, and he was basically playing with guys older than him. And it was like, okay, this guy, I see why the hype was surrounding him as a guy that, because I keep recalling back to last year when Lum is like, well, Matos and Ramos, and it's all about getting everybody ready for 2024 or 2024. What about 2023?
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Now 2024 is here, and at least one of these guys. Like, that's all you want. If you get 3 young guys, if one pops, great.
Yeah.
Right? The Warriors are going through it right now with Wiseman and Poole and Kuminga and Moody. If you get Kuminga to pop, okay, great. You're not going to get all 3 guys. Like Celtics, they won a championship. They got Brown and Tatum to pop.
Yeah.
Philadelphia had all kind of number 1 picks. Ben Simmons, Markelle Fultz. Those guys didn't pop, right? They're all gone. Now you're leading on Joel Embiid, and he's trying to get past the second round for once in his career.
I know he wore Nate Shearholt's number 12 prior and it switched for Jordan Hicks. He's got 17 on right now, right? Is that correct, Lubman? Lubman, you there?
What's Lubman doing?
He's cutting the interview out.
He's cutting sound. There you go.
Sorry, what was the question?
Lubman. Ramos is rocking number 17 because Hicks wears 12 currently. They flip-flop jersey numbers, correct?
Did they do that?
Yeah,
today?
he wears 17 now, right? That's right, off the top of my head.
I mean, if that happened, must have just happened recently.
So I'm the only one that's like a number guy?
I'm a number guy in football and basketball, but not in baseball.
So can you look up number 17s in Giants history, guys who wore them? Because I think I can rattle off, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7.
Okay. I'm looking at Buster Posey. So I keep talking about Buster Posey's July.
Yeah, give it to me. While he looks that up.
I'm telling you, I'll never forget this. And he had a game in Washington where he's hitting the ball all over the place. And I'm like, wow, we got something cooking here. I'm dead serious. 7 home runs in that month of July. 27 games for Buster Posey in that month. 43 hits and 103 official at-bats. He batted .418 in the month of July, 24 RBIs. He only struck out 13 times in 27 games.
Ramos has 43 hits over 2 months.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically.
So this is the month of July. This is the month of July.
That's incredible.
OPS over 1,000. On base percentage 466. I mean, this guy was just, I swear to God, I'll never forget that month of July. Because, playing fantasy baseball, I remember Big Dog City picked him up, and I was so angry. And I think he may have led him to a championship because he was just scorching hot. It's like, wow, but Ramos's run is starting to remind me of that.
Yeah.
He's already got 7 home runs. June's got another week and a half left.
I mean, again, Chili Davis is the outfielder. The last time that we've felt about an outfield prospect from our own system do something like this, like it feels different and it's exciting. And you can live with the Yaz platooning in right field if Ramos is going to stay in center field and continue to play good defense out there. It was interesting. He clearly knew the difference between a day game and a night game at Oracle Park, and you could see that, like, hey, the ball's going to die in the evening and in the afternoon. I don't know. I find it to be very interesting. He's a really sharp guy.
What
What's up?
We got to track Ramos here over the next 2 weeks.
Why?
650 trying to call us out. The Morning Roast jinx has been activated. Ramos won't hit for bleep from here on out. The hype beast once again, just like they were talking about Niner parades. Plans. You must be a Seahawk fan.
Do we have number 17s in Giants history? You have them? All right. So in my mind, when I hear Giants number 17, first name that comes to my mind, Kevin Bass. Late 80s, Mother's Day trading cards.
Former Houston Astro.
Absolutely.
More known for an Astro as a Giant.
Okay. More recently, most people are going to say Aubrey Huff. Okay. I'm going to go, I think, was it Jake McGee, Casey McGee? What was the third baseman we traded for from Santa Cruz? Did he wear 17?
Casey McGee, who...
or was that the lefty pitcher McGee? Which one was
Jake McGee?
It was the lefty pitcher who didn't only threw fastballs.
I'll never forget Casey McGee.
Wore it.
Pablo moved on to Boston. Giants signed Casey McGee. My guy John Wilson, shout out John Wilson. You're somewhere out there. He used to work at ABC Sports and another radio station back then when he told me I would have to go to Bakersfield to start my career. Listen, he told me, Casey McGee's on-base percentage is so much higher than Pablo. This is a perfect replacement. You'd be better than Pablo. And he lasted, 6 weeks?
I knew a couple of Irish guys that had the McGee jerseys. It's the only reason why I remember that.
From Santa Cruz, right? Casey McGee?
Yeah. The straw man changed because we didn't have 44 available for him. In 94, he wore 17. Darryl Strawberry, the straw man, as I used to call him. Kurt Manwaring wore it before he switched to a single-digit number.
Was he number 9?
Yeah, I know, but he came up before when they had Terry Kennedy. He was a backup.
That same year, Mackie Sasser took over for him. So there you go.
Okay, did Mackie Sasser? Okay. That must have been like 88, 87. What year was that?
87.
Yeah, okay. Number 17's in Giants lore.
17 is such a... I don't... Ramos is wearing it. It's looking good. But, like, a quarterback would never wear number 17, right? The 4th Street quarterback would wear 17. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many great quarterbacks wore the number 17? I know we're talking baseball here.
Yeah, that's the only one I can think of.
That's the only one? Yeah. 17, that's it?
Jason Campbell? Oh, great quarterback, sorry.
Yeah. I see the joke. I see what you did. I see
Raider legend, Jason
number
Campbell?
17 for the Giants. I've given you how many? Have I given you 6? I've been pretty good.
You've given me a bunch.
Okay, give me a couple more that I'm missing.
Ruben Tejada.
There's a first baseman who's in the minor leagues now. I believe Damon Minor also wore 17.
Oh yeah, Damon Minor,
who was a coach, correct?
Well, he was a coach. He had a cup of coffee with the Giants, but now he's in the minor league instructor.
Did you mention the guy that wore it last year?
Who wore it last year?
I don't know.
Mariner.
Mitch Haniger! Yeah, he did wear 17.
I don't remember. How many
games? He was only with the Giants for like 5 seconds.
How many games did he play with the Giants? 35? 40?
Yeah.
We got Mitch Haniger, though.
Another notable 17, I don't know if you said already, Atlee Hammaker.
Hammaker!
Wow.
Giant legend.
Great call. Totally
right?
forgot about him.
After Tim Hudson, do you know who wore it?
Tim Hudson?
Beckham. Yeah, Tim Hudson wore
Gordon
it.
Beckham, the former Chicago White Sox. He was a first-round pick out of Georgia.
Yeah.
I totally forgot Gordon Beckham
was he in the same draft as Posey?
Maybe. I don't remember the draft, but he definitely was out of Georgia.
Hudson wore 17 too. Wow.
Correct.
Josh Allen is 17. Doug Williams. My bad. The text line. Text line. Josh Allen. Well, I'm 17. Let's talk about quarterbacks.
Gordon Beckham taking 3 picks after Posey.
Doug Williams did 17.
Hey,
I thought Doug Williams wore 12.
When it comes to these numbers, I'm telling you, dude, it's weird. Like you collect the cards and you remember all these crazy. Atlee Hammaker, I should have known though. That pisses me off.
Don't let it piss you off.
That pisses me off.
You're pretty good with the numbers though. I'll note down you on that.
Like, for example, Matt Williams didn't start with number 9. I believe he started with number 7 in 87 when he came up as a shortstop. And then they acquired Kevin Mitchell, so 7 was gone.
Oh, wow.
And blah, 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 blah.
The Morning Roast jinx. Matt Chapman, when he joined us, we were all riding high. We were laughing and joking. Well, since he came on a 40-year-old, since his appearance, he's batted 177 with 1 home run.
Well, that was in the 2 weeks following his appearance on the Morning Roast. He's slightly turned it around since then, but yeah, the 2 weeks after he came on the show, it was.
I'm sorry, I hate to break the narrative.
So let's track Ramos. By the way, Doug Williams wore 17. I thought he wore number 12. Jim Hart, Steve DeBerg, David Craig. Dave Craig was all right. He was all right with the Seahawks. He's more known for throwing a touchdown pass on the day Derek Thomas, I believe, was it 7 or 9 sacks that he had in a single game. And when he threw the touchdown pass on the last play of the game, was at Arrowhead Stadium on that turf, Derek Thomas missed a sack. He had him in his arms.
Doug Williams did wear number 17 with Washington.
He wore 17. Yep. What about with Tampa Bay?
He might have been. I was going to say 12 with Tampa Bay.
Was it 10?
I was going to say 17 for the Niners. AJ Jenkins, Braylon Edwards, Cedric Wilson. I think.
I would not want to be associated with 17. I don't know. Well, it's a funky number. You like 17?
I think 17 is sitting on a platter for Ramos to make it his.
Yeah, there you go.
Ryan Tannehill, Jake Delhomme.
Ryan Tannehill.
I did like Delhomme, though. Delhomme was
sweet.
Delhomme was solid.
Delhomme was a good interview,
He was so good in that Super Bowl.
He was so good. Remember he was talking trash to Rodney Harrison? Mushie Muhammad. He threw the ball to Mushie Muhammad, 80 yards or something like that. Threw a dime.
Stephen Davis.
That's what Deshaun Foster, now the head coach.
UCLA,
yeah.
Wow,
Tustin High School down there in SoCal. He's not a head coach at UCLA. He did the Madden little dive in that Super Bowl.
Yes.
He was sick. That Super Bowl was
Who's
great.
that wide receiver? Ricky Prohl, remember him?
Ricky Prohl.
of course.
Great White Hope, bro. Come on,
Ricky
man.
Prohl, Super Bowl
One of
champ
the
with
fastest
Rams.
guys in Madden history. 99, him and Tim Dwight.
Some NBA news, real quick. It looks like Pascal Siakam in Indiana. They're going to near it.
What's the number?
They're going to be on an extension. No numbers yet. No numbers yet.
I had it projected.
No numbers yet.
Joe
Probably
Shasky's projections.
Probably 40 million plus for Pascal Siakam.
Even though
160. 4-year, 160 million.
Yep. OG Anunoby, according to Brian Windhorst, is not thrilled with the Knicks' current offer and will test the free agent market. Windhorst said, let's keep an eye on that. Most people believe Anunoby will stay with New York, but there have been indications he may want to test the market because he's not thrilled with what the Knicks are offering. So free agency with teams, upcoming free agency. Again, Bobby Marks had this out, and we've been all over this. What is allowed right now is that you can negotiate with their own free agents. So that means the Warriors can have conversations with Klay Thompson about a new deal. Are those conversations happening? The Sixers also showing interest in Miles Bridges, apparently. They've been linked with Paul George and Miles Bridges up in Philadelphia, so we'll see how that plays out.
Miles Bridges is actually a solid player. I don't know what he looks like in different situations.
Yeah, I don't either.
But I always liked him just individually as a player. I thought he gets buckets.
Yeah, he's got some baggage, no doubt about that. The Sixers also worked out our old friend from Wisconsin, Sam Decker. Sam Decker. I forgot about Sam Decker.
Number 7 from Houston, right? 1 year.
Yeah, he was with the Rockets. He was a good guy. I loved him at Wisconsin. He went to the national championship, lost to Duke. He was really good. I thought he was going to be a baller in the NBA. Sorry. All right. We got, 9:51. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun today. We had fun. Kept it positive. We laughed. Giants win. See if they get another win. Can they make it 3 in a row? Can they make it 3 in a row? And will there be any news about Klay Thompson today? The watch. Is the phone on? It's Lacob calling. Is he calling?
All right, my final thought is this. We've seen every single team, except the Yankees, City Connect jersey. It's an unmitigated disaster. There's a couple that I like, maybe 5, 6. The majority of them stink.
Are the Yankees, they're going to reveal one?
No, they're not going to do. They opted out.
I was about to be getting hell
yeah, they opted out smartly. The Chicago Cubs, for example.
Oh, wow. Shohei wears number 17?
Yeah.
Damn.
You went for quarterbacks, in fairness. You said quarterbacks.
Yeah, I know. 17, yeah, I know. But 17, it's just a...
Chicago Cubs have classic uniforms. And when you see those pinstripes, it's just... There's just something about them. They are a beautiful look. I like the pullover ones with the blue collar. You know, they were still pinstripe. I call them the Hawk versions, the Sandberg versions. There's just something about those uniforms at Wrigley that just makes me feel like a kid again. I love those uniforms.
I'm going to apologize to number 17 because I realize, Chris, I'm just talking quarterbacks. I didn't say anything about basketball because Chris Mullin and John Havlicek wore 17. Reason why Mullin wore 17 was because of Hondo. So 17 is a great number in basketball. My final thought is I have to go home and do laundry, and I dread that.
Every day is laundry day.
No, it's not. Every 2 weeks is laundry day, it feels like. I think it just stacks up. We got towels, we got clothes, we got baby clothes. Going to be a long day for you, boy. That's my final thought.
It doubles with 2 kids, too. It's great.
Oh, well, I only have one, so.
Hey, Lubman.
Lubman, you there?
I am there. Yeah, no, I'm done doing producer stuff. No, my final thought is the more and more you look at these numbers and what he's been putting up in the first half, it's just harder and harder to ignore Heliot Ramos' all-star case. I certainly hope he gets there. I don't know if you guys saw the first round of voting was released yesterday. He came in at 9th among outfielders. He's got about 124,000 votes right now, so hopefully we can pump that up a little bit, but most likely he's probably in as a reserve.
You have the list up right now?
If you give me a couple seconds, I can pull it up.
All right, go ahead, Spinoza. You got a final thought as Lubman pulls it? Because I want to know who the 8 outfielders are ahead of him.
My final thoughts, I know his father's dad was out yesterday, so it was good. We went to go see Inside Out 2.
How was that?
I saw that too.
Very good.
Very good. One was good. Very good.
One was good.
Yeah.
I liked how it was like a decade later, so the kids can grow up with it.
Yep.
So the kids that saw it when they were young can now identify with the new emotions they brought up.
Yeah, no, we took Tessa. That was her first movie at the theater. She loved it. She had a big giant popcorn. She was like, it was a great movie. I watched it Sunday too.
How much butter in that popcorn?
I don't know.
Always extra. Come on, you gotta go extra.
She's one of the giant popcorn.
Soda approved level of butter.
Yeah, she was like, Papa, I want the giant popcorn. Are you going to get a giant popcorn? So I was like, no, one giant popcorn.
Benny goes M&M's with the popcorn in the little tray. It's double duty. It's dangerous.
Does he use the licorice to get the soda out?
It is dangerous.
No, he does not do that. That is next level.
Yeah, I've seen that all over.
Then we do the arcade after the movie.
You have to do the arcade. Absolutely.
Waste $10. Yeah.
Oh, maybe 20.
Waste $10.
Go ahead, love it.
Yeah, really quick. So the outfielders ahead of Heliot Ramos in the voting. You got Jerkson Profar leading. Kristen Yelich having a resurgent season, number 2. Fernando Tatis climbing in at 3rd. Teoscar Hernandez 4th. Brandon Marsh of the Phillies, he's 5th. Our guy Nick Castellanos with the Phillies, he's coming at 6th. Johan Rojas with the Phillies coming in at 7. Cody Bellinger with the Cubs at 8. And then Ramos 9th. I got the numbers mixed up. 241,000 votes for Ramos.
Profar been balling this year.
Anyone could have had him.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Jerkson Profar was supposed to be legit coming out the Ranger system.
Yeah.
He was like the top prospect.
I always liked him.
Yeah, he just always stayed hurt for
He was in Oakland A for a second.
Yeah, he was.
Traded Chris Davis over there.
Ramos, Giants fans, go fill the ballot box out. Go stuff him. Now we're going to be looking. Chapman hit 177 2 weeks after joining the roast. For 2 weeks after joining it. So, Ramos, it ain't our fault if you start slumping. That's it for us. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a good day, everybody. Steiny Goo next.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
Save at Whole Foods Market.
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Time for the legal.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Early Steiny, Evan sticking it to me. Oh. Like the Giants stuck it to the Cubs.
Hey. Giants are their best win of the year? Is that best win of the year?
I think a best win of the year, 8-1 or a shutout. We saw what they did in Pittsburgh and New York. Tell me if I'm hating.
No.
But the fact that you can't catch a pop-up, you're down 3, you do win it, but I can't ignore what we were going to be talking about or the scuttlebutt. So, luckiest win of the year?
Beggars can't be choosers.
Okay, well, there we go. Because you're 1 under. I got them making the playoffs, but boy, Stoney, that was going to take a turn for the worse, and they earned that. They came back. Big hit by Estrada.
Well, I'll tell you this. If that's what you believe, and that's fine, then it sounds to me like to you the biggest win of the year was the win against the Dodgers after the Dodgers had won the first 2 games. And remember, in the second game of that series, they absolutely demolished the Giants, and we came in and was like, oh, my God. Yeah. They won that night. That could be considered a big win, and then one of the 2 against Philly maybe that they took.
And you know what, partner? I don't want to be...
Cubs stink.
Yeah, I don't want to be... They lead the league in blown saves. How many, Evan? 21? I think it was good. I mean, like...
16.
17. Oh, 16. Joe
16.
Montana, but I mean, damn. But anyway, the Giants won, Stoney. 1 game under 500. But, man, when is Lamont Wade Jr. coming back? Because he would have caught that pop-up, man.
Yeah.
Come on, Brooks.
This is what I found has been a theme for the Giants all years. Okay, last night, that was one of those wins where in a baseball city or in a city, you talk about it. A lot happened. Right. Estrada hits the game-winning home run. Soler's obviously coming around. Duvall is bouncing back from what happened on Sunday. It just doesn't feel like an exciting Giants win from the past. There's something holding people back. And, I mean, I've got my ideas. I think, because, here's the thing. Like, you said this before the show. I think the Giants fans are kind of onto it. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, Guru said, they just know that, okay, the team's 500 is a great, like, Giants fans know this ain't it.
Yeah, they know it.
I
think there's something to that. But it still can be it. But right now, Steiny, you lose 2 or 3 over the weekend to the lowly Angels at home. Like, I don't just flush that down the toilet, but I don't play. And I share with you guys my opinion. Maybe that has something to do with it. But I cannot sit here on this day after a great come-from-behind win. Steiny, I thought they were dead to rights. So, I mean, they come back and pull that game out. Man, I get it. Big win. But, I mean, we could also talk about how we're down 3.
No doubt. And we can debate the merits of what's better, a shutdown 5-1 game or a comeback. Obviously, when you come back in the 9th inning, it's exciting. But, one of my favorite artists, Van Morrison.
Yeah.
Hey, I would say he has a new album out, but he might have put it out 4 months ago, which means he's got 3 more albums since. He puts out an album every 3 weeks. No, but he has a song, What's It Gonna Take?
What's it gonna take?
Not really, but kind of like that.
I'm trying. And
that's kind of the way I feel about the Giants. Like, what's it going to take?
I got to guess.
For this team to start to take.
I got to guess.
With the fans.
How about health? Let me interest you in health.
I think they need more than that.
Well, if Snell comes back, Robbie Ray, Lamont Wade Jr., and then they get rolling. And right now they're tied. I know you're like, Guru, it doesn't end today, and you're right, but they're not 5 games out of the 3rd wild card. They're tied for the 3rd wild card with the Nationals, but maybe some Giant fans want more. And maybe that'll come late. It'll be greater later. I don't know. But I just feel like, for me, that weekend against the Angels pissed me off. Like, I thought you guys were building something here, and to lose 2 or 3, I just,
I mean, I'll say this, and we obviously got into this the other day about the third wild card and what.
Well, you and Willard.
Well, listen, and I think even Willard would agree with me right now, and that is the third wild card in and of itself will not create excitement. That's what's not going to create excitement for the Giants or the Cubs or the Cardinals. It's going to be the team that plays the best baseball and the team that starts separating themselves from 500. Okay, here it is, 415. Couple things, 415. Oh, it's the same text. Yeah. All right. Feels pretty darn exciting. Steiny, don't speak for us Giants fans. We're excited. Okay, why? I don't see an excitement there that I've seen in the past with the Giants.
Well, I just don't, because I disagree with you on what you said first with the excitement about the wild card. I believe that's enough, to get an invitation to the party, and it will take. Obviously, you got to win to get that. Earn it, Steiny. So when you say separate yourself from 500 or get over 500, I'm assuming that will come. But right now, again, I picked this team to make the playoffs, so I guess nothing's happening in front of my eyes to where I'm like, I feel so sure about that. But I can look at the Giants and say they're wounded. No excuses, but that weekend against the Angels bothered me. The Yankees is one thing, but the Angels, but that win last night, Stanley, I really thought they were. So Brooks drops the newly acquired Brooks, getting his first shot. Drops a routine fly ball you, Evan, I, and Spadoni could have caught. He drops it. So I'm thinking, okay, is that a big deal? Well, let me see how the inning plays out. And all hell broke loose. They're down 3. And I'm like, boy, they got bases loaded twice. They don't score. I'm like, boy, Melvin doesn't pinch hit for Brooks in a situation where it could have been Flores or even, what's the guy, Slater. All these second guesses, I guess, go down the drain because you pulled the game out. But I guess I'm at a spot now, partner, to where I'm like, it doesn't go away for me all the way. Yes, euphoria with the dub, but Stoney, I still got questions like, man, there are some holes on this team.
Let me go around the room.
Yeah.
I'm going to go around the room. Evan, you listening? I'm going around the room here. I'm going around the room here. If you had to describe right now on a scale of 1 to 10, the excitement level of Giants fans or the excitement level of the city about the San Francisco Giants on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give it right now?
I'd say a 5.
Okay.
100.
That's a 4.
That is a 4. I'm going to go 6.5.
Spadone?
Go with tepid 5.5.
Okay, and I was thinking 4-ish. 4-ish. So there's no surprise there. Gooer's the most optimistic.
But that's 6.5. 6.5 is kind of low.
I agree. They're all low. They're all low.
But the attendance, again, if we got to base it on that. People are coming out to watch the team.
All right, let me throw this at you then, because I did a little research.
All right.
Last 4 years, Giants have made the postseason how many times?
Once.
Last 4 years.
Once.
San Diego Padres. They've made the playoffs how many times the last 4 years?
Number 1.
I'm going to say 2.
1.
Okay. Well,
so last 4 years, 1 time each.
All right.
Why do the Padres draw 22% more fans than the Giants?
Because they got big boys. And they've had some of the biggest boys.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
I won't fight you on that. So you think that's some of it, the star quality or lack of.
I'm just saying, over the last 3 years, the Padres have drawn 8.2 million and the Giants have drawn 6.6 million. That's a big difference. Yeah. Like, why? They're both about this. I mean,
well, if I could go see Soto, Tatis, and Machado all in one, and Snell.
Right, but they're no better than the Giants, in a way. You know what I mean? Right. All I'm saying is, if you go by the record, they're the same team. Yes, and I'm not disagreeing with you. So it's star power, period.
No doubt.
Okay, so if the Giants had 3 stars and were underachieving like the Padres.
People would be hot mad as hell.
Well, I don't care if they'd be mad. Would they be going out to the stadium?
I would, because you think it could change every day. And that's how I'm looking at this Giant team with what they have. I just can't ignore Lamont Wade Jr. is on fire, and he's out. But I got to say, Ramos, Steiny, I'm not going to say he's a star, but he's must-watch TV right now.
Well, see, that's the thing.
For now.
I'm going to play a little devil's advocate.
He is,
no, he's not. I mean, he's what's he hitting, 325?
Yeah.
What's he got, 8 homers? He is by far their best prospect of this crop. Forget Webb and Harrison.
Yeah.
Like, all we've been doing is saying they need a guy that we can get behind, a farm system guy. And, I'm just saying this. I'm looking at Ramos. I'm like, this guy's off to a hell of a start, and it doesn't feel like he's enough.
Yeah, right.
It doesn't feel like Ramos is even enough. And that's what I'm curious about. Like, what's it going to take for the Giants fans to believe in this team like I've seen them believe in teams in the past over the course of my 35 years in the Bay Area?
I'm going to steal from Evan because it's really eating at me.
Yeah.
Steiny, wins, W's. They got to stack wins. So if if we're talking about them in a week and they're 5 over or 6 over, then you feel like, Buffalo, Springfield, something's happening here.
Well, I do think that's part of it. I think if you look at the big picture, and if you want to jump into the conversation, you know the number, 888-957-9570. My question's, what's it going to take? What is it going to take for you to get interested in this Giants team? They might have had if it wasn't their biggest win of the year last night, it was their most exciting.
Well, they've had a few of these. Yeah, exactly. Pittsburgh and New York. This ain't new. They've had a few of these.
Well, that's the other thing.
But then that went away.
Why isn't that working for them? You ready for this stat? This is incredible. Since May 22nd. Hey, Evan. I go ahead. Huh? I do want you to hear the stat.
I got that.
This is because this feeds into me asking why. The Giants, since May 22nd, have 5 wins in which they were trailing in the 8th inning or later by multiple runs.
Yeah.
During that time frame, only one other team has as many as 2, the Kansas City Royals. So in the last month, the Giants have clearly been as exciting in terms of the way the games have played out as any team in baseball with their comebacks. And I got to assume it obviously included the Pittsburgh and the Mets series.
Oh, man.
But there it is. This team's come from behind 5 times in the last month. It doesn't seem to have resonated. Or is that an overstatement? I'm just asking questions here at 888.
What are you looking for? That's where we got to start, Stotty, because I'm not saying you're being overly critical.
No, I'm not.
You shared with us, and I understand it's your prerogative how you feel about the third wild card, but we got to talk about this team right now.
Okay.
As if it ended today,
then why isn't there interest then? If the series
now, what are you using to judge that? Is all I'm asking.
You know what I'm telling? This is the eye test and the smell test. That's what I'm using. I know when this city is in love with a team. I know it. I've been here 35 years. You know it. Evan knows it. Like, you know what excitement feels like daily if there is excitement. And I'll just use the argument that you posed if I'm wrong. Like, if the wild card is a bit, then it almost backs up my point even more that, this would be the season ends today, it's a playoff team. And I don't get the sense fans are still interested, even though baseball's the one sport where we do know.
Yeah, but
if you get in, you can make something happen. Evan looked like he was ready to jump in. Sorry, Goo.
Well, to Guru's point, though, the attendance is significantly better. So I do think that there's building interest, but it's obviously not to the point of off of 3 World Series titles. Like, you're right, that's electric, that is captivating. But I think the issue is that they've been in relative mediocrity for the better part of 5 years. And so people are wondering if this is real. Like, is this real? What they've been doing in late games? And I guess it's hard for people to just forget.
And on top of that, Evan, I agree. Steiny, I know I'm not sitting here telling you the new Barry Bonds is Elliot Ramos, but I mean, my gosh, just from the way he's playing baseball and has been playing baseball, and yeah, they lost 2 or 3 to the Angels. Right now, he's electric. Like, I'm watching the Giants just like I would if they were stale and boring, but I'm like, are we watching a Kuminga turn the corner? And I get all the people and everybody saying it's too early, but right now, what's not to like? And this may not
what's
be
not
who
to like?
he
They're
is.
2 games under 500. Right. Like, I'm going to not argue, but I get why people might be excited or might not be excited. But, I mean, I guess I'm contradicting myself because maybe there's just never going to be excitement over a team that's 500. But 500 kind of gets it done.
What 500 team has ever been exciting?
Like you win as much as you lose, you know. And I think like over the weekend at home, place was packed.
Okay, so
you lose 2 or 3 to the worst team in baseball.
First of all, let's put the rat on the table. Okay. One of the big reasons it was Father's Day weekend. That's typically a monster weekend. And I'm not saying the attendance is down. I'm just saying
you don't feel it.
I don't feel it. But no, here's what I'm saying. I don't feel it. It's not that I don't feel it. I don't feel it from the fans. But then I'm thinking, well, what do you expect, Steiny? You're in the Bay. You've been here 35 years. They're 2 games under 500.
One game with 36.
Okay,
37,
1 game under 500, and they don't have any stars, and they don't have as many big boys as other teams. Okay, all that's true. So, what's it going to take then for there to be excitement? Because I don't believe if the Giants. This is what I mean about the wild card. If the Giants play another month of 500 baseball and they're a game and a half out of the 3rd spot, I don't think they garner more interest because the wild card is out there, but I don't want to get into that conversation as much as...
It's so hard not to, but yeah.
As much as Evan just said it. What 500 team is exciting?
Right.
So 500 may get you to the playoffs, but they need more. You need more than that here.
And I guess I'm going to give a nugget to Giant fans, Steiny, to say, with that being said, and let's just say you're right, if you look at the Giants' attendance, it's doing well for a 500 team. So the fans are doing their part in regard to not just showing up, they're waiting, and they may be seeing something manifest when guys get healthy. But you know, my thing is, I was really just from a fan standpoint and a baseball lover, that Yankee series let me know what the Giants aren't. And right now, they're not a team with a bunch of boppers and big-name stars.
And they're not going to be for the rest of this year at least.
But I got to tell you, I am fixated on one player right now for the Giants that's come up and taken the bull by the horns and hit a home run last night and is doing everything that he possibly can. I don't know if he's got to return to glass slippers, but we can't not give Elliot Ramos his due because he's electric right now.
Okay.
So you think when Wade comes back...
Okay, I'll ask you a question. I'll ask all you guys a question. So I'm wrong. There's excitement about this team, and I'm not seeing it. Well, that's fair. So there's excitement about this team, but I'm not seeing it.
Or feeling it.
Feeling it.
Because the numbers, again, when we go to how many people are showing up, people are coming to the restaurant.
Okay, so I'm wrong.
I would say that you are.
I'm wrong. Okay.
Like, there's no parade for a 500 team during the season, Steiny.
I know that.
And I feel like with your convictions, because they're yours, you saw a parade nobody showed up to that the Giants threw, and that's not happened yet.
Let me ask you this. Right. If we could go to St. Louis and Chicago and all the other 9 teams that are in the so-called race, do you believe that there's more excitement in San Francisco than there is right now for the New York Mets? I get it, it's the Mets.
Yeah, but they're playing better. Yeah.
Well, yeah. What about the St. Louis Cardinals?
I would say equal. And you look at last night, Wrigley Field was packed. It's Wrigley. But right. You know, the Cup, it was packed. So
what are you saying?
I would say I'd say it's equal.
No, it doesn't feel equal. That's all.
I think there's an equal level of excitement, but there might be more
pessimism,
frustration with other franchises because of the star power. Like when I think of the Mets, I think of underachievers because of how much money they invest. I think there's a lot of people that when you watch the Giants and they don't perform well, maybe it's because of the level of talent, maybe it's because of the names, but there's kind of just a resignment of, well, you know, they're probably not that good anyways. Whereas like with other teams, I don't know, particularly the Cubs, but like the Cardinals. Cardinals have a lot of big names. And they've been really bad up until recently. They started to surge. So now there's more excitement, I think, in St. Louis because people expect them to play at this level.
Right.
I don't know, like what level of baseball do fans expect the Giants to play at?
And maybe what I'm asking is, what's it going to take? And you know what's going to take, Guru?
Yeah.
Maybe about a 9-10 game winning streak.
Or some more offense. Because that's what I'm not seeing from the Giants. And last night they showed it late, but, you know, bases loaded, and it kind of happens. Over the weekend against the Angels, I know they came back late, but it wasn't good enough Saturday night. But it's like, you know, that gets frustrating to watch a team have opportunity with the bat. Soler, all of a sudden, Stoney taking walks, getting hits. My 30 home run bet still hemorrhaging, but it looks like the light's starting to come on. I think if they could just start hitting the cover off the ball a little more. Now, some will say, did you watch the game last night, Goo? They scored umpteen runs. But yeah, that was late, and they did. But that's not what the Giants are known for. And they spent some money on this collective group of players. So let's not act like they're the welfare version of MLB. Farhan spent, and again, they're having bad luck too, Stoney, with the injuries.
I mean,
I know, no excuses.
No, I'm saying if I'm wrong, and there are a lot of people out there excited about this team. I mean, you know the number. It's 888-957-9570. What are you excited about with this team? And I'm not sitting here saying you shouldn't be excited. It's the other way around. If you're going to tell me that the third wild card creates some interest, and you're going to tell me and we all know in baseball, if you get into the playoffs, anything can happen. Yeah. So, you know, what's it going to take? What are we waiting for because what if they don't win 7 in a row or 9 of 10?
But I'm looking at health before the wins.
Okay.
Obviously, you want to win.
What if this is their team? Okay, but
then I think it would be disappointing.
So who's getting healthy other than Wade? And
Robbie Ray coming back, Lamont Wade Jr.
Okay.
You know, the way that this team is constructed, I'm not saying Lamont Wade Jr. is Rod Carew, but he was playing his ass off. And the Giants can use all the offense that they can. You got a guy at first base last night that couldn't catch a fly ball. And normally, in that situation, when you're down 6-3 in the 8th, it's pretty much a wrap. They came back. And they've been doing that. That's been a staple of them this year. I mean, we're talking about not just comebacks, Houdini-like comebacks.
Yeah.
But you don't want to hang your hat on being down 3 or 4 runs. Yeah. And when I don't feel
a buzz about
the Pirates,
this team.
and there's 8 teams going for that third wild card, so it ain't going to be easy, is what I'm saying.
I know, but I don't feel a buzz. I don't feel a buzz about this team, and I get it. You know what? Maybe the answer is, dude, you've been here 35 years. You know how the Bay Area is. You got to prove it first, and this team hasn't proved it. Once they start to prove it, people will get on board and they'll get excited, and then we'll go from there. But
they need some stars, though. I admit that.
But, okay.
I do.
What about for the rest of this year? They're not assuming
they got to be the best version of themselves and do it.
And I'm starting to think that might not be enough. 888-957-9570 is the number. At 11 o'clock, that's in a half hour. Fun interview. You don't even, guys, a lot of you don't even know this, but it's time to tip our hat to one of the greats in the Bay Area.
Go ahead, baby.
And his name is Bob Fitzgerald.
What is going on here?
Who will be calling his 6th Olympics for NBC Universal this year.
Wow, man.
And
congrats.
I'm going to run down all of his accolades, and it'll be nice because when he comes on, he'll be able to tell me what I was wrong about and what I left out. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be right back. Vanessa.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15.
Nesky, and Ramos drives that one to deep right field. And just like that, this game is tied. Elliot Ramos does it again. Into the bleachers. It's 2-2.
That is, it takes an elite talent.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dave Fleming, Hunter Pence, NBC Sports Bay Area. Ramos.
He's on a bender.
Yeah, that was a nice home run, but I like the one from Estrada better.
Okay. Well, the one from Bailey did hit the scoreboard.
One of the things
Bailey.
I don't
get them push-ups in, man.
Closed door meetings need to stay behind closed doors, but Estrada got the word from my fantasy manager that he needed a big week. Otherwise, we were going with Nick Lowe, the second baseman from the Tampa Bay Rays. It's not Nick Lowe. He's a singer. I did that on purpose.
I don't know if Evan's giving you the bucket.
Nick Lowe. Hey, by the way, did you see the news?
Celtics won the chip?
No. The Clippers hired Jeff Van Gundy as head coach. Jeff Van Gundy,
not as
new head coach of the Clippers. Yeah. What?
They have a head coach.
Who?
Tyronn Lue.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's the coach. He'll be the coach for three more months. Chip. You don't think that Jeff Van Gundy's going to be the head coach of the Clippers this year?
Lue just got a new deal.
He's not.
Yeah, but he just got a new deal.
Okay. Yeah.
The ink hasn't even dried.
No, Tyronn Lue's ecstatic about that hire.
Come on. What's the word? Like Jerry West when you hire him.
Were you born yesterday, you guys?
Oh, my God, stop.
I mean...
See, I'm falling for your trolling.
Why did you hire Jeff Van Gundy as an assistant?
Ask our guy.
Spadone?
Ask the Celtics. They just won with him as a consultant.
But this is different. He's going to be right next to Tyronn Lue.
That was a hell of a pull.
Hey, Tyronn. You got to get Kawhi out of there.
Please.
He stinks.
He's not worried about him.
Steve Kerr's had a lot of associate head coaches.
And they've all tried to stick it to him at one time or the other. He's been lucky to survive. But have you noticed? They've all fled. Even Atkinson's looking to fly the coop.
I got to tell you.
We got a problem in Golden State.
Now stop it, Steiner.
J.J. Redick, new head coach of the Lakers, though. Is that correct? Is that confirmed? Oh, Spadone with a thumbs up. Spadone with a thumbs up to confirm it. Now I need what he thinks of the action. He's got thumbs down for the actual hire.
Oh, Spadone's out on him.
Who the hell would Spadone be in on?
I'm out. He was in on a Connecticut guy.
Spadone's like Mikey in the old Wheaties commercials.
One of the greatest, by the way.
He won't eat it. He hates everything.
I owe Joe Mazzulla an apology.
No, you don't.
Watching him interact. He goes, "You're going to make one?" Because Jason Tatum said, "I'm going to shoot a three." He's like, "You're going to make him?" Because he was off. I'm like, "Oh, that's his connection with the players. That was great." No, Evan. I'm telling you, I heard what I heard, but it was like he was just talking. That's how you do it, man. So shout out Joe, man.
Hit me again, Spadone. Well, okay.
If you're Udoka, how are you feeling,
I just threw this out in the thread, too. Okay, Mazzulla. He's now a one-time champion as a coach. Where does he rank?
Nobody has to judge right now.
Oh, what? Yeah, I'm asking you to.
Same as Tyronn Lue. He's got one.
He's an Italian.
What about how is he better than Don Nelson? Mazzulla?
Steiny, the bling it carries a lot of weight, but
so Mazzulla now has leapfrogged Don Nelson in terms of
he has the inside track,
coaching ability.
His career's not over.
No, I know
he's got a great chance to go repeat too. You think?
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not fighting you on Nelly. I like Nelly. He just didn't win one.
About Lenny Wilkins?
Nah.
What about George Karl? Is Mazzulla a better coach than George Karl? He have 1,000 wins.
Depends on if you ask Carmelo Anthony.
Boy. Well, you know what?
Or Andre Iguodala.
That's a badge of honor for George Karl.
Coach.
Mm-hmm. What if I told you that I think there's a Bay Area athlete that got kind of a bad rap the last 2 days, and it's Camilo Duvall.
Oh, talk to me. Bad rap?
Yeah.
What's the rap?
Well, so he was asked to pitch in a blowout on Sunday, gave up 4 runs, and then threw the water cooler.
Yeah.
He was hot, threw his glove, and So yesterday, Mike Krukow, NBC Sports Bay Area, was talking about Duvall, and he said he's a pouty 3-year-old. He acted like a pouty 3-year-old.
That's heavy. Wow.
I know. It is. And that's from the flagship NBC Sports Bay Area.
The man.
So I'm thinking about it, and I'm thinking, well, not so fast. Do we know if Bob Melvin, because I think it's important, do we know if Melvin told Duvall before the game, hey, look, you haven't pitched since Wednesday. I'm probably going to get you in there at some point regardless.
My answer to that question would be, does he have?
Yes.
Does he have to?
I think he does, yeah.
Well, then that's why you feel
that's right.
The way you feel.
That's right.
Because if my boss or manager tells me, you're going in, I got to go in and get outs.
No doubt. But let me ask you this. If I thought we loved when guys had roles and they knew their roles and they knew what to expect and when to go in.
Oh, no doubt.
Okay.
But he hadn't pitched for days, so the rust factor was there.
Well, now he can't pitch tomorrow. Can't pitch today now.
Well,
just
FYI. You got
Webb
on the mound, but I hear you.
So I don't. If Bob Melvin went up to Duvall and said before the game, "Hey, look, you haven't pitched since Wednesday. I'm gonna try to create a spot for you." And by the way, like if we're up 10 or down 10, do you care? And if he says, "Don't put me in if we're up 10 or down 10," I only would be in a save situation. Well, then at that point, Melvin goes, "Well, it might not be I got to get your work." I don't know.
Because that was happening with Melvin in San Diego with Hader. He was not taking the ball, and Melvin was getting testy a while back. And I'm like, damn, a reliever is telling the manager he doesn't want to come in a certain situation. But Steiny, you got to come in and get outs. And it was a badge of honor that the manager is knowing your workload, and you hadn't really had one. So it's a blowout. Come in, but you said you read something, a quote from Camilo, to where he's such a specialist coming into high leverage situations, the lights and everything that comes on, that might have messed him up mentally. But I'm not feeling sorry for him. I'm not saying you are, but I'm not feeling sorry. Melvin did him a solid to get him some work.
I'm not feeling sorry for Duvall at all, but I'm also not saying, oh, this guy, what a problem, this and that. Here's the thing. Okay. He has to. Duvall speaks through an interpreter, but there's no doubt that he didn't want to pitch in this game. This is obviously through an interpreter. Duvall said, "I'm a little bit different. I have my routine. I'm the type of guy that drives with the adrenaline, right? So the LED light show in the 9th inning to close games, that is what I've earned. That's what I want to do. So when I come in a blowout, there's just no adrenaline to drive me. However, the hitters are patient because they are losing, so they're going to wait and wait and wait, and then poor results are what happens. Whereas when I come in with the game on the line, I'm competing and they're competing, so they're going to chase bad pitches." The end of it's kind of interesting, but what about when I come in to a blowout situation, there's no adrenaline to drive me.
That's heavy.
That statement right then and there.
So do we say Melvin dropped the ball because he didn't communicate to Duvall that he was going to pitch? But everything you just said, wow, okay, that's how you get down. That's how you get comfortable. Obviously, they didn't have a conversation. Because if they did, Steiny, he would have told Melvin that. And if I were Melvin, I wouldn't have gave him the ball. If it meant that much to you to where, hitters laying off. And that's what the Angels were doing because they got nothing to lose.
Right. Exactly. So
bad communication by the manager, you think?
I don't know that. I don't know that because to me, I don't know if Melvin, he talked to him before or not. And here's the other thing, 925. You think I don't know that Duvall didn't look good doing it? I'm just telling you that I've been watching baseball since 1975, and it is a sensitive issue with every closer on every team that do you want to use him in a non-save situation? Yeah.
But we've seen it in the 925. I'm with him, Stoney. I can't say the word. That's a BS excuse. Come in and do your job. But
it's not an excuse. It's who he is. Yeah. So if that's who he is, what do you want to do?
You think it ever happened again? If that same situation is facing them, I wonder if Melvin hears that. I'm sure he did, and takes that into account and says, you know what? I won't call your number.
Well, or it might be all good because he told Duval, get out there and pitch on Sunday. Duval was terrible. Everybody called him pouty. He gets criticized. Oh, but it's baseball, so he got a chance the next day, and he comes through.
Yeah, he did.
And now we move on to Tuesday, and it's no harm, no foul. I wouldn't have used the closer in a 10-run game.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have. And okay, well now he's getting another. Okay, what's one more day of not throwing? I don't know.
Yeah. This is my core, Stoney. You could even forget Doval's name just for this conversation. I mean, pitcher A comes in, and I know it's not your ideal scenario, but your job is to get outs. And I look at the score being an advantage for Doval to be like, well, your ERA. You know what I'm saying? We're up 100. No. Let me just get these guys out.
Okay. I mean, I get baseball's different, but it's like.
But you and Willard with the ERA taking a hike, I'm sure that
would piss me off.
And I think that maybe he took that out on the cooler.
Exactly. I mean, the other thing is, what's the difference? And you can tell me. I'm not saying I'm right or I'm making a great analogy. Warriors lead 120-81 against the Memphis Grizzlies, the bad Memphis Grizzlies. Let's get Curry some work. He's been out for 2 or 3 games, and he's got that right ankle. They thought about using him tonight, but guess what? Since the Warriors are winning by 40, let's put Steph Curry in because, well, he needs to get a little work. And, wow, what a great time to use him. Nothing's at stake.
Yeah.
Well, use somebody lower profile than Curry.
No, I'm just
saying. The guy... What are great coaches? Great coaches and managers. They put their players in a position to succeed.
I got something for you.
They define roles for them. Players love when they know what to expect.
That's real talk. Well, I'm going to say this. If Krukow, the great Mike Krukow, went that far to say that it was a pouty 3-year-old, what I told you, Willard and Dibbs, a couple weeks ago, that last Yankee game, Sunday, when it got all bad, you were out of town. And I sent the video, and I watched Chapman watch Doval come off the mound, and Doval didn't even know he was looking at him. And Stoney, there was a look of, not you didn't have your best stuff. This is just me now. It was like, we're tired of your act. And maybe Krukow knows more than we do, and that's why he had that energy and venom on that, 3-year-old and whatnot. Because I watched Doval, Stoney, and I feel like there's not a lot of conversation. I know he uses an interpreter, and I don't know if one's in the dugout.
English. Well,
so it seems like he's on an island, but his mannerisms are
the benefit of the doubt. There,
it ain't Joe Cool, but there's something to where I can see an old school guy and I'll use Chapman in this.
I was just going to bring that up.
Like, I'm not, whatever you're doing, that ain't cool, and Doval may not even know he's doing it. But for Krukow to say that.
I was going to bring that up. I was absolutely going to bring that point up, and it's this. I'm Krukow's age about.
Yeah.
I think everybody would say, Steiny's old school. Old man yells at cloud. I'm like, but times have changed. Duval's 23 years old. Bob Melvin, you're 60. It's like, you can't, I'm sorry. Maybe you do have to explain to the kid that you may have to use him in a spot where he doesn't want to be used.
I'm not mad. Yeah.
And if you do that and he falters, at least at that point, Melvin can say, kid, what do you want me to do? I mean, I got to have you pitch. We're running out of arms. I know you hate this situation, but I'm asking you to do it. Maybe some players got to have that.
There's no such thing as over-communication. So you might be right, Stoney.
Yeah, you know what?
Is there...
I think Gabe Kapler's an over-communicator. Could you imagine, how about this?
Infinite outcomes.
Exactly. How about this? Can you imagine Buster Posey sitting in the clubhouse before a game, getting ready, and Gabe Kapler comes over and goes, hey, Buster, you got a minute? I want to talk about, I noticed some things. I noticed that we've noticed a couple things with your swing. We'd like to go over some things with you. Can you come to the film room? And we're going to break down some of your at-bats from the last 3 series.
I'm picturing them right now, yeah. Gabe.
Buster Posey be like,
I'll be right down.
No. When do you want me to do that, Skip? I'm supposed to be meeting with today's starter. You know what
I just think you got it wrong, Stoney. I feel like
a new day.
No, not with Doval. I think Melvin missed that boat, but I'm also on the other side of the boat saying, damn, do I need to nurture you like that? Do I got to breastfeed you like that? Like, oh boy. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man, go get the ball and go get 3 outs and let's get out of here.
Let's take it further from the 310 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Steiny, if Steph Curry got hurt in your scenario, Steve Kerr would be the worst coach ever.
And no doubt about it.
What if Duvall threw his arm out against a 13-2 game?
No, you're right. He would. There's a price that comes with it. He would catch hell. Or would some step back and say it's baseball? It doesn't matter what this. No, fans always go to, well, could it have been avoided? You know, what was the situation? But Melvin would have caught hella heat, Stotty, had he got hurt. You're right. But that was a risk he was willing to take.
You know what? There's two kinds of people, two kinds of athletes.
Good and bad ones.
One kind that they want the pressure and they want a close game. And then there's another kind who say, we're up 10. Let me alone. We're up 10. Let me alone. You know, it's no different than who's the guy you guys have always talked.
You have is incredible.
No. Here's what it's about. It's kind of the same thing as the guy who hits 40 homers. 28 of them are solo, and you just know that, like, when the stakes are low.
Wow.
They're pretty good, but in a tight game, they're probably not going to come through. If we talk about players like that, why can't we talk about a player like Duvall and say, don't put him into a 10-run game?
Yeah. But he hasn't been on his he hasn't had his best stuff in high leverage situations, Daddy. So I do wonder how much of that was eating at him. But for Krukow to say what he said leads me to believe I think I'm correct in saying maybe some guys in the clubhouse, his style is rubbing him the wrong way.
I don't know that.
Okay.
And honestly, that's
because I feel like I saw that. I sent it to Willard and Dibbs. They were on air, my guys, and they were like, yeah, I didn't kind of, but you had to see it on the big screen.
I'm going to be honest. Like, there's something about him being a Latin player and not speaking English as his first language that I'm really would, not you.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to go there.
I get what you're saying. But Krukow did. In regard to his
he called him a pouty. Yeah, he called him a pouty 3.
But how many times do we see Roger Clemens or let's just say Blake Snell last year when he's just electric do that and they get, oh, wow, he's a gamer. He's really upset. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like sometimes that's a badge of honor, all depending on who's doing the game. But Krukow must know something to where he let that out. That tells me.
Well, that's a good point. You're right. Yes, that's fair.
Like this
I actually didn't even right. You're right. If Krukow's saying it, maybe there's something more to it. I may date myself. In fact, I'm going to.
You look good.
Remember the old sitcom? What are the original sitcoms? Happy Days?
Arthur Fonzarelli.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a character in that show.
Potsy.
Ralph Malph. And Ralph Malph was on the basketball team with Richie Cunningham and Potsy, etc. But Ralph Malph never played. He just didn't play a lot. And so one game, Ralph Malph went to the game, sat on the bench with his warm-ups on, but underneath his warm-ups, he had his regular clothes. He had a button-down shirt and slacks.
Right.
And Ralph Malph is sitting there, and it's a close game, and Ralph Malph is thinking everything's fine.
Right.
And the next thing you know, the coach goes, Ralph, get in there. He didn't expect to play. The coach didn't say, hey, Ralph, I may use you in a tight game. No. Ralph Malph went into that game thinking, if this thing's tight, I'm not playing.
That is incredible.
Just like Camilo Duvall. I'm surprised. I mean, do we know that when Melvin said Camilo, like he didn't have to run in and take off his button-down shirt and put his uniform on? Come on.
That reminds me of my Chris Washburn story.
Oh, which one?
On the Warriors, rookie year, didn't have the jersey under the warm-up, and young coach, we were right there, me and Ron Tillman, my friend from the Union. I saw this. Told him to go in the game. He didn't have the jersey under the warm-up. And then you saw how his career ended. The town got him. The Bay.
I know a couple guys who forgot sneakers to a game.
Well, then that's a forget. This is just, thought you weren't going Ralph Mouth. I don't think I saw that episode.
510, let's have some fun. Hey, Guru from these things. The look you saw in Chapman's eyes, was that the same look Wiggins had?
No, as long as Evan don't laugh. But
well, dude, he's not listening.
No, I'm telling you, Chapman was giving him a stare of like, it's not you didn't have your bad stuff, kid. It was just like, whatever you're doing, or you're too cool for school, maybe. And I like seeing him mad, but now you and Willard and Dibbs got me thinking he was mad because his ERA went up. And it was like, dude.
Well, that was part of it too, I'm sure.
But can we deem that a little selfish?
Yes, but closers are like wide receivers. They're kind of diva-ish. I mean, look, let me ask you this, Goo, you're averaging 15 a game.
Yeah.
You're averaging you're averaging 15 a game, and then one game the coach says, Goo, you're not playing tonight. Okay. And then with 3 minutes left in the game, he goes, Goo, you know what? I need to get you a little run.
Yeah.
You know what? You're going to be pissed because no matter what, your average is going to go from 15 to 14.1.
But that's the guy you hate. I wouldn't that's too much calculus. That's too much math. If the coach,
it's not the guy I hate. It's the guy who I think
about the wrong thing though. You're talking. We always talked about the basketball player. I saw it last night. They won't take the heave at the end of a quarter in the NBA game, so it won't go down as a shot on the ledger.
What I'm saying is, any player, regardless of your role, let's say you're a starting basketball player, and you don't play, and now you're in a blowout with 3 minutes to go. The coach says, "Go ahead in there." I get it. The first thing that doesn't come to your mind is, well, I'm not going to get my 15 a game, but I'm sorry, this is professional sports. That's how we get paid. Yeah. That's what we use as evidence. Again, I'm not saying, Duvall was in the right, but what I'm saying is I need to know more about it. Yeah. I need to know, to me, it's an indication of what kind of communicator Bob Melvin is.
Yeah. Pete just sent me a text. I'll text him back.
Was I wrong?
No.
He says I'm wrong?
What Kruko said.
What'd he say?
No, he asked me what he said, and I told her your quote.
Okay.
Who was in the booth Sunday. He did a great job.
So you're texting FP?
He sent me a text. He's our teammate.
Right, but you got back to him during the show. That's like...
Snitches get stitches. I mean, dude.
You snitch, not me.
You're doing too much math.
Well, I'm just saying, if you get a text in the car and you're driving, do you text back?
Well, how about this? I haven't responded yet.
Oh, I thought you said you did.
Well, before I thought you were going public.
It sounds like you did.
Yes. Hello, I did. Yeah.
Hey, coming up on the other side, we've got the play-by-play man for this summer's Olympic men's basketball. Bob Fitzgerald, you know him also as the play-by-play man for the Golden State Warriors, but Fitz is a multi-time Emmy winner, and he will be working his 6th Olympics. Bob Fitzgerald joining us on the other side. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was also sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing digital deals.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, Goo, I got this guy's resume in front of me, but if I read it all, we'll never get to the end.
He's a big boy.
So, joining us is Bob Fitzgerald. 6 times he's worked the Olympics. He'll be doing Olympic men's basketball this year. He's done the Warriors for 31 years. He's done the NFL. He's done college football. I don't see it on my resume list, but I think he did the Sabercats. What haven't you done, Fitz?
Oh, man, not even to mention 29 years at KMBR? That hurt.
Ouch. Ouch. Well, he came in and
I was only there longer than anyone else in the history of the station.
You're Bob Fitzgerald joining us on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, baby?
Fitz. Yeah. Seriously, what are you? How you feeling about going to Paris and doing the men's basketball and all that stuff? It's pretty special.
Well, I mean, the cool thing is, and we'll find out in a couple days if Luka Doncic is going to try to play for Slovenia, but you know, I love the U.S. team, obviously with Steve Kerr coaching, Steph's first Olympics, but you look at Germany won the World Cup, so you got Mo and Franz Wagner and Daniel Theis, and you know, Germany has become a good team, but France is going to have Wembanyama and Gobert, and there's no 3-second defense. You can play zone. How do you score over those two guys if they're just standing in the lane the whole time? And, you know, France, that'll be their home country. Then you've got Lithuania. It's going to have Valanciunas and Sabonis playing together. I mean, this is going to be about size. And so for the U.S., they're the most talented team. But in Tokyo, it came down to the United States and France. In London, I was calling the gold medal game. It was, you know, Spain and the United States. So these guys don't get paid for this. It's all for representing all of us in terms of the United States. And if you lose, it's a disaster. And if you win, it's like, they were supposed to win. Mm-hmm. So it's like the ultimate pressure, and going to be a super fun tournament all the way around.
Yeah, no doubt, Fitz. My question, and I'm so excited to talk to you, is we love you in the Bay. You've done this before, but it's a different audience. Do you get nervous? Do you go at, you know, the daily operations different, getting ready for a game? Walk us through that, or is it kind of, no, Goo, it's the same as I do if I were doing a Warrior game?
No, I mean, the thing is, I mean, I'm so fortunate from NBC. I mean, this will be Olympics number 6, but initially I did swimming, which, you know, wasn't a sport I knew anything about. Then I did water polo, and both the men and women of the United States played for the gold medal in Beijing. I had Bob Costas throwing it to me, and it's like, oh my God, like this is the biggest of big time here. And you're worried about, first of all, the pronunciations, because you're the English speaking broadcast to the world. So, you know, if someone's watching in Croatia or Ecuador or whatever, you've got to know the history and the backstory of these players, and you have to pronounce their names correctly. So that's the first thing you go through. But no, I mean, you know, the difference is with the Warriors, I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family. So when Steph hits a 3, it's a lot different than James Harden hitting a 3. You know, and so you hear this, and this is where I think they use this the wrong word. People go, well, you know, Kruk and Kipe or Bill King or Fitz, they're homers. Yes, we are. Yes, this is the home squad. These are my home boys. Like, absolutely. But when you're doing a national broadcast, it's much more down the middle because emotionally you're not as invested, and you're just doing it more as a broadcaster and just technique and stuff like that.
Wow. Bob Fitzgerald joining us on 95.7 The Game. Hey, the Olympics start July 26th. I am curious, what is it, June 18th? Like, how much have you prepared, if at all, and how much will you prepare for doing all these games? And by the end of it, will you be able to basically name the top 7 guys from every country on every team?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, I was so lucky, you know, to have done Tokyo, and I did men's and women's basketball in Tokyo. So, you know, there is a little bit of residual because that with the COVID, that moved to 2021 instead of 2020. So we're 3 years ago, but a lot of the same main core people and strategies and things like that are the same. So, and I've got notes even from that Olympics. But no, I start getting ready. I mean, the beauty of YouTube now is, if you're like, I want to watch the Croatian women's team, their World Cup game in the semifinals is on the internet, and you can watch it. And so you can read and get ready on all the stats, but I think visually being able to watch a team play gives you a good idea. You know, the other team, too, and I'm waiting on Andrew Wiggins for this, look at Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Dylan Brooks and Wiggins and Lou Dort. I mean, this could be, and Canada's never really had an Olympic success basketball-wise, and they lost to Italy in the qualifying tournament, did not qualify for Tokyo. Canada has the most international players outside the United States in the NBA.
Is Jamal Murray playing?
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I mean, that's good knowledge there, Steiny. Yeah. I mean, so now that like Jokic is going to play for Serbia and Wembanyama and Gobert are going to play for France, like Paris is a really attractive Olympics. So you're kind of hoping, hey man, maybe everybody that matters for all these different countries are going to show up, and it could just be a knockdown, drag-out, super fun tournament.
Fitz, you don't know this, but I consider you my Warriors therapist because you know I love hard, and I'm being real with you. Don't judge me. I just periodically throughout these last couple of weeks and months, I keep watching the Warrior playing game against Zach, and each time, Fitz, I'm more worried about the team. But then I sleep well because I said, you know what? Had Draymond not got suspended, this team wouldn't have been a 10th seed. And if they don't go big game hunting and Klay comes back, because I'm rooting for Klay to stay, maybe this team would have had a different outcome. What do you say to that?
Well, Guru, you and I share the same half of the medallion that we wear around our necks because, I mean, Draymond Green missed 27 games, and the Warriors still won 46 games and won 25 games on the road. You're not going to tell me that this wasn't a 53 or 54 win team if Draymond played, some of those 27 games. So where would 52 wins got you? It would have got you the 4th seed. You would have had a home court advantage in round 1.
Yes.
Dallas won 50 games. They went to the finals. So Boston was better than everybody this year. Okay, they won 64. They were the best team all year. They deserved it. They won the title. But you could throw a dart on 7 other teams starting next year. Could Minnesota get hot? I did the Western Conference Finals with ESPN Radio, saw Minnesota up close with Dallas. Could Minnesota get hot? Sure. Could Oklahoma City get hot? Sure. Did Denver blow a 20-point lead at home in Game 7? That's shocker to me because I think Denver's amazing. Could Milwaukee get everything going again with Giannis? Of course they could. But so could the Warriors.
Man.
So could the Warriors. How many teams, when you start looking, Boston has 6 really good players, but if you have Steph and Klay and Draymond and Kuminga and Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis and Moses Moody, you have so many good players already that this whole the Warriors are done and they need to trade 17 dudes and change their whole roster. No. They can't have Draymond miss 27 games, just like Jokic couldn't miss 27 games, or Giannis couldn't miss 27 games, or Luka couldn't miss 27 games. The NBA, if your best players play a lot of games, you'll get the max results for your team. Last year, the Warriors had one of their absolute core pieces, indispensable guys, miss 27 games. And I think if you look at the last part of the season when Trace and Draymond started together, they're top 10 in defense. Oh, wait, they're top 10 in offense. They start winning games. I'm very excited about where the Warriors are going because I know Kuminga will be better. I know Brandon will be better. I know Trace will be better. I know Moses will be better.
I love it.
So, so to me, this whole, the Warriors need to trade half their roster. I don't buy it at all. I just don't.
No, Steiny. No respectable host would ever invite a guest into his house and then try to pick a fight with him. So I'm not going to try to pick a fight with Bob Fitzgerald right now. It's we got him on to be our guest.
Wow.
And he is presenting his views. Hey, Bob, I got to ask you, and one of the reasons we also brought you on is because, you're familiar with the Bay Area, and the San Francisco Giants right now, they've added a 3rd wild card. They're a 500 team. They've been a little banged up. And last night, they won a game against the Chicago Cubs. Very exciting. And I've been in this Bay Area for 35 years. I just don't feel the buzz, the excitement about the San Francisco Giants. Is it out there and I'm missing it, or do they have to do something to create that special feeling that we've had over the years at times with the 49ers, Giants, and Warriors?
No, I think Matt, you're hitting on something that's interesting about sports nowadays is that everything is so transitory that when you really love a team,
And I'll go back to, hey, look at Will Clark coming up in his first at bat against Nolan Ryan. And, it's Will Clark and Robbie Thompson. And, we got Kevin Mitchell and Hackman, Jeffrey Leonard. And then you go, we've got Buster Posey, and we got Brandon Crawford, and we got Brian Wilson, and, we got Lincecum and Mad Bum. You got to have some stability and some identity to know the narrative of guys that they come along. Joe Montana drafted out of Notre Dame, and they 81 Niners, and here they come. I was at Keena Turner's golf tournament yesterday, and here's all these old Niners, and I'm like, man, this is living history. Like, these are all the 49ers that have made this franchise so great. So when I look at the Warriors, too, like, it's Steph and Clay and Draymond and Steve Kerr and Lacob bought the team, and look at this narrative. Like, if you're in baseball, if it's rent a player, you didn't draft him. He didn't go through the minors. You don't remember his debut. It's, yes, you're spending money. I got this guy. Okay. And you're trading baseball cards all the time. I just don't know that fans can lock in on guys. Like, if the three of us went to a ball game, we're in the sports business. Who's our three guys that have our heart that are on the Giants right now?
Wow, man.
But, who are, I'm not saying these aren't good players. There are good players, but like, here he comes, Conforto. Okay, where the hell was he the last couple? It's hard. Like, the identity for me for the Giants right now is Kruk and Kipe.
Wow.
Like, what makes me feel good about the Giants is when I flip on Kruk and Kipe in the summer. Like, that's my identity right there. But so I'm hoping the younger guys, because they have younger, talented guys, become something like Logan Webb. Like, people, Logan Webb, like, let's latch on to him. But baseball's 162 games, man, and you gotta have that team kind of become like your friends or people that their backstories. Remember he struggled in April and May, and he's getting hot in June. But, the Giants, like, I watched the White Sox the other day. Jock Peterson's on Arizona. Like, oh, damn, wasn't Jock Peterson a Dodger? And then he's with the Giants, and now he's in Arizona. Like, there's just a transitory nature now in sports that in baseball, if you're not friends with them or you're not locked into them, it's hard to feel the buzz that you're talking about.
Man, Fitz, that was profound, and I feel you. Hey, I want to sneak in a football question. I won't forget right after the Super Bowl, you popped on with us, and you were like, don't even put anybody there back for the punt return. Damn it, that's why you lost. But
I was talking to Fred Warner yesterday, and it's like hard to even the Super Bowl. Still, I just got a pain in my stomach when you mention the Super Bowl again.
So the operation is Kevin Costner revenge, right? But when I used to call your show back in the day, there was no internet, Bob. There was no IG. And I want Brandon Ayuk to remain a Niner. But when you see videos going around or circulating with him telling, a quarterback in D.C., Jaden Daniels, they don't want me back, I don't know where to stop. And Steiny's trying to help me, like, that tells me the relationship is over. Or Fitz, when you see that, do you fall for it? Or what do you think about the Niners and Brandon Ayuk? Like, how can they step on the field Monday night against the Jets without his services?
Well, here's the thing. We all know, because it's the last year of the Purdy peace accord. Yes. It's the last year that you don't have to pay Brock Purdy. See Trevor Lawrence's deal, and you're like, Purdy's getting $50 million a year, so this is the last year that they can spend. You gotta re-sign Brandon Ayuk. You got to. And I would say for everybody that's freaking out, didn't we go through this? Wasn't Debo mad at the world and Debo's going to leave and he's upset, and Debo re-signed, came back in the greatest shape he's ever been, was sending ab pictures to Kyle Shanahan to show how ripped he was. There can be hard feelings in contract stuff. Money solves a lot of those hard feelings. But then the other thing is, dude, the Niners are ready. This is the year. This is the year. They're the best team in football. This is the time to get another Lombardi trophy, and let's debate where the parade's going to be between San Francisco and Santa Clara. Like, this is the year, because after this year, the financial stuff gets a lot crazier to try to keep all the band back together. So this is the year. And if they give Ayuk the money that he wants, they got it for this year. Maybe you're doing some horse trading, down the road, but this is the year, man. You can't lose Brandon Ayuk. It's Brandon Ayuk and Debo and Kittle and Juszczyk and McCaffrey and now the kid Pearsall and third down Juwan Jennings. Come on, man. This is the year for this team to win it.
Bob Fitzgerald joining us on 95.7 The Game. Before I let you go, Bob, obviously you've seen the entire career of Steph Curry. You You hinted on a show a couple years ago that maybe you'll hang it up when Steph hangs it up. How big is this Olympic experience for him? And I mean, do you talk to him enough where he's told you, hey, it's the last thing that I want?
Well, I mean, Steph and I, people know we play golf and spend some time together, and that's kind of my guy. So, one, excited about having Caius join the family and, having a fourth Curry kid. He beat me. I got 3 kids. He's got 4 now. I'm done. He, hopefully, I don't know if he is. That's between him and Aisha. The Olympics is important to him. Just like winning the MVP multiple times is important. Just like winning the Finals MVP. Just like winning championships. Just like being the all-time 3-point leader. Just like maybe playing on the senior PGA Tour. Right? The thing with Steph is he's so gifted and so skilled in life in so many ways. As a dad, a brother, a son, a husband, that whatever, you can't do this, or you didn't do this, or this is missing, he likes to check all those boxes. He loves the challenge. And so I think going with Steve and getting to play in his first Olympics and trying to get that gold medal, that adds to a resume that is going to, we know he's already a Hall of Famer. It's just how long does he play and at the level that he plays. So I think it is important. And I think the summer worked out good. They had the baby and, he's got a little time off because the Warriors, went out earlier than normal. And, I think he'll be excited to be on that international stage, and he'll be sharp as hell, getting ready to roll for a Warrior training camp and a good Warrior season.
There we go, Bob. My partner's worried about him being tired at training camp because he's going to the Olympics.
Fitz, I feel better after talking to you, though. Go get him, Steph. Yeah.
Well, no, but the thing is, you guys know, because you got to keep it real and keep it right. If the Warriors will be one of 8-9 teams that have a shot to do damage next year, it all depends on health. It all depends on your war horses, if they decline a little bit or can maintain. But the NBA now, this year, proved it. Other than Boston, man, any team on any night in any series can get rolling, and that's just where we are in the league. The days of, you're going to win 67 games or 73 games, and you're just going to postage stamp everybody all the way through the playoffs, like, those days are over. And I think that's good. I think it's exciting for the league, but it does make people nervous because they were accustomed to 6 straight finals and 4 titles and all that kind of stuff, and that's all fair too. So, but to think the Warriors won't be interesting, won't be in the mix, won't be worth watching, won't be worth paying attention to, no. We're many years from that happening.
There you go.
That ain't happening anytime soon.
All right, Fitz. Hey, we'll be watching and listening.
Take it easy, man.
In the Olympics.
Hey, love you guys.
Fun.
Anytime you need me, you know the number.
Yes, sir.
Love it.
That's Bob Fitzgerald.
Wow. Enrique Rivera of the
one
chat
and
goes, Steiny, please ask him if the Warrior championship team. I'm like, dude, you didn't hear. I think we got the answer. I think he thinks they got major action.
Order the rings.
Order the rings.
Order the freaking rings.
Dude, man. It ain't over to him, Steiny.
I'm going to say it. That's the incomparable Bob Fitzgerald.
Yeah,
that was all time.
Medallion?
That was all time.
That was all time.
That was all time.
I have one.
But also, did you hear the 5 he dropped?
Well,
the Purdy piece of cord?
That was the one. That was the one. And now that's so good, we're going to have to source that.
Yes, sir. Oh,
that was good. The Purdy piece of cord will be coming to an end.
You don't want you going anywhere, man. I get it, Steiny. It'll be interesting. And for all the people in the back, and Fitz is one of them, Steiny, hey, Debo did this, but it wasn't 8 other guys in his position getting paid. Bosa did it, but man, I'm ready for the Warriors. Nothing to see here. It's all good.
Oh, yeah, they're fine.
27 Draymond missed. 27 games.
Yeah, and he'll play 82 next year. Oh, if you don't know,
great.
Fitz in my relationship, it's a great one. I'm not using this show to disagree with him. We'll disagree plenty when we see each other face to face. It's his forum. That's why we got him on.
And he's golfing with Steph.
What's it called? There you go. Fodder for the masses. Yep. There you go, Warrior fans.
He meant that, though.
Of course he meant it.
Well, and of course, because he is calling men's basketball for the Olympics, we just spoke to the voice of America.
There you go. I love it, man. That was great.
Oh, he was on the money with the Giants, though, I think, when he said the face of the franchise is Kruk and Kipe.
Man.
Ouch.
And how many times have we done that activity? Steiny, who's the face of the Giants? Evan, who's the face of... Like, that is a big deal.
See, the difference between Fitz and myself is he says we're many, many years from this team not being interesting. And I think, hey, Bob, we could be right around the corner from you being the face of the Warriors.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. No,
dude, that was some dope. He was ready.
That's why we have him on. Yeah. How can you let Fitz talk? That's why we have Fitz on.
But I'm the one that said the Nuggets were a dynasty. But they're good enough to be right. Like, that's what scares me, Fitz, about the Warriors. You don't got a Celtic problem. Denver owns you. So, they're still in the West. Like,
I mean, one thing we could do is we could replay that one epic cut of Fitz with me saying no every time I disagree with one of his things. Is there anybody out there that thinks the Warriors weren't a 53-win team if Draymond... Me.
I got you.
It'd be fun. Anyway.
You would be Mutombo. No.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll just end it.
But that Giant one, that's a big deal.
No doubt.
And whose responsibility is that? The guy that's been here for as long as... It's Farhan, Steiny.
Well, here's one thing I was thinking about. And we're going to do this with the Warriors down the line. We're going to talk about their championship teams and why a team we're watching 5 years from now is or isn't interesting, or how they continue to be interesting. So when the Giants won 3 World Series
in 5 years,
like they were. Here's what I said to Evan. Well, part of the Giants, the reason there was a ton of interest is, they had Lincecum, they had Kane, they had Bumgarner, they had these pitchers. Well, Logan Webb is in that group. Like, Logan Webb is as good as those guys.
But unfortunately,
obviously not like, whatever. I don't want to get into.
He don't have the Posies or Crawfords around him. But he's a one-off.
Okay, but why isn't he then, hands down, by far, the guy that everybody associates with the Giants? Like, who do you think of when you think of the Giants? Why aren't we saying Logan Webb? Logan Webb, he's been here longer than most players, and it's a Cy Young.
But it doesn't resonate for me because when you think
because he's boring.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
he's not an everyday player. Like when you think of the Yankees era was Jeter. Now, give me a Yankee starter. I know you can't.
The most popular player on the Giants during their run was Tim Lincecum. He was a pitcher.
I can't argue that. He was a freak. That was his nickname.
Right.
But you had Posies and Crawfords and Belts to go along with that, Steiny, and that means something.
Right. What?
The Giants do, and I'm not mad at Webb. It's been it's almost sad.
Webb should be even more popular because he's the best player on a ho-hum team. Like,
but you see him once every 5 days.
How about if I put it this way?
I think how about if I put it this way?
I don't. He's not as popular as Monte Ellis was when the Warriors weren't winning any games.
I would argue baseball against basketball now, in that sense. Like, he's doing all that he can, and I hope I'm not trying to tell you I'm stripping something from him, but they haven't won. They went to the playoffs and won 107. Outside of that, Logan needs more Logans is what I'm saying. So when Lincecum had Kane.
Logan's boring. Like, he's just not.
Wow.
He's not a dynamic player.
So you're okay with giving that crown to a guy that you see once every 5 days as opposed to, hey, Susan, get the kids, let's go. We're going to see a guy. If we want to go every day of the week, we're going to see Ramos. He's in there every day. I think there's something to that for me, to where the pitcher just gets the ball once every 5 days.
Okay, and you're probably right. There's something to that, but I'm just telling you, the one athlete in baseball who captured the imagination of this town more than anybody else was a pitcher. Yeah. And you know what?
I'm not arguing that.
You know who else was in the top 5? Like, a relief pitcher, Brian Wilson.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I do think, I'm not saying I've come to some grand conclusion, but winning's not enough here. You gotta have, it's gotta be winning with pizzazz. Otherwise, I'm not sure fans are going to come out.
They got to do the winning part, then get to the pizzazz. Ramos has pizzazz, Steiny.
Well, then why aren't we head over heels?
He's still going, but he's still a baby, Steiny.
But that's the thing. If Luciano were doing this, we'd be like, oh my God. It's like, what do you want? Like, it doesn't feel like Ramos is good enough. It doesn't feel like Webb's good enough. Yes. Or they're not exciting enough. 888-957-9570 is the number. Feel free to jump in. Anything Fitz say got you revved up, or what's it going to take for the Giants to capture some excitement? Is it going to? I think I know the answer. It's going to be about a 8-10 game winning streak. That feels like
bigger than winning, though. Fitz has me thinking now it's about how the family aspect component of your stars.
That
feel like family. Like we seen Clay, Dre, and Steph grow up in front of our eyes.
Yeah. And we're seeing Logan Webb grow up in front of our eyes. That segment was sponsored by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Neuropathy can be a dark place with constant pain and suffering.
Guru, you and I share the same half of the medallion that we wear around our neck.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The medallion boys. By the way, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. If you just joined us, it was an all-timer. It was an all-time interview with Bob Fitzgerald at 11 o'clock.
He was in his zone.
If you want to feel good about the Golden State Warriors and the Bay Area sports scene, I would highly advise you to go to the Odyssey app and download the interview with Fitz. Because let me tell you something. We are clearly on the cusp of the Giants making a big-time run to the World Series. We are right on the edge, the precipice of the Warriors' 5th title in the past 11 years. And there's no doubt about it, ladies and gentlemen, our San Francisco 49ers are winning the Super Bowl this year. Mm-hmm.
Well, first you got to keep IU.
Oh.
Yeah. Monte chimed. He said Fitz was legendary.
It was. It was absolutely phenomenal. Yeah. It's terrific.
But the one on the Giants I can't shake about they're faceless right now, excluding Logan Webb, man. That's all. And the guy Farhan has had more than 2 years, Stoney. He's had more than 3. He's had more than 4 years to kind of replenish that. And right now, maybe that is the answer to your question on Goo. It just doesn't feel like it's hitting Giants baseball right now. And there's some things that you're wrong. You know, Ramos, Stoney, I can't wait to watch him tonight.
You're missing my point on Ramos. I'm not saying he's not exciting.
Okay.
I'm saying he's come up to the big leagues and put a stamp on something early, and there should be more excitement for Ramos. There should be. We've been clamoring for a guy like Ramos. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. Now okay, who's the biggest Giants fan in our building? Fan.
Bishasky, Bonte, Evan, Lubman.
Okay. Lubman's out.
Got like 6 of them, yeah.
Well, I'm going with Sam because he goes to games more than anybody else. And
no kids. No, I'm saying, Evan, thank you. It's hard, man. Yeah.
Point is he's a monster Giants fan.
Okay, gotcha.
And I said, hey, Sam, let me ask you a question. Just in the hallway a second ago. Sam, ask me. I only ask you. Sure, Steiny. You're always very polite. And I said, look, I know you're a hardcore Giants fan, and for the most part, you're going to be excited about the Giants because that's the kind of fan you are.
But he's not a homer.
Right.
Okay.
I said, what's your excitement level right now for the San Francisco Giants? And he said, now this is Lubman, 6.5-ish. And I said, I would have expected 8 from Lubman. He said, well, you've got to take off 2 to 2.5 points because of Farhan Zaidi.
Wow.
And so then I said, wait a minute, why? Why does a general manager how can a general manager take away from your excitement of the team? And he said, well, I just feel like he waters down everything. And of course, you know me. I said, what does that mean? He waters down everything. And basically what Lubman said is, as long as Farhan's there, I don't feel like we're going to be able to, we're building anything sustainable.
Wow, man.
We know how he's going to go about his business. We're not crazy about how he goes about his business. And Farhan, and I'm blown away. I really am.
And that's heavy, but I'll say this. Obviously, with no boppers or no Aaron Judges or Bryce Harper, and obviously every team and fan base would want to have that type of guy or those type of guys to root for. I guess, Donnie, we live, because I'm such a fan, the 6.5 is real. It's because there's nothing that you see where you feel like, you know what, this is a superstar. But I guess I would like you to follow-up question would be, are the Giants appointment TV for you?
Hell no.
No, but they are for the diehards. They're watching regardless. but the excitement is like, I'm watching this, but it's not thrilling. But they're watching, and that's the art of a fan.
Yeah, the casuals aren't.
Oh.
I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. Again, I might be wrong. Maybe there's excitement brewing about this team that I'm oblivious to.
Well,
and if I am,
game
fine.
under 500.
Right.
And they've had 11 chances this season to get to 500. And you know what? They're 1-9. And they got a chance tonight. So they're 1-9 but people will be like, I don't care about 500, but they're 1 under. And every time you think they're getting some traction, either a hammy goes out, somebody falls in the gym or whatnot. But you would like to see Webb on the bump tonight. And I know what you're saying. Goo, even if they win tonight, they're 500, but they got to get healthy and then hopefully start winning some games.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's jump out to, let's go to Richie. Richie's in Queens. Haven't talked to Richie in a while. What's up, Richie? How you doing, man? Richie. All right, do you want to take Austin? Let's go to Austin. Austin's in Redwood City. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, nothing much. I'm just sitting here chilling, listening to you guys. From the last call that I was on, I was just thinking, we ain't going to be no time good, no time soon, as long as we have Farhan on our team. But I want to say this. Remember when we had Lincecum bringing swag to the team, the long hair coming out with his theme song? We had Brian Wilson coming out with the beer, his theme song. Paul Sandoval with his little thing with the polar bear and all that. We have swag. The Giants players gave us something. They gave us something in return. We gave them extra energy, cheering them on with that. We don't got none of that with Fort Harmon and the team that we got now. The last piece we had was Brandon Crawford with that little swag and his defense and all that. We don't got none of that. So until then, we find some swag, because this stale team that we got, these players that we got on our team this year are stale. They ain't fun to watch. I don't like watching it. And until we get some swag, then I'm going to watch
Austin, real quick, what about Ramos? What about he's got some swag to me.
Is he giving it to the fans, bro? So we can give that right back to give them some extra energy? Because without them not giving us energy, how can we get that energy back to them?
Wow.
How can we buy into what they're trying to sell us?
How do you decipher that?
Thanks, Austin.
Is he giving it to the fans?
And actually, I've never heard that phrased like that, but I think he's absolutely right.
Like, how do we gauge that?
Well, we gauge it, and maybe it's unfair.
Because it's early for him, Ramos. But wow.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is...
If he keeps this up, though, I think that would take care of itself.
Not if he's not a showman.
And he was got to be a showman. Fired up, talking. I was like, man.
He's got to be a showman also, is what I'm saying. It's... Or they got to have... They got to have more than one guy. They got to have a bunch of guys.
You heard Fitz, yeah. And nothing if Conforto, but he's right. That's what this Darren Ruffs of the world. I mean,
what about him?
No, those are the type of guys that have, been under Farhan, even when they won 107 and it was platoon city left and right. You never have that guy. That's Steiny.
The 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line. The Giants are so boring. When's the next Amish Quilt Festival? In other words, what he's saying is he'd rather watch somebody sew a quilt.
Well, they're not. No. Yeah.
First of all, get off the Amish.
You a big quilt guy?
Well, I went
last night I slept with no covers.
I went to college in Lancaster, the home of the Amish. So I am a monster fan of the Amish.
Right.
They still use horse and buggy.
Okay.
They don't, the diehards, they don't use electricity still.
Wow.
The Amish can raise a barn in 4 hours. It is unbelievable. The Amish is what we should all strive to be. They live a life of simplicity, and it works for them. No TV, no social media.
I'm out. Yeah, I'm out.
They can cause traffic in Lancaster County, though, that's for sure.
I'm out.
Thank you, Spadone.
Like if you're driving a horse and buggy, let's say in Lidditz, they won't. The cops won't say, "Hey, you got to get over." No, you got to wait. You got to just go 21 miles an hour or as fast as the horse can go.
Dude,
Move on, Joe.
I was in a real quick here, Spadoni. I was at an intersection yesterday going home, and there were like 20 geese, and we all had to, and they were just going slow, neck out like this, tiny. It took about a good 4 minutes, Spadoni, and I was just blowing the horn. Hurry up!
With a car.
Yeah, they were at the crosswalk. I was at the intersection. Why do you?
Well, because it clearly wasn't a highway or a main.
So there was a lake over by the house.
Okay, yeah, you're in a little park area. That's always ask. I'm not asking.
No, I was on the street.
Hey, who was in the car with you?
I was on Riverside Boulevard.
Does your family know?
No.
Was there anybody that shouldn't have been in there?
It was just
Were you doing any drugs?
Work, you just want to get home and kick off your shoes, you know? And they're just necks out. I'm like, hurry up.
650 says, Steiny, do the Amish drink alcohol? Not the good ones.
We can cheat a little bit.
I mean,
reefer?
No, of course not.
Dude, that's boring. I love what. Come on, no. Live a little bit. No TV.
They raise barns, bro. That's fun.
Yeah. All depending on who you're asking.
They make spinning wheels. It's unbelievable. They can turn flax into a T-shirt.
Like I couldn't go to any IG page right now that would be dedicated to them.
Not the real ones.
Okay.
Not the real Amish. Get this. So I'm back east in New Jersey last week, and we're down at the beach. And it's not really, I haven't flexed yet.
That was a flex. Yeah. Spadoni had it right. Go ahead.
Oh, wait. Oh, really? New Jersey is now a flex.
The beach.
Jersey Shore.
Yeah.
I never said shore. I said beach,
and
if you
the
noticed.
fact that you were saying you were on vacation's a flex, too, so that actually should have been another one. But anyway.
Do you know that in southern Jersey that there are roads where the speed limit was 45, they've dropped the speed limit to 30, and you know why?
No.
Turtle crossings. Turtle.
Good God.
I know you think I'm kidding.
Oh.
I'm not. When the turtles do their thing, whatever that thing is, they go from like the bay, they take a long walk.
Oh, no.
And they have to cross a road. And there are people that when it's that season, turtle crossing season, they go out at like 5:30 in the morning and make sure that nobody's speeding, and they usher these turtles in a way across the road. I kid you not.
Yeah. That wouldn't work in the Bay.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
In the Bay, it would be a monster issue because
everybody drives fast.
Yes, but the liberals and the progressives would really get behind a turtle crossing. You know it, and I know it. Spadone, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. There are a lot of people in the Bay Area who would be in favor of, hey, if the turtles need to cross, they need to cross. Yeah. So that would be a nightmare.
It's bothering me. What is their job, the turtle? And the alligator. I saw alligator chop. I was like, what? Why do we need them? Like, what do they do?
Well, here's where our great listeners say, oh, Steiny, turtles eat bugs. They're great for the ecosystem.
That applies to damn near everything. They eat bugs, okay.
One thing I think they do is they eat algae. I don't know. Hey, is there a vet out there?
Well, sea turtles help obviously with like coral reefs and protecting them because they do eat but land turtles, like tortoises, I have no idea.
And like alligators, Spadoni.
Well, they're not because they're
but an alligator, what's its job? Yeah, what's it do?
What, the alligator?
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because
it's bad news. As
all
soon
I
as
know
you
is
see
the alligator
like,
can eat you, the turtle can't.
Well,
I mean that's the difference.
I got you.
That's Richie's in Richie. You got to be there this time. What's up, Richie in Queens?
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, buddy. How are you, man?
I'm good. You know, you talked about the turtles. I am in Pennsylvania now. You also talked about the Amish. It's funny because I remember the Amish have really become a little bit on the liberal side. I remember about 20 years ago, I bought a beautiful rocking chair, and the guy had a computer, and that was like 10 years before that was unheard of.
Yep.
And you know what else he told me? That he was going to go to a friend's house to watch the Jet game. He said, "Please don't mention that to anybody."
Oh my God!
There are levels.
There are levels. This guy was breaking. This guy was breaking all the rules, man.
Oh,
but
boy.
yeah. So I got the chair at half price, you know. So
that's good.
Hey, I watched that game last night. Came out of nowhere. I agree with you. I don't understand. Melvin's done it more than once, using Duvall in stupid situations. Give him a bullpen session. Got to put him in a 10-run game, and to bring him back to 31 pitches. Wow. And you know what the big part of that game, guys, was that 2-0 pitch. And I'm not one.
Everybody's talking about it.
I've been fighting with the umpires about, you can't go electronic, you can't go robotic. But that 2-0 pitch was ball 3.
Man.
That changed the whole at bat. The 3 turning points in that was obviously Solaire's catcher's interference. And that kid at first base, I felt terrible. 2 clock violations, plus dropping the pop-up. Look, we don't have a lot. You brought up, where's the excitement? The excitement now is Ramos. I knew Estrada was going to come around. And you know what's funny about when you see a guy every day and you say Estrada was definitely struggling? He leads the league at second base with almost 40 ribbies. Ozzie Albies has got 5 homers and 33 ribbies. But you don't see Ozzie Albies like we see Estrada. So Wisely's done a good job. We obviously need, I talked to you a couple of weeks ago, our pitching now, these injuries, Harrison, it's catching up. We're going to get these guys back. But you know what? They are what they are, and they're 1 game below 500. Hopefully Webb gives them something tonight. I'm a little disenchanted with Chapman again. Chapman, he's late on 93. I don't get it. He's not consistently hitting the ball that hard, but.
Hey, Richie, appreciate the call. The bottom line is, what are we going to do? We're going to watch and see if a team that's 1 game under 500 can tonight get to 500 and then put 500 in the rearview mirror.
But the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco, Stoney, is Logan Webb is he's the new version of Matt Cain. Give him some run support. That's been a constant. Now, I will say this about a guy I've been beating up, Stoney, and I got some chicken on. Soler he's walking and he's hitting the ball. So I know it's warming up. But, man, they need him to be the bopper they brought him in to be. But I've been noticing he'll take a walk, get a little double or a single here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
He was at 204 batting average, but hey, the balls and strikes in that Major League Baseball are out of control. That was ball 3. They called it a strike, but I'm ready for the robots.
What are we doing?
The problem...
I'm serious.
The problem you and I are going to have with Soler is we made a bet, but he's also on my fantasy team.
Oh, boy.
So I'm not rooting against the guy. Yeah. I need the guy to produce.
You want it all to stay in the park. Yeah.
Go ahead and hit 29 homers and knock in 172 runs. He won't do that.
But Webb needs some run support. Let's see if they do it tonight.
You just said something else that I wanted to do.
Soler?
No, it was... oh, gosh, I can't believe it. It was good, though. It was good.
Mm-hmm. That's all I said was Soler.
No, it was something else.
Run support for Webb.
Yeah, that was leading to it.
Balls and strikes.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
thank you, buddy. You're the man.
Yeah.
And of course,
2-0.
I'm losing it.
But don't he?
You know what? Sometimes I think of something, and I'm like, Steiny, you're right. And then I think about it just a little longer, and I'm thinking, I think Willard said this a few days ago. And then I go, damn it.
He's in your dome.
No, he's right. They got to get the rectangle off the TV screen.
You think that has
Yes.
Dude,
get the rectangle off the TV screen. I'm scared of Willard. We didn't have these problems in 1993.
But it's out of control now.
What is? The
Richie
rectangle?
From Queens saw the pitch, the 2-0 pitch that was a ball 3, that one pitcher changing at bat. And even the batter looked, but Stoney, it's just, I don't know what the umps are doing. Like, how has it gotten worse?
It hasn't.
Everything is subjective.
I don't think it has gotten worse.
You think that box has everybody screaming now?
You think when they didn't use a box, the umpires were better?
No,
it's like the box makes it clear exactly what they missed.
Well, Major League Baseball
when Tom Glavine's an inch off the plate back in 1990, oh boy, did he paint the corner. Well, guess what? He probably didn't paint the corner, but he earned that pitch because he had such control.
What do we get in the NBA, the 2-minute report?
That's another thing.
Baseball has the balls and strikes, and the average balls and strikes, Donnie, this is the average. It's 92%.
Okay.
Last night, the Cubs and Giants game, that was 87%. So there was a whole lot of miss. And it's just like Richie. He's rooting for the Giants, but you just can't ignore, dude, you just rewarded Stoney a strike on a 2-0 pitch that would have been ball 3, and then all hell could have broke loose.
I mean, this is where, like, I honestly don't want to hear it. It's like it's the...
But you blame it on the box.
It's stupid. It's stupid.
Well, all the announcers, radio, TV are doing it too now.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, Steiny, did you see that? Oh, my God.
Well, because it's in your face. You think come on, guys. You think the umping is bad now? We didn't have the thing. Barry Bonds, he was too... Barry Bonds had a friendly strike zone. Well, yeah, that's baseball. They didn't have the box. So you really think the umps are worse now than they've ever been? Yeah,
balls and strikes are just idiots, Steiny. It's embarrassing sometimes.
So it wasn't as embarrassing back in 2000, but it was every bit as bad because you didn't know. I mean, you just didn't.
You blame it on technology.
I refuse to think that the umps are worse now, balls and strikes, than they were at any time in baseball history. It's like, well, you're measuring them in a way that umpires never got measured before.
Rest in peace, Eric Gregg.
And here's the other thing. It was the worst ump game of the year in 87?
It was 87. Normally, it's not. Average is 92. It was 87.
Average is 92. 80. Yeah. Man, that's pretty good to me. I think those are good percentages. The box. Scott's in Hayward. What's up, Scotty? How you doing?
Gentlemen, great show as always. Got a little insight from a buddy of mine who is a minor league and youth umpire.
Sweet.
Who does just all the time he's out there. And I was screaming and crying about the strike zone this year. And we talked about the box. And here's the challenge for the box. The box is a 2D image. The strike zone is a 3D plane. So you've got the zone ending across the plane. And you can have a ball that looks like it's outside the box that then tucks in across the back of the plate. That's still a strike. And so what we're seeing on TV, a ball 3-4 inches outside of the zone, what we think is out of that box is actually slicing a little nip of that back of the plate, and the umpire's usually getting it right. Now, Goo's right. There's some egregiously bad calls, and some umpires do deserve a little, what for just butchering it. But by and large, they get it right. It's a pretty high percentage. It's just, I agree with you, Steiny, that box is like the devil.
Yeah.
It's skewing people's opinion because it's a 2D image when what the umpire is judging is a 3D plane. That's all I got for you, gentlemen.
Well said, Scott. I appreciate the knowledge.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Goo, I do want to get into some NBA Finals stuff with you. And that segment was brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care. With over 50 years of experience and financing options that let you fix now and pay over time, you can trust your keys with...
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is 12:01 in the Bay Area.
What you having for lunch?
I don't eat during the show.
I was talking to the fans.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
Well, you could at 12 o'clock, we always open up the phone lines for our lunch special.
Yep.
And the bottom line is, you know how lunch places have a special? Well, you're the special. You can tell us what you want to talk about.
Go.
It's the lunch special
With
Big D at the hospital. What are we having today for lunch, Big D?
Give me some salami, baby. Big D. He always called from the hospital.
Right.
Spadoni knew it before I could even get it out.
Yeah, we're building what's it called? Building a segment out of it.
I thought you meant bully.
No, that was Hugh. Don't tell me it's Hugh Jackson.
Oh, boy.
You know what's funny? Is I use that to this day about anything but a football team. But I just think it's funny. We're building a bully. They were 7-7 at the time. But they had 1-2 in a row, something like that. One of the things I like to point out are incongruities. I don't like when you say one thing, but then you say something that doesn't quite back it up. Some would say, Steiny, that's how you have a show. Nevertheless, Goo, I got a question for you.
Go ahead, baby.
So I said to you, we were joking. You were about Curry playing in the Olympics.
Yeah.
Steiny, I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay. So
kind of was real.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. And then the people who say, well, go relax. He's not going to play much. I mean, he's going to win Oh, really? See, that's where I think it has changed. This ain't the dream team anymore.
Wow.
Larry Bird doesn't get to lay on his back or on his stomach and not play. The world has gotten better. There's no such thing as, the Olympic team's just going to go over to Paris and lay on the beach and not practice and just kick it and they're going to win a gold. No, they're not. They're not going to win a gold unless they take it very seriously.
No. And you just went over the Canada team with me. I was like, holy hell.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying, oh boy, the Warriors are hosed next year, but I do think, and I'm not saying that, if you play in the Olympics, you're going to have a terrible year, but I am saying, like, don't think for a minute that Curry gets to go to Paris and isn't going to be mentally into it, physically into it. Like, he's going to be playing real basketball as hard as he can.
See, wow, man. I believe that. Because that's when you get hurt messing around.
Like the days of, we'll go over there and pass the ball around and get guys shots and we're still going to win 114-60. No.
But Fitz, as great as he wasn't even, he didn't say it, and we don't even know if he would, but he didn't like one iota think about Curry and the mileage this would put on for next year. And that's just where I'm at. Because he did, I hope we get a chance to talk to him before next season, Tony, but can anybody argue something changed with Steph where he tired in the second half? And maybe because he had to carry more of a load.
Of course.
Like, I'm willing to, I don't think I have said that years past. Like, I just, man. Like, I saw it.
Yeah, he didn't have a good second half for Steph Curry. For Steph Curry, if Steph Curry next year is the player he was in the second half of this past year, then they are done, aren't they? I know it sounds harsh,
but that's not ideal. And I don't expect that to happen.
Yeah. You expect him... When's Steph's birthday? In March?
I think he just...
Like March, let's say March 20th?
Yeah, March 14th.
Well, he's such a great... Like, is there a chance on March 14th?
Yeah.
Pi Day. Yeah.
He's a Pisces.
Okay. Maybe on March 14th, instead of turning 37, he'll turn 35. And then the year after, he'll turn 34. Yeah, that doesn't happen. So I'd be worried about Steph and how this year goes. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
We'll see. And the Olympics start, we just had him on when? Because now I'm getting fired up. And Clay will not be on the Bahamas team, right? Is that a thing?
He's not expected to play. But he's working out in Houston, talking to Ime Udoka.
Where'd you see that?
I made the second part up. Oh. He is in Houston, though. He's in Houston training with the Bahamian national basketball team.
We heard that yesterday.
No, I'll tell you what.
You want to ask me about some hoops? We'll do it after you take the call.
Okay, Big Smooth will get us started. What's up, Big Smooth in Oakland? How you doing, my man?
Great. But Steiny, real quick, when was the last time you were not worried about something? But that wasn't my point. Here's the deal. Milwaukee Bucks, to me, made it extremely easier for the Boston Celtics to win a chip.
Wow, man.
Case in point, you just gave a lockdown guard to the team in your same division, and now they created the best defensive backcourt, 8 and 11 rebounds by the guard position, and Milwaukee opted for the shiny, glittery candy of Dame Lillard tossing threes in from the half court. And there you go. Whoever the GM is for the Milwaukee Bucks, instead of standing pat, you try to get cute, you need to go ahead and fire yourself on that one. That's all I got, guys. Man. Have a great lunch.
Who can argue that, Steiny?
Nobody.
But Dame Lillard told Doc Rivers he didn't work out at all last summer.
All I know.
But even if he did, you're not Drew Holiday on both ends of the floor. Why would they do that to a team that was in their way?
Because Giannis said they wanted it. Giannis got it done. You can't. I mean, we can't sit here and say Steph Curry, is part of the reason Draymond's here and this, that. Without, if Giannis didn't want it to happen, it wouldn't have happened. But he wanted it to happen.
I remember the Lakers, what was it, 80, 81, getting Bob McAdoo? It was like, did they really need him? But he just put him over the top. And I'm looking at Drew Holiday made Kyrie Irving look human, Steiny. I don't know if that series plays out. He was so ineffective and was not, as soon as the ball was tipped, you could just tell Drew, because you've always loved his deal. We all have. And he could score if you need him to. Okay. Like, what were they, Milwaukee, thinking?
Austin said they opted for the shiny, bright object.
Man.
Drew Holiday's a Hall of Famer.
There's no doubt about it.
Well, I bet you people would fight me on it.
Well,
here's the joke.
We're laughing.
If Andre Iguodala is a Hall of Fame player, Drew Holiday, don't even vote on him. Yeah, he's in.
Right. And it's still going, no doubt about it. That was impressive, man.
I think you could say the same thing about Draymond Green.
Well, he's got that same type of impact.
Draymond Green's a Hall of Famer. Drew Holiday's a Hall of Famer.
You ain't got
period.
That, man.
Period. Mm-hmm.
They're set up nice.
They are right now. But hey, you know what? Warriors are going to be one of 8 teams you can throw a dart at, and they could win it next year.
If Draymond Green's available.
Yeah, okay. That's what Bob Fitzgerald said.
Yep.
Right here on 95.7 The Game. So, you know what? I love talking to Fitz, but here's the problem. He emboldens Guru.
In what regard?
Well, now you're like Steiny. I think they got action.
That's right. My shoulders are perked up a little more. Like, it's not just me, man.
From the Xfinity Mobile text line, Steiny, would you accept that Kyrie choked? No, I don't. I didn't.
He was on lock.
No.
Yeah. Kyrie will tell you that.
Yeah.
And you haven't gotten over Kyrie. If you think you have, the stuff that went on with Boston, I thought that was in his mentals too.
It might have been. It might have been.
Yeah, he wasn't as aggressive. Last night to come out there and just kind of just be walking in the park, like, dude, put your staple on this thing.
Hey, you had talked to me before the show about something you wanted to get into. The beauty of working with you is I don't have to say, we'll do it at one end.
Yeah.
Just because I remembered and we're going to do it now. You want to get into Angel Reese.
I have
and
to.
Caitlin Clark.
We have to. So I love both players. Okay. I think they are, and they play different positions, but I think, tell me what you think, to the WNBA, they are Magic and Bird because of their rivalry that they had and started in college. So I've been fixated ever since this last women's NCAA tournament. But Steiny, 9 a.m., no other games on Sunday, Father's Day. Norm and I watched the Fever game, Clark against Reese, and I just got a problem with Angel Reese, which I believe was a hard foul. And I got friends trying to revoke my black card. Guess what? You can't. And I'm just like, a dirty foul. That was not a play on the ball. And I'm seeing talking heads, all walks of life, saying what they thought. That was a dirty-ass play. And then for Angel Reese to go to the podium and say, oh, some people get a special whistle, you just keep telling on yourself that you got a problem and you're jealous with Caitlin Clark. And why I'm mad at Caitlin is the next time a joker hits you upside the head, I'm done with your teammates. You got to get up and do something. I'm not saying get up and be Rocky Balboa, but you got to let somebody know verbally or do something. And you know, the art of fighting nowadays, and I'm not promoting violence, is get up because somebody's going to hold you. But quit saying, oh, the Leave It to Beaver thing. Oh, I mean, she got hit upside. That could have been a concussion. And Angel Reese to say to the podium again, my whole thing is, Angel, just say you're jealous of her. Just say you feel like you're jealous of the attention that Caitlin Clark has garnered, and then I'll leave you alone. But quit going up there like Mother Teresa, acting like you didn't do anything. Steiny, she hit her upside the head. Lambeer would have been ran. And for the refs to say it was a flagrant one, miss me. But Caitlin, you got to get up. You got to say something. And she's taking the high road. But I'm like, okay, until a tooth gets knocked out, when are you going to do it yourself?
Well, I mean,
they're hating on you. And she's Rookie of the Year. And Reese is having a good year too. It's them two. But Caitlin, I believe, is the front runner for Rookie of the Year. But I just want her to stand up for herself. Because no, her teammates aren't going to do it.
I mean, if you want my opinion, part of this is because she's a rookie. She's a rookie. She's played 15 games, so if she's been the victim of 3 or 4 flagrant fouls, she's like, if she doesn't want to be looked at as a complainer about that or victimized in any way. Like, I'm not saying she shouldn't stick up for herself, but what I'm saying is, if she starts to gently go down that road of, these guys are picking on me and I am a victim.
Yeah.
Like,
but what if she just isolated that play on Reese? What if it was just about that and she didn't open it? Because to her credit, you're right, she hasn't done that. But I think it's hurting her.
What do you mean?
Like, for her to just focus on that foul at that time, I don't think it would sound or come off as if she's saying every game she's been quiet. She's been a soldier.
So when the Warriors signed Jeremy Lin, it was Joe Lacob's call. He had gone to Harvard and he was from the peninsula.
Right.
And Joe Lacob brought him to the Warriors and Jeremy Lin made the team. But he wasn't ready for the NBA. He just wasn't at that time. He later became, he worked his butt off.
Yeah, Vince Sanity.
So here comes Jeremy Lin onto the Warriors, and every player on the Golden State Warriors is like, who's this guy? Oh, okay, I get why he's here. Ooh. We want to have an Asian American on the team. Okay, so you know what happens in the NBA? Mutual of Omaha, WNBA? They go at him, and they punished Jeremy Lin, and they were physical with him, and they put him through the gauntlet. And you know what? He never said a word. He just kept playing, and I'm talking practicing. And at the end of the year, I'll never forget, it's one of the conversations I had with Monte Ellis. I said, let me ask you about Jeremy Lin. He goes, yeah. I said, I mean, did he earn some respect over the course of but Monte Ellis was like, absolutely. We went at that kid. He never cried. He never complained. He never da-da-da. He never felt sorry for himself. He took everything we gave him, and you know what? Maybe by doing that was a big reason why he ended up being a very good backup point guard in the NBA and a run as a starter where he was incredible.
Yeah, no, I get that. That's heavy. That's real. But again, I'm just like, somebody's coming at me on the chat saying, Goose, she's not even the best on her team. I'm not saying she is. I'm saying she's leader for Rookie of the Year. My point is, Steiny, at some point, she's got to focus on the isolated incident. And I thought Angel Reese slapped her upside the head, and that was a cheap shot.
Well, I thought it was a flagrant foul.
That's what they called it.
It's a flagrant foul in the NBA. Anytime you make contact with the head, and it was, when I saw it, I was like, it's a flagrant foul. There's no argument there. Chucky's in Oakland, wants to chime in on what you're talking about, Goo. Hey, Chucky.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen, man. I always enjoy you guys so, man. I appreciate both of you,
Talk to us.
And I've been listening, man. I just haven't been calling in. I wasn't going to call in today until Guru brought that conversation up, because you was talking about the conversation last week about Caitlin and Angel Reese. And Guru, man, I think you just putting too much on Caitlin Clark, man. I saw some footage, man, about them two. Do you know those two have history even before LSU and Iowa? They showed some footage about them playing. I can't recall what team Angel was on and what team Caitlin was on, but it was way before when they met up at LSU and Iowa. And so they got a history, man. And the announcers didn't think that was an aggressive foul. As far as, going like you saying, thinking that she did, it was a cheap shot. They just, like Sonny had just missed, they thought it was like a flagrant foul. And so, I mean, they got history. These two girls got history. They've been competing against each other for a very long time, man. And I just hate, and I'm glad that your compadre Sonny don't he don't comment on what you be saying, but you be putting the race card in and go root.
But listen,
you be putting the race card in it, man.
Yeah. Let me respond, Chucky. Let me respond. It's not race. It's if that were your daughter, and what I'm seeing from my vantage point, I'm talking about Caitlin in the fouls. You got to check somebody. And I feel bad that she hasn't done that. She's not doing it yet. But at some point, Chucky, you got to send a message to these young ladies who I believe are all jealous of her. Okay, you do with that what you will. You got to check them because nobody's going to do it for you. Her teammates, her coach, nobody's doing that. So when I see that play on a Sunday morning, sipping my mimosa, I'm like, Caitlin, you got to let whoever it is, you got to let them know you can't hit me upside the head and knock me in the stanchion, and that's okay. So, Chucky, it has nothing to do with race. It's about stand up for yourself, and that's the component that she's missing, Chucky.
I understand that. Of course, you're supposed to stand up for yourself, Guru. But at the same time, you have been putting that race dialect in it. And I don't know if you guys be listening. I'll be up early in the morning because I'll be in my truck.
Got you.
My crew started. But I'll be listening to LeVar Arrington, Two Pros and a Cup of Joe. I think that's it.
Yeah.
And he did a real good take, man, on how the WNBA is trying to market Caitlin and Angel Reese, trying to make it seem like they the ones who built up the WNBA team and the WNBA league. And I truly agree with what he was saying because we talking about 2 4-win teams and trying to build them up like they all that. And so I just want to comment, man, that it's a bigger picture, man. They got history, man.
I got you.
Both competitive. Yeah. Thank you, man.
Yeah. Thanks, Chucky. Appreciate the call.
But Stoney, because even when you were out, Evan and I talked about it, but what part am I making it about race? I've isolated this on that foul. And when she got checked by the other couple weeks ago, hip checked, and nobody did nothing for her. So I guess today I just felt like you got to stand up for yourself. That was my message.
Leaving the race issue to the side, I think you're missing a big point. And when I say you, I mean a lot of people. And it's this. Let me ask you this question. Do you think there's jealousy within the league over Caitlin Clark?
200%.
Okay. Do you think it's possible that some of her teammates may be jealous
200%.
of her? Okay. So do you acknowledge that maybe Caitlin Clark is dealing with a dynamic that, like, even Tarazi didn't deal?
No, 300%.
Okay.
And
well, then that's what. Okay.
She has done nothing but like that match.
That's why you keep your mouth shut.
All right.
And you just take it, and it doesn't mean you compete any less hard. In fact, you still try to stick it to him.
I think she's doing that too much to hurt her, though, Stoney. Like, that hit was, what did you think of that hit, that play?
Foul.
Okay.
And now we move on.
And had that happened, if we've seen it, Chucky, and I'm talking to you too, Stoney, in the NBA, somebody would have got up and just had some words. Like, you ain't hitting Draymond. And I'm not saying she's Draymond Green, but that was damn. You keep turning the blind eye to that. That's going to keep happening. And I guess I'm in my feelings because she got checked the other time, that body check, and not one of her teammates did anything. But everything you just asked me, Steiny, 300%, man. And if you're telling me, she can't really do it because of the jealousy that she's not pushing, and they're using her. If the league's using her, I get all that, but I got to give her credit for she's not saying, look at me, look at me, look at me.
So, LaMelo Ball was on a terrible team like Caitlin Clark, and he had a quote-unquote bullseye on his back because of his dad, and everybody thought he was entitled. It's like when you come into the league and you get tested, like, I think actually if she starts to quote unquote lose it, or she's
barking back,
that means we got her. That's the way. It's just like Draymond Green in a way. Like, Nurkic gets to go, you dummy, I baited you into it. I think Caitlin Clark. I just listen. It's kind of like pledging a sorority or a fraternity. It's like, you're going to get hazed a little bit. You just are. That's just the nature. And if you cry about it, then they're going to try to do it more. Keep your mouth. Like, she's giving the appearance of, like, what's that thing called when you do that?
Shake the dirt off your shoulder.
She's like flicking dust off the shoulders. Like, that's her way of handling it.
Again, who am I to feel sorry for her? But she's not doing anything to market herself or make her brand look like she has privilege or she's it's the race card, which everybody is using in this situation. But I just isolated it down to that hit by Angel, and then Angel to get up there and have the audacity to say, well, she gets a better whistle. She didn't say her name. She said some people get a better whistle. I'm like, damn, Angel, you ain't got, okay, I get it, okay. You out here bruising and doing it that way, okay. But like you said, maybe she's doing the Martin Luther King. This is my initiation, but
the other thing is,
I just like to see somebody check somebody like her teammates, because that's what I know I would do.
I mean, the one thing about basketball, and I always say it, it's like when we talk about racial stuff, there's a racial issue in basketball.
And in life.
What is it, Steiny? Well, guess what? Shh, I don't think you can say it on the radio, but there's more black players than white players. Okay, so when we have a great white player, it's more unusual. It's just different. And so that can both capture the attention of the fans and get the attention of teammates and opponents. It just is. You think, dude, I was a Bird fan. You know how many people are like, he gets every call. Bird gets every single
Isaiah
call.
Said about him, if he was a brother, he'd just be a regular dude.
Exactly.
Player. Like, that was like, damn.
Exactly.
Okay. And
so this is just basketball, to me, in a way, policing itself. And there's some jealousy about Caitlin Clark.
And how high or how much attention she garnered in college, right, Steiny?
Well, how much attention she's garnering now?
And these black women, I can see looking at her like, this chick ain't all that. And you guys are pushing her down our throat like she's the great white hope.
Right.
But right now it's her and Angel for Rookie of the Year, and I got her ahead of Angel. And I'm just keeping it real there. But a lot of people are like, Goo, Angel got hit in the head. And maybe I missed that one. I'm not saying she's never, hard foul has been committed on her. I'm just like, it's me, Steiny, and I love how you just said, Goo, she can't maybe right now. But I'm like, at some point, you got to get up.
I absolutely
When somebody hard fouls you like that, I throw all that out the window, and I would tell my daughter, Milan, you got to get up and get in somebody's face. Because soon as the bully knows that you can't just commit those fouls on me and I'm not going to say nothing, then I think it'll stop. That's just me, and I could be wrong.
The other part is there's a natural thing that's happening. And I'll compare Caitlin Clark to Bird. Okay, so Bird comes into the league and everyone's like, who the hell is this? Indiana State, he ain't no good. And guess what? He kept his mouth shut, he played a season, and he got everybody's respect. Plain and simple. Did Bird go fighting? No, he just played And by the end of the year, white, black, everybody was saying, this guy can play. Then at that point,
he was getting your ass too,
then at that point, you realize, and now he and Magic are making us all money. The fact of the matter is, if Caitlin Clark can keep her mouth shut, and I'm not saying she should or shouldn't. I'm just saying I get why she isn't making a big deal out of it. Be tough, keep your mouth shut, be a professional, and eventually the league's going to realize that this woman, if this is the route she goes, is not only a great player, but she's going to make everybody money, and she's not a jerk or entitled. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number if you would like to jump into this conversation. I see some calls. We'll get to them on the other side.
Hey, everybody, it's your boy Guru. It's time for excitement of summer sports. And I say the best way to take summer sports excitement to the next level is with prizepicks.com, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Game on. Let's go. Check this out. Less than 60 seconds, you can set your lineup, and I got Logan Webb with more than 6.5 strikeouts tonight against the Cubs. Let's go, Logan. With a community over 5 million players, Prize Picks is the most exciting way to get in on summer sports action while watching your favorite sport teams and players. Just start putting up with soccer, pro tennis, esports, and especially women's b-ball are more popular now than ever. You can make a Prize Pick lineup in as little as easy as 60 seconds. And tonight's play again for your boy is Logan Webb, more than 6.5 strikeouts. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections, and you're locked and loaded. So get ready to enjoy your best fantasy sports app play available. Download the Prize Picks app today now and enter I got your back code GURU957 for a first deposit match up to $100. That's code GURU957 on Prize Picks app for a first deposit match up to $100. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Neuropathy can be a dark place with constant pain and suffering. Symptoms can
Sacramento, and I'm playing pickup basketball in Sacramento.
All right.
But I'm from San Francisco.
24-hour on Laguna.
But, a bunch of the guys know, and eventually everybody on the court knows, oh, it's that guy from San Francisco. That guy thinks that guy's supposed to be good, this, that, and the other thing. So now I'm playing in a pickup game in Sacramento, and what do you think's going to happen? I think they're going to give me whatever the Sacramento business is. I don't know what that is.
I got it, though.
I don't know what it is. But I think one of the parts of this that's different is the environment you're in. Okay, I'm in Sacramento. I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to take my bruises. I'm going to try to win 3 games and keep the court. And if and when I do that, when I come off the court, people will be like, that guy's tough. He can play. I think Caitlin Clark, like she's in the WNBA. Like, she doesn't know anybody. Like she doesn't know anybody. It's her first time. So she's in a strange, like she just left college where she played for 4 years. Now she's in the pros. I just think there's something where she's got to put in some time first.
Yeah. No,
and that's the way I would handle it.
No doubt. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but again, I don't know why I went to fatherhood. But Stotty, if I were her dad or her brother, I'd be like, you know what? Just early on in this season, I've seen enough, young lady. And what really pisses me off, just as a person, is that her teammates, I feel like, did not have her back. And then Angel Reese, there was a couple weeks back when that body check happened, Angel Reese is clapping on the sideline like, damn, is it to that degree? Okay. And then after Sunday's game, what did Caitlin Clark say at the podium when asked about Angel Reese? I love what she's doing with her platform, all nice stuff. And then in the other presser, Angel Reese is letting you know how she really feels about you, saying, oh, some people get a different whistle. So I would say, look, you're not here to make any friends. And right now, with how you blew up in college, there's some hating going on. It happens everywhere. So now, what I thought was going to happen naturally, you pay your dues, you'll be accepted, yada, yada, yada. I don't think that's going slow now at a snail's pace, at a turtle's pace. We talked about turtles earlier. So I'm like, next time somebody hits me upside the head, Caitlin, get up and let somebody know that I'm not taking this no more. I'm not saying get ran, malice in the palace, but I do believe life is a mind game. Life is a movie, and you play your role. And right now, you're playing the nice role, and hopefully it'll change. But at some point, you got to let somebody know, if this keeps happening, Stoney, I'm not going for it.
Okay, and I would say, yeah, you know what she's doing? She's Steph Curry. Steph Curry didn't go at people. I've heard for 12 years how Steph Curry gets roughed up, overly physical against Steph Curry. He's never squared off with anybody. He's no less competitive than anybody else, but the way he chooses it is to keep his mouth shut. He keeps the receipts. He wins 4 titles, and then the respect becomes automatic. And I mean, I would tend to go that way. If for no other reason, then I'm going to lose fights if that's what I do. Like, I'm going to get beat up.
But you can get respect in losing fights too, though, Stoney. And again, you know,
I think Caitlin Clark is gaining respect and has gained respect, for me anyway, watching kind of what's happened the first third of the year.
Yeah, and doing it the way you say she's doing it by
doing it the way like.
But Gino Auriemma, he has nothing to do with anything. He was like, you know what? She needs to get faster. She needs to get stronger. Hey, that was his honest assessment. And okay, I'll give you that, Gino. But a lot of people are on Caitlin's neck like she's not doing anything in the league, and she's to lead her for Rookie of the Year, her and Angel. And I would have her above Angel. So again, all I'm saying, and Chucky came at me, because again, Evan and I talked about this subject, Stoney, and I know and I can smell jealousy from a mile away, or hate, and it's nothing. And the only reason I try to defend Caitlin is she's never said, look at me, I'm Billy Badass. It's like she was a victim of her own success coming out of college, and the women in the NBA, there's a target on her back.
Okay, let me use another comparison. What? Oh, she's this all-American girl, right? Supposedly.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. at the end of Larry Bird's career, we realized he was nasty.
Oh, no doubt.
The greatest trash talk.
That's what made him Bird.
How do we know she's not like that? In fact, I'll bet you
I'm not saying she's not.
Okay.
I would just like to see that a little. You might have to break that out, Caitlin, a little sooner than later, or maybe it's when you feel you need to.
No, what I'm saying is maybe that's the backlash she's getting is because she is a chirper.
Oh, okay.
She is a chirper, and like when they get, because she, I don't know. I'm just saying. I think there's a million different ways to look at it.
They have some clips of Caitlin giving people in college too the business.
Of course.
Yeah, like, hey, Goo. Yeah, and I'm not saying she's perfect or she doesn't do any of that, but when you come to a new league with all the fanfare that you got in that hoopla, and you've brought me in, Steiny, you've brought me in, Angel too, it's just like, man, I'm not going to sit here and act like I don't see this. That's all.
Well, and what's happening to Caitlin Clark happens all the time in sports and real life. Right. When a newcomer comes into a different environment, and some people want to put the person in their place. Yeah. Let's go to Q is in Charlotte. Q. Hey, Q, how you doing, man? Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can't. Neither of you are wrong. I do think that she needs to stick up for herself, though, because, these women get their 15 minutes of fame every time they touch her, every time they hit her, and it's like, if anything could happen, like if she gets seriously injured, now what? They hit her, she gets hurt, can't play the next couple games because these women are hitting on her, and she's not sticking up for herself, and her teammates aren't. Yeah. So if no one's there for her, and if she's not there for herself, anything could happen. But these women are getting their 15 minutes of fame, like Kennedy Clark, or Carter, whatever her last name is. No one really knew who she was before she put her hands on Caitlin Clark. So it's like these women are getting their 15 minutes of fame, but why stop if she's not going to do anything for herself?
Mm-hmm. Interesting, Q. I actually hadn't thought of that. They say no publicity is bad publicity. So
Little Richard,
was he the one that did that?
Well, he said when they stop talking talking about you, that's when it's a problem.
I got you. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Listen, if Caitlin Clark gets flagrantly fouled tomorrow night and gets up and slugs somebody, I'm not going to say, I'm going to say that probably wasn't smart because she's going to get suspended. Yeah. But if she sticks up for herself in a way, depending on that way, I don't think I'm going to be like, wow, did she make a big mistake? Right. And she's only going to she's not going to make a mistake. She's just going to retaliate, which is a natural human reaction.
No doubt. And let me add this, because a lot of people are, and I mentioned Miss Brink to you in L.A., who's having a great rookie season. But Steiny, we talked earlier about Duval and what we perceive to be the reality of how he communicates or doesn't communicate with his teammates, and, if they take it the wrong way. And you're right. We don't know, but I just share with you, what I think I see. Caitlin does, this is where I'm most disappointed in this. I don't care what color Caitlin is in this sense. When your rookie gets hit or your high prize rookie gets hit or body checked, and there's not one person on your team that comes and to defend you, that's why I fool in love Draymond Green. Because that wouldn't go down with the Charles Oakleys or the Xavier McDaniels or the Rodmans. So she doesn't even have that. So then I wonder, well, damn, is the jealousy among her own teammates? And that's where I feel like I don't like this story. That ain't cool. So I could be wrong, but I haven't seen anybody step up for her. So that's why I'm like, you know what? Forget that, because that ship ain't coming. You got to do it yourself when you feel like you need to.
Maybe. Again, I'm just trying to put myself in the spot. If I'm Caitlin Clark and I feel like the team doesn't have my back, well, that's where I'm going first, saying, what am I doing that's a turnoff, basically? What am I doing?
That's interesting.
What am I doing?
That's a whole different hornet's nest.
But that starts the process of...
But I could be wrong, and I allow myself to be. But, Steiny, if you don't want... Maybe she tackles that at the end of the season. Because if you do that now and that gets out, you'll never have them to have your back. All hell will break loose. Now it's you against the opponent. And Angel Reese and a lot of people, Stoney, hey, that was a play on the ball. Pops, that was a play on the ball, son. All right. Really?
I don't think we can dismiss that she's on a terrible team.
Yeah.
And maybe one of the reasons that they're not very good is because they're not a team, really. They don't have great chem. I don't know. I don't follow it, but I try to allow for every circumstance that I can imagine within reality, and that's one that I come up with is, maybe they're just not the sense of teamwork that the coach hasn't fostered.
No doubt.
And I know you could say, Steiny, how long do you have to play basketball? Then really, you got to stick up for a teammate. I got you. That's why to me this is fascinating, because I'm not saying one way is better than the other. I can only think of it how, well, what would you do in that spot, man? And I gave you my answer. Let's go to Priest.
Our guy.
Priest is in Palo Alto. What's up, Priest? How you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, you guys.
What's up, baby?
I've been watching this league since its inception. I'm a huge fan of the W. I watch all the teams, and this rookie class is second to none that I've seen. What's going on here is there's a dynamic, a phenomenal dynamic that where this Caitlin Clark has got a spotlight on her, a huge spotlight. Everybody's watching. The problem is 95% of the people watching her have no clue about this league. No clue. Because if you think she's being targeted, you need to expand your vision on the league. Cameron Brink gets drilled because she's in the paint. Angel Reese has been hit 3 times harder than Caitlin Clark. And she gets doubled. I'm telling you, I've seen Angel Reese get hit by Alyssa Thomas, grabbed by the neck and just slammed to the ground twice on 2 straight possessions. I'm saying what's happening is when I hear people say that this league is jealous of Caitlin Clark, I know they don't watch the league. I know they don't watch the league. They don't like any of them, these rookies. She's just got a spotlight on her that everybody sees everything that happens to her because they don't watch the league. So what happens is when she gets hit, it hits social media. That same weekend that she got hip checked and it set the social media on fire throughout the country, divided the country. Do you know Angel Reese got grabbed by the neck and thrown by Alyssa Thomas is like Charles Oakley in the W. Alyssa Thomas would knock out most men. And they were battling. Angel Reese was giving her the business. And she just got tired of it and just slammed her. And then came back down and slammed her again. And Angel Reese couldn't even get up. They threw Alyssa Thomas out of the game. Threw her out of the game. That's how bad it was. And so I'm saying, and it never hit social media. Angel Reese has a following that doubles on social media, that doubles Caitlin Clark's. Angel Reese has been popular since college. When she came to LSU, she was like that. She's on social media. They follow her. And so when they were playing, when they won that championship, they were like the Beatles, man. Everywhere they went, sold out. For her to be her and Caitlin Clark have been playing against each other since high school. They know each other well. There might be a little bit of, hey, man, what's going on? All right, why? But Angel Reese was at the Met Gala. This girl is huge.
Right.
So I'm just saying. People, they're ignorant of the whole dynamic between what's going on in the W. This stuff has been going on forever.
Well, Priest, let me say this before you go.
Thanks, Priest.
Yeah, I was going to just tell him,
Priest,
Scotty.
that was great stuff. Yeah. Really, truly great stuff.
If and I didn't see all that on Angel Reese. If he's correct, there's no doubt Angel Reese is feeling some type of way of, what about when I got thrown to the ground umpteen times and it ain't leading off Sports Center or what have you? I would feel some type of way if, okay, here comes a hip check on Caitlin Clark and now it's making its rounds on the socials. Yeah. I would feel some type of way.
Of course. And this is the point of the debate is Priest makes a call and I'm thinking, well, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to start looking for that. But it doesn't, that particular aspect of it doesn't change anything I've said about what I might or might not do. And I never said, Caitlin Clark's being targeted.
Neither did Priest. He didn't address it from a Caitlin Clark standpoint, but
I mean, LaMelo Ball was targeted. I saw Jeremy Lin targeted, if that's what you want to call it. So I get exactly what Priest is saying.
But now I know more now, Stoney, that is a head scratcher as to why I didn't see Angel Reese's hard foul that got committed on her more than I see the Caitlin Clark stuff.
Hey, Evan, you said, that's starting to be
I love it. Me and my boy Relaford do it. Yeah.
Anyway, so in the middle of Priest's call, I got in Evan's ear and I said,
I didn't see you.
I said, this is really good.
Yeah.
And Evan, you saw the whole play go ahead.
Yeah, so this happened 2 weeks ago. Chicago Sky was playing Alyssa Thomas's team. And not once, not twice, but 3 times, Alyssa Thomas basically just bullies Angel Reese. One time, I think all 3 times, she threw her to the ground. First time was kind of like they're wrestling for a rebound, might have been a basketball play. Second one, she throws an inadvertent elbow, kind of catches her. Reese stands on the ground for a little bit, looks around, no call. And then the third one, finally, Reese basically muscles her out of the way, gets position for the rebound, and Thomas just has enough with her and throws her to the ground and gets ejected for it. So, and Angel Reese didn't complain about any of these.
Right.
She didn't say anything to the ref. She just got up and got back on defense. She didn't get in the face of Alyssa Thomas, and that's an OG in the league. So to Priest's point, that's whatever, Barkley, Rob, whatever, going after the Rook and the Rook not doing anything. And so it's actually the exact same situation as Angel Reese with Caitlin Clark, except we blow up the Caitlin Clark situation and we don't blow up the Angel Reese situation, and everyone gets mad that Caitlin Clark is, quote, not standing up for herself when Angel Reese could have, quote unquote, stood up for herself, but didn't because that's the veteran player in the league welcoming you to the league. Yeah. I think a lot of people are just getting introduced to, and I am myself, I didn't realize how damn physical this league is. You watch any game, all of these things happen all the time. I just don't think as men specifically, we're accustomed to watching these women be as physical with each other. And it is a little misogynistic. It is a little sexist, but our eyes are finally being open. And I think they're being open because we perceive this, I don't know if it's, white woman or woman who is, a little smaller than the rest being quote unquote bullied when it happens to literally every other player.
And I would apologize right now, and I will, Stoney, to Angel Reese, because now I feel like more than ever, and for Evan to describe how that went down and her not complain, it's like, who the hell are you guys? So that's what she meant in her post-game presser. Some people get special, she was called it like she sees it, but I hadn't seen that. So, wow.
To me, that's great information. But like when we were talking about Caitlin Clark.
On how to handle it.
Or, okay, that's a flagrant foul. And I'm trying to imagine the situation she's in and why she's acting the way she is. And I keep coming back to, she is a rookie in the league. You got, smart people know when they're a rookie, they got to kind of pay their dues. And now I know that Caitlin Clark is paying her dues one way, and Angel Reese has to pay her dues also. And you know what? Sounds to me like Angel Reese is, like Evan said, handling it exactly like Caitlin Clark's handling it, which is to try to downplay it or just not give it more life.
Yeah, but the double standard, it sounds like, is when Caitlin gets fouled, it's plastered everywhere.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then when Reese gets fouled, it's under the doormat.
Of course, but with it, yes, and that's important. But within the confines of the league, they both are, to me, it looks like they're handling the situation the same way. And I kind of would try to do what both of them are doing too. Good stuff, Priest.
It also does highlight, I'm going to just go ahead and say it, like how soft the NBA is. I'm serious. Like, you don't see those kind of plays that often in the NBA, and when we do, we jump on them or we blow them up. Like,
because we used to have.
Well, no, so I hadn't seen the flagrant foul from Reese on Clark until this morning. But when you guys sent in the chat last night and you were talking about how, I don't know if it was, vicious or if it was, physical, whatever, I thought it was like, oh my God, like she killed her. She took her block off. When I saw the foul, I was like, I've seen that tons of times.
You're talking about Reese's.
Yeah, the one on Clark.
That's a flagrant foul, and then you move on.
Right. I agree. I mean, I saw it, and my first thought was, that's a flagrant foul. That's a flagrant. Any contact to the head's a flagrant.
It's a flagrant one.
All right, now
but our girl got ran. Okay. Alyssa did it on Angel Reese. It says she got ran.
Did she do it on purpose? Angel Reese? Nobody. Who knows?
She said she was going for the ball.
Of course.
And that's why she was lightweight irritated on,
I think it's kind of the same when we see women's soccer players play as physical as the men.
Oh, I can't stand that.
Why?
Because I'm watching my daughter play, and one of her assets is her physicality.
Yeah.
And I feel like she gets penalized for it.
Do you tell her that?
We don't talk about the games.
Well, that's for different reasons.
I can't stand that. Tell you the truth. It's a great point.
But real quick, 16, 5, and 6. Those are Caitlin Clark's numbers, and a lot of people are telling me they're Rookie of the Year. I'm just saying she's in it.
By the way, neither of them can make a shot. They're both shooting like 30. One's shooting 37. One's shooting a little lower, I believe.
See Clark's turnover totals?
Now that's 5.5.
You need to see Handy.
5.5 per game.
Handy's available. Get with him.
God, she just can't stop channeling her inner Steph Curry. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's continue with this. I see Hex and Ray in San Francisco. We also can get into some more NBA Finals talk. Hey, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer today.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's ultimate speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet and security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an 800.
if I were your program director, I would fine you every time you make a reference to a Pennsylvania high school.
Blake Snell, he stinks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You taught me a line he was telling on himself.
Yeah.
Or you told on yourself.
Yeah.
That's
a good original. Some hate, but that is.
I told on myself, and only one person caught it on the YouTube chat, and it's this. My youngest daughter in soccer was tough. Yeah, she was competitive. She was gritty.
Yeah.
She was
Draymond, sound like.
And I couldn't stand that it felt like she got penalized for that.
Oh, man.
So, of course, people are like, well, that's who Draymond is, now. You don't like him? Yeah. Let me tell you a little story. The great coach, Al McGuire.
Oh, man. He was so great on the telecast. Channel 4.
Marquette University.
Gosh.
Al McGuire had a son who played on the team. His name, I'm going to make it up. It was Alfie.
Toby?
Was it really? No.
That's so
Al McGuire had a son, Alfie. And he played point guard, and there was another point guard on the team named Jeff.
Okay.
And Alfie started for about 10 games. And Jeff came off the bench, and Jeff thought he was better than Alfie. And Jeff said, Coach, can I talk to you? Al McGuire said, sure. And Jeff said, I think you're treating me unfairly. I should be starting. I'm as good as your son. And Al McGuire said, but I love my son, so you have to be better.
That's a bar.
And that's why.
That's a bar.
That's why it's okay for my daughter to be physical, but not Draymond.
Well, you never had anything bad. We've all loved Draymond's physicality. It's his microphone game we get mad at.
It's a lot of
his inability to self-analyze.
It's a potpourri.
But you know what? Ask me what I'm thinking about.
What are you thinking right now,
My guy Chucky, that's my guy. I guess he thought I was doing the reverse race. Like, I wasn't playing the race card with this. And Priest, as knowledgeable as he was, he still, and that's why I was trying to jump in, Steiny, he still didn't tell us what he thought about should Caitlin do what Evan said Angel's not doing as well, which was brought to my attention. She's getting hard fouled too, and she's not getting up, going Billy Badass.
Yeah, I didn't interpret it that way. Let's go to Ray. Ray's in San Francisco. Ray. Hey, Ray, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. It's been a while since I called. It's good to hear you guys. Look, I just wanted to say I think it's that because all your other callers and you guys have pretty much said everything I was going to say, but I think it's that hype beast, that media train, and that spotlight. Like your one caller who said Kennedy Clark is getting her 5 minutes of fame by hitting Caitlin Clark. Kennedy Clark, she's a fourth pick overall out of Texas in 2020. Everybody know her. This dude don't. These new NBA, these new WNBA fans don't know the game. They made Caitlin Clark America's sweetheart. Those WNBA girls haven't. You know, and you can't call Angel Reese a bully. She's a rookie. A rookie can't bully nobody. That's between them two. Angel Reese is not a rookie. She over there taking lumps and just trying to play hard like everybody else. And that's between them two, her jumping off the bench and all that other stuff. And Kennedy, her body check wasn't even that bad. And nobody on this phone who watch basketball don't know that Clark is a flopper. That hip check wasn't even that bad. She just fell over, building on that hype beast, trying to get that call. And so, you know, I think Guru fell for it a little bit. But one of the biggest knocks in the WNBA is they're too physical. That's why the game is ugly. The girls always falling down because they're too physical. And it's always been that way. And if you're even a casual fan, you'll know the NBA is physical. So all these new friends and these new fans that's all about this Caitlin Clark story and just got the spotlight on her, they need to educate themselves and know what the WNBA is about. And it ain't the NBA. It's the WNBA. This is, vegetarian burgers supposed to taste like vegetarian, not hamburgers. This is a whole different This is a whole different thing. So Guru has to show me clips of when the girls do get up and go buck wild on people. He got to show me clips when the teammates do rush over and help girls that got hit hard. Because in the NBA games, WNBA games I watch, they don't do that. This ain't the NBA.
So you're saying nothing to see here with me saying she's got to stand up for yourself. You saying it's not egregious. It's par for the course.
It's a flagrant foul, and she don't get hit no harder than anybody else do in that league. Well, you just fell for the I love Caitlin Clark hype, and she's just another rookie in the hard ass WNBA, and she's gonna take her lumps. And at the end of the season, when she's done her part and she's got some respect, I bet you will see some more of her barking back and getting in people's faces. But she's a rookie. Let's not forget that. Rookies are rookies.
Thanks, Ray. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Stoney, call the police. I got hit with a couple strays, I believe. But to that point, I don't love Caitlin Clark any more than I love Angel Reese and Brink in L.A. Like, I'm new to the game. I'm excited. But from what I've seen,
you know what?
And me
then
being
keep
on social,
your mouth shut and listen.
Hey, I said what I said, but being on social media, I wish I had Angel Reese's phone number now. If what everybody's saying happened,
it's a little creepy.
What Evan said. What Evan said about her getting the other Alyssa girl just dogging her and getting thrown out. I can admit, Angel, you're right now. I see where you're coming. That didn't make the realms like Caitlin's have. And now I can see why Steiny foul, why the foul on Steiny making the rounds, and I'm getting hit upside the head, and it's based nothing. You know what I mean? Like, now I'm okay. Now moving forward, I'm like, okay.
Well, I mean,
I learned that today, and man.
I mean, for me, I'm not a hardcore WNBA fan. So I never said, Caitlin Clark's getting targeted, because I had no idea what to weigh it against. And so the only thing I could weigh it against was when guys go at rookies in the NBA, and
I'll say this.
Maybe that's all that's going on.
I'll say this. They did to all the professionals out there. And is the new trendy word, Evan, is to say the W, not the WNBA?
Yeah, it's not new, though.
You just say W?
And preach
That's what everyone says, the W.
Yeah, it's the W.
That's how I look at it. Shout out to Hotel.
Boy, he is new to this sport.
I like it. Stoney. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, sounds to me like the last game you watched, you were watching 6-on-6. The women used to play 6-on-6. Two of the women on each team could not cross half court. That was the original women's basketball.
What year are we talking about? No, seriously.
Quite a ways back.
Oh, okay.
But
I don't feel like...
Quite a ways back.
Oh,
boy. I wouldn't have wanted to say that. Listen, I'm going to say... Go ahead.
Let's go to Hex in the city. Hey, Hex, how you doing?
I forgot what he made me forget with the 6-on-6. Damn it.
Hey, I'm good. I just want to tell you guys a quick story because I totally relate to the idea of going after people. But I had a friend who played a long time ago at the beginning was the ABA for a few years, and he was a guard, and he was getting pushed around as a rookie and in his second year. And he finally decided that he needed to establish himself. And so he looked around the league and he picked out somebody that he thought he could take. And he went up in one game and he roughed up this guy. And the guy turned around and knocked him out because the guy was a Golden Glove champion. And, so the point of the story is, he figured out he is not going to be able to go and bully people. There's certain people in the league who can do that, but you got to, Caitlin Clark. I look around the WNBA. I don't think Caitlin's ever going to be able to go up and establish herself or get very much in people's faces. I think she's going to be more like Curry.
Yeah, although in fairness, Curry got a lot bigger during his career, and that's what happens. From 20 years old to 28 years old, you completely fill out your body.
But
she's weak, like most rookies in men's basketball or women's basketball.
But, Stoney, I'm not, to the caller's point, I'm not advocating violence or being Lou Ferrigno to go, well, when you go confront who fouled you, how's it going to go down? It's not about that. It's a mindset. And the first person I think about is Danny Ainge. Danny Ainge went up against Tree Rollins, giving up about 200 pounds. He didn't care. It was, you knew if you mess with Danny or he took it the wrong way, Steiny, it was going to be something. And that's all I'm saying. You can send messages without actually fighting and getting down.
Or picking out a Gold Glove boxer.
Well, yeah, you want to be smart
seriously,
about that.
out of every play, I feel bad for the guy. Out of everybody in the league, that's the one?
Yeah.
Well, I got to tell you.
You got to do your homework.
I got to tell you.
What you got? The 6-on-6?
No. This is why I'm old, but it's also why I have too much useless information.
I'll get to it.
Perry McDonald. Now, here's where you go, Perry McDonald.
Yeah, I was like, I'm doing it without Perry McDonald.
Perry McDonald.
Does
anybody remember Perry McDonald? This guy is such a D.
Perry McDonald.
Perry McDonald. Not McDonald. Perry McDonald. Remember Perry McDonald?
No, I don't.
If I remember.
Perry Ellis, he was an All-American.
The Louisville.
If I remember correctly.
Never nervous Purvis.
And this is where maybe, I don't know if it'll be the good memory or the memory from the car accident. Where I got every detail wrong. Perry McDonald played for Georgetown University in the mid-'80s. I want to say he was left-handed, and I want to say he was a Golden Glove boxer.
All right.
I might be wrong, but this show is about saying what comes into your head.
2-time state Golden Gloves champ.
2-time. Yes! Yes! Oh. Yeah, go back to the phone.
Yeah, Perry McDonald.
But what about him?
Well, that's the point. When the guy was telling the story about he picked out the Golden Gloves, I was like, I wonder if it was Perry McDonald.
Oh, God.
But it wasn't, because the ABA was not in existence in 85.
Yeah, I also found this information in 4 minutes. I feel like this guy could have asked around before picking on a dude that slugged people for a living.
And he had to look like you can look at somebody and know if they got hands or not, Evan. It's blew up in my face a few times, but you kind of can tell.
Well, see, this is interesting because I
played pickup in some of the toughest parts of the Bay, man.
Well, then,
I went to Santa Rita and played the full court hoop game.
If you're smart, you assume everybody can throw hands. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but sometimes you got to you don't care. It's going to pop off.
Yeah, we're also not 6'4" like Goose. So
6'5" when I'm tipsy.
There you go.
Yeah.
You got to be a little more strategic.
He's more like 6'3" because he's leaning over.
Yeah, when you're down
swaying
here.
a little bit.
I don't know if I like that one. Oh, man. The W. That's what I'm referring to. I got to tell
you're
Pops,
learning a
we
lot
don't call
today.
the W. I told you I spent the $34.99. That's the package.
Well, use it.
But what I don't like about all this, let's reverse real quick.
Okay.
There was a report last week that they're losing like $50 million, the league as a whole. And I'm thinking like it's more healthy. But now with all this, the eyeballs from all the young ladies coming into the league, like what's going on?
Well, okay. I
didn't like hearing that for the greater good of the league, which I thought is like about to take off.
Well, it is. That's the point. Like the WNBA is not. It's either not made money or it's made marginal money, and they're going to do a TV deal like they did in the past.
Okay,
and
a better TV deal and bigger.
Of course. That's what we're headed to. We're headed toward. It's not going to happen overnight, but I mean the Connecticut Sun. In that opener against the Indiana Fever, the Connecticut Sun they're okay.
Yeah.
They're a middling franchise. They played at, what was that? The Mohegans.
They're 12-1.
Well, okay. That makes my point even better. Were they great last year?
Yeah.
But anyway, they played at the Mohegan Sun Center, I believe, which is in central Connecticut.
All right.
And even last year, if they were good, like they apparently were, I think they only averaged 3,500 fans.
Okay.
For game one, when Caitlin Clark was going, they had to move the game.
Right. I remember hearing
they
that.
played in front of 17,000. So, she's going to start making, they are going to start making more money. They are going to start getting more exposure.
In the college game, Juju, your girl, I know she's only about to be a sophomore, but
don't get her,
Evan.
Don't get her on the Valkyries, or you're going to see a fanboy.
I can't wait. Evan, don't laugh. I'm asking you because you're you play college, but he played the most recent. Can the young ladies declare early in college hoop, or no? How does that work?
I think it's
gotta believe it's the same.
Okay,
it's the same.
Right.
Yeah.
So we ain't seeing her. The Valkyrie have no action at her at Juju.
Yeah, they do. Why not?
Well, it's 2025. I thought she's a freshman, sophomore, junior, senior.
Well, if she comes out. Oh, I thought you meant they.
Well, that's what I was asking. Could she come out early?
Maybe. Yeah, she might. Who knows?
Or is she allowed to?
I mean, I gotta believe she can do whatever she wants. I mean, what if somebody overseas was offering her $250,000? She has to stay at USC. I think she can do. I could be wrong, but I'm.
Could you imagine if she was on the team of that caliber?
You want her? Or do you want Buckers?
So this is
yeah. I'll get back to you.
That's a one.
Beckers.
The WNBA, quote, requires players to be at least 22.
Oh, my gosh.
To have completed their college eligibility.
Oh, man.
The Valkyries aren't. Well, you know what?
It's over then.
No, they weren't getting it. You know, when they bring in an expansion team, the expansion team does not get the number 1 pick. They get like the 7th pick. It's kind of a joke.
I don't like that.
But Juju's not going to be in the draft next year.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Time to start the tank.
The point is maybe the inaugural Valkyries. How old is she?
Well, she was a freshman last year.
Yeah, but she's still. Does she need to be 22? If like how old's Beckers?
Who's a baller?
Maybe we'll go for Beckers.
Juju's 18.
Oh boy,
dude.
You got to be kidding me. She's got to wait 4 years to play in the WNBA.
That is man. And then what about what
somebody
you just
get
said?
the WNBA? David Stern.
How does the expansion team get the 7th pick? You got to get number 1.
When the Vancouver Grizzlies came into the league, they got the 7th pick, and they took Bryant Reeves. Because I'll tell you why. It's unfair to give some new team the number. What if there would have been an expansion team this year in I was going to say Memphis. There is one there. Seattle.
Yeah.
Oh, they get Wembanyama?
Yeah. But wouldn't it be fair since your team is not assembled?
That's exactly right. Assemble a team and get back to us.
Throw us a bone. We'll start building around.
Wembanyama is a dinosaur of bone. Yeah. Bones dinosaur. He's huge.
Yeah, the Spurs really deserve him.
They're going to be better when they get Chris Paul.
There's a hot take. Spurs are going to get better with Wemby. Chris Paul
play the fifth thing on the Warriors. I'm going to listen to that on the way home. They are not done, man.
So I take it, and I didn't make it clear. You didn't look. You don't know how old Beckers is.
She's 22.
Oh, see. Oh, so she's going to have.
Yeah.
What year is she?
Hopefully she falls. This is her last year. Remember she tore her ACL.
I know. You hate to see it. Oh, they're not going to get either. Or by the time they get Juju, it's.
I'm telling you, they're
too far.
The Valkyries got. It's going to be an event.
Yeah, they've already. 13,000 is the number I hear.
We actually met one of the future season ticket holders on Friday at the Ship. Remember, because I was wearing my Valkyries gear. There was someone at the other side of the bar wearing their Valkyries gear, and they placed down a deposit.
Yeah,
I know you remember this vividly, so I just had to remind you.
Steiny, we're not almost again. He wore his Valkyrie gear.
I know. It was white with purple.
Yeah.
He wears it a lot?
No, it was him and me doing the show.
Well, I've seen him in it, so that means he wears it a lot.
And he went to get coffee during the break. I never go out, but since I was, in here, I was like, I will. But I went to give him dap because we're having such a great time. But he dapped me back. So he shouldn't have dapped me back. And then all I heard was, oh no. And Steiny, I said, you know what, I didn't send you the 20 Cash App, but I felt like take that bad boy 20. To the cleaners.
That's a $50 sweatshirt.
Oh, stop.
That was nice.
It was super nice. 20 to get the little stain out. It was on me, but why did he dap me back?
I gave you the elbow. I didn't give you the knock.
But I'm hitting home runs, Donnie, so I was a little strong.
I spend a lot of time thinking about myself, and the minute I have one little coffee stain, I did that on purpose. Like one little coffee stain on a white shirt. Night.
Go to the cleaners, you mean?
No, they're just gone.
Stuff out?
Then they become an in-house T-shirt.
That's wasteful.
That is. Not. I wear it inside.
Or take it to the Goodwill. I do that a lot.
Well, that's step 3.
All right.
Step 1 is outdoor shirt, T-shirt. Step 2 is becomes an indoor/sleeping T-shirt. And then step 3 is Goodwill.
Wow.
I cannot wear a shirt with the stain on it. It's really weird.
Well, yeah, because it's a symbol of it's not clean. That's why you go. That's why you're shocking to no dust, Donnie. But yeah, you got to go get that thing taken. I felt so bad for Evan's sweater, but he's got it rectified. That thing is clean.
Straight cash,
Oh, God. And the double whammy is, of course, I only wear white T-shirts.
People say it's Steiny balling if you throwing garments out like that.
They're T-shirts. They're $18 T-shirts.
And you belong to a club.
Oh, my.
Remember, you get the shirt sent to you.
That's for my, more of casual. That was, oh, my God, that was funny. Yeah.
Next question.
Oh, I know. I got 2 things written down here. We didn't get into, Angel Reese, we didn't get into this at all. And you know what? Barkley. Charles Barkley retiring. That stinks.
Can I tell you why and where I'm at on it?
Sure.
Because I feel like he's family. And I've told you guys over and over how I felt about when we found out that this was a possibility that show might be going away. But we're talking about the great Charles Barkley. What if I told you, Evan, and the listeners, I don't care right now because we got a whole NBA season of them to come, Steiny. So I can't get melancholy, Chuck, as we get closer to the day.
I get that.
But I can't get sad now.
I get it.
And he said he ain't going nowhere.
I get it.
But he's got all day to change his mind on that.
He does. I just love the way he did it. I love Barkley.
He's incredible, man.
I love Charles Barkley. I just do.
Have you ever met him?
Oh, yeah. Dude, when he was a rookie.
No, people highlight him all year.
Get the waterfall ready. Yes, the Philadelphia 76ers, his rookie year, they used to train at Franklin and Marshall College.
Stop. Wow, man.
You know how some teams used to go to training camp to Hawaii?
Go to Hawaii. Lakers.
Right, yeah. Back in the day, the Philadelphia 76ers would go to Lancaster, Pennsylvania for training camp. And you know why? To get away from distractions. That's where I went to college, a place with nothing going on, essentially. So anyway, no, they would...
Now that's dope.
They'd be at Franklin and Marshall College for a week, and I was on the basketball team, so we got to work the practices. Like I stood with a mop.
So Billy Cunningham, you met?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bobby Jones.
When you say met,
well,
I met Barkley and Leon Wood. Remember Leon Wood? He became an official. Went to Fullerton State. He was actually drafted in the same draft as Charles Barkley. They both came in as rookies.
Wow. No, I didn't know that he had that background. I was thinking Leon Poe from the town.
Yeah. So anyway, what did you say?
How many minutes do we have for me to tell you guys a quick story that started the argument on Father's Day?
I think it's got to be in the 2 shirt. Enough. Oh, we do?
So, Milan, my daughter, went to North Carolina A&T.
Yes,
she's born, raised in Sacramento. I'm from the Bay. She went to school and told us over dinner, because we had family from everywhere, nobody knows where Sacramento is. In college, I say I'm from the Bay. I jumped up like, yeah, you're from the Bay. Her mom got so mad. Oh. And I said, because I got the 510, I said, your dad's from the Bay. You can claim that counts. And it started. The mom was, Evan, you're out on, Evan, can she?
Other side.
Fascinating.
Pops is from the Bay. Papa's in the Union. You're from the Bay.
Ting. What's coming up next is 10 minutes on this at least, and probably going to leak over into the crossover. Everything sponsored from now on is sponsored by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
The people of Solano County are tired of the way things are.
I've commuted over 3 hours a day, every day, for 17 years.
That's Kenny from Benicia.
Who wants to get up at the crack of dawn, drive an hour and a half, just to work 8 hours, and drive an hour and a half back? That's no kind of life.
This November, we can say yes.
Steiny, you're more like me than you think you are.
Hey.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let me reset because this one is tricky. Guru's has a daughter that
Milan,
who attends North Carolina A&T University in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Yeah.
And she came home and said nobody in North Carolina has heard of Sacramento. Now, Guru has a residence in Sacramento and also a residence in the Bay.
Yeah, in Union City, the Union.
At his dad's, with his dad. He's a family man. So you take it from here.
So we have company of my nieces and my cousins from Dallas and my Aunt Stapholine that were here. So we're eating. It looks like 8 is enough. We're having a real, there you go. And some of my nieces go to Howard and some go to Purdue.
Can we get the drop?
Purdue. So we're all listening to the youngsters talk about college. So my daughter, who I thought I this never came up, they were talking about, my daughter just came out of nowhere, was quiet. She goes, I just say I'm from the Bay because nobody knows where Sacramento is. And I jumped up because I knew her mom, who almost spit her food out, like, Milan, like it hurt her.
Oh.
And I said, no, her daddy is from the Bay. Pops is we're from the Union. So I said, Milan, you say Bay or do you say, she said Union City. I say the Bay. Yeah. I said, I hugged her. And the wife is still lightweight mad at her. Oh, no. But that's a good bucket.
That is a good bucket. And I'll tell you what, she ever sleep over at...
All the time. She stayed there some months for summer, you know?
That's a good basket.
No doubt.
That's a good basket.
Well, however...
There was some stuff...
No, my only question is, are you saying you're from Union City? Because I would argue more people have heard of Sacramento than have heard of Union City. And that's no disrespect.
She's saying the Bay.
Yeah, she's saying the Bay, Evan.
She's saying the Bay.
Yeah. And I get where you're going.
But even then they go, oh, where in the Bay?
Yeah.
Then does she say Oakland?
Doubles down.
No,
she
Oakland.
doubles down and says Union City.
And she said as much. I said, that's a good bucket to me.
It is. I think it's okay. Now,
her mom was
on the home front with Mia.
Her mama
we may have an issue.
Yeah. Like she couldn't and she explained it. I said, y'all from the Bay.
This has so many implications.
Baby, and I hugged her. You can use it.
I mean, I'm feeling more sorry for Sacramento than Mia.
Yeah. Don't let we don't. But, hey, I was happy. And the mom was mad that I was happy. Like, you can use it.
Well, she's probably safe, though, because, however, the issue is when you run into someone that's actually from the Bay Area.
And every day.
And then they pull your car.
Yeah,
because in college, I went to the College of the West Coast. There's a guy who's like, I'm from the Bay Area. I said, oh, where? Tell me. Yeah. And he goes, Elk Grove.
See, that's Evan. Yeah. And I told Milan this. Baby,
I have my rules.
A lot of people, Sacramento's growing. They know Sac now, so you'd have been fine. But she said the Bay, and
I have my rules for that. And my rule is, if somebody asks me where I'm from, out here, I'll say outside Philadelphia. But if I know I'm talking to somebody from Pennsylvania, it's Reading, PA.
Okay, I got you.
It's about 45 minutes away from Philadelphia, but nobody's heard of it.
Yeah, and growing up in Union City like I did, Stoney, pimp players and hustlers, businessmen.
Sure.
We had some friends that would succumb to pressure and say, where you from? You know, we'd be somewhere, Oakland. You ain't from the Union. But we knew I couldn't ride with you if you didn't rep the Union. Like, you gotta love your home.
I will say this.
So that's where Evan was going, where somebody will pull your card. You out here telling people you from the city or Oakland, and you from the Union. Embrace it.
Well, I mean, sometimes I'm back east, and so he's visiting from the West Coast. Oh, where do you live? I say,
Hayward,
Oakland, California.
And that's where I live. Yeah, that's home of the Black Panthers.
And then a lot of times they go, really? And I'm like, yeah, great city. What's your point? Because some people have a negative perception of it.
Piedmont,
I'm not in Piedmont.
I wouldn't mind, though.
Trust me, my daughter would have been a Highlander, not a dragon.
Not a dragon. Bishop O'Dowd.
I'm happy with
We didn't even talk JJ. Well, because I'm telling my life stories.
Oh, hey, everything's good in my hood. Did you hear the story I told on Monday?
Right, gotcha. JJ Redick.
What about him?
I had no problem with the hire. Steve Kerr got this. Well, he was. I don't know if Steve Kerr's stint as a GM in Phoenix helped him, but he was a player. He did it. Jay Kidd, Brian Shaw. I just want to find out what Sam Cassell did to piss the teams off to where he can't even get an interview.
Why don't you go ask Patrick Ewing?
Remember you. Boy, my black cards, Donnie. I'm for real, man. I like fairness. Patrick Ewing was on the bench for 18 years, and all he could get was a job at Georgetown. No shade at Georgetown. Oh, boy. Yeah.
I'd say
Hoya Destroyer.
Great. Let's give the NBA GMs credit for not hiring Patrick Ewing.
Well, Sam Cassell on line one.
Well, Sam Cassell, I'm on United Airlines. You know he's a representative of Zenny, like George Kittle. Did you know that?
After you brought it to our attention. I didn't know before.
I'm repeating myself?
Yeah, you told us this.
Boy.
But what does that mean? He doesn't have too much stuff going on.
I mean, honestly, it tells me that his reputation's intact. No, honestly, it tells me like there's nothing going on where you can't hire Sam Cassell. Why? Because he's a Zenny spokesman.
Loco Moco, here comes Mark Jackson from Goo. Nope, I didn't retire that.
Sam Cassell just got a ring.
Yeah, but it ain't. Yeah, he did.
He's part of the Celtics staff.
Oh.
You didn't see him up on the sideline?
Oh, boy.
And I got to tell you, I was mad at you and Evan
I'm an
last
indicator of this thing, too. I didn't watch all the playoffs. I didn't watch all the
I was just
finals.
My phone blew up, and we were on the text thread. Evan was like, this is one of the most boring finals. And I'm like, guys, and the internet.
It was.
49er Frankie, I knew he was calling. My Uncle Lynn, that's why when you see a good game or good series, you hang on to that. That's why I go down the YouTube rabbit hole because they don't come around often. When the finals started, Evan, all I wanted was clarity. Who was going to be the last team standing? We got that. Were they the greatest of games? No.
They were terrible. It's okay to say the series stunk.
But see, I can't go there.
Why?
Friday night, game 3 in Dallas, that was a pretty close game.
Oh.
Jaylen Brown, I think he earned MVP of the finals in that game. But
1 out of 5.
But what are you looking for? 140, 139?
I'm looking for competitiveness. I'd like to think you get a little competitiveness in the finals.
But didn't we find out real quick that Boston was so dominant from a team standpoint that was all we were going to get out of that?
Well, of those two teams, yes. But
okay.
But I mean, what comes to mind now is, I wonder if Minnesota would have matched up any better against the Boston Celtics.
That happens to me every year, and Evan got me mad this year.
What about Denver?
Because I said, well, what about Denver and Miami? He goes, Goo, those were close games. Well, he got a point, but I just like it because you know.
As opposed to if the Celtics won in 7 games and it came down to a buzzer beater.
Well, then you guys, all the people would be happy about the series lived up to its.
And the Celtics would still be champion, and they'd be no less a champion. You can say the series stunk.
Finals this week,
It's terrible. It's terrible.
Broadcast had something to do with it, too.
Well, Redick's gone now. Mark Jackson, bring him back. Redick's gone.
I think the layoff also didn't help any.
You might be right there.
I mean, when's Game 6? I know there's not a Game 6 tonight.
Well, boy.
Thank you. Coming up on the other side is it's the crossover with Dibbs and Willard.
Time for the legal. And let people talk. Let's not talk over each other.
He's right.
Yeah.
When he's right, he's right. Our goal today for the crossover is to not talk over one another because.
Do we need to present? Like in class,
the boss told us
there's a talking stick.
We used to have a tennis ball.
Yeah,
and
there's a football in there.
There is a football.
So we're going to see.
You got to catch it first.
If the staff can follow directions, because the boss said, "You guys are talking over each other. Nobody likes it."
You said it a little differently than that.
So what's coming up next on the game is. Less talking over each other, and it's sponsored by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking, no compromises.
Sports, man.
You've heard about the harm of teen vaping, and the newest threat.
I love these people. They're part of my family.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's the crossover, Steiny and Guru, along with...
Wait, what?
Oh, boy.
Wait.
All right, Steiny, along with Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Got him!
Mark Willard, Dan Dibley.
One person got that joke, and he's in the next room. It's Evan. The one person got the joke that we all talked at the same time.
I mean...
Sorry, listeners. Sometimes
I said it before we went to break. The boss wasn't happy.
Well, and I got to take umbrage with, and I love Joe Spadoni, but Bob Fitz talking about Steph and I are close friends, and, we golf all the time, and I got no whoop. I mean, that should have been a whoop fest
I think the
on
button
Bobby
broke.
Fitz.
We used it so much during the interview. He was great.
He was great, but when he came out, he's like, well, Steph and I are close, and he's actually ahead of me now, 4 kids to 3, and we golf all the time. Whoop, 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 whoop.
He was on. I love it.
Yeah, he was on one.
Would have gotten another whoop if he had said where they golf together.
Well, everywhere.
Well, the main place, though.
Is it still the CC?
I don't hear them call it that there. I've been there once, but I never heard anyone say that while I was there. But maybe. Is it?
The only golf course I've ever been to where you go into the bar at the turn, Goo, after 9 holes, you go get a drink.
2.
Little pit stop.
Viagra on the bar.
Wow.
Viagra.
Just in case.
That's
just
hard.
in case.
You don't know what you're going to need on a given day.
Just chew it and do it.
That's why I leave my golf clubs in the trunk. You never know when a game's going to break out.
True.
I used to keep a basketball in my trunk for the same reason.
I love that.
But what Bob did say that I found profound, we were talking about the Giants. Steiny came in. He was like, ooh, it just don't feel like they're hitting. I was like, what we did with you and Steiny, Fraser Ali, and we were talking about the numbers are there in regard to the people are coming out, but he don't feel it. And Fitz was just talking about the Giants are kind of faceless in regard to that. Those names, not just name, those Crawford, Posey, Belt. We've talked about this. And I thought to myself, you know what? That's a hell of a point. But I told Steiny, and I'd have to ask him, but I'm Elliot Ramos. I'm drunk right now. And I'm riding the wave. And maybe it'll continue, but how can you not ride the wave of what we're seeing from Ramos? I'll just leave that. That's appointment TV right now.
The only thing I've said to Dibs, and when our show coined Vamos Ramos, you're welcome NBC Sports Bay Area, you're welcome San Francisco Giants. Not that it was that hard to think of, but we did say it first. Anyway, what I keep saying to Dibs about Vamos Ramos is, do you notice how much louder it is with some of the other players when you sort of get differing opinions? Matos right now, I'm still getting more texts about Matos than I am about Ramos because Matos went to the minors and he's crushing it down there.
Right. You almost want somebody to turn an ankle.
He doesn't make outs in Sacramento, and I know that's going to bother some people, but what bothers me is that is our echo chamber of sports media where we're only going to get excited about it if somebody's angry about something. Elliot Ramos is being the guy that you're all asking for the Giants to have.
And some.
A homegrown outfielder who comes up and goes bananas and sustains.
Man.
And he's here and he's doing it, and everyone's like, so where's Matos? I'm like, he's in center field. His name's Ramos. Matos will be back. Where's the excitement for Ramos?
It's here.
I'm with you.
I got it.
I'm with you. It's too quiet.
It's incredible right now, man.
I'm glad you said it because I said essentially the same thing earlier in the show, but now he agrees.
Well, it's brilliant when I say it.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, what I heard you say, I want you to say to Mark's face, because then we can maybe get back to Ali Frazier. About Logan Webb. What'd you say about Logan Webb? Point it that way.
He's boring?
I don't think that's a hot thing.
I don't think he's boring at all.
Yeah.
He's
what he pitches one every 5 days.
He's got great personality.
Okay.
Steiny was dropping B-bombs.
That's fine.
Can I get the Ramos thing on real quick?
Yeah.
I said essentially the same thing. I'm like, okay, Ramos. It was all Luciano.
Yes.
Right. So Ramos comes up, and he's had a hell of a start. I don't know if he's a phenom.
Gotcha.
And what did I say? Why doesn't it seem good enough? This is the guy right now. He could be it. It doesn't feel like it.
To me, it does. But that's why I asked him, what are you looking for?
Willard said, yeah, you might be right.
He took it somewhere else about people are still focused on who's not up as opposed to what we're watching on who's up. And Ramos, and then last night he's giving you that energy, barking like, oh my God. Dude. Oh, Dibbs, I know it's early, but boy, it looks good.
His OPS is 1233 in June. Dude. And this is not June 3rd now.
All-Star.
We're at June 18th.
He should be on the All-Star team.
7 home runs.
And Rookie of the Year?
I mean,
I know Paul Scheme, but
two guys?
Two guys what?
On the All-Star team?
Who would be the
other?
Who
else?
Logan Webb's having a real
Logan Webb, but Logan probably suffers from what you said.
Yeah.
It doesn't pop, and his record, even though he's got an ERA in the 2s every year, his record's like 4 and 6.
They don't score right now.
What about Frisbee guy?
6 and 5.
Frisbee guy's making
Rogers,
a good case.
Hard to make it as a 7th inning guy, kind of a thing.
I guess, unless you're really, really good.
You have to have a stat that pops.
Well,
so
and that's where Bob Melvin just cost Duvall a possible All-Star appearance because he put him in that meaningless game and his ERA went from 3.5 to 4.8. Now he can't make it.
You could do that if you want.
When Brooks dropped that pop-up, Dibbs Willer, share with me when it was 6-3 what you really thought about. Well, oh, my God.
Okay.
Did that really just happen?
We'll get to this later. Okay. But I was already completely livid at the baseball game because of some of the stupidest umpiring aspects
out of control
that have ever happened. And I mean that way deeper than someone who missed balls and strikes. And
only 27 of them.
Only 27 of them. We're going to get into it. By the way, Logan Webb is 6 and 5. He's 6 and 5.
What?
Yeah. So I was already really upset. And then that happens.
Oh, man.
And I know it gets everybody activated. Here's something that the Giants would love to admit to everybody you can't say publicly. They've got a bunch of people on their roster at times this year who are not major league players. Right? They do. They don't want to. They have really been hit by the injury bug. Do you want to fire on organizational depth when that happens? You can. You can. They would probably respond by saying, yo, we're hanging in there around 500 with some of our biggest names out. More than half the pitching staff is out, and we're hanging in there. Oh, but you're boring. Okay, sure. Yeah, Trent Brooks not a big leaguer. Not a big league player.
Wow.
Forget the pop-ups. His at-bats were disgusting last night in huge moments. That's what happens when everybody gets hurt. So I get that, and that's frustrating. But the boring thing, I sometimes think Giants fans, a lot of us, we get chicken or the egg mixed up because there's absolutely nothing about Buster Posey, Brandon Belt, or Brandon Crawford that's exciting. Nothing. Nothing at all. Why were they exciting? Because they won World Series. So I feel that way about some of these guys too. If Logan Webb does more of what he did in Game 1 against the Dodgers in 2021,
filthy.
If you've got a few more of those moments and the Giants succeed in the playoffs behind Logan Webb, he'll get real exciting real fast. I know he's not Tim Lincecum, but, Matt Cain wasn't really an exciting player either until he threw a perfect game, until they started winning World Series.
I mean, to me, you were right. On the whole, those three guys weren't. But then you sprinkle in Sandoval, who had a connection. You sprinkle in even
Wilson. You said
can't even remember the Milkmaids. Remember the
Melky Cabrera?
Melky Cabrera.
Yeah. Well, he got popped.
And I know. I get it all. But Lincecum was. We probably won't see a pitcher that creates that much excitement as Lincecum in our lifetime.
Probably.
Bumgarner, in his own way, he was red ass, but he was ours. So he made a connection with the fans. So they had other guys to me that were, I'm not saying, and Brian Wilson was another one. So yeah, their core, but they had like 8 or 9 guys every year that were knocking on the door. The hardest thing to do is ask a casual fan, well, how many titles was Buster in on, Crawford in on, Belt in on, Sandoval in on? Because it's like 2, 3. I think there's only one guy with 3, right?
3.
Yeah.
Buster.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm saying.
And then there were varying roles.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like Lincecum would be like a star in 2010, and then it's like, is he still on the team in 2012? I can't remember. Yeah. Matt Cain, same thing. I mean, Bumgarner was obviously a huge part of all 3.
Yep.
That's right. He was.
Yeah, he was a 21-year-old kid in 2010 and shoved in Game 4 to give him a 3-1 lead in Texas.
All right, so Crawford wasn't on the 10 team.
No.
Brandon Belt wasn't on the 10 team.
Correct.
Cody Ross.
I don't think Pablo was on the 2010 team.
And
I don't think so either.
And Pablo had a varying role in one of the 2 World Series they won.
No doubt.
Well, man,
remember they kicked him, they basically shoved him to the bench.
I thought
they gave third base to somebody else.
For whatever reason, I thought
Posey
he was
on 2010 exactly.
Who?
Pablo was 2010.
See, I thought for some reason Posey was the only guy who was on all 3. Bumgarner was definitely on the 10 team.
No, but Pablo. Let's see. Okay,
he played 152 games.
No, Posey. Posey. I thought he was the only guy on all 3.
But obviously, there was the Detroit year where he hit the 3 home runs.
No doubt.
So
2 off early.
Mm-hmm. But I think it was it 2014 that he couldn't even stay in?
Somebody saying Pablo was on the 2010 team but got benched. I kind of remember that.
Yeah, he got benched, and then he caught 2014. He caught the.
But they're saying Pablo has 3 rings.
Yeah, Pablo was on all 3 teams, but yes, he got benched in one of them.
Gotcha.
And then was MVP in another one.
To your point, though, if you look at this team and what Farhan is hoping for is that Matos and Ramos and Bailey and Webb and all the rest of them, Doval, they hope that is the core that we all remember 20 years from now as the core that was the young guys who were all homegrown, who came up and did something.
Exactly. I mean, it's actually pretty impressive, the names you can rip through on those teams.
Yeah.
And we're just naming the big boys. We haven't Michael Morse, Pat Burrell, You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Is Guru's daughter, Mia.
Oh, boy.
Who went to high school?
Yes, Mia's his wife. Yeah.
Know your partner day.
3, 2, and Lincecum was on all 3 as well.
Yeah, he was on all 3, but was not a...
Yes, as we're continuing to clean up on Isle Steiny, we're trying to, that's a throwback reference to, we used to do cleanup on Isle Goo, not Isle 2, but occasionally there'd be mistakes made.
How many weeks did we go?
51 weeks.
How many
50
mistakes?
Remote, 1 week in person.
Okay.
And then Captain Save the Station showed up.
No doubt.
And I got moved to middays and then moved to the afternoon.
Well, you've been here quietly how long?
About 3.
We're coming up on 3.
Yeah.
Wow, anniversary. Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. Getting there.
Funny you mentioned that because my work anniversary is actually my first hire date, not my second hire date.
That's
so
amazing.
It's always a little bit funky. And I wish that they would acknowledge my fire anniversary date, which we just went past the 10 year.
You're welcome to acknowledge it.
I do every year. Yeah. And Whitey hates it. And Kreidler doesn't respond to my text anymore. Anyway, Steiny, go ahead.
Yeah, you were saying.
Yep.
I actually wasn't.
No, yeah, you were.
You were saying something about Goo and
Can
Mia.
Milan claim she's from the Bay? Because nobody apparently in Greensboro, North Carolina has ever heard of Sacramento. So she says the Bay, even though she went to high school in Sacramento. Guru's fortunate enough.
This came up Father's Day dinner.
He's got 2 residences.
He's got 2 residences. So city of birth was?
Sacramento.
And grew up?
Sacramento.
And went to school in?
Sacramento.
She's from Northern California.
But her daddy is from the Bay.
She's from Northern California,
dude. The wife was hurt. She said this to my nieces who were the college kids were having a conversation.
Right.
And she goes, out of nowhere, everybody's listening. Yeah, I just say I'm from the Bay. Nobody knows where Sacramento is. Exactly. I jumped up like, you can use it. But now I'm getting some blowback on Miss Milan.
No blowback, and it's the 3,000-mile rule. When you're that far away, you can say that. Now, if somebody wants to follow up where in the Bay, then she can say, well, I'm actually from Sacramento.
I told her
much like Mark's son, when he goes off to college at the end of next year, if he goes to a faraway place and they say, where are you from? He can say San Francisco. even though he lives about 18 miles away.
He also grew up, though, in Southern California.
Right.
He didn't move here until he was 12 years old.
So he can say he's from L.A., even though I don't think you lived in L.A. proper.
Not in proper, no.
Right.
No.
Imperial Valley?
What's that?
Imperial Valley?
No,
he was on the west side, dude. Mark's going to be out there in
I do love the
River
Imperial
Tucky.
Palace back in the Vegas days.
Oh, you're bringing me back, dude. The IP. I went on some late night runs with the IP.
Good daddy from the 510,
yeah,
baby.
like, I mean, you go to North Carolina, I think you can just say I'm from California. Like, it's all the same to them.
If it said somebody will pull her card where, then that's what you have to break out the Union City, the Union.
Yeah, you can follow up and if she says, I'm from Sacramento and they say, well, that's not the Bay Area, then she can just say, look, I'm trying to make it conversational. We're not going to try and be geographically specific.
Bottom line is if someo's asking that many questions, he's trying to pick her up and she should leave.
So for Steiny, always the question was, where are you from? And it's Philly. Unless, somebody's like, hey, where in Philly? And then Steiny would say, well, actually, it's Reading or Reading for those of you who don't know, which is
it's Reading.
You're not getting the bit.
No, the listener doesn't get that bit.
The bit is out here we think it's reading because it's spelled
and
like
now they continue
reading.
To.
Reading is in California. Reading is in Pennsylvania.
And now you've confused everybody.
Now you've made me angry.
And we'll go back to people calling it the wrong thing.
How do they spell Reading, California? Do you know?
2 Ds.
Correct. Because that's how you pronounce Reading.
Okay.
Out in Pennsylvania, when you have Reading, that is what we all learned to do in kindergarten.
Did you ever play Monopoly?
Reading.
I did.
Did you ever land on one of the railroads?
Reading Railroad. Exactly.
What did you call it?
What did you? Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
B&O.
There was also B&O.
B&O, which is weird. Yeah. That's a weird name for a railroad.
There was.
What was the other one? I can't remember. What were the names?
Take a ride on the
B&O.
No, it was on that other train.
Reading.
Yeah. Nobody called it Reading.
No, I think we did call it Reading.
Man.
Thank you.
What was your piece in Monopoly? What was your piece?
I rotated. I did rotate.
You know what the problem with that argument is?
We had family assigned pieces.
The word, and this is actually the argument you guys are having, even though it's not an argument, is the English language's fault. Because the word R-E-A-D is both read and read. Right. It's both.
You sounded like Kapler there.
It's both. It's stupid that we didn't come up with a different way to spell.
What was your Monopoly piece, Mark? Did you ever play Monopoly, or is that game too old for you?
I like the train, and then if the train was taken, I like the little dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
That little terrier.
Yeah, a little terrier.
My brother Mike was the thimble. Doug was the dog, and it feels a little like gender specific that Gail was the iron.
Wow.
Feels wrong. And I was always the race car, or I wouldn't play.
Yeah, that's probably what I was when I was a little kid.
Yeah.
What are we missing? Statue of Liberty?
Oh, yeah.
I think we're missing Statue of Liberty. Was there a stagecoach?
Might have been a wheelbarrow.
All right,
definitely a wheelbarrow.
Yeah,
definitely a wheelbarrow.
No, the original pieces.
Monopoly
that new Monopoly is like the New Testament. I'm out.
And they've got Monopolies for all different things.
I'm looking at them right now.
I was down in Monterey, and they had the Monterey Aquarium Monopoly. It's like $80.
We got two different. We got a shoe.
Well, hold on. Have we missed anything?
No, we missed the boot.
We can have a contest.
Well, no. Actually, this is not all of them. This is not all of them because I don't see the dog. I see a boat. There's a ship.
Yeah.
There's a
boat.
It's like the Titanic with three.
Like a wheelbarrow.
Yep.
An iron.
Sure.
Shout out Gail.
A top hat.
Oh, we forgot the top hat.
A shoe and a thimble. But where's the dog? Where's the race car?
Yeah.
Where are they?
Second
What are we
version.
doing?
Yeah.
Look at the puzzlement on Grandy and Evan.
They don't even know what we're talking about.
They have no clue.
We're in Pig Latin right now.
They're looking at all of us.
I know Monopoly.
No, they're looking at all of us like you guys must have been alive when the Niners won a Super Bowl. Oh my God!
You know the digital Monopoly, right? You don't. Do you know what a dice?
No.
Do you know what dice are?
What's that? Can you explain it to me?
Okay. Do you know what a spinner is, like on Life, the game of Life?
No, maybe bring one in tomorrow.
Did you ever play the game of Life?
Yes, of course.
Shoots and ladders?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever eaten Life cereal?
It's impressive. You're an old soul.
He is an old soul.
That's
where this bit doesn't work because he's 27 going on 87.
Get Evan in here.
Yeah,
he's naive.
Lucas has no clue what we're talking about. That's what he has no idea.
Well, he's not only young, he went to USC, so he's totally clueless.
Double
Dibs, can you help me real quick before we get out of here?
No, take your time. You can stay.
I got to find line with Evan and Steiny and Spadoni. I got 10 calls about how boring the NBA Finals were. That's why we appreciate good games and series and chips when we see them, right? That's why we can spend hours going down the YouTube rabbit hole of great games, the catch. Every championship is not going to be a ride at Great America. And I'm just tired of people not being short-sighted saying, I got clarity. I watched the finals to see who the better team was going to be. It was Boston. That's enough for me. Can you just help me with the repellent on all these? It wasn't 140 to 139.
Right.
It didn't go down to the last. That's not real life.
No, it's not. And the majority of these finals are more like this than they are what we dream about them being. And my two big takeaways from the series were, well, obviously twofold because there was two of them. One, Kyrie Irving continuing to rehab his image, the way he stayed on the court and greeted everyone coming off the floor. I think the way he comported himself, he didn't go the Luka route and pout and throw up the Iguodala hands and all the rest of it. Kyrie Irving, I think, did a lot to work his way back toward appreciation from the mainstream. The other takeaway was Boston missed out on a chance to be a dynasty by not putting the pillow over the Warriors' face 2 years ago. Because now they'd have 2 and 3, and they'd be looking next year at 3 and 4, and they'd be poised to do something really special. But even now, if they win next year, Steiny, and you win 2 in a row, big fish dinner. You're not going to be one of the really elite teams of an era, and it's because they let the Warriors off the hook.
You're not wrong. I also get, Stephen A. did this already a week ago. I get really annoyed when the word dynasty comes up when somebody wins their first. It's like, this is
my
not
point is this would have been their second. This would have been 2 and 3.
Your point is well taken. I'm talking in a more broad sense because we did hear it last year with Denver, and now we're hearing it with Boston, and we'll hear it with whoever the hell wins it next year.
Yeah.
Because this is what we do, and it's like, it's not time for that conversation yet. It's just not time. You got to at least win 2 before we can have this conversation.
Right.
You have to at least win 2.
And I think the other piece of it, Steiny, is that aren't they going to be in a spot now with Tatum expecting to get the max, and so you got Brown on the max and Tatum on the max, and Porzingis makes a ton, and Derek White wants his come up.
Porzingis is expendable.
They can definitely keep it together for one more. I mean, they can keep it together because their guys are their guys, but eventually they'll run into the same thing that the Warriors are running into with their payroll. But Goo, so you're really excited. I mean, you rewatch everything, so you ought to be. You're spending your night tonight rewatching Game 5.
The broadcast, and I love all 3 of them. The commentators were not up to snuff.
Oh, no.
The rapport was not there.
Oh, so it stunk.
I cannot
The
go to
final
sleep
stunk.
to the Doris, Bream, and JJ Redick. Congrats on your new job like I could, Van Gundy, Bream,
go to sleep
and Mark Jackson. So I was let down from that vantage point. I'm a nerd when it comes to. They just didn't have it. They were trying. It just didn't work. And now I'm excited that they got to find a replacement for JJ.
I wonder if. By the way, I'm not going down that. I'm not getting trapped again thinking JJ Redick is the coach of the Lakers until he's the coach of the Lakers.
Had it.
Maybe. How many times have the Lakers been on the verge of hiring a coach in the last 6 weeks?
You kept saying it's an official.
They're embarrassed. That's
think so?
I would hope so. The Lakers should be embarrassed that it's actually gone this way. I mean, think about what the Los Angeles Lakers just went on a journey where it was going to be one guy, then Woj outbombs somebody else.
Hooking his boy
up. Then a college coach goes through a whole situation where it feels like we're walking up a staircase to the podium for the big reveal. And he gets there and goes, I don't want your job. I'm staying in college. And the Lakers are sitting there going, all right, what's next? That's embarrassing. The Lakers. That's embarrassing.
Wow.
To them.
There was a novel that could be written about what was happening behind the scenes.
No doubt.
I mean, it
was so clunky. It still
but
is.
Woj hooked up his boy Hurley, right?
I guess. Whatever happened, the fact that this was all out there for public consumption all day, every day is a joke, and it still is.
Well, bottom line is Hurley realizes what that situation would have been, which is LeBron James is a coach killer.
Yeah, but for 1 year. He wasn't going to get fired
he wouldn't have got on the airplane. He knew that, Gibbs.
And if he did, by the way, here's something.
LeBron's on coach number 10.
Right, but the guys who've been through that, it's not hurt their career.
Oh, man.
Vogel
Darvin Ham?
No, but his name is twice the value of what it used to be.
Oh, man.
Vogel got another job.
Yeah, and then lost that job.
But that's his own fault. Mike Brown was coached both LeBron
if you're
and
Hurley
the Lakers.
And you're a rah-rah guy, you want a young team that you can get 3 to 5 years in Billy Donovan like he did in OKC.
But you may have that a year from now.
What Mark and I realize, and Mark because he's from the area, and me because I know what's going on in front offices. It's not just it's Kurt Rambis and his wife,
Linda,
behind the scenes that are making things. That's weird. What's going on? Who's in charge? On 95.7. The game.
Yeah, there we go. We have a name.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7, The Game.
We got to figure this out right now. We have to figure this out right now. And let's open up the phones right away, which is actually my least favorite phrase in sports radio. Let's open up the phones. They're never closed. Okay? But we want to invite you right now to weigh in on this at 888-957-9570. Who the hell's ready to actually do this? Let's stop talking about it. Who's ready for robo-umps? Raise your hand. Let's go. Let's talk it out. And you're the perfect person to have this conversation with, and I want you to know how I phrased this on social media last night. It is an unfortunate necessity. I don't want robo-umps, but we have to have them. I don't know how many of you watched the Giants game last night. I was on the verge of turning it off just because I was so mad at what had just transpired in front of me. And it's not is it Manny Gonzalez? Was that his name?
I think so.
It's not 100% his fault. It is his fault. He had a terrible night, but who doesn't? Who doesn't? Giants go 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. People have bad days at work. So I'm not guns a-blazing on Manny Gonzalez. But baseball, you can't do this to us. You cannot offer this to us as an entertainment product. You can't do this. You cannot put on TV every night a little box with all of the technology we now have and who we are as a society with social media and video of every single thing that happens on our earth available all the time. You cannot continue to feed us a product where we can see that what you're doing is factually incorrect almost every night, and then tell us to just sit there and eat it.
Yeah.
I got to eat Manny Gonzalez getting mad at Giants players, shaking his head like, oh, the attitude with these guys. You're wrong, Manny.
Gets thrown out.
You're wrong, and we can see it. We can see it. If we couldn't see it, brother, I'd have your back, but we can see it. And it just crushes us. And then, by the way, I will freely acknowledge Camilo Doval comes in for a close job, and on a 2-0 pitch on the first batter, he threw one 7 inches outside. This guy calls it a strike. I can't believe the Cubs didn't all get thrown out too. So the Giants benefited from it the same way, and actually the umpire audit says the Giants very much did not benefit from Manny last night.
It's all about the spot where those calls came and the leverage.
A 4-run rally happened because Manny Gonzalez. Cody Bellinger took a 4-pitch walk where 3 of the pitches were in the box. Eric Miller, I don't know how as a competitor you don't go bananas. How do you keep your hat on? I don't have that kind of attitude. I'd have lost it. And I know they can't see the box either. They're playing.
Right.
But I'm done. I can't watch this anymore.
It makes it so that when you do watch the game, you're more fixated on the box and the umpire than you should be. And it used to be that the umpire was just, faceless, and you might have an umpire have a good night or a bad night, and you wouldn't really think too much about it unless it was really, really egregious, like Eric Gregg famously in Levon Hernandez, I think it was a World Series game.
Yep. Marlins Braves, right? I think it was Marlins Braves. I think it was a late playoff game. But anyway,
14 strikeouts, and Levon threw about 17 of those, 4 to 6 inches off, and Eric Gregg with that classic two-fisted strike call.
Oh my God.
We can all close our eyes and picture it. And it was just one of those days where, he's given the pitcher strike, and we didn't think too much about it. Although without the box, you can really dial in on just how bad it is. And so now you watched last night, and I'm looking at the Bellinger at bat right now. And 3 of the 4 pitches were
they're in the box.
In the box. And, they were all fairly close. They weren't in this at bat. They were not too egregious, but because we have the box,
they're in the box.
We can all see that they're in the box, and he can't see what's in the box.
Right, but if you miss one, okay. You missed all 3.
Steiny had a caller, Steiny and Guru earlier. I think it was Scott, and I can't remember where he was from, but he made a great point about the nature of the box versus the nature of the reality.
Okay.
Because the box is a 2-dimensional object, and the umpire is actually grading each pitch in 3 dimensions. In other words, the plate is, it's about 5 inches deep from top to the point, 4 or 5 inches. I don't know the exact dimension, but when the pitch enters the zone, the box, as opposed to where it goes when it's caught, it can be a lot different as far as whether or not it catches the corner or doesn't catch the corner.
Right, and of course the rule is what matters is when it crosses the start of the plate, the flat edge of the plate. But yes, and I freely acknowledge this, I'm not trying to come down umpires' roads. The catcher's trying to fool you.
Right.
The catcher has now been trained here in the age of analytics. All they care about is how the catcher receives and frames the pitch. Frame is a great word for it because the umpire is getting framed on a pitch-by-pitch basis. It's not all their fault. It's simply the product. The Cubs are up 6-3 in the 8th inning, and my top of my head is on the ceiling of my house. I'm like, I can't watch this. I cannot watch the Giants lose this game where they're actually up 3-2 in the 8th, and they're now down by 4 runs because a guy is shaking his head and throwing Bob Melvin out of a game that he had no business being thrown out of. I'm sorry. The technology is there. The minor leagues are doing it. The reviews are really good. And baseball habitually is 8 years late to the party. Baseball and college football. College football did this for years where they're like the BCS and everyone's like, this sucks. We need a playoff. They're like, we'll get to it in 8 years when the contract ends. Pull the trigger. We got to do something about this because it is making your viewers, I feel, if I'm representative at all, angry. Because every other sport, for the most part, allows us to address it when something factually, there's never going to be perfection, but when something factually incorrect, especially that matters at a pivotal moment, we don't use challenges every second. We don't use them in the first quarter. But if it's the 8th inning of a 1-run game and you're just gagging strike calls right and left, there's got to be something for a team to do about it beyond the manager just getting mad and getting thrown out.
And that, to me, is the other part of this, is getting to a point where there can be some back and forth. When we've got the box and we've got even the good umpires, I think the number is 91% or 92%. If you can get 92% of the strike ball calls correct, you're doing a good job in Major League Baseball. And that's fair because you can't go 100%. Sure. And even if you go to robo-umps, it's not going to be 100%. But when you get a game like last night where a guy is really, really bad, to not be able to express yourself and say, look, I think you missed that one. I think you're having a bad day. Do you want to maybe, I don't know, shore it up a little bit and maybe focus or get the dirt out of your eye or whatever it is? And so Bob Melvin immediately gets thrown out and he doesn't even have the opportunity to offer up his own opinion.
It's just, this gets brought up too, and this is a fair fix if you want. If nobody wants robo-umps, get rid of the box. Get it off the television screen.
They never will.
They never will.
They never will.
Then get the umpires off the field.
It's like the yellow line in football, the first down line. And we all see like a guy goes forward and, does he get the first down? Does he not? The yellow line is not an exact measurement of where the chains are. And then you get the human beings out and you have a human being decide where the knee was down, where the ball was when he was down, and then we have to try to spot it. So you got to run into a pile among 22 grown men, and you got to figure out where you think the ball should go, and then you put the ball down, and then, oh my God, they're a foot short. There's no way we are a foot short. Now we're going to challenge it, and now we got to look and see, and it looked like he might have gotten it, and so now we re-spot it, and now we remeasure. Oh, it's a first down.
I'm so glad you brought this up, because here's the difference and the similarity between the two. The yellow line, we are told, is unofficial.
Right.
So we know that even if it looks like that on our TV screen, well, that's a maybe. You're just trying to give us a guideline for where the first down is. On TV and baseball, we are being told that is exact science. That's the strike zone, and we are being told exactly where the ball hits as it crosses home plate. Is it in the box or is it outside of the box? So there's a different relationship with the viewer in terms of fact versus potential fact.
Right.
But here's the other thing. You bring up where a ref spots the ball in the NFL. Do you see how accepting the sports world is of inexact science? We know damn well that ref is just running around sticking his foot somewhere. We don't.
It's guesswork, but
it's complete guesswork.
It's based on a lot of training and a lot of analysis.
No
but
doubt.
Still, the plus or minus on any play has got to be at least 6 inches.
And
right,
it's our favorite sport, and I've never heard anyone get mad at it. Like, we'll go, hey, gosh, it seems like that's a weird way to do it in the age of technology, that some guy just walks in there with his foot and sort of guesses,
waddles in with his hand up,
right here. Yes, he's 62 years old. Don't worry, his eyes are great. He sticks his foot right there, and we're just like, yeah, NFL, woo!
Well, and the other one is, then we bring in the chains from the sideline, and even though the chains are, somewhat specifically marked, there's a plus or minus there as well.
Someone put them there.
So now you have a 63-year-old part-time official who's also a lawyer in Birmingham. He's going to run in and put his hand up, and then a couple other guys, 58-year-old CPAs, are going to waddle in with the chains, and now we're going to have inexact measured by inexact, and then another guy's going to go up there with his index card and see if it's there or not, and then we'll decide on a fourth down in 2 minutes to go in a playoff game? Really?
We have an actual pitcher who's going to join us in 5 minutes, George Contos, and we will involve him in this discussion. We'd love to involve you in this discussion. Are you ready to pull the trigger? Is it robo-ump time? 888-957-9570. We can talk that out. Here's the opinion I'm done with. You can have it. You're allowed to have your own opinion for sure. Here's the one that I'm sort of like, I've rationed this out and I'm done with it. Oh boy, the beauty of human error. Done. I'm done. There's always been human error when it comes to sports. There will never not be human error, but the whole the romanticism of human beings and their imperfections all on the field together, having a soiree. I'm out. I'm done with that being something we're striving for. I don't
the human element.
Do not need human error. There will be some.
Of course.
And that's fine because that's life. But I feel sometimes there's an argument where people are striving for it. I don't want to lose the human error.
Well, that used to be me, but now when you're seeing things in the modern way with so many errors. 92% now is considered good for a home plate umpire. And, you do have the technology and you realize that as a human being trying to umpire these pitchers, it's too difficult now for the human eye. And you think about tennis, they no longer have the human beings calling the line on a serve because the ball's going 130 miles an hour and a human being cannot see that and be able to make the call. And it's the same thing now with home plate umpires. I
think that the numbers for last night, Manny Gonzalez was around 89%. You said
lower,
he missed 27 pitches.
Yep.
And it, based on computers and whatnot, it gave the Cubs over a run in the game last night. I don't know. The game I watched, it gave him 4.
Well, I'm looking at the Doval 2-0 pitch
Ridiculous.
to lead off the bottom of the ninth.
That was the worst one of the whole night.
And, Wisdom would have been in a 3-0 count. Instead, it was 2-1. So,
yeah. No, it helped the Giants there.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. All right. George Contos joins us next. We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing digital deals. And as always, earn 4 times reward points.
Fly ball left field. Half at the ivy. Gone! Thairo Estrada launches one, a 3-run homer. And the Giants have gone ahead here in the 9th inning. He got it up into the wind.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is good. Somebody who actually was competing on the field and dealing with these schmucks they call umpires.
Easy with the name calling.
I know.
Okay.
I know. No, I said something to you earlier. We're going to welcome George Contos into this conversation. One thing that I think bothers people about umpires specifically, more so than even refs in the NBA or the NFL, umpires do sometimes cruise around the field with this holier than thou, like I'm going to pull the mask off and look at the dugout like, hey, children, speak to me again, and you're going to get thrown out of here, which really triggers us when we realize umpires are like teachers with tenure. There's no consequence when they screw up. Right, George? If your ERA is 6, George, you're getting the DFA. Aren't you? What happens to an umpire when he gags for an entire month? Nothing.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys. First of all, thanks for having me. Second of all, I agree with everything that you guys just said. The umpires need to be held accountable, and I think that poor performance, all they do really is give them a slap on the wrist and then don't give them good playoff series, or they don't give them playoffs at all. But, with their union, they have a very strong union. They can't get fired. They can't get demoted. But it's the only job in the world, I feel like, where when you screw up and you have blatant poor performance, there's no ramifications of it.
Well, I don't know if you've ever been slapped on the wrist, George, but it kind of hurts more than you think.
Depends on who's slapping.
Exactly, and how sensitive your wrist is. Yesterday was an egregious example. His accuracy was 87% according to umpire scorecards or ump auditor, whichever one you prefer. But even at the high water mark, 92% is the average for these umpires. Is that good enough anymore, George, knowing what we know about the ability to really read balls and strikes ourselves?
Well, look, I mean, for the forever past history until that little strike zone that we see on TV now was implemented, it's very difficult to make those borderline calls. And the way that the strike zone works is you have a buffer, right? You have a 2-inch or basically one ball buffer around the whole strike zone where whether you call it a ball or a strike, you can't really be penalized for it. And with pitches moving and breaking balls and all of those things that make it very difficult to be sitting behind home plate and making those calls consistently, getting 92%, I would say is pretty good. That's an A average, but in today's game, when we have the capabilities of knowing exactly what a strike is, as long as that little box that we see on TV is accurate for every individual person and batter that steps into the batter's box. I mean, I just saw today, actually, that they were going to be implementing the automated balls and strikes challenge system or whatnot in AAA. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out in the future of the game at the major league level.
How long do you think it takes, George? Because, again, when we see this stuff in sports, it tells me it's coming. When do you think we're going to get automated or at least a review system for balls and strikes?
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the challenge system being implemented as soon as next year, to be honest. I think if a team could maybe have 3 challenges a game or whatnot, and you pick and choose your time to do it. But, the calling of balls and strikes is the last thing really in the game that is done by the umpires. Otherwise, if you take that completely out, there's really going to be no point. The game is kind of just polices itself with all the technology that we've implemented, which would be a little bit weird as well.
It would be, but I think with what we know about count leverage now, and I'm looking at last night's game, and Doval's behind 2-0 to Wisdom, and the next pitch is a ball, and yet they call it a strike, and that really changed that at-bat, and you had so many at-bats earlier in the game on 3-2 pitches where the Giants got rung up on pitches that were outside the strike zone. Is it a thing where, because of the analytics and what we know about count leverage and the approach guys take, that we can't afford not to go full robotic, and let the machines just take over?
No, I'm not in fan of that. I think that, first of all, the approach to pitching and hitting has changed, drastically. I still think there should be a 2-strike approach. And you heard Hunter Pence say it on the broadcast yesterday. I'm not sure who was at bat. It might have been Cody Bellinger. He took a 3-2 pitch that was right on the outside corner, and it was balled. And back in, at least when I started playing and towards the end of my career when I was playing, it started to shift a little bit. But there was a 2-strike approach. Like when the ball was nearby in a 2-strike count, you at least make an attempt to foul it off or hit it the other way. And that has kind of changed a little bit with launch angle and what pitchers are trying to do, throwing the ball with high velocity at the top of the zone and big breaking balls off of that. But as far as leverage pitches anymore, I mean, It's interesting. I mean, the Jorge Soler at bat yesterday that Assad had against him. There's no more count leverage. You're not doing the fastball count and get back into count, down and away fastball anymore. Guys are just trying to throw their best stuff at all times, and everyone for the most part is in swing mode. So you're not really worried about that count leverage and getting ahead or falling behind as much as you used to.
George Contos with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Here's something we haven't even brought up yet. That Tyrell home run was a total Wrigley Field job. Like, he caught the airstream. He did not get all of that ball. Do you have any stories of when someone took you deep at Wrigley and you're like, what? You barely even hit that thing.
Oh man, I'll tell you what, I have a great story of it. My who's come to be a very good friend now is Anthony Rizzo. My first time ever pitching at Wrigley Field. It was one of those day games where the wind was blowing out, and I threw him a backdoor slider. First time I'd ever faced him at Wrigley, and he just went out and kind of flicked it to center field. And I was like, all right, I see Angel kind of drifting back for it, and Pagan kept drifting, and I was like, are you kidding me? And I yelled out it went right into the basket, and I might have yelled out some adult languaged words on the mound, and I saw Rizzo rounding the bases just kind of laughing at me, and it was just the most frustrating thing ever. That was the only hit he's ever gotten off me in both of our fighting days facing each other. But the other one that sticks out is the Game 1 home run that Javier Baez hit in the NLDS of 2016 off Johnny Cueto. The ball went sky to the moon, and it just caught the basket, and it was just an unfortunate series of events, obviously, after that. But there's a ton, depending on how the wind's blowing here at Wrigley. You can give them up easy, or you can have balls get hammered that don't go anywhere.
Well, and we had a ball get hammered by Patrick Bailey, and Mark and I are just watching the replay here in the studio, and we were just waiting for the Patty Barrels job. That thing was absolutely obliterated to right field.
Yeah, again, when the wind blows right to left, when it's coming off the lake, you have to hit it really hard or really low line driver to get it out.
George, by the way, you said here at Wrigley. You're there right now, right? And did I hear that you're bringing your daughter to her first game?
Yeah, I'm actually not quite there yet. I'm at some very good friends' house. We're about to walk over, and I took Dave Fleming. We went golfing earlier this morning, and I told him that we were going to we're bringing our daughter to her first game. I have held out for so long of not going to a baseball game because I was like, I'm not going until we bring our daughter. It's got to be the Giants when they're in town. So we're going as a family today with some friends, and we're going to go on the field and have take some pictures with her and bring her to her first baseball game.
How did you and Flem hit him this morning, and where?
We played a golf course called the Old Elm Club up in Highland Park, and we hit him well. We had a great time. Flem got up nice and early. It's San Francisco time, and we got up and we went and hit him. He played great. He's a good little player.
Oh, when you said he got
little player,
when you said he got up early, I thought you meant he was ahead of you after 6 holes. Did we compete a little bit today?
We competed a little bit. We had a very generous host, and we played just a little Nassau front back total. So it was a team game, nothing mano a mano. But we had a lot of fun. It was a great track. It was actually cloud covered, so it wasn't nearly as warm as it is right now, which was fantastic because I don't think Flem would have made it having to deal with that heat coming from the Bay Area.
George, stop beating around the bush. Did you take the L or did you get the W?
I divulge nothing.
Oh, come on. That means you got the W.
He got the W. There's no doubt.
No doubt.
Classic humble brag after he dropped the good little player on Fleming. And you mentioned, you hit it well, but did you hit it as well as Elliot Ramos has been hitting it?
Well, you know what? When you're going through these streaks, the one that Elliott's on right now, I mean, you really try to pray that they never end because he's so balanced and he's so confident. And I mean, there were a couple 2-0 counts yesterday that he just hit screaming missiles the other way. And when you can keep your weight back and just react the way he is and trusting his hands right now, hitting the ball the way he is, it's just so fun to watch. And he's doing something special. And I hope that every game that he goes out there, he continues to build that confidence. And what we've seen is a guy who's going to be in this lineup for a very long time. So I hope, I know that I've spoken to him, and if you've heard him on Post Game Live when we've interviewed him, the mental side of the game for him is something that he's worked on tremendously over the last few years, and it's really starting to pay dividends right now, and he's not getting too high and not getting too low. So I'd love to see him continue doing what he's doing for the long haul.
Yeah, George, it's 137 at bats now. Do you refer to it as a hot streak? In other words, what is your belief on the sustainability of his play?
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, it's been 137 at bats. Yeah, I mean, is he going to continue doing this for the rest of the season? I sure hope so, because the way that he's playing is at an elite level. And it'll be interesting to see how he bounces back whenever, maybe a couple hard line drives get caught, whenever things aren't going his way. This is such a long game and a long season that you really have to work very hard not to get caught up in the highs and the lows of it. If he can just continue doing his preparation and do what he's doing, I mean, if he does this for another few weeks, I mean, this is just the level of baseball that he's playing, right? You'll have your fluctuations, but when he comes down to earth a little bit, because inevitably that will happen, and if he's going to be playing like this the rest of the year, he's going to be a first-team All-MLB guy without question. But it's just going to see how he bounces back whenever things aren't going as red-hot as they currently are.
Right now he's heading toward National League Player of the Month if he keeps this up for the next 10 or 12 days or so. Historical game coming up on Thursday at Wrigley. What does that mean for the Giants and Major League Baseball to return to such a historic site?
Oh, I think it's great, to honor the people who have gone through there and everybody in the Negro leagues that have gone through there. And, Willie Mays, unfortunately, is going to be able to make it, but it was the first place he played, and what it means to him and what it means to the Giants organization to go back and, honor a guy like, not only him, but a guy like Willie Mays, who's been a, pillar of this organization for its almost entirety in the Bay Area. He's the oldest living Hall of Famer currently right now. So for him to be able to reflect and reminisce about what that means to him and his, meaning to this organization, I think is fantastic. And it'll be fun. I know my coworker and our host, Laura Britt, will be out there covering the game. I know a lot of people are really excited about it.
George, what is the bar that you're setting for this team right now? And here's what I mean by that. When you look at them hovering around 500, are you disappointed, or do you say, hey, this team's hanging in there without more than half of its pitching staff?
I think it's obviously a little bit of both, right? I mean, they're doing a great job of fighting and scratching and clawing and getting the wins with the people that they do have on the IL, and you're missing Blake Snell, and you have obviously Kyle Harrison, who just hit the IL with his ankle, and Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb and all the people that you have who are not able to be on the field right now. And then there's also disappointment, where I think that the expectations of this team have been and still are much higher than this. But if you can tread water and continue to claw and stay in the National League wildcard picture and even gain ground on those Dodgers with that series coming up next week, there's a lot of things that can happen in the second half of this season. We're nowhere near the end of this thing. I mean, we're just getting to the fun part. The dog days aren't even here yet. So there's a lot of things that can happen.
Yeah, it's awesome. And I hope that one of the only 34 guys to ever homer off you can get hot. Current Giant Jorge Soler, one of only 34 men to homer off you in the bigs, George.
Man, 34 homers, that's a lot. I remember one year I gave up like 19 of them, and Kruko was like, he pulled me aside and he goes, Georgie, you had a great year, but that's too many homers, man.
Well, remind him it should only be 33, because that Rizzo one was BS, George.
Yeah, the Rizzo one was BS. My other infamous homer that I gave up at Wrigley Field, which I am reminded about all the time since I live here, and the golf club that I play out of, they're all Cubs fans. One of the guys comes up to me and he goes, hey, remember when you gave up that home run to Travis Wood in the NLDS? And I said, yeah, man, I remember that. Thanks for bringing it up. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, while we're in the space, what happened with the Clayton Kershaw home run off you?
Oh, man. Well, someone's got to give him up. And I hope from now on that he never hits another one ever again, because he won't. And I'm going down in the record books. And Kershaw me and Kershaw, we're forever intertwined.
So great, George.
Hey, have a great time tonight with your daughter's first game, George. That's awesome.
Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks for coming on. There you go.
He's a good sport, too.
George
Contos, good sport. Because, Baseball Reference, you can do your little search, and, he had 4 guys hit 2 off him, and otherwise, it's a list of pretty good sluggers who've gotten him, and I'm going through the list, and, okay, Giancarlo Stanton got him, Jock Peterson, fine. Clayton Kershaw got him.
Well, you know what? That's a great sort of like connection to Clayton Kershaw, but there's a huge difference between George Kontos and Clayton Kershaw that separates them. Kontos has actually won a real ring.
There it is. I knew you were going to bring it home.
In fact, he's done it twice. So Clayton's got a homer. George has a championship.
He does. A real one. A whole one.
Two of them.
Yeah. Not like when you go to the donut box here at about 4:45 and you open it up and there's like a third of a donut and you're like, you know what? Yeah. I'll eat that donut. It's not a whole donut.
One of these people that's like using your pointer finger to get all the crumbs that fell off the donut and eat it out of the box. That's what the Dodgers got in 2020.
Yeah, they got a late afternoon partial donut chip.
Yeah.
Is what they got.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, it's still good.
I like a late afternoon partial donut.
No doubt. No doubt. Anyway, George Kontos, great sport. And, man, taking his daughter to her first game.
You ever been to Wrigley?
I have been to Wrigley.
Yeah, how many times?
One time.
Okay.
It was the scene of maybe the biggest fight I ever had with my ex-wife.
Oh,
yeah.
At the yard?
Before the yard, during the yard, after the yard, and it was a classic GP2. My fault.
Oh.
It was my fault. The whole trip to Chicago, it's one of those trips, and I'll spend 30 seconds on it because it's become a funny story, but the pictures from that trip, 2008, Quest was 7, Keon was 5, and I thought, let's go to Chicago. I got tickets for Wrigley, about 160 a piece. 4 tickets, so I'm already out about 700.
Yep.
And Quest wants a stuffed animal Chicago Cubs plushie, which is $80 and this and that. And so I'm already feeling like you guys are squeezing me.
I'm out of G.
I was in a bad place, fought with the ex-wife. We get in the stadium and she and Quest immediately take off and they're doing whatever they're doing. And all of a sudden I'm going, let me get a couple of old styles. And your boy proceeds to get it in. Your boy got it in. But Wrigley, spectacular.
Oh, my God.
We did some Wrigleyville before. We did a little bit after. Driving back to the hotel. Fought again. She throws me out of the car. So now I'm standing on some corner, and I'm like, you know what? It's over. It's a wrap. It's like Saran. And about a block, I'm just going to walk. I don't know where I'm going. I'm in Chicago. I'm on the north side.
It's a great walking town.
So I'm starting to walk, and all of a sudden, here comes the rental car. The window goes down, and Keon, my younger son, he was in tears. He missed Daddy.
Yeah.
So she goes, get in. So I got back in the car, silently back to the hotel. Things got mended.
Wrigley. Bill Burr, recent guest of Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The
Question mark?
I don't know about that, but anyway. Bill does a bit about being like,
I hate everybody.
Yeah, like you're sleeping on the couch tonight.
Yeah,
and I was reminded of it when you're like, I got kicked out of the car. Why do we ever just agree to that? How about no? What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
What are you gonna pick me up? You gonna put me somewhere else? Why'd you get out of the car?
Because I needed to diffuse.
Fair enough.
And it was clearly me. And, I got in a yellow card earlier. This was a clear red card. And it's like, you know what? I could fight it, or I can just take the red. I'm going to take the L. Last night I took an L, but tonight I'm going to bounce back.
Was it a red card or a read card?
It was a red card.
Just want to know how it was spelled. Sorry, for those of you who weren't here for the crossover.
Sometimes
my fault.
You got to poke Steiny where you know that he doesn't want to be poked. And that's one of his, like on Mount Peavemore, the Reading, Pennsylvania, that's on there for him, for sure. That and calling someone a choker.
I do think I called it.
So I've hit on both of them this week.
I do think I called it Reading Railroad.
We all did, Coach.
I think we called it Reading.
We all did.
Yeah, because I'm a Californian.
Take the ride on the Reading. Yes.
I think so.
For sure.
I'm trying to remember. I think it was Reading.
And I'm trying to remember the fourth railroad. Pennsylvania, B&O. And it was Reading.
Someone already sent it to me.
Okay.
Anyway. And I already forgot.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah. Monopoly Railroads, short line.
Thank you. Short line, yeah.
How could you forget that?
It's been a while since I played.
That was mean. I'm sorry.
Oh, because you're implying because I'm short. I'm the tallest member of my current family. Got a 5'2" wife and a baby.
That's good.
Scoreboard.
Are they taller than you put together?
Yes.
Okay, but it's a close one.
Because Mila's only about 2 feet. She's a little shrimpy now. Anyway.
She's adorable, dude.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Anyway, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. I'm still, I'm curious about this Ramos thing and whether or not it's hitting people the same way. Like, I agree with what Steiny said. It's quieter than it should be. maybe because it's not been coupled with a team that's hot. Is that it? Can any of you Giants fans put this into words or put your finger on it? 888-957-9570. I heard more about Casey Schmidt for 2 weeks last year than I've heard about Elliot Ramos for the last 6 weeks. And this is way cooler. This is way cooler than Casey Schmidt.
No doubt.
We just saw a stat fly up on the TV that's in here. Y'all ready for this? OPS in Major League Baseball in the month of June. And we are almost done with 3 full weeks. OPS, number 1 in all of baseball, goes by the name of Aaron Judge. Number 2, Elliot Ramos. Number 3, Juan Soto. Now, part of the reason Judge and Soto are both on there is because they visited the Giants. So there's that. That's not as fun. But that gives you an idea of the production you're getting from Ramos. This is not just a hot streak. This is not just, boy, that Ramos guy, I hope this keeps up. He looks pretty good. He is hitting right now at the most highest elite of levels possible in all of Major League Baseball. And what I've heard, and I agree with this, I'm not coming down anyone's road, but what I have heard from Giants fans for 2.5 years, where is our cool player? Where is our jersey buyer? Where is our homegrown outfielder? Where is someone who, when they come to the plate, I don't want to leave the room. I want to make sure I watch his at-bats. That's what Giants fan has been begging for. Well, isn't this it? This is it, right? This is what it looks like.
This is what it looks like.
So are you doing that? Are you not going to the bathroom when Ramos comes up? Are you asking yourself when the Giants get a runner or two on base, when's Ramos up? Are we doing that? This is your homegrown outfield, looks like a star, exciting, swagger player.
Everyday player.
This is it.
This is what we all complained about all last year. I'm sick and tired of this mix and match, mishmash of a lineup with Platoon and Jock Peterson gets one at-bat, he homers, but you got to come out because they went to a lefty. We all didn't want that. What we wanted was play the kids and have a real lineup of guys who play every day. And if you look at June, he's played every game, and his batting average is .387. And his OPS is .1233. He's got 7 home runs in 62 at-bats. He doesn't strike out a lot, 18 times. It's not a ton.
Say that again.
He has 7 home runs in 62 at-bats.
That is more than once every 9 at-bats.
It's almost exactly once in 9, yeah.
That is
bananas.
Absurd.
Yes. And he, even when he doesn't homer, he seems to almost always drive the ball with an exit velo of 100 or more and get a good solid base hit.
Got 7 doubles also. This guy's got 16 extra base hits and 137 at-bats.
He's got 3 doubles in the month. He's got 7 homers for the month. He's been unbelievable in the month. But even if you look beyond that, for the year, his OPS is .980, Mark.
Yep.
And this is now, it's not a small sample anymore. Well, it's not a big sample. It's a good, solid, medium sample.
No, it is. It's more than 2 weeks. Yeah. And if you do want to do this, I don't know if this matters to anyone because it's AAA and because it's a hitter's league, but his OPS here in the bigs is pretty commensurate with what it was all year in Sacramento as well. So in Sacramento, in 134 plate appearances, .953 OPS. Here with the big club, 156 plate appearances, .980 OPS. Add those 2 things together, you're up to 290 plate appearances with an OPS that's sitting right about at .970. Like, oh my God.
Right.
This is not good. This is star. Yes, he should be in the conversation for Rookie of the Year. That works itself out over time, but all-star. Dude, this is your all-star. He's here.
If he had enough at-bats to qualify, he'd be 5th in Major League Baseball in OPS, behind Judge, Soto, Ozuna, and Ohtani. Wow. Think about that company.
That's the company.
That's the company that he keeps.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570. Is it time for robo-umps? Why is Vamos Ramos maybe quieter than we think it should? You can weigh in on either. It's Willard and Dibs.
Save at Whole Foods Market. Get sustainable wild-caught fresh Alaska sockeye salmon fillets for $28.
live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Against Wisniewski, and Ramos drives that one to deep right field. And just like that, this game is tied. Elliot Ramos does it again. Into the bleachers, it's 2-2.
It takes an elite talent.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You know, a text just came in, Dibs, that maybe has my head thinking about some things in terms of why the Ramos stuff sounds like it does, and the Matos stuff sounds like it does. And for those of you who don't know exactly what I mean by that, I personally find the Elliot Ramos fervor, the Vamos Ramos, to be quieter than it should be. I feel that way. And I feel like the Matos stuff right now is probably still a little bit louder than it should be, while I understand it. Matos came up and did some really good things, was National League Player of the Week, and I think this is a huge credit to Luis Matos, by the way, because if he was, as reports suggested, crushed by being sent down, boy, is he reacting the right way. Go take a gander at what Luis Matos has done in Sacramento since he went back down. He is killing it. Absolutely killing it. But listen to this text, 415, and thank you for listening and texting in. If Jung-Hoo Lee didn't get hurt, Ramos would still be in the minors until he was 34 years old.
Wow.
Time to fire the Giants' board of experts. All right, let's play with that for a second. Is in some way your excitement about Elliot Ramos dampened because of how he got here? In other words, he wouldn't have even been here unless things didn't break a certain way. I'm sort of like, but he's here.
Right.
But he's here. So does it matter more about how it happened or just that it happened?
To me, it just matters that it happened. And if you want to hold it against Farhan Zaidi and you want to say that he wouldn't have been here till he's 34, feels a little aggressive to me. He's not even 25 yet. So you're saying 9 more years of minor league baseball. And I know that it was a bit sarcastic and a bit of an exaggeration, which is fine. But I don't know. Depends on how you want to look at things. And I look at the TJD experience this year and how he became a real factor with the Golden State Warriors. And, you know, Jonathan Kuminga erupted this year when Draymond Green got suspended. Draymond was out for a month and Jonathan Kuminga became a starter. And that's when he really made that third-year leap. So do you look at Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Steve Kerr and say, well, you don't get credit for that because it only happened because you had no choice?
Well, it's funny.
I don't look at it that way.
Yeah, it's funny that the text says, if Lee didn't get hurt, let's use that sentence. If Lee didn't get hurt, Draymond Green wouldn't exist.
Right.
His career would not exist.
David Lee, not Jung-Hoo Lee.
Correct.
Right.
If David Lee doesn't get hurt, does Draymond Green even happen? Does he become a future Hall of Famer?
You would figure eventually it happens, but maybe not.
I mean,
right?
Gosh, if Drew Bledsoe doesn't get hurt, we could do that. We can play
this game all day.
All day long. Yep. I am much more interested in the fact that it is happening. But I guess my larger point in seeing a text like that is it does feel for many Giants fans like all roads lead to Farhan ferocity. Let's call it that. All roads. One way or another, you're going to watch a Giants game and find a reason to be mad at Farhan. I get it. You don't need to be in on Farhan. But when the Giants go to Wrigley Field and Elliot Ramos takes his show on the road and he again comes up with another multi-hit game, and I'll make this point again, do you notice the difference between Ramos's home runs and Soler's home runs? Do you notice the difference? Soler's come when somebody is up or down by 4 runs or more.
And no one's on base.
Until this weekend.
Right.
But even then, it was after the Giants had already built a strong lead. Not that I'm saying, I'll take it. That's great. Glad you hit one out, 3-run homer. But Ramos's home runs seem to be to either tie or untie the game literally almost every time. Did it again last night. Oppo Taco, late innings to tie it at 2. Dude, like over the weekend, following a frustrating Friday night loss, walk up, first inning. Slater gets a base hit, boom, gone. 2-0 Giants lead. And I know they went on to lose. That's not even the point. This guy, for the last 6 or 7 weeks, has been a legitimate Major League Baseball star.
Yeah.
Not good, star.
He's had multi-hit games in 4 consecutive. And if you look at all 36 games he's played this year, he's had 2 or more hits in almost half of them. 17 of the 36, he's had multiple hits. And his OPS is hovering near 1,000. Yet it is interesting what you're talking about as far as the excitement level goes, because it still feels like there is as much buzz about bring back Matos as there is about look at Ramos and what he's done. And I do think part of it, Mark, comes down to confirmation bias, which is not recency bias, but the confirmation bias is you want to have the information that you glean confirm what you already believe. And that's what it comes to with Farhan Zaidi. And the people who are looking at it and saying, well, Farhan doesn't get credit because the only reason why Farhan is, having the benefit of Elliot Ramos is the fact that he had no choice. And therefore, people want to confirm their own bias against Farhan by looking at it through that lens.
Look, the history of this is actually clear with Elliot Ramos. He was drafted 7 years ago by Bobby Evans as a first-round draft pick. There was a ton of excitement. If you want to go back 5 years, Ramos was the number 1 prospect, at least fielding, in the field prospect in the Giants organization. Then they go through COVID, take minor league baseball off for a little while. And when he came back, he struggled for a little bit. Luciano jumped him. Matos jumped him on the prospect rankings. And the Giants organization, for a short period of time, I do believe, built doubts about Ramos. They were kind of, quote unquote, down on him. I absolutely believe that's a thing. But they didn't give up on him. And he did come up last year, little cups of coffee here and there. He never stuck. And then this year, he did what all organizations want you to do, which is force your way up. And I know people will say, well, no, it was because of injury. But when your OPS over an entire year in the minor leagues is over 950, look, you're going to find your way up. And now he's earned staying up. And now I don't think there's any way in hell he gets sent down, no matter what happens next. But at 6:52 last night, okay, we're somewhere in the 6th inning, maybe 7th inning. Yep. Things are getting wobbly in the game. Good buddy of mine who's a huge Giants fan sends me a text. This is the first text. And I had walked away from the game for a few minutes. I don't know if I was cooking dinner or whatever the hell.
You'd gotten home already, though, I'm sure.
Absolutely. The one text is this, with 5 question marks next to it. Where the hell is Matos? And I started by just sending back like the sarcastic text, crushing it in Sacramento.
He is.
And the text comes back, of course, probably wanting a trade. So then I finally was like, hey, I was away for a bit. Why did you ask? Like, why is your mind on Matos? Giants are locked up in a close one at Wrigley Field late in the game. Why are you asking me about Matos? He says, well, we're leaving runners on base all night. And just to be clear, Brooks over Matos. Brilliant.
Wow.
And then wrote, Ramos is literally carrying us. And then our conversation moved over to Elliot Ramos. But do you see where it started?
Can Matos play first base?
No. Trenton Brooks is not a big leaguer yet.
No.
And I want to make sure I clearly use the word yet.
Well,
because I'm not going to kill his career. I have no idea where it's going next. I'm not going to say Marco Luciano's not a big leaguer. He's not right now.
Trenton Brooks will be 29 the day before July 4th.
Yeah, but so is Bivens. I don't know what. Maybe
you never know.
Maybe he's going to go to the internet and learn how to catch a pop. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to do that to a guy's career. But Trenton Brooks is not here because the Giants want him here. He's here because Lamont Wade and a hammy. That's why he's here. Now, can we get upset that the Giants don't have a better first base option behind Lamont Wade and Wilmer Flores than that, sure. I think that's fair, actually. Like, how can you not have somebody who can play first base?
How can Yaz not be able to play first?
Well, I actually don't want him at first. He's brilliant in right field.
In a pinch. And he was, again, last night.
Brilliant.
He did it again. The route that he took, and it wasn't even a route, but the setup on the fly ball to catch it moving forward, in stride, pump the throw, perfect. And that thing wasn't even close at home plate with the double play. The only fear was that Bailey maybe was blocking home plate, and maybe it'd get overturned, but that is Yaz in a nutshell. I'm not saying I want him out of right, but if you need somebody to play first, a lefty, how can you not have another lefty in the organization?
I don't know.
Bro, what's Brandon Belt doing in Nacogdoches, Texas?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
I mean, I'd rather
count that. Add that to the list.
I'd rather.
And that's a great question.
Does Brandon Belt want to come on back for a minor league deal that he knows is going to be over as soon as LaWant Wade gets healthy? I doubt it. You know what I mean? So
Brandon Belt.
Yeah,
Thank you, Philbo.
Wouldn't you rather have Brandon Belt come in for 3 weeks though than Trenton Brooks? Trenton Brooks is.
I love Trenton Brooks. He's my guy.
No, there's too many at bats right now in the Giants organization where somebody goes up in a big moment and starts waving at every single breaking ball that he's thrown. Brooks does it. Casey Schmidt did it, so they sent him down. Soler has had too much of that this year.
God.
Guys that are just up there absolutely waving at all the breaking balls. And what that signals, and look, Soler is just, and it looks like maybe he's coming out of it a little bit, but Soler,
you can do the Joe Namath if you want.
Struggled. He has struggled this year.
Struggling.
But he's a big leaguer. Like, he's got a resume.
Track record.
But when
World Series MVP for crying out
when
loud.
you call these guys up from the minors, and it seems like the rally always finds them. Bases loaded, 1 out, tie game, 7th inning, and they come in and they're just throwing their bat at everything. It kills you. It absolutely kills you. Sports has a way of finding your weak points, and the Giants have too many right now. You can blame injury, you can blame the Giants, you can do both. But that's just the reality of it right now. And I think George's answer to that was fair. I think you can have a healthy bit of both of those emotions. You absolutely can look at the Giants right now, and I think this is fair. Like, really? Your first baseman tweaks a hammy, and this is your next option? How? How is that your next option? A 29-year-old journeyman minor leaguer who's waving at curveballs. How can you do that? Now, I think you can also fairly respond to that if you're the Giants and be like, my God, Wisely could be at first, but he's at short because this injury, because that injury. I know Ahmed is back now, but they are completely decimated by injury, more so in the pitching staff than outside. But I think both of those emotions are totally fair. But anyway, I wonder why it seems, and granted, I use the example of my text thread with my friend.
Yeah.
That's one example. It's not the only one we have. We're here talking about this every day. We're on social media every day. I still see a lot of stuff about Luis Matos. That's fine. I don't see enough about Elliot Ramos. It is funny. He embodies exactly what we've been saying we want. And if it's just because the Giants aren't winning, I guess that's we'd be excited that they're 2 games under 500.
I do think that you're starting to see a little bit more of it. And the account SF Gigantes lifting your Vamos Ramos. And we saw NBC Sports Bay Area use it. The SF Giants are starting to use it. And I hope that you get the credit that you do deserve for that bit of absolute radio genius. You can play the humility card. I won't stand for it. And hopefully our T-shirts are being made as we speak with the Vamos Ramos. But you're starting to see now, maybe over the last 4 games, because he's got multi-hits in all 4. He's got 2-3, 2-2, and he's gone from hot to scalding to like cooking with grease and the whole thing. So maybe now the Vamos Ramos campaign, the excitement for Elliot Ramos is starting to supersede what you're talking about, which is where is Matos? And I mean, forget Marco Luciano, who I believe is back on a rehab assignment. He's
back and optioned.
Right, but he's back playing baseball again.
Yes, but
is the point. But as far as the buzzometer, it was Matos, a little brief cup of coffee for Luciano, and since then it's been all Ramos.
Yeah. As it should be. Yeah, right. Grandy, what's up?
So I'm thinking back to, you guys are talking about, a rookie coming up and playing well for an extended period. You talk about Casey Schmidt, you talk about Matos, you talk about even Patrick Bailey last year, and it wasn't necessarily a long stretch. This is the Elliot Ramos stretch is kind of extended now, and it makes you believe that it's real. So I'm thinking of the last time there was a Giants youngster who came up and played this well for this long, and my mind immediately goes to Buster Posey all the way back in 2010. And obviously that team ended up winning the division and winning the World Series. We know that, but it's not like they were lighting the world on fire in the middle of the season. But I remember, I don't know, you guys remember, and I was only 14 years old.
Yeah, okay.
In 2010. But I remember, it was can't miss. I'm tuning in every single pitch. Buster Posey's going to win Rookie of the Year. He's going to be here forever. We're going to build the team around him. We trade away Benji Molina at the deadline because we're so sure that he's the guy. And to your point, I don't quite feel that same kind of energy around the Ramos hype just yet.
And those who would respond, well, that team won the division. They were not ticketed to win the division until they got into September.
And I'm looking at the game log, Posey's first month. I mean, they had a 5-7 game losing streak in here. They were not playing great baseball.
They were not doing great. The Padres gagged the division away in September.
Oh, boy.
Gagged it. And the Giants got hot late, and then they won the division, and then they won the whole banana. So those kinds of things happen, and that's why I don't get too hot and bothered about the standings on June 18th, because this stuff is all going to get decided much later in the year. But I do think it speaks to where a lot of Giants fans are. It's not all of them. I actually even get confused by it sometimes. We talk about the echo chamber here. I think that's part of it. We hear from the angry Giants fan, but the feel of the Giants fan base through social media, through sports radio, and just through the conversations you have with friends and family at the bar or in the living room is different than what happens when you go to the game. I went on Saturday. My God. Jammed. Jammed.
Yeah. Father's Day weekend.
Yes.
Beautiful weather.
And giveaways.
Sure.
There were giveaways both days. And the Angels are in town. Summer starts, beautiful weather, giveaways. I get it.
Yeah.
But it was like that all week. The midweek stuff against Houston earlier in the week. Not sellouts, but damn close.
People are into it.
Upper Deck got a workout this week. So I am struggling with the sound and reality and how it matches. I mean, we could even get into that a little bit. 888-957-9570. The negativity that you hear about Farhan Zaidi, about this, the state of the Giants organization on podcasts and radio and at the bar. Does it match reality? Or are we just kind of in this conversation, and meantime, 85% of the fan base is like, this is great. Honey, you want to get some tickets? Let's bebop over to the game. Is that closer to reality? I mean, I'm sure
I think we're heading back to that point.
There's plenty of both, I'm sure.
I think 85% is a little hot for me, but I do think that more of the, quote, casual fans are starting to realize not only is this team more exciting than they were before, but the young guys are starting to come up and produce, and this team is better. And it's hard when you just have a casual look from 10,000 feet and you see the record and you see Farhan Zaidi and you see, a bunch of guys who are hurt and a lot of unknown players. If you're not that dialed in, you don't know what Brett Wisely has been doing. And Brooks at first base, you've never heard of. And so when you just look at it from 10,000 feet, you think, okay, it's probably just another mediocre club. But when you watch it as closely as we do and many fans, you realize that there's a lot of excitement happening. And I do think that Elliot Ramos is a big part of that as far as, turning people back toward the product and realizing everybody wants what he's now giving them, which is play the young guys. And you want these young guys, the big three, of course, Matos, Ramos, and Luciano. You want to see all three. You want all three to be great. But right now it's Elliot Ramos who is here. And the Grandy comp to Buster Posey, I just looked at his month, his rookie year, not June, but July. Buster hit 418, OPS of 1165.
Good Lord.
7 homers, 24 driven in. Right now, Ramos has very similar numbers. The OPS is a little bit higher. He does have 7 home runs, a few less runs batted in, but Grandy had me thinking actually about what happened at that deadline. They made a trade. They traded a mainstay.
A beloved player.
Right.
Yeah.
So might you get to a spot where, you trade Michael Conforto ahead of the deadline.
Anything's possible.
That to me would be the comp, or Jorge Soler, but I don't know if you would do that.
No, and
with 2 more years left.
Well, but those guys they're not in Elliott's way. Elliott is now your center fielder,
But if you wanted to bring up Matos, that would free up a spot.
Yes. Yeah.
And you could put Ramos in left or put Matos in left.
They'd have to be very, very confident that Luis is ready to be consistent.
Right. Just Grandy had me thinking about what happened, and they traded Benji Molina, and we all were shocking.
Right. It was almost out of respect for Benji more than anything else, because it's like we're playing Buster.
Right.
You're not hurting us here. We'd love for you to show Buster how to be a big leaguer, but by the same token, you still have game left. You're Benji Molina. Let's send you somewhere else.
Yeah.
Turns out they sent him to the team that they were going to play in the World Series.
Which is wild. Yeah, Buster started 27 games in July.
Yeah.
Which is damn near every game.
You would never do that anymore as a catcher.
Right.
Ever. Patrick Bailey is 25 years old and they don't do that to him.
It just...
Well, his first month in the bigs, he basically was playing almost exclusively first base, which, thinking about it now, I almost entirely forgot. But the other thing about the 2010 team, it's a name we don't like to bring up, but Aubrey Huff was so good that year, you needed him to play first base.
He was fantastic. He was great in the World Series, too.
Buster had 3 starts in May to that point. So, he didn't... He didn't even play a ton until he got to June.
Yard Doctor in Napa has called Willie and Dibby. Hi, Yard Doctor. What are you doing?
I'm just heading home, had some Mexican dinner. I wanted to tell you I'm so happy for the owners. They got a 1-team market now that the A's are gone. And the park is paid for. People are still selling it out. At the trade deadline, remember last year, they didn't spend a dime. We were in the race, and they didn't make a single move, as I recall. Is that what's going to happen this year?
I would doubt it, but, Yard Doctor, thanks. This is potentially the one thing, going back to the hot crossover conversation from last week. This is potentially the one thing that really does get affected by the extra wild card, which is that the trade deadline becomes more complicated in terms of what you can get done. I don't think it necessarily kills the trade deadline, but it's hard to get things done because there are so many teams that feel like they're still in it. So I don't know sometimes if a team doesn't do much at the deadline, is that because they don't want to? Or is that because the right deal doesn't present itself, or there's nobody out there selling? I don't know. But I do think that the Giants made a mistake last year by not doing more. I don't think that landed well in the clubhouse. And I think that I certainly hope if things sit as they are now, they're a lot more aggressive this time around.
And I think the Giants would see themselves as one of the halves in the wild card race. There are 9 teams within 3 games of each other. 9 teams for 2 spots, basically. You put Atlanta outside of the mix, although they could come back to the pack. But if you look at those 9 teams, the Giants would see themselves as one of the halves. And there are some clear have-nots in that group, in my opinion.
Elliot was on the station today, by the way. Elliot was on with the Morning Roast. You want to hear a couple of things in terms of what he said about why he's so damn hot? We got that for you. We'll keep taking your calls, 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing digital deals. And as always, earn 4 times reward.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's us. Here we are, 888-957-9570. Still talking out Giants baseball, Elliot Ramos, robo-umps. Got to get what Bob Melvin had to say about the strike zone last night. We'll give that to you. Elliot Ramos was on the station earlier today. And oh, by the way, I haven't heard this yet. I don't know if you have, but I'm told we have got to hear the Cubs broadcast call of the Thairo Estrada home run.
Okay. I look forward to that. Didn't get a chance to hear it in real time. I was too busy losing my mind over in the East Bay.
Yep. But I guess we should go out to the phones. Check this out. I think someone that you might know pretty well. Andy Mastarakis, the president of Fremont Bank, is on the line with just a special connect here. Andy, how you doing?
Doing great. Hey, Mark, just wanted to call and say how great it was to have Dibs out at our street party celebrating the grand opening of our new flagship branch and headquarters.
Yeah,
it was a great day bringing the community together, so I thought, why not build on that?
Okay, whatever do you mean, Andy?
Yeah, Andy.
What are you thinking? Maybe I should come out there and get free food like Dibs did?
Absolutely. I'm calling in to tell you and Dibs that we want to host the Warriors Free Agent Summit on Monday, July 8th.
Oh, let's go, Andy. Let's go.
Monday, July 8th. So right after we get out of the holiday, we get hot and heavy into the Warriors offseason, all the free agency stuff. And for those of you listeners who don't know exactly what a summit is, that means all 6 hosts all together in person for a 2-hour soiree on everything Warriors. And Andy, everybody's invited, right?
Everybody's invited. Some of you have seen it, our flagship branch and headquarters. It's a stunning building anchoring the new Fremont downtown.
It's incredible.
We have served and helped build Fremont for 60 years.
Yeah, and we have an expression on the show, Andy, and it's restaurant quality. And the restaurant quality of your building down there at Fremont and Capitol, it's actually Michelin star quality. And I believe we're going to be up there on the 6th floor outdoor roof, which is the tallest building in Fremont, if I'm not mistaken.
In fact, it is, and we're going to make sure you have good food and drink.
Wow.
You know, we are one of the very few independent banks supporting the communities we serve, and this great building with an award-winning design, rooftop entertainment space, and amazing views of Fremont and the Bay Area will serve as a symbol of our commitment for decades to come. Can't wait to have you guys here. Hey, go Warriors.
There it is.
Andy, there it is.
Andy, like, we can't wait. That's really exciting. It wasn't weird having Dibs, like Dibs didn't bother you or anything like that when he was out there?
Well, I was instructed to keep my distance from him, but other than that, it was good.
Okay, whoever gave you that guidance, they need a raise.
Well, they mentioned something to me about restraining orders, so I tried to keep 100 feet away from you, Andy. I hope I was able to do that.
Just don't stand too close to the edge on the 6th floor.
Seriously.
Well, there's that too.
I mean, wow.
Hey, Andy, you sound like a kind gentleman. I know Dibs had a great experience out there. You guys are doing awesome stuff, and we really appreciate you having us on Monday, July 8th for the Warriors Off-Season Summit. Can't wait to shake your hand and see you then.
Can't wait to see you guys, and I hope I get some airtime. How about that?
Well,
for sure, Andy.
We'll go straight into negotiations, Andy. We'll see what we can do.
I will only talk about the Warriors.
Okay. I know a guy, so I'll put in a good word. Andy, thanks, man. We'll see you on the 8th.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there it is. That's Andy Mastarakis.
Oh, man.
Who apparently fed you on Saturday.
This street party was an absolute street rager, Mark. 4,000 to 5,000 people down there at Fremont and Capitol. The outdoor activities. There was games for kids. There were cocktails. I'm being told.
So Sonny will be drunk.
Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams was out there mixing music. And then you go in the building itself, and they've got something that I've never heard of or seen before, self-tinting windows.
Oh.
They have a satellite on the roof of the building, and as the sun hits it, it tells the windows how much tint it needs to add based on the position of the sun. This building is pretty damn impressive.
I mean, I can't wait. And again, if you have not been to a summit before, and obviously this is going to be our first one with Andy and this impressive building and all the bells and whistles that you experienced with their big party over the weekend, we're going to do it again, but this time summit style. And for those of you who have been to our summits before, what have we had now? 3 of them?
This will be number 4.
This is number 4.
Yep.
Okay, so we had a 9-1. We've had 2 Warriors ones. And if you've been to a summit before, you're either lying to us or you had a great time.
Right.
Because the reviews that we've gotten have been great. I know we have a great time. It's absolutely, it's incredible for the 6 of us to be together and then to get to meet a lot of you and that energy that kind of gets created. We're just addicted to it. It's really fun. And so thank you to those of you who have been to one before. And if you haven't, here's your new chance. And this is in a little bit of a different spot in the Bay than we've been able to visit before. So if it's been a geographical thing for you, maybe this will help. But please, we invite you to join us, meet us, hang out. Let's talk Warrior off-season basketball. Once again, this will be on Monday, July 8th at the all-new branch of Fremont Bank, which is at 39150 Fremont Boulevard. Easy street to remember.
Yep.
It's in Fremont on Fremont Boulevard.
Something I learned, Mark, over the weekend that I was stunned. Well, I knew that Fremont was the 4th largest city in the Bay Area. Population darn near 250,000.
Wow.
Fremont has no downtown. The city of Fremont does not have a downtown.
It will on Monday, July 8th.
Well, and actually, this building is now going to be the anchor of what they're doing to Capitol Avenue. They're expanding Capitol Avenue, and they're making this area the new downtown. And so the Fremont Bank headquarters is going to be an anchor tenant for the future of Fremont.
I love it. So more details obviously to come. And if you keep listening to 95.7 The Game for the next few weeks, you will have all the info you need to come join us, come see us, come have a great time. 39150 Fremont Boulevard in Fremont. And it'll happen during our show. We will do our first 2 hours like normal from 2 to 4. And then the rest of the guys, Steiny and Goo and Bonte and Joe, will all arrive in sunglasses, in limos, to, high levels of applause, all of that. The walk-ups for the other guys are a thing. And then from 4 to 6, we will go item by item through all of the Warriors' off-season sort of markers. And what's fascinating, I think, about this one versus some of the ones we've done in the past, I could sit here right now on June 18th and tell you that on July 8th, I have no idea what we're going to talk about.
Right.
Because July 8th, I'm confident in one thing and one thing only. Warrior basketball will be different on July 8th than it is today.
Without a doubt. And my only hesitation is wondering if the Klay Thompson decision will have been made by then. You can't officially sign till the 6th. We know that. But usually July 1, all of the leaks and the reports and the legal tampering has already begun. And, if Klay has his way, his solution will be already done by July 1st or July 2nd. And I wonder if the Warriors aren't still waiting for a big move by the time we get to the 8th.
As I said, only time will tell. Yeah. I have no idea what the first story is going to be that day.
Our boss usually sends out a rundown in advance. I wonder if this rundown isn't just blank, because we're not going to know by the 8th, right?
We won't know. And I would also add this. There's a healthy chance for news to break right in the middle of the damn summit.
Good call.
July 8th. You're going to get a dose of that first wave already, starting on July 1st. Then on July 6th, which comes up on Saturday, that's when things are made official. But that's usually a day of tweets that are making things that you already knew official. But especially with a Klay Thompson situation, where, as Shams said yesterday, Warriors will keep in touch, see how things are developing. Who knows? Maybe it's not done yet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And we'll probably get to this a little bit later on in the show, because Fitz came on with Steiny and Goo today and had some interesting things to say about the idea of the Warriors just staying the same.
For the most part, yeah. And, how that might, in Fitz's eyes, be good enough. But we'll get to that sound down the road. I'm anxious to hear from Elliot Ramos, because a lot of times in the morning, if I'm not taking my daughter to the park or running to Safeway to see you in the aisles and get a half gallon of milk, which we do about 4 days a week, sometimes I don't get a chance to catch all the show on the roast.
You know, you could get crazy if you're there buying a half gallon 4 times a week. Buy a gallon.
Yeah.
You could do that.
Something about...
I know they're heavy.
Milk in plastic is not...
is that the
We
thing?
try to avoid the plastic as much as we can.
Snooty. Good for you.
Environmentally safe and sound, Mark. It's not about the snoot.
No, but it is a little bit of a snoot.
Because you're spending more, but... He's trying to protect Mother Earth while I can.
That's nice of you.
Before I get buried in her in about 30 years.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right. Elliot Ramos, speaking of burying people, he's been burying pitchers now for 6 weeks. Now, it's a terrible transition, but I went for it. Anyway, Ramos, why, dude, why are you locked in? This is on the Morning Roast.
I just want to stay with what's my nature. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I was always, since I was a little, I was always good to hitting the ball the other way. I didn't know how, but I was good doing it. So now it's like, now that I talk to the hitting coaches, now that I talk to so many people throughout my years, they help me realize that, you don't need to muscle, you don't need to do more to hit the ball out. You can just have a good approach and the ball will go out by itself, So I'm just trying to stay simple and stay compact at the plate.
I'm trying to think of Ramos's, where are we at? 9 home runs? 9 home runs? How many of these went to the right of the center fielder? It's at least 2 or 3 of them. He's got tremendous power. He has tremendous power. He has power to all fields. And so this guy, he's put some balls out in triples alley that would have been, I think, home runs in other parks as well. So that approach is absolutely working for him. He talked about Thairo Estrada's home run, and also just the mental side of working your way through a game like the Giants had last night.
Man, that's who he is. He's a baller. He can play baseball. I mean, everybody goes through a rough patch, you know what I mean? But I mean, that's who he is. He's a baller. He can play baseball. He got pop. He can change the game. I mean, all of us were hyped. We were definitely battling yesterday, and I felt it. Whenever we got the call interference on Amaya on Soler, and then we got the walk, I was like, yeah, this is the time. We got to do it right here. We got to do it right here. And Tyler's the one to do it.
Okay, so the Thairo Estrada home run.
Yeah, it's so good.
I'm laughing, and I haven't even heard this yet. But Grandy's buildup of this has been something. So take a listen. I think as a Giants fan, I'm hoping that this erases the anger I'm still feeling about the umpire last night. This is the Cubs broadcast call of Thairo Estrada's home run.
High fly ball, left field, half at the wall, half looking, gone. And Estrada has given the Giants the lead.
You gotta be kidding me.
That
Gotta be kidding me.
Okay, Boog Shambi is the play-by-play. Who's the analyst? Who's
Jim DeShays?
Oh, Jim DeShays. You got to be kidding. I think we need to hear it again. Let's hear it again.
High fly ball, left field, half at the wall, half looking, gone. And Estrada has given the Giants the lead.
You gotta be kidding me.
That
is unreal.
Gotta be kidding me. Nope. Not kidding. Not kidding. Boog Shambi has done a ton of national stuff, was with ESPN for years, and is now doing the Cubs broadcast. He low-key might be the best one out there as far as baseball play-by-play. But it's interesting because if that were a national game, he calls that very, very differently. And, I don't know how everyone feels about this. We always we try to capture the way Kipe calls an opposing team's home run. Gone.
Yeah.
Very, very different than what he says, obviously.
High drive, left field.
Out of here.
Go.
Off the wall. Yeah. So, I get it. Of course you should call a road home run differently. That one was a little excessive on the Debbie Downer side, though. A little bit.
Well, and DeShays comes in with you got to be bleeping me. And that's kind of the way you feel because that game was back and forth and it looked like the Cubs were going to get it. And then as Elliot Ramos said, you had the walk and then the interference, and then Tyro comes up and delivers. It's like, come on. That's so Cubs. And the Cubs have been through it more than most fan bases. So I think in the back of their mind, you're always thinking about that happening in any game.
Okay, now this is what it sounded like on NBC Sports Bay Area with Dave Fleming talking into a microphone when Tyro Estrada hit a home run.
He hits a high fly ball left field. Half at the ivy. Gone! Tyro Estrada launches one, a 3-run homer. And the Giants have gone ahead here in the 9th inning. He got it up into the wind.
All right, I don't know which of those guys you want to go get a beer with after the game. I pick Flem.
So high!
Thank you very much.
I like Dave, his development of gone. The way that's kind of become his excited signature call.
Well, I think you can grab those two calls and figure out why Deshays said, "You got to be kidding me."
When you heard the end of Dave's, which is he got it up into the wind.
Well, Dave also played again, Grandy. He does not buy or believe that this is a home run until it's actually over the fence. You can hear him going, maybe, maybe, but no, I don't.
Checks wind.
Maybe, and then it's like, God, hit it again.
He hits a high fly ball left field. Half at the ivy. Gone! Tyro Estrada!
Hap at the ivy.
Yeah.
So good.
So let's be real. It was a Wrigley ball.
Yeah.
It was a Wrigley ball. Right. You didn't get all of that. You could see it when he hit it. When he hit it, you're like, it's a fly ball. But, not until Hap immediately drifts to the warning track in the wall are you like, no way. And that thing was 5 rows deep, too. It was not a basketball. That thing went way up into the stands.
Right.
Wrigley
Just
Field's
when you hear
crazy.
Flem, Hap at the ivy. No.
He hits a high fly ball left field. Half at the ivy. Gone!
Well, if Jim Deshays needs a drink, that's fine. But if I were sitting in front of him, here's what I'd say to him. Hey, buddy, when your 3-run homer went out of the park 2 innings earlier, Giants fans were saying the same thing.
Right.
You got to be kidding me, because this inning was over 4 batters ago. It was over 4 batters ago. And you were beyond lucky to still be alive. Umpire audit says in this game, the Cubs were given 1.19 extra runs in their favor and still lost by a run. So I ask you, Jim, who should be saying you got to be kidding me right now? The Giants or the Cubs? I'd argue it's very much the Giants.
It was a back and forth thing. And honestly, if you look at the Tyro home run, it wasn't a complete Wrigley cheapie. I know it was wind aided, but exit velocity of 98.7.
That's legit.
Hit pretty hard. And it was a home run in 15 of 30 parks. And it had a distance of 370. Now, it went 370. Would it have gone 350 if it wasn't for the wind? What would that have traveled without the wind? But I'm just looking at the baseball savant numbers, and it was a home run in 15 to 30 parks.
Yeah.
As opposed to the Patrick Bailey home run, which probably was a home run in 30 of 30.
Yeah.
I think that one gets out of Oracle even.
Probably a fly out to the wall. Probably
Off the 7th archway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that would have got
long
knocked out.
double.
Dude, that was an
That thing was
absolute rake
It was a
job.
two-cheeker. And he almost hit it with one arm. He swung so hard that he hits it and the hand comes off the bat immediately. That thing was demolished.
I wasn't over it yet, though. My sons and I were sitting there, and they got very excited. They're like, oh, my God, Bailey just crushed that. I was still mad. I was still mad about the Cubs rally and mad about the umps. I looked boy, you want to talk about Debbie Downer. How's this for spoiled milk in your Cheerios? Patrick Bailey hits the scoreboard, and I looked at my son. I go, great, now we'll lose 6-4 instead of 6-3. I was so annoyed. Was Bob Melvin annoyed? Yeah, he got thrown out. Watch the way Bob handles the media.
Yeah.
This is another thing I can't stand, by the way. I hate this about sports. You're not allowed to speak freely about things that involve umpires or referees. I'm not saying Bob should have torched Manny Gonzalez in a post-game presser, but I wish it didn't have to sound like he was kissing his butt when someone asked him.
Well, he won the game.
They won the game.
I think that definitely tempered his comments.
The inconsistent strike zone. Here's Bomel.
Makes it a little hard, but you know what? Umpiring's not an easy job, and both sides have to deal with it. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. But you have to put that away and still look for a good pitch to hit. And if it's not there, try to get on base, especially when you're behind like that. You get a couple guys on base, and one big swing, and we end up winning the game.
Look, I'm not mad at Bomel there, but I hate that answer because we could just save that answer and use it for any manager in any game that the umpire makes a mistake for the rest of time. Look, umpiring's not an easy job. Sometimes it goes your way. Sometimes it doesn't. Still your responsibility. Keep your head in the game. Get a hit. Blah, blah, blah. You sucked, Manny Gonzalez. You sucked out loud. You were
He had a bad night.
You were way worse than bad. Like, I've seen bad nights that was worse than that. You handled it with arrogance. You flippantly threw Bomel out of the game. You shook your head at Patrick Bailey multiple times because he was frustrated, and you were wrong. You were wrong. Where's your accountability? Where's baseball's 2-minute report? Why don't we have something?
Well, we hate the last 2-minute report.
I know we do, but is there something that sends this guy down the road the same way players and managers have to go down the road when they screw up?
Well, he goes down the ladder. He goes down the pecking order. Doesn't mean that he should lose his job.
No, he shouldn't lose his job.
Marco Luciano just gets sent down to AAA. Yes. It's not like he gets DFA'd because he makes 2 ghastly errors in a game.
It does happen.
It does.
It does. Zach Littell had a terrible night one time, and they did DFA him the next day.
Well, that was more than just a terrible night. That was outright defiance of the skipper.
Absolutely.
I'm going to need to see you in the tunnle.
No. Yeah, listen, I'm not calling for someone's job.
You don't do that.
I'm not calling for sitting in the public town square and we're going to tar and feather anybody. Like, I'm not asking for embarrassment. I'm saying that it is excessively frustrating that umpires in particular have a very arrogant way they use when they go about getting into a discussion with people on the field when they make mistakes. There's a very flippant, you're the little child, don't talk to me. They flip your mask off. How dare you speak to me? How dare you question my zone? I don't see them do that in the NBA. They get mad, but they'll listen. They'll sit there and let you talk for a second.
In the NFL, they will lose their Schmidt over a side judge or a back judge.
You don't even hear a referee or see a referee do anything unless they get contacted. They'll let the players go crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Coaches can go crazy. In baseball, if you even...
Coaches more than players in the NFL, but you can have your say.
But in baseball,
what's just the unwritten rules?
You can't
That's the time-honored tradition of baseball.
Then let's write them. It's time to write them. If we've gotten rid of all the other ones, if the bases are pizza boxes, we've got a pitch clock, and we've got ad campaigns called Let the Kids Play, then how about a new campaign of unsnooty the umps? Because it's
not very catchy, but I know where you're going.
It's very frustrating to watch their arrogance when we can see in black and white that they're wrong.
And also you had an umpire this year throw out a manager for something that he actually didn't say. Aaron Boone, somebody in the third row said something, and the manager rips off, or the umpire rips off his mask, and now you get thrown out over something that happened behind you. I do think that it's gone too far with the amount of ump arrogance and the inability to really talk to an umpire. I'm not advocating that we get to a spot like you do in the other major sports where you're just grinding on the ump all game, but you should be able to have a say. When a guy's having a really bad night, you should be able to say, Manny, you're having a bad night. You stink. Okay? Clean it up back there because you're killing us. And by the way, you're killing the Cubs too.
Well, right.
You're killing us all.
No doubt. I mean, there's more to say on that. Like, you're fighting from a dugout where you've got video now. They're like, Manny, we can see that you're messing up. Right. You can't see it. We can see it. We're not yelling at you because we don't like you. We're presented by Fremont Banks.
Well.
So we don't now. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Where's the Ramos noise, and is it time for robo-umps? We're talking it out. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dips.
And I'm so excited to hear this.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we've been talking a lot about this game last night. Had a lot of different pieces to it. We're not done yet. There's also a Warrior conversation that needs to happen, and we'll be doing that coming up in a little bit as well. Willard and Dibbs taking your calls, 888-957-9570. But the call we're going to take right now comes from our buddy Dr. Brian Feely. Time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment, and here he is, Dr. Brian Feely. Hey, Doc, what's going on?
Not much, guys. How are you?
We're good. What's your take on Kyle Harrison and an injured ankle doing box squats and immediately to the injured list? It's just a sprain, but seems to be a rather serious one.
You know, I think baseball has a long history of strange injuries. If you remember back, Matt Cain had a time where he injured himself making a sandwich in 2014. Will Smith, different Will Smith, but he played for the Brewers, tore his lateral collateral ligament taking his shoes off. So I think baseball takes the crown for strange injuries that just happen. Hopefully he gets back quickly. I can't imagine doing box squats. His ankle must have just rolled coming off the edge of the box or something. Hopefully he gets back relatively quickly, and they're just taking it easy on him so that he doesn't injure himself more.
Yeah, and also, kind of the positive side of it, I guess, is that it'll help to keep his innings down as the long year continues, but we'll see how long he's out there. Lamont Wade is hoping to come back from the hamstring injury. He was really aiming to play in Thursday's Rickwood game, but that may be a long shot now. How much is there a risk of re-injury if he does come back a little too soon?
Yeah, I think that's pretty well documented for any sport, but particularly in baseball. If you come back too soon, your rate of re-injury goes up basically double, and then your length of time that you're going to be off goes up as well. So there was a good study that came out of New York about 4 years ago, and they looked at when people had recurrent hamstring injuries, instead of missing an average of about 2 to 3 weeks, they missed about 4 to 5 weeks with that recurrent injury. So it's really important to make sure he's completely pain-free before he goes back so he doesn't have that recurrent injury. So I think it's the right thing to be as conservative as possible.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. One thing I was wondering and has been thrown out there is, hey, instead of playing 9 innings, what if you just DH'd? Although I wonder if that's better. One, is there any difference between the movements at the plate and the movements in the field? But two, what about the idea of going out, having movement, and then sitting for 2 innings before you go out and do it again?
Yeah, I think there's certainly that, but I think the biggest thing is that the most common way people injure their hamstring is from base running, most commonly from home to first base. So the reality is the most risky thing is Wade gets a hit and sprints to first. So unless he's going to be a really bad DH, you either play him or don't play him.
Yeah, I pulled my hammy trying to go second to third in a over 50 softball league, but that's a story for another day. Doc,
I'm sure you were safe.
No, actually out by about 12 feet, and barely even made it to the bag. I limped, and I had to buy beers for the team. First guy to get hurt on the season. Can you help us with the difference between adductors and groin muscles? Because we saw Blake Snell on the pitch a couple of weeks ago grab the groin area, but then we're told it's an adductor. What's the difference there, Doc?
There's no difference. It's just another way to say the same thing. So the groin muscles or adductor muscles are a sleeve of 4 muscles or 4 to 5 muscles, depending on how you want to turn them. There's the adductor brevis, adductor longus, and the very large adductor magnus, and there's also your gracilis. They all come off the front of your pubic bone, so the one that you can feel kind of deep in your groin, and then pull over to your femur. And they're all muscles that pull your leg inward. So classically, they're injured in hockey players and soccer players. So most of our information on these injuries come from hockey and soccer. They're relatively uncommon for baseball players. They only account for about 10 to 15% of lower extremity injuries for baseball players. But the people that get them are pitchers, and it's usually in their landing leg, just because of the amount of force it takes to land and then hold that position that all goes through those adductor or groin muscles.
Wow, that got really personal really fast in there, Doc. That verbiage was not lost on everyone.
You had me at adductor magnus, Doc. I'll just say that.
There you go. I figured.
Thank you.
Did you say that? What was the next one? Gracilis or something like that?
Gracilis.
Gracilis. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be the Gracilis guy if you want to be the Magnus guy. That's fine. But if
you want, that's the throwaway one. So if you want to be that one, go for it.
Yeah. I'd like to throw away Blake Snell's first half right now. I'm totally fine with that. Is he going to pitch again soon? Can we get to that?
I think especially when you've had recurrent injuries, you got to go slow with it. And it's the second time in the same adductors. I think they're doing the right thing and being conservative and just go slow. It's a long season. They're still in play. We've got a lot of pitchers coming back for the second half of the year. And as we've seen time and again with the Giants, make it to the wild card game and see what happens after that.
Doc Feely with us, cleared to play. Doc, take us into the Robbie Ray buildup. He is scheduled for another rehab appearance today. This is Tommy John UCL surgery that he's coming off of. But what are teams doing in this buildup process? Because he's obviously ready to pitch because he's pitching.
Yeah, so really what you're looking for in these rehab assignments is pain-free and good mechanics. So with these rehab assignments, you're looking to make sure that pitchers are able to get through their mechanics, feel good, feel confident, and be entirely pain-free through their entire kinetic chain. So as much as we worry about their elbow's been reconstructed. So we're looking at their shoulder, we're looking at their hip, their adductors, even their gracilis, to make sure that everything feels good all the way through. And with a rehab assignment, really what it is to make sure that they're getting through this, being absolutely pain-free, top to bottom. If there's any pain, back off for a few more weeks in a safe, controlled environment, and then be able to ramp back up where it's safe and they can be effective in ramping back up rather than being out in full competition.
Doc, great stuff, and good luck to both your Magnus and your Gracilis. Thank you very much for the time.
All right, take care.
All right, there it is. That's Dr. Brian Feely, and the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health and was our most suggestive version of it in the history of this show.
I was trying really hard to not be a child, and he's talking about, Magnus and groin and pelvis and.
Well, when he used the word pubic is when I think most people can't handle that.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, you kind of half turned away from the mic, and I didn't want to look at you.
Yeah,
you'll look at me and you'll know what I'm thinking, and you'll start laughing, and then I'm laughing, and all of a sudden now we're children.
Well, this is what happens. Like when you're talking to a doctor, but you're not in a doctor's office, I think you're less ready for it. Like if a doctor is sitting in front of you and you've got a gown on where half of your body is hanging out the back of it.
That was yesterday.
You're ready for some uncomfortable conversation.
Right.
But if you're just at work, like we're in a corporate building in the middle of downtown San Francisco, we've got laptops and papers in front of us. I'm not expecting somebody to come up and be like, so let's talk about your gracilis pubic bone. I'm not ready.
Right.
I would be fine. I can be mature if you tell me it's time to be mature. That's not where I was right now.
Hey, Doc, can we ask you about Blake Snell's groin?
We just ask you about Blake Snell.
Yeah.
I mean, we're sitting here talking to a doctor about the Giants, and we've only got time to get to half of their injuries.
If that, not
we
even
can't
half.
even ask him about Alex Cobb.
Nope.
We can't ask him about Tristan Beck. I don't know what's going on. This is an entire starting rotation that is on the injured list. I know some of it was sort of air quotes planned, like the Robbie Ray thing. This is what was expected upon acquisition. So that's different. And the Tristan Beck thing happened before the year even started, and Alex Cobb, while slowed and there were setbacks, was the extension of an injury we already knew about. But when you add those two things into Kyle Harrison joining the injured list and the Blake Snell situation, having still not won a game or even pitched in a game that the Giants have won at $31 million, it makes you roll your eyes. And I think deal with kind of your entry point to what it means for the Giants. Like, to what level does just that fact, 5 starters on the injured list, to what level does that give them a pass for the record that they have or the way that they've played. And by the way, the record isn't terrible. They sit in. Let me check.
They're the third wild card.
They're in the playoffs right now.
Exactly. But
they're in the playoffs.
Yes, and you've got 79 games left to go. 73 down. Yeah, I had it right. 89 left to go.
Yeah.
So still a good number of games left to go.
More than half of them.
But I am not of the mind to, quote, give them a pass because injuries happen, and you built up a lot of reserves to make it so that these injuries wouldn't affect you, but you signed a guy late and he got hurt because he didn't have spring training. And you signed a guy coming off Tommy John and he hasn't pitched. And you signed another guy who is coming off a surgery and he's had setbacks and all the rest of it. Now, the Kyle Harrison one, what are you going to do? I mean,
what are you going to do? I mean,
little freak injury on a box jump, that's just bad luck. But the other ones, I mean, that's kind of not you reap what you sow, but when you make those signings, when you sign a guy coming off of Tommy John, this is kind of what you get. Maybe you get half a year from him, and we don't even know if he'll ever pitch. He might be like that one guy, Matthew Boyd, who they signed, who was hurt, and then they traded him before he ever pitched.
I don't think they'll do that.
I don't either.
Robbie's got multiple years left on his deal.
He does,
he could be a Giant for a little while.
For me, you don't get a pass based on those three guys. Kyle Harrison, freak injury, whatever.
It's not even. Maybe that's not even the right question. Give him a pass. Like the Giants have been. They've been both disappointing, and they have, I think, some fair excuses for the way that it looks. What I do, especially in moments where you're feeling very annoyed, one of them was walking back to the car after their loss on Saturday. That was a game they had no business losing. None against the Angels. But they did. They found a way to lose it. And then they're doing right now what they've been doing all year, which is just when you have the 2 or 3 losses where you're like, this is gross and this team is a joke, they'll boop-boopity-bop, and here comes the win streak. You score 13 runs, and then you yank one from the Cubs right out from under their noses with 7 spot with a dramatic 3-run homer. You score 20 runs in 2 games, get a couple of wins, move back into a playoff spot, and everyone's like, okay, all right, we got action. So
and then you lose 4-6.
And then you lose 4-6, and it's back and forth, and it's very, very frustrating. I won't go nuclear. I mean, I already went nuclear once this year.
Yep.
But that was not about the standings. That was about the way the ball
flop.
I mean, just,
blew everywhere, and they played like crap.
So that was more about vibe. That was more about things that I think the organization can control and hasn't done a great job controlling. But I won't go nuclear until this visual shows itself to not be possible. Because I still sit here today, and while you may go to Twitter and go, Trenton Brooks, this is ridiculous. Well, right. And a week from now or 2 weeks from now, Lamont Wade is playing. Trenton Brooks is in Sacramento. Okay, so there's that. And then, okay, what are you waiting for next? Well, Blake Snell needs to be activated and look like Blake Snell. And then Kyle Harrison needs to have 2 healthy ankles and keep building on his recent performances and be a part of the starting rotation. And then Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray need to be a part of this in some way, shape, or form. And Elliot Ramos, certainly not going to ask for a 1,000 OPS, but he needs to continue to be a really good player and just man center field and the number 2 hole in the lineup. And then I think the last thing on the wish list is probably for Matos to find his way back into this whole thing. Slater, since being called back up, since coming through the concussion, he's been pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
He's had some really good games. He's been a factor. Conforto is the flavor of the week right now that's frustrating because he is really slumping. He has not gotten his timing back since coming off of injury. There will be more injuries. There's going to be other things that happen, poor play, whatever. Does Soler really sort of kind of have it figured out? He's certainly been better. He's been better in the last.
Chapman's another guy who is a little bit milk carton right now.
Slumping a little bit, but I mean,
4 for 28 over the last week.
Chappie has shown that he's going to be whatever he's going to be though. Like
hot and cold.
Well, but there's no move to be made there. That's your third baseman
for sure.
And you're going to have
still, it's frustrating when you see him play so well for a week and then he's so lost again for a week.
Well, and that's the normal flow of players, right? Like the visual for me is Wade back. Rotation healthy, Matos on the team, Ramos playing well. That's the vision. And if that visual, which is very reasonable, I think, if that visual comes to be within the next, I'd say, what do you want to call it, a month? Maybe
before the All-Star break.
Okay. So if that visual comes to be, is that a team that A, you'd be excited about, and B, can do some damn things in the second half of the season? My answer to both of those would be yes.
I give you a yes and a no.
Okay, what's the no?
I mean, do some damn things like win 87 games and be a wild card? Sure. I don't think that you're going to be able to go on a run and beat Philadelphia or the Dodgers. I don't think you're going to beat a really good team.
You mean in the playoffs?
Right. I mean, can you make the playoffs? Yeah.
These series are short. I mean,
they are.
Like anything could happen.
For sure.
It's not crazy to think that any baseball team in the playoffs can beat any baseball team, especially if, and this is, again, maybe I should have added this to the visual, if the Giants were to make the playoffs, let's say people are sort of pitching like you think they can pitch, just even like, B+ level of themselves. Are you comfortable in a short series, no matter who you are? Dodgers, Braves, Phillies, whatever. Are you comfortable, confident, walking into a series that goes Webb, Snell, Ray? I mean, that's not nothing. That's not nothing. That's like, I mean, they've got some people who could shove.
Yeah. I mean, right now, when you say that, it's hard for me to not go to the cynical and say, Logan Webb has been good.
That's fair.
Blake Snell's been awful. And Robbie Ray is a DNP. So if you want to take all three of those guys and put them at B+ level in October, then maybe you've got something. But I can't imagine, Blake Snell's track record shows you that he usually is B+ or actually A- after July 1st.
Or A+.
But he hasn't had this sort of a first half ever
also fair.
In his career. He's been hurt twice. He's got more injuries than he does wins. I think it's 2-0 injuries to wins.
That's correct.
Robbie Ray has got more injuries than he has appearances. 1-0. One injury, 0 starts. So
it was an injury that was already there.
He is injured.
Yep,
he does have an injury.
Yes.
I've got an injury that happened 25 years ago, and I'm still injured.
You should get it looked at.
So I have multiple times, and I'm getting the needle next Tuesday.
Are you really?
Oh, yeah. A little cortisone.
You're looking forward to it.
Shout out Dr. Krinsky, twice a year, and I wait for it because it's a 6-month deal, and the first 4 months are good, and then it's that 2-month slog. Oof. When you see the knee brace go on, it's all right.
That's why when you were trying to go from first to second in the softball game, I could have read a book.
Well, that's just because I'm old and slow, and
aren't we all? But
anyway,
go ahead.
So if you want to put them at B+ level, you can do that. You're allowed to. I think it's a bit of a stretch.
Well, again, understand where I'm coming from. I'm not predicting that. I'm not saying it's likely.
No, you're saying if that is the case, then they become a tough out.
I think this is a reasonable possibility.
I think it's unreasonable.
Okay. By the way, I said I picked Robbie Ray just out of respect for winning the Cy Young. It's not okay. Forget. Maybe it's not Robbie Ray. What if it's Alex Cobb? And what if he pitches like he did last year? What if it's Kyle Harrison? What if? And I know this is wild. What if Jordan Hicks actually does start for the whole year? What if he does? Yeah. I know everyone just assumed that that's not going to happen. I don't know that it's not going to happen. I have no idea. I wouldn't have thought he was going to do this well. So as long as that sits out there as the visual, the hope, not the prediction, but the hope, I don't know if you go nuclear on this yet.
Of course not.
I do think there are some things happening right now that because the Giants are under 500, because the PTSD of a boring team and an injury-riddled team. Because these things are happening, there are things that get lost. And I think it's one of our main points today. I do think that what's gotten really, unfortunately, lost to a degree is the player you've been asking for is here. He checks every box of what you've been asking for. And I know it's just like a golfer who's like, all I want in life is to break 80 one time. And you'll shoot a 79 and you go, it should have been a 76. I missed those stupid 4-foot putts.
Yeah.
Right? Like you always, once you get what you want more. So I understand that. But Giants fans, we have now said for 2.5 years, where's our guy? When is the farm system going to produce an exciting player with swag? Seems like preferably an outfielder, because there's always been that whole, like, we've had a different left fielder every year for
ever since Bonds.
Our entire lives. So homegrown outfielder, swag, production, I'd like a jersey. I want to watch him hit. I don't want to go to get a snack when that guy's up at the plate. That's the list of what, right? Am I wrong? We've been asking for that. Well, here he is.
Yep, looks to be the real deal.
You into it?
I'm super into it.
This is what we've all been asking for.
And when I know he's coming up, I make sure that I stay tuned because of what he can do to all fields. And you were asking earlier, kind of an open question, and you were saying it feels like half of his home runs this year, half of Ramos's home runs have been at least the other way.
I think it's at least 3 of the 9.
I got you look two of them looked like they were slightly to the right of center.
Well, last night
2
was,
for
right?
sure were in right field.
Arizona.
And then the other 5 are left field.
Okay.
But it looks like 4 of the 9 are either right over second base or slightly to the right. He's got 2 that are legit Oppo tacos, and then he's got 5 that are pull jobs. But he is an all-field threat, and it's fun watching him. And the cut you played earlier from the morning roast about how he's, figured out how to not have to swing so hard and let the ball in and just use all fields. You watch him hit, and he's just line drives everywhere. It's a laser show.
Yeah, now this is what Dibbs is referring to right here from the roast this morning.
I just want to stay with what's my nature. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I was always, since I was little, I was always good to hitting the ball the other way. I didn't know how, but I was good doing it. So now it's like, now that I talk to the hitting coaches, now that I talk to so many people throughout my years, they help me realize that, you don't need to muscle. Like, you don't need to do more to hit the ball out. You can just have a good approach and the ball will go out by itself, So I'm just trying to stay simple and stay compact at the plate.
Elliot Ramos on with the morning roast, Odyssey app, YouTube, if you want to hear the whole thing.
I love it. I've always been good at it. I don't know how, but it's like, I mean, you don't have to know how. And he looks really natural at it. He lets the ball travel. And outside pitches, he stays inside it, and he just absolutely demolishes it to the right side.
Sponsored by Safeway. We'd love to hear from you, 888-957-9570. And coming up next, Bob Fitzgerald was on with Steiny and Goo, and he said something that at least half of you are going to disagree with. And we got to get into it as the NBA season comes to a close. So we will do that coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week for these.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
I don't know if we've met your dog yet, Steve.
Sounds like she's a stretch 4. Got some size to her in that bark.
More of a backup point guard.
On 95.7 The Game.
For those of you who weren't with us when Steve Kerr was on that particular appearance, I don't know if we've ever addressed this. I found it to be one of the more surprising moments of our conversations with Steve Kerr. Because Steve's reputation, agree, disagree, Dibs, Steve's reputation is like one of the kindest, most genuine, like direct, warm human beings we talk to.
Yeah.
And I think that's accurate. But he doesn't seem to really like his dog. And I found that surprising. He admitted it to us. He was kind of like, I don't know, this stupid thing.
Yeah. Hey, knock it off.
Sorry about my dog. Hey, cut it out.
Cut it out. Yeah. Get out of here, dumb dog.
Yeah.
And I was
I
like,
don't care.
see? He's just like, whatever, dog.
Hey, cut it out.
Yeah.
Don't make me come over there.
That's going to be a no from me, dog.
Totally.
Like, I'm not into it. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
I would have thought Steve Kerr, like, you know, got into the fetal position with his dog on the bed like other people do. But no, I don't think so.
Yeah, and that's, to each his own. I've never been a dog guy myself.
I know
so
you're not.
He and I are kind of cut from the same cloth.
But you've always said you don't have a problem with dogs. You just have a problem with dog people.
Exactly. Dog owners.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't even want to go off on that rant because I wind up offending thousands of you.
Well, not all dog owners, certain dog owners.
Exactly.
I don't bring my dog into the grocery store.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Or in the cafe or in the bar or in the restaurant.
I've never done any of those things.
Yeah, good. Yeah,
I would, but I don't.
Right. You strike me as a fine dog
I'm
owner.
not offended by it. I'm not offended by it.
I'm bothered by it. I'm annoyed by it. I wouldn't say I'm offended by it.
Lovely Christy and I went to, what we were going to see. This is when we went to go see Joe Coy, I think, down in San Jose. And let's go beat traffic. Let's just get down there early. And we get down there, and we stopped somewhere down there in the South Bay to eat at the Lazy Dog. It's called the Lazy Dog. You know the Lazy Dog, right?
I've heard of it. Yeah,
You've
I've never
been to the
there.
Lazy Dog?
Never.
I think there's more. It's chain. I think the Lazy
Good dog. Good dog. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Gene's been there.
Yeah, no doubt.
Every Thursday. Anyway, we go to the Lazy Dog. The Lazy Dog's one of these sort of big, looks like a brew pub type of a deal, and it's got an inside and an outside. And the outside, which is under an overhang, like they tell you, bring the dogs. And the dogs are all sitting there like tied to the table, and the place is called the Lazy Dog, and it's quite a thing. Like we sat out there because it was a beautiful night, but there were tons of dogs right there with the food.
Yeah. And if you go to a place called the Lazy Dog, they're kind of telegraphing it. And if that's the kind of place you want to have, then have it. Now, it may prevent me from going there and sitting outside.
Food was good.
I bet.
Food was good, and no dog attempted to take any of it either.
Good.
So there was that.
That's nice.
Yeah, that was
some
good
dogs there.
Be a yes from me, dog.
It's Lazy Dog, not Begging Dog. I wouldn't go to a restaurant called Begging Dog. That would be a little different vibe.
Different.
Chili, speak. Speak. Come on, dog. Speak. Chili, speak. Speak.
No.
It's a tough one, Gene.
I love it. I love the dog owner, and I am this once upon a time because my dog's not like, I'm not great trained dog at all. She's the sweetest thing alive, but I put in a little effort at the beginning to just be like, let's get some of the basics down. Can you sit? Good. You can sit. Great. All right, let's go home. I don't have time for the rest of this, but like if I want to leave the park and I'm like, come on, Penny looks at me like, come on, where?
That's enough for me, dog. Park.
Totally.
I like the park, and I'm not leaving. So she'll do that. And so, that's not great. But anyway, Gene, an example of you ask the dog to do something 8 times, and on the 8th time it does it, and then we're like, oh, good dog.
Right.
Good dog. My dog's trained. I've got my dog. No, your dog's 1 for 8. We're DFAing your dog.
Totally.
Your dog's hitting $1.25. It's not great. So, anyway, want to hear from Bob Fitzgerald?
I heard it earlier and I thought of you.
You did?
Yeah.
Why?
You're both from Foster City, and you're both, quite frankly, cut from the same cloth. And by cloth, I mean
what
pom-pom.
are you saying?
You have to be a homer?
Well,
couldn't have said it better myself, Larry Krueger.
Are you saying that I'm going to agree with exactly what Bob Fitzgerald says right here?
You will be more agreeable to what he said than most other human beings who hear it. That's
sure
my
about
prediction.
That? You sure?
I'm not positive. I'm not going to bet on it. I already owe you a box of donuts for a lost bet.
Yeah, you do. I don't even own pom-poms. I don't.
I'm not surprised.
I mean, I would.
Thank you.
Right? If somebody knows where I could get some Giants pom-poms, that'd be great.
Get the one on the stick, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Give me a G.
Totally.
Give me an I. Anyway.
F-F-F-A-R-H-H-H-A-N. Spells Farhan.
Stop.
You're welcome.
Stop. I already did the I was wrong rant. You want me to do it again?
No, we're good.
All right.
I like where we are with this Bob Fitzgerald stuff.
So Bobby Fitz comes on with Steiny and Goo, and the subject matter comes up about the Warriors being able to compete next season and roster construction. Take a listen to part 1. This is a 2-part series from Bob Fitzgerald. Here is part 1.
Draymond Green missed 27 games, and the Warriors still won 46 games and won 25 games on the road. You're not going to tell me that this wasn't a 53 or 54 win team if Draymond played, some of those 27 games. So where would 52 wins got you? It would have got you the 4th seed. You would have had a home court advantage in round 1. Dallas won 50 games. They went to the finals. So Boston was better than everybody this year. Okay, they won 64. They're the best team all year. They deserved it. They won the title. But you could throw a dart on 7 other teams starting next year. Could Minnesota get hot? I did the Western Conference Finals with ESPN Radio. Saw Minnesota up close with Dallas. Could Minnesota get hot? Sure. Could Oklahoma City get hot? Sure. Did Denver blow a 20-point lead at home in Game 7? That's shocker to me because I think Denver's amazing. Could Milwaukee get everything going again with Giannis? Of course they could. But so could the Warriors.
Okay. Buy or sell?
I'm selling that. And, the Draymond part of it is what everybody wants to say because he missed 27 games. And if he played some of those games, they're a 53 or 54 win team. And now they're the 4 seed. That's tall cotton for me. I'm not willing to go that far with the what if scenario of last year.
Okay. 888-957-9570. And this is something that was, I think, a hot sort of debate 2 months ago. Warriors as a play-in team, and then they get blown out by Sacramento, and the what-if game starts immediately. And I think the most common what-if was if Draymond had been healthy. I'm sorry. If Draymond hadn't gotten himself suspended twice, then the Warriors could have easily won 5 or 6 more games and been in a completely different spot. And if they were in a different spot, could they have been the lucky team to come out of the West? The Mavericks did it as the 5 seed. So does that wash with you? Draymond not suspended, Warriors are the 5 seed. Do you buy that? Now, that's only part 1. That's only part 1.
Right.
There is part 2. Take a listen to this.
How many teams, when you start looking, Boston has 6 really good players, but if you have Steph and Clay and Draymond and Kuminga and Podziemski and Trace Jackson-Davis and Moses Moody, you have so many good players already that this whole the Warriors are done and they need to trade 17 dudes and change their whole roster. No, they can't have Draymond miss 27 games. Just like Jokic couldn't miss 27 games, or Giannis couldn't miss 27 games, or Luka couldn't miss 27 games. The NBA, if your best players play a lot of games, you'll get the max results for your team. Last year, the Warriors had one of their absolute core pieces, indispensable guys, miss 27 games. And I think if you look at, the last part of the season when Trace and Draymond started together, they're top 10 in defense. Oh, wait, they're top 10 in offense. They start winning games. I'm very excited about where the Warriors are going because I know Kuminga will be better. I know Brandon will be better. I know Trace will be better. I know Moses will be better.
I love it.
So, so to me, this whole, the Warriors need to trade half their roster, I don't buy it at all. I just don't.
Okay. First of all, Guru with an A-plus performance during these sound clips.
Always. I mean, he's excited because Bob is basically backing up what he's been saying to Steiny ever since the year ended, especially the part about, if Draymond didn't miss those games, that's been a big Guru narrative. Not that he came up with it, but he's definitely one who believes it.
I find this point that Bob's making to be two things at the same time.
The second point, or both?
Both of them. Okay. The whole idea is all one answer. It's just kind of like we stopped it here and then we kept it going. I find it to have two characteristics. One is it can't be proven wrong. It can't be proven wrong.
Right, or right. It can't be proven right either.
Well,
it's a belief. It's his opinion.
Do the Warriors have some good players? Do they have a handful of good players? Is it...
That's subjective, but
right? Okay. And is it reasonable to think if Draymond doesn't get suspended, their record is better? Just better. I'm not going to say 5 seed, 4 seed, 3 seed. Better.
It's more likely that it's better than it's worse, but when he plays, you don't know what could happen.
All right. So here are the two words that I'm going to place on Bob's point. Number one.
Highly delusional?
Reasonable.
Oh, okay.
Number two. Terrifying.
What's terrifying? The idea of running it back?
The idea that the Warriors would feel optimistic about staying the same. I find to be a terrifying proposition. And here's why. I would like to state this with clarity. This season sucked so bad. This thing got to the end. It feels like I haven't seen the Warriors play in 4 years.
It's been a while.
I am not used to this. I still think that that's a little privileged. I mean, I grew up as a Warrior fan who never saw a playoff game.
Yeah.
But we have now been conditioned a different way. And the idea that the Warriors finish in April and then we just meander through crappy series with sort of wannabe superstars. We can't even figure out who the NBA Finals MVP is. We're like, you get it. Hey, Jalen, sure, whatever. That idea, I think, is so damaging. And I do not want this to happen again. And even if what you're saying is reasonable, Bob, which I think it is, it also feels to me like you're signing up for something that is too flimsy. You can't be a great team if you are one player getting one suspension away from no longer being a good team. That to me says you're not a good team. Boston lost Kristaps Porzingis for most of the playoffs. Didn't blink. Is he their most important player? Definitely not. Is he one of their most 4 important players? Definitely. And they didn't even blink. So to be a great team, I think you need to be fortified in a way where you're able to handle a little bit of adversity. Because the idea that you're going to go play without adversity is unrealistic. Who does that? Who just gets all of their guys all the time? So that to me is actually kind of the definition of a team that doesn't have enough. And the idea that the Warriors are going to go through without adversity as all of them move into their mid to late 30s is increasingly an unlikely proposition. So that doesn't work for me. If you stay the same, you get worse. I've always believed that. That's a motto. no matter what.
Even though your young players are going to get better. And he said that Moses is getting better, and Trace is getting better, and Brandon's getting better, and Jonathan's getting better.
You actually don't know that. Just because someone's a year older.
That's what he is presupposing. He's presupposing that all four of those guys are going to get better.
Then
that was part of his answer.
Then you have to presuppose that the older ones are going to get worse. And it maybe cancels each other out. Because if we're just going to assume that because Trace Jackson Davis is a year older, that he's automatically better, then I get to assume that Steph Curry is going to be worse. He's on the downside of his career.
That's where I would use the word delusional to talk about that second part of it and bringing back the same group. To me, it becomes the definition of insanity. And you did have a pretty good run this year, other than Draymond's suspension.
You did.
Steph only missed a handful. Clay only missed a couple of games, and those were load management games. And Wiggins missed just the 1 week due to personal issues. You, by and large, were healthy this year. And look at their record against the good teams in the association. They were bad against the good teams. So if you want to play the what-if game, if Draymond played more of the 27 games he missed, would you have won 50, 51, 52? You're allowed to do that. You're right. I can't prove you wrong. It's just a belief. But you can't tell me that that team would be any better if he played in those games. They might have won a couple more games, but you weren't very good against the good teams even when he played.
Yeah. I just, to me, an 888-957-9570, do you buy or sell the idea that the Warriors can largely compete by staying the same? 888-957-9570. We'll take some calls on that. I think we've reached a point where we can't only make this about last year. You have to loop in the year before as well. And that wasn't a terrible year. You made the second round of the playoffs. My gosh, you had to scratch and claw to go 7 games to get out of the first round. But that, too, was a team that was largely blessed with the health that it wanted when you got to the end and was not able to get out of the second round and almost lost in the first round. And while that's not terrible, that's not a terrible season, I would say that to ignore that things are getting harder each year is just not the way to go. It's you can't ignore that the Warriors are getting further away. And I think wrap all of that up into one answer, which is Draymond missed 27 games. I think it's way more complex than that. And I think that allows you to ignore some other truths that are evident.
And they're outside your control, I think, such as the other teams are getting better. So if you're going to presuppose that younger players are going to get better, then take that same belief and take it to Oklahoma City. Take it to Houston, a team that had a very good second half with younger players. Take it to Portland. Take it to all these other teams that have some good young players. Minnesota with Anthony Edwards. Well, he's going to get better because he's a younger player. So all these other teams around you have to, at the same time, get better. And Memphis is going to get John Morant back fully, and they're going to be better. So I look around, and yeah, if you bring all these Warriors back, you're not going to be a terrible team. But I don't see how you suddenly become a 50-plus win team.
Correct me if I'm wrong. As we were listening to that, he started listing off all of these good players. He did not use the name Andrew Wiggins.
I think you're absolutely right on that.
Is that accurate?
And he did mention Clay, which I was going to ask you what you thought about that, because Bob is a guy who's in the know, and I don't know if you heard this part of the interview, but he golfs with Steph Curry, and it sounds like he golfs with him a lot. They're friends. They're boys. So I would imagine that Bob had, and I wish Spadoni was still here because he missed out on some great drop opportunities on Fitz as he was talking about golfing with the chef. But I wonder, because he made it sound almost matter of fact, like, with Clay back. Play that second cut again and listen for Andrew Wiggins.
How many teams, when you start looking, Boston has 6 really good players, but if you have Steph and Clay and Draymond and Kuminga and Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis and Moses Moody, you have so many good players already that this whole the Warriors are done and they need to trade 17 dudes and change their whole roster. No, They can't have Draymond miss 27 games, just like Jokic couldn't miss 27 games, or Giannis couldn't miss 27 games, or Luka couldn't miss 27 games. The NBA, if your best players play a lot of games, you'll get the max results for your team. Last year, the Warriors had one of their absolute core pieces, indispensable guys, miss 27 games. And I think if you look at, the last part of the season when Trace and Draymond started together, they're top 10 in defense. Oh, wait, they're top 10 in offense. They start winning games. I'm very excited about where the Warriors are going because I know Kuminga will be better. I know Brandon will be better. I know Trace will be better. I know Moses will be better.
I love it.
So, so to me, this whole, the Warriors need to trade half their roster. I don't buy it at all. I just don't.
Okay, so here's another thing. Here's another thing I noticed. Not just did he leave Andrew Wiggins' name out of this.
A couple times.
I am a huge fan of not just Draymond. I'm a huge fan of the idea that Draymond is an indispensable player. I agree with Bob calling him an indispensable player. However, we're a little over the top with what he compared it to. The Warriors without Draymond is not Denver without Jokic. It is not Dallas without Luka. And it is not Milwaukee without Giannis. You are elevating Draymond Green, in my opinion, to a place where he does not belong. He is an incredible player. He's a unique player. He is a needed player. He is not Jokic, Luka, or Giannis. He's not that. And he's not that to the Warriors. So the Warriors should be able to win more basketball games without Draymond than Denver can without Jokic.
Right.
You're talking about MVP consideration, perennial players right now when you mention those names. So Denver, if the Warriors lose Draymond, that's like Denver losing Michael Porter Jr. or Aaron Gordon, I would argue, not Jokic. That's different. And you have to be able to function without those players sometimes. 27 games is a little hot of a number.
Yeah.
But you need to be able to function without those guys if you want to call yourself a complete team.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, you look at the record with Draymond, they were 33-22 in the games that he actually did play. So maybe that's what Bob's referring to, the fact that
they're better with them, of course.
A little bit better, or significantly better, rather.
All right, we're not done with that. 888-957-9570. As free agency approaches, the idea of the Warriors staying the same, you buy or sell that idea as even a possibility. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley over
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Mark, do you have to be a homer here on the radio?
Well,
Brian, you have no idea.
Well, hold on a second.
On 95.7 The Game.
Every time you play that one, it makes me want to address it. It really does.
It sounds a little like Larry Krueger. And then I realized it's Brian Baumgartner.
It's Kevin from The Office.
Yeah.
I made him laugh.
Yeah, we got to get him back on.
We do.
He's fun. They play the Pack this year, do they not?
I think they do. They play the Packer every year. Yeah. One way or another. We'll probably play them twice.
In Lambeau.
That's right.
Good call.
Lambeau.
Yep.
Brock Purdy goes to Lambeau. Woo. It's an experience. It's a different world out there. Oh, my gosh. You have not tailgated until you tailgate there. We don't even know what it is. I'm not saying we do it wrong.
Right.
We couldn't do what they do because you have to be half a cup of crazy, and it appears you need to be up at 5 a.m. for a 3 o'clock game. Like it is absurd what is happening out there. It looks like mobile homes and kitchens. Okay, these people brought bathrooms, actual bathrooms. You know, the ones that you see like pop up at the festival concerts and things like that. These people are not like, hey, we brought a grill for the back of the truck. No, it's a kitchen and a bathroom. It's half a house.
Wow.
And my God, the food. Your weight loss journey?
Yeah.
You could end it in one day. Everything you've
I'm up
done.
17 pounds.
Everything you've worked for, gone by kickoff. It is so stupid.
Brats and beer.
Oh my God. Cheese curds. There's so much stuff going on, and they are so offended if you won't eat it. Offended. You're like, but I've stopped at 8 brat places already just to walk here. Doesn't matter. You better eat one, or else we're offended.
November 24th, 2024.
Oh, my God.
Historical weather averages. The low historically is 26, and the high is 40. Bring a jacket, faithful.
Yeah, the one time I went there was week 1.
Okay, September,
week
yeah.
1.
Perfect.
Yeah, it was beautiful outside. Short sleeves weather. Throw the ball around type of a day. No snow on the ground, nothing. It was beautiful.
They got Buffalo December 1st, which is also going to be a chilly one.
Back-to-back weeks.
Yeah.
They're for the holidays. They're going to Green Bay and Buffalo.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I believe Buffalo is a Monday night, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, they're on prime time every week. So yeah. I assume that
so an 8:20 kick in Buffalo on December 1st. That's going to be a cold one.
Yeah, not a Monday night, but a Sunday night.
Okay.
It's a Sunday night. So
and the Packer game's on a Saturday, I believe, right?
No, that's a Sunday also.
Oh, because there's 30 days in November. I apologize.
That's a Sunday, but it's just a regular 1:25 kickoff. That's why I said 3 o'clock. It's 3:25 kickoff in Green Bay. And so, yeah, total frozen winter for the 49ers. Good news after Buffalo is that they are home 3 of the remaining 5 weeks, and the other 2 trips are to Miami and Arizona.
Right.
So once they get through that, they will never see snow ever again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Maybe rain in Miami, but big deal.
Maybe. It could be rain at Levi's.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll see. I can't wait. But anyway, 888-957-9570. We've been talking out kind of the concept and the premise launched by Bob Fitzgerald on with Steiny and Goo. And basically the idea was he would feel completely confident if the Warriors stayed the same. We haven't played this one for you yet.
The NBA now this year proved it. Other than Boston, any team on any night in any series can get rolling, and that's just where we are in the league. The days of, you're going to win 67 games or 73 games, and you're just going to postage stamp everybody all the way through the playoffs, like, those days are over, and I think that's good. I think it's exciting for the league, but it does make people nervous because they were accustomed to 6 straight finals and 4 titles and all that kind of stuff, and that's all fair, too. So, but to think the Warriors won't be interesting, won't be in the mix, won't be worth watching, won't be worth paying attention to. No. We're many years from that happening.
There you go.
That ain't happening anytime soon.
Many years. We're many years. We're not even close. Not only we're not there, we're not even close.
Many years from that happening.
I don't know, man. We got to split the difference here. Again, I find his takes today to be both reasonable and terrifying, because I just think they violate a concept that I've used as something I sort of believe as a standby, no matter what we're talking about, year over year, no matter your business, no matter what. If you are not improving, you are getting worse. I would say that even after the Warriors win a title, you have to go into an offseason and get better. And I firmly believe it is not enough to say, if someone said, well, how are the Warriors going to get better? And you say, well, the growth of the young players. Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski, Trace Jackson-Davis, and Moses Moody will be a year older, and that is how they will get better. There's no way that can be enough. There's no way. I just don't see it. And I would love for the evidence to be presented that teams with great cores all in their mid-30s are able to effectively do things in the NBA. Like compete, as we're being told here by listening to this.
It hasn't happened. And you're, looking at guys who are in their mid to late 30s, not even guys who are still in their peak, maybe 31, 32. And the amount of tread off the tires for Steph, Klay, and Draymond. And for this conversation, we can assume that Klay Thompson is still a Golden State Warrior, although I don't really think that he will be. Bob is making it sound like, at least in that earlier answer, like Klay's still going to be a part of it and they can still win with Klay Thompson. And I don't see it. And I look at the trajectory of how this team has done over the last couple of seasons, and they're trending in the other direction. And if you're asking for Moses and Trace and Brandon and Jonathan to all get better, they're going to all have to get a lot better. And it's all going to have to happen between now and October for that to really matter enough for this team to be a contender.
You and I have been very firm, especially the last few days, with regard to the idea that we now believe Klay Thompson is not going to end up on the Warriors. I just don't see the two needs and desires blending right now as it stands. But I freely admit, boy, we could be wrong.
Yep.
I mean, this is Klay Thompson and the Warriors. So even if he is furious, unfollowed on IG, all of that stuff, even if he's furious, does that mean that in the next 2 weeks they can't have a come to Jesus moment, a coming back together? Klay doesn't find what he wants on the open market, or Klay gets cold feet at the end of the idea of launching a press conference in Orlando. I find all of these things totally believable. I really do. I think the hardest part for me to believe with the premise that Bob is launching here is that Joe Lacob would sign off on it. That just doesn't sound like Joe to me. The Joe that we've come to know, and I'm not going to act like he's a friend. I don't know the man well, but Joe Lacob at different points of this last year was very frustrated and upset with what he was seeing. And for him to watch his team get the 10 seed, get blown off the floor by a very mediocre Sacramento Kings basketball team.
9 weeks ago today. So you talked about how it feels like it's been 4 years. It's actually been 63 days since the Warriors played basketball.
This stinks. This is way too long of a wait. And I got to imagine that Joe Lacob is sitting here watching all these days off going, we're not doing this. So how are you going to convince Joe? Think about it a different way. How are you going to convince Joe that that's the right thing to do? We should pay millions of dollars to Klay Thompson and just kind of, based on Bob's words, I guess, I'm not saying he said this, but leaving Andrew Wiggins out of his list of good players tells me that the Warriors are looking to move on from him, and there's not going to be some great return on that. It's
right, especially when you're keeping Kuminga and Moody and TJD and Brandon Pajemski.
It's just clearing away for Kuminga to be a bigger part of whatever they're doing, and maybe Moody too. So how are you going to convince Joe that that's what we're doing? Your salary's still going to be high. You can get under the apron, but you bring Klay back. We'll dump Andrew for a song, and we'll just, we'll be healthy this time, and we won't get suspended.
Yeah,
How does Joe buy that?
I don't think he does buy it. The only way he buys it is on the premise of them being still very entertaining because you still have Steph, Clay, and Draymond together, and there's value in that. People want to still see that. That would be the sales pitch. I don't know if you can knock on his door and rightly say, yeah, we're going to subtract Andrew Wiggins, and we're going to get another player in here who makes about that much money, somebody who's probably, even if they're as good as Andrew Wiggins and maybe they're just a little bit better or not, I still don't think you can sell that as we got better if that's your only move,
Yeah, I agree with you. 888-957-9570. John and Benicia here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, John. What's up?
Hey, you know what? I just wanted just to say one quick thing. I mean, if you're going to sell that to Lacob, all you have to do is say, hey, don't you want Buster Posey, Brandon Crawford, and Brandon Belt to be your, the stalwarts through the end of the 2010s? Look at the Giants now. That's the Warriors in 5 years if they do not keep improving.
So what would you do, John? Because the other thing is two of the three people that you're comping here, Buster Posey, and the Brandons, with Steph, Clay, and Dre. I mean, two of them still have multiple years left on their contract.
Clay is gone. I mean, through the majority of the year, there's 30 teams in the NBA. He was no higher than 135th in field goal percentage. That is, you could take 5 guys on every team, and he is not better than 15 of people in the entire of the NBA or the starting 5. No way. He's gone. If I were the Warriors, I would delete him from the Instagram.
Thanks, John. Reminding me of a Rob Parker take that got texted to me yesterday. Rob, I think, was either proud of it or thought it was funny. But they spent some time on their show yesterday on Fox Sports Radio saying that the Warriors should block Klay Thompson.
Gotcha.
They should respond to the unfollow by blocking Klay Thompson on Instagram.
There you have it. Klay finished 121st in field goal percentage, 43.2 from the floor, which is bottom 20 among qualified players, but ahead of Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole. I knew you were going to say Jordan. Everybody was ahead of Jordan Poole.
And Fred VanVleet, the highly paid Fred VanVleet.
Look, we've said this
ahead
100
of James
times.
Harden.
Yeah, Klay Thompson was not awful last year. The narrative has gotten a little bit out of hand, I think, because, and there's no way around this, we're Warrior fans. We've watched for over a decade now, and that's the bottom line. We know Klay Thompson to be a certain player. He's not that player anymore, so we think he's terrible. He's not terrible. He's just not who he used to be. And I'm not 100% sure that he's willing to buy that yet. And I don't blame him for that. I don't know how you can be a great professional athlete if, like, you wake up in the morning and your first thought is, well, I'm not what I used to be. Let's get to work. He knows. I think he knows, but you can't acknowledge it. You can't make it part of your makeup. You have to believe that you're still able to get better. And he's still, in some way, shape, or form, even though it's been years, he's still kind of ramping back up from injury. Look at the way they've played him. Let's do no back-to-backs, and then now let's do it this way. And only last year did it become like, no, just go play. But maybe a few less minutes, maybe we'll bring him off the bench, that kind of thing. I think he's got to feel like, and based on his words, he does, he achieved something last year by proving he could go through a whole season healthy. He was very proud of that. I have to think that he thinks it goes upward from here, even though conventional wisdom says that's wrong.
Yeah, and age and the fact that he's had the 2 injuries that he's had. And, I think he can still go out there and play as many games as he did. What, he played 77 games last year, which was pretty good.
That's great.
Yeah, only a couple of dozen players played more games than that. I'm just looking at the list, and Buddy Hield inexplicably played 84 games in an 82-game season. I'd have to think that's a record. I know guys have played 83 before, but he found a way to play in 84 games.
I totally get it. That's because of in-season tournament getting all the way to the end and play-in tournament.
Well, the
right?
in-season tournament, those games don't count. He was on 2 teams.
Well, but you get there's the chance of playing an extra game if you go all the way to the end, right?
Of the in-season tournament?
Yes.
I wonder if those actually count in regular season stats or if those are standalone games. I'll look that up.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know the regular in-season tournament games that you played in the pool play, those were regular season games.
Yeah, those were actual games. But if you play the extra game, does that statistically count? Does it count on your resume?
Yeah. And there was 2 extra games if you made it to the final, as you were mentioning.
Yeah,
the semi and the final. So
feels to me like if those don't count, they should call it the out-season tournament, not the in-season tournament.
Am I right?
I don't know, though.
Well, the play-in we know are not playoff games. Those are standalone in the stats. And it's hard to even find those stats anywhere if you go on the internet. But
So
that's neither here nor there.
they're not regular season or playoff.
Correct.
They're just their own little thing?
Standalone. Yeah, which I hate.
That's ridiculous.
Another reason why I hate the play-in tournament.
You still do, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
I think it's been a wild success, don't you?
It's been a success among, the teams in the West, but if I asked you your memories of the Eastern Conference play-in this year, the play-in tournament.
I remember the Hawks were in it. I do remember that.
What were they, 32-46 this year?
I don't know, yeah.
They were awful in the regular season. Not worthy of a berth.
Miami was in it again, right?
I mean, you're the expert.
I know I'm
You're
not.
the guy who loves this thing.
No, well, that's the Eastern Conference. I don't follow them clearly as much as the Western Conference. Oh, that's right. The Sixers were in it. The Sixers, the Heat, the Bulls, and the Hawks.
There you go.
It was great.
Oh, the memories.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. No, it's been a success. It for 1 week out of the year, you get games that feel like March Madness games. Loser goes home.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm in. That's fine. You know what I mean? Like, the only reason it doesn't offend me any, because this idea of sort of like the joke you just made, Atlanta's terrible and they got in. They were 36-46, by the way.
Okay.
You're right. Yeah, it's a bad basketball team. However, when it was just a straight 8-seed thing, the 8 seed was often not a very good basketball team. Maybe not 36-46, but it might be 38-44, and you're in the playoffs, and you get a whole series out of it. You're allowed to go beat someone. Warriors did it once.
Yeah.
So
handful of teams have done it. Small handful.
Yeah. So anyway,
it doesn't really offend me. It's just I don't love it. That's for sure.
I think it's better than not. Is I guess the way that I would sort of describe it.
Yeah.
It's not like amazing. It's certainly not as stupid as the in-season tournament. That I thought was a complete waste of time.
Those are some of the better games that the Warriors played this year. Some real compelling games. The Oklahoma City game, 141-139.
Right, but
that was an instant IST classic.
But that had nothing to do with the fact that it was the in-season tournament. It
had everything to do with it.
It was just a game.
But they got up for it because it was an in-season tournament game.
I don't agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, they brought their A game. And Oklahoma City gave them their best shot in that game.
Why didn't they play defense then if they showed up for it?
Because they didn't have TJD and Draymond starting together, as Bob pointed out to you. And what Bob left out of his answer was the defensive effort that they gave in the play-in game in Sacramento, where they got absolutely motorboated 118-94.
Yes, they did. All right. Well, back to his premise.
Do it.
And here's another thing I'd like to add, because I think that we've gotten dangerously close to this. So, for instance, even John and Benicia, who just called, Clay's got to be gone. Clay's got to be gone. All right. And then plenty of you share that opinion. Clay's got to be gone. Clay being gone doesn't automatically make you better. Like, here's the only area where I will fully back Bob. Bob is saying they can compete if they stay the same. I've always thought there is absolutely a scenario where that is the best thing that they could do. I don't know what this big move is that everyone's predicting. I have no idea what it is. What is it? Is it Butler? Is it DeJounte Murray? I don't know what this move is. So sometimes I do feel like we slip and fall into this conversation. Simply the idea of letting Clay walk makes you better. Well, no, it doesn't. The corresponding move would potentially make you better. And I have no idea what that is. And if that thing is not available, well, then letting Clay walk makes you worse. Can we all agree on just this, okay? Roster stays exactly the same. No changes whatsoever. Except for I'd propose one. Clay's either on the team or he's off the team. That's it. Which team's better?
The one with Klay Thompson on it.
I agree.
But it doesn't make you any better, in my opinion, to where next year is going to be anything other than a quest for the play-in spot.
No,
again.
and that's fine. I can accept that. I'm just saying I think that a lot, like voices I hear a lot of people speaking as if just letting Clay walk automatically makes you better. We got to get better. We got to let Clay walk.
Well, the thinking there would be more minutes for Moody, more minutes for Pods, and according to Bob Fitzgerald, those guys are all getting better.
Yeah, they are. But
Moody's getting better, Pods is getting better, Trace and Kuminga, they're all getting better. So you get Clay out of the way, and now these younger guys who are instantly going to improve. More minutes for him.
He's probably not wrong, but that doesn't make you a championship contender or even a playoff contender because you have 23-year-old players who are getting better.
But that would be the devil's advocate response to how do you get better without Klay Thompson? And I don't necessarily believe it, but that would be, if to your scenario, if you just lose Klay and you don't add anyone else, that's how you would get better, is those guys would play better.
Let me describe in 2 words the Golden State Warriors who just remove Clay and don't add anyone to it. Ready? Can't shoot.
I thought you were going to go lottery bound.
No. Can't shoot. You don't have any good shooters not named Steph Curry if you don't have Klay Thompson. That sounds like an awful 3-point shooting team in a league that requires 3-point shooting.
Draymond had one of his better years shooting the ball this year.
Yes, he did.
Put some respect on that man's shot.
For those of you just joining us, Bob Fitzgerald, TV voice of the Golden State Warriors, joined Steiny and Goo earlier today. The conversation broke out with regard to the idea of the Warriors pretty much staying the same. This is part 1 of what Fitz had to say.
Draymond Green missed 27 games, and the Warriors still won 46 games and won 25 games on the road. You're not going to tell me that this wasn't a 53 or 54 win team if Draymond played, some of those 27 games. So where would 52 wins got you? It would have got you the 4th seed. You would have had a home court advantage in round 1. Dallas won 50 games. They went to the finals. So Boston was better than everybody this year. Okay, they won 64. They were the best team all year. They deserved it. They won the title. But you could throw a dart on 7 other teams starting next year. Could Minnesota get hot? I did the Western Conference Finals with ESPN Radio. Saw Minnesota up close with Dallas. Could Minnesota get hot? Sure. Could Oklahoma City get hot? Sure. Did Denver blow a 20-point lead at home in Game 7? That's shocker to me because I think Denver's amazing. Could Milwaukee get everything going again with Giannis? Of course they could. But so could the Warriors.
You know what the hard part about that answer with regard to the Warriors are just like any of these other teams and they could get hot? There's a piece of me that goes, I get it because those teams weren't dominant either and had moments where they looked great and then moments where they looked awful. But if the excuse or maybe the kinder word is the reasoning behind why the Warriors weren't one of those teams is because Draymond missed 27 games, okay, go to the games where Draymond did play. And you said what? The Warriors were 33-22?
Correct.
Okay. Go to those 55 games and tell me what the Warriors' record was against the Western Conference playoff teams.
In those 55 games.
I understand that I'm asking you to, I'm sort of throwing that out there. I'm not saying you need to just do it right now.
I think it's a fun exercise to at least poke through because I'm looking at the first 6 games he played. You played against OKC and you got the win.
Okay.
That's the only one. Then he was inactive. You played 3 straight games, twice against Minnesota, and I'm going to count the game where he played a minute 43 and he was ejected because that counts. So you lost back-to-back games to Minnesota. Now you're 1-2. He only got suspended for 5 games for the Gobert choke. He came back. They split with the Clippers, so now they're 2-3, and they lost to OKC and Phoenix. So now they're 2-5 in games that Draymond played. And in that game against Phoenix, he lost his balance, Mark, and he flail punched Yusuf Nurkic in the face, and then he missed a month. Then he comes back. And I can continue to poke through, but you kind of get the bit where With Draymond, without Draymond, against the good teams in the West, you didn't do very good. I had them at 2-5 right now with Draymond against playoff teams.
That's the problem for me. The problem for me is
Lakers were a playoff team, right?
They eventually they were, yes.
Yeah, so now
came
you're
out of the play-in.
And now you're 2-6 because you lost when Draymond came back.
Okay,
and I mean, you kind of see where we're going here.
I see exactly where you're going, and it's why I asked, because my hunch was that's what it would be. So when you were supposedly full strength and the team that we're being told can compete, you didn't. You didn't. You didn't compete with the best teams. You might have gotten a few wins, but you did not play well enough to show that you were one of those teams.
I got them as a loosely calculated 7-11 when Draymond played against the Western Conference playoff teams.
Okay.
So they were, what does that make them? 26-11 against the other teams, including some of the teams in the East.
I mean, to be honest with you, that's better than I thought it would be. It's still not good enough.
Right.
It's still not good enough. So that's my sort of response in poking holes in this idea as we sort of massage it and talk it out a little bit. I just think that Draymond missing 27 games was absolutely a factor. I don't think we can make it the only factor, which is if Bob were to be sitting here talking with us right now, that's probably what I'd say to him, is he kind of made Draymond missing 27 the only factor in why the Warriors ended up where they are, and I think there were clearly more.
Right, and for me, the biggest factor was you weren't good enough early in the year. You squandered so many winnable games, and remember the early narrative, Mark, was how many 15-point leads they had blown and how many late game scenarios they blew. And, Oklahoma City got them twice on the should you foul, should you not foul. They did it wrong twice, and they lost both of those games. Chet Holmgren hitting a three when you should have fouled, and then you fouled him when you didn't have to, and he hit all 3 free throws. And so I think more things went awry than just Draymond Green's inability to stay on the floor.
Here's the rest of that particular portion of the conversation on Steiny and Good with Bob Fitzgerald.
How many teams, when you start looking, Boston has 6 really good players, but if you have Steph and Clay and Draymond and Kuminga and Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis and Moses Moody, you have so many good players already that this whole the Warriors are done and they need to trade 17 dudes and change their whole roster. No! They can't have Draymond miss 27 games, just like Jokic couldn't miss 27 games, or Giannis couldn't miss 27 games, or Luka couldn't miss 27 games. The NBA, if your best players play a lot of games, you'll get the max results for your team. Last year, the Warriors had one of their absolute core pieces, indispensable guys, miss 27 games. And I think if you look at, the last part of the season when Trace and Draymond started together, they're top 10 in defense. Oh, wait, they're top 10 in offense. They start winning games. I'm very excited about where the Warriors are going because I know Kuminga will be better. I know Brandon will be better. I know Trace will be better. I know Moses will be better.
I love it.
So, so to me, this whole, the Warriors need to trade half their roster. I don't buy it at all. I just don't.
Well, here's the other part about if I'm to sort of dip a toe in the water on what I think Joe Lacob would think about that idea, I'd be very, very concerned. And this is something they have not had to think about for a long time. I would be concerned about entertainment. There's winning, and that obviously is the number one thing. Let's acknowledge the Warriors are in a little bit of a spot. It's not like they can just snap their fingers and make everybody 28 again. And Steph Curry signed for 2 more years, and Draymond for 3, and Steve Kerr for 2, and that's your core. So you have to work around that. But I think the Warriors fan base goes into a set of months where you get no games, you get no playoff games, you get blown off the floor in your play-in tournament against the team that's supposed to be your little brothers, okay? And then you come back with, so we're back. Same group.
Yep.
We're back. Do you want tickets? not the way that I want tickets.
Not the way I would if you had, even if it's Jimmy Butler.
That's what I'm saying. Like, just something needs to shake something.
Little pop, little sizzle, little new body.
Something.
If you're going to have the big three get broken up, I agree with you that you have to be able to replace Klay with something, and not just a player or an unknown commodity, or maybe a couple of other young guys who could be a part of the future core. Maybe you need to replace Klay if he leaves with something that's marquee, something that will grab people's attention, because Steph is box office the most marquee athlete we've had since Barry Bonds.
I think people love the Warriors, and so I'm not saying the building would be empty or something, but I do feel like there has, whether this is fair or not, there has been enough discussion that makes people feel like something's going to happen. And when you miss the playoffs, I think that's a fair expectation. Joe Lacob is Joe Lacob. Look at all of his behavior all the time, every year. What on earth suggests to you the Warriors missed the playoffs with the largest payroll in all of basketball, and his response will be, I'll do it again. What?
A little bit of Bill Burr in your bit right there.
Let's do
it again. I'm just going to do it again.
It's confusing to me.
Yeah,
totally.
Yeah. That would be very surprising to me. Forget any of our opinions. That would be very surprising to me if Joe was like, yeah, let's see it again. I don't believe that last year was real. Let's see it again.
I do think that he'd be more inclined to run it back with Klay than he would be to lose Klay and not do anything big. You know what I mean? I think if he decides that there's no big swing that he can make out there, and he decides that, there is value to having Klay on the team and having this group be together, like you said, it is an entertainment thing, and Steph, Klay, and Dre is a thing that we forever will hold on to as Warrior fans, and I think it's going to be ending here in the next 12 or 13 days. I think that era comes to an end, but if it doesn't, you could sell it like, one last go round.
Yeah.
The Last Dance West Coast version. You can sell it, but the one thing I don't think that he'll do is let Klay walk and do nothing. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel very Lacobian.
No, it doesn't. And then here's another piece to the puzzle. All right, Bob Fitzgerald makes the comment sound like Klay Thompson is still on the team, even though he is currently not on the team. All right, so for Klay Thompson to be on the team, if we're going to believe the report that's out there that Klay is essentially demanding that his contract be 3 years. So now, if you're a Lacob, you're not going, hey, we missed the playoffs, let's sign up to do it again. It's, hey, we missed the playoffs, and let's sign up for 3 more times, all into your late 30s. Massive dollars are now all locked up in those 3 players. Because what are we looking at? Let's say Klay the Warriors were to give him the deal that he's requiring. Call it, 3 years and whatever, $70 million.
Fine.
$75 million.
It doesn't even matter, but I know where you're going.
Okay. So Draymond, Klay, and Steph would add up to well over $100 million each of the next 2 seasons. And then Klay and Draymond would have another year where they add up to around $55 million, and Steph and Steve Kerr might not be a part of that. Or if they are, you'd need to pay them their commensurate salary. And now we're talking about people who are 39, 37, and 37.
Right.
I just don't see Joe Lacob being like, that makes sense to me. Does that make sense? That doesn't make any sense.
It's a big ask, and it depends on how the chef is still playing, because he turned 36 in March, so he's got 2 more years. He'll play his 36 turning 37 year and his 37 turning 38 year. In the final year of his current contract, in March, a month before the playoffs, he'll turn 38. And if he still is playing the way he is now, you won't even let that contract expire. You're going to give him a 2-year extension and have him play through his 40th birthday. And I'm more concerned about the Draymond and the Klay part of it. They're a month apart in birth year. In February, Klay is going to be 35. And in March, Draymond's going to be 35. So if Klay got that 3-year deal you're talking about, you're asking him 35, 36, and 37
to play until he's 38. Yeah, to play until he's 38.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a long time. Yeah.
So that's all. I just think about it a little bit more right now in terms of a logic angle. I'm not, again, that's
it's not emotional.
No, well, these two words you wouldn't think mix, the two words that I'm throwing at this. I think it's reasonable. I also find it terrifying. Like, you can sell me on this. Boy, you can clearly sell Guru on it. I mean,
talk to me.
He wanted to jump through the wall. So you can sell me on, hey, Klay Thompson is still a very good basketball player. All right, I'm listening. What do you see? Well, Kuminga's going to be better, and maybe Wiggins will be off the team, and this is going to open up an avenue for younger players, and how can you not be encouraged by what you saw from Pods and TJD? Steph is still at a high level, and let's assume Draymond keeps his head screwed on straight. All right, let's assume all these things going perfectly. You can sell me on that idea. I don't think you could sell me on that idea 3 years from now.
Yeah, which is going to be like that's the weight or the freight, rather, that you're going to have to carry. If Klay wants 3 years and that's what's going to take to keep him, then you're right, Mark. It's 3 more years. And year one, they both turn 35 and then 36 and then 37 when their contracts are up. And, Draymond already requires ice every time he comes off the floor just to go sit down. And I'm not begrudging him that, because I require ice myself on the regular basis, but I'm not out there trying to do big things in the association.
Yeah, I tell you, I said on this show a number of weeks ago, whenever somebody brings up the idea of trading Steph Curry, I would rather lose than see the Warriors trade Steph Curry. I stand by that one. Now let's address the other one I've heard a lot of people say. Hey, I love these 3 guys so much that I really want them to finish their career as Warriors. And if that means that we have to ride it out with them and it just doesn't look great, like, I'm okay with that. They've given us so much. They've given us so much that, like, I wouldn't criticize the Warriors if they did that. I totally understand that point. I have moved completely off of agreeing with that point solely because I think that the last April, May, June, the last 3 months, just terrible. Absolutely excruciating for a Warrior fan to sit here and watch people who are trying to be stars meander through the NBA playoffs, gag leads. How many different teams did you think at one point or another were going to win the title?
Maybe 3.
You started the playoffs like, well, it's probably Denver or Boston.
Yep.
Right? And then it was like
Minnesota's
going to win the title.
Yeah, you're right.
And then it was like Dallas has got the best backcourt that's ever played in the history of the sport.
See, that's where I got to pump the brakes, because I never was buying that.
Neither did I. But
in general, you're right. What did people think? And I think in the East, it always felt like it was going to be Boston.
Sure.
I never felt like any of the other teams were going to be that much of a threat.
I agree with you.
Indiana, nice little story, cute little run, but they had injuries, and Boston was just better. And that's the thing about Bob's other answer that really struck me is Boston's got 6 good players. And he's right. They've got 6 really good players. And the Warriors have
he named 7.
I know he did.
Yeah.
And 4 of the guys he named are either rookies or third-year guys who have had a hard time playing consistently in Steve Kerr's rotation.
So we can keep taking calls on it, buy or sell the idea that the Warriors can compete if they stay the same. Also, we're sponsored by KTVU's Fox Local streaming app for your connected TV. Live stream mornings on 2, the 10 o'clock news, and all Fox 2 newscasts, plus watch Like It or Not and more. Fox Local, free and easy to use, no subscription required. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Tune into You Don't Know Jack this Friday on The Morning Roast with Bonte and
question. Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
This is completely out of left field, but I was thinking about, we talked so much about Brandon Ayuk yesterday.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this earlier today because I think you and I are on the same page. Like, chilling, right? Feet up on the ottoman.
For sure.
June 18th, whatever. Like,
I'm a 2 on a scale of 1 to 10 on the worry meter.
On the concern meter for Brandon.
Yeah.
And that's coming from someone who has said they're not a Super Bowl contender without him.
Exactly.
I don't necessarily agree with that, but I certainly buy that they're worse without him.
Right.
Or worse team without him. So I was thinking about this. Is there a scenario that has Brandon Ayuk not there week 1 or like not on the team this year? And the more I thought about it, I'm like, yeah, there's a scenario. And for that one, I feel like it does come down to Brandon. I have no knowledge about what conversations the Niners have had behind closed doors in terms of like, well, how far would we actually go? Like there's a spreadsheet somewhere where no doubt they have budgeted for more than what they have currently offered Brandon. But how big is that number? Is it 28? Is it 29? 29 and a half? Is it 27? I have no idea, but I do know they've got their number where they're like, this is the no budge number. We're not going past it. Now, this is the difference between Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk. And the reason I think the Bosa one, you said a 2 on the concern meter. Bosa was a -1 because there was no chance that the San Francisco 49ers would not get him back into a uniform, even if they had to do something uncomfortable, which I think eventually they did. Is there a scenario where something goes different for Brandon? And I do think that the answer is yes. It comes down to how stubborn and stuck to whatever his number Brandon is. Because he's a wide receiver, because that market has gone so crazy, I think the 49ers do have a number where they're like, no, I guess we're going to have to go do this without you. I don't think that existed with Bosa. I don't think it existed with Debo. I think it exists with Brandon.
Well, 2 different times, and you mentioned it before with Debo. You needed Debo because of his unique skill set at the time and what he meant to you in your playoff run as a ball carrier as well as a receiver. He, at the time, was super important to what you were trying to do offensively. And Nick Bosa, he is one of one. He's a unicorn of sorts because he is the kind of edge-setting pass rusher that you just can't find. They don't grow on trees. You had a top pick. You used it. You got him. That's a guy you keep. And he knows it, and you know it. And so it was just going to come down to the timing of the deal and how much he was going to reset the market. And I think both sides knew that. Brandon's a little bit more difficult for 2 reasons. One, the wide receiver market has gone absolutely banana land. And 2, what he does and what he means for your team is almost unquantifiable. And so everyone's looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Brandon wants Amon-Ra money, which is $30 million average annual value. And people who don't watch the Niners as closely as we do, they all look at it and say, well, that's foolish. You're not as good as Amon-Ra St. Brown. You don't have the same numbers. You're not the same player as him. But if you watch the Niners and you see what he does for this offense, and we talked to TJ Hushmanzada about this very thing, and you could look at that and say, he's better than Amon-Ra St. Brown. He is a blocker. He's not just a one-dimensional wide receiver. This guy's a football player for an offense that demands the wide receivers be football players. So that's where this one becomes difficult, because if they offered him 26, and I believe that to be the case, and he's thinking, I want Amon-Ra money, I want 30, it's more than just, $4 million, whatever, we can pay it. There's precedent. There's, as you were mentioning, the budgeting, and there's also the game of chicken that Parag Marathe and the financial portion of the organization, this is what he does. Yeah. This is how he does it.
No doubt, no doubt. And he will refuse to do it any other way, even if, I honestly believe the Niners would, Brandon could walk in and, and say like, yeah, I'm really, you offered me 26. I'm willing to work with that. I think the Niners, instead of being like, okay, here's 27, they'd be like, no, we said 26. You say you're going to work with that? No, you're going to take that, or we're done here. Just because there is there's almost an addiction to negotiating and doing it.
You want to win it.
Yeah.
Win
absolutely.
the deal.
Absolutely. And I think they do that in a way that's not, this is going to sound silly. I think they do that in a way that's not unfair to the players. They also take care of their guys. They've been able to do that. I just think maybe this is a quicker and easier way to say kind of what I'm getting at with Brandon. Let's say that the Niners, and we'll just throw numbers out here. Let's say their number's 28. We will not go over 28. We have decided, we've run the numbers, we're not going over 28. And Brandon's like, I really need to get to 29. Is there a scenario where this goes into the season because Brandon's like, no, 29? And the Niners are like, the number's 28. And if it's 29, then you don't play here anymore. I mean, I think that's very, very unlikely.
Agreed, but it is possible.
I don't see it as completely out of the question.
And the other part of that is, if you get to that point and then Brandon realizes and the Niners realize he's not going to even want to play this year, it's not going to work out. He's going to either sit the year or do whatever he's going to do. Then I go back to the draft and think, well, geez, you should have really worked harder to trade him. If you knew back then in the draft in April, if you knew that this thing was going to be a difficult negotiation, well, then you should have probably done something before the draft.
I think that's a really important point. I really do. And yes, there's a game of chicken going on, but the Niners are well aware approaching the draft. They're assessing, okay, what is the likelihood that we can keep Brandon?
Right.
And okay, what number's he at? What number are we at? And if you think there's a likelihood that you're going to keep him, then you keep him. If you think it's an unlikelihood, then maybe you trade him. Or it's also based on, well, what kind of an offer do we get? If they don't trade him going to the draft, they have to have thought they could get it done.
Yes, but what's happened since the draft to the wide receiver market?
Good point. Well,
and that's where
it was already boogie. It was already crazy.
It was, but Justin Jefferson, I'm not saying he's a comp, but what he did to the top of the market was super crazy. And so now, if you're Brandon Ayuk, maybe you're thinking, okay, the market is bigger than what we would have thought. So maybe his settle number or maybe his top number is even different than, what it would have been 2 months ago. Maybe his position's changed a little bit based on what else has happened in the market.
All right.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to pass this all along without crying.
Oh, God.
Willie Mays has passed away. Two days before the game that is essentially in his honor. And he was just interviewed this week and expressing such excitement with being able to watch this game, and that he wasn't moving very well, and so he wasn't going to be able to be out there in person. We talked about it yesterday, and but he was going to watch from home. And this game means the world to him that it's happening. And he didn't quite get there.
Man.
I'm so glad that he saw the build up to it. And obviously, Willie at his age, making it to his early 90s, just lived a full and wonderful life. And maybe to a degree, this game now celebrating his honor 2 days after his passing will be that much more powerful.
Yeah.
But my goodness.
From John Shea on Twitter, who wrote the book on Willie and knows Willie as well as anybody in America, he says, "My heart is broken. All our hearts are broken. The world lost an absolute hero and treasure. The wonderful Willie Mays, a friend to all, died today peacefully, 2 days before the big day at Rickwood Field. Greatest, most exciting player ever. He changed the world. He was 93. From John Shea 2 minutes ago on Twitter. Man.
Wow.
It's just...
This game's coming up on Thursday. It was already in his honor. It will almost exclusively be in his honor now. Even for those of us who never saw him play, we all bought the idea that he was the greatest player who ever played the game. And anyone who had the chance to meet him at any time, the person that he was matched the player. And so it is with just, wow, overwhelmingly broken hearts tonight that we passed this news along.
It just is so sad, and I think you put it perfectly when you talked about what this game now at Rickwood means on Thursday. It was already going to be a Willie Mays tribute to a living legend, and now it's a Willie Mays tribute to a legend who has passed. And so the emotions surrounding the game, I think, will be even more powerful than they were before, even though you mentioned that the game was largely in Willie's honor. A kid from Alabama, from nearby at Rickwood Field, and somebody who grew up playing there and dreamed of being a major leaguer. And we all heard the interview from just a couple of days ago,
right,
when he talked about why he wasn't going to be able to make it and how he's going to be watching from home. And to have this news come today, literally 2 days ahead of this historic game, it's just devastatingly sad.
You okay if we hang here for a couple minutes?
Absolutely, Mark.
Okay, because we're right at the time where we would sign off and hand it over to Grandy.
Are you okay? Because I know this. I know this hits hard.
Yeah, this is. I just. It's impossible to escape not just this happening, but it happening this week.
Right.
I'm just like. I mean, I'm overwhelmed with the emotion that surrounds that. I'm totally overwhelmed by the build up to this, and this happening this week is just, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. And I'll be straight honest with you and everyone. And I think you already know this because we've had this conversation. When you do what we do for a living, sometimes you have moments where you think about things that you know are coming. Yeah. And as Willie moves into his 90s, I will tell you that people in sports media in the Bay Area, it is something that every now and again you sort of think about. You're like, that day is